Perfectly Normal Productions presents Douglas Adams' Starship Titanic. The greatest Douglas Adams book not written by Douglas Adams. Actually written by Terry Jones. Rebooted for audio by Ian Billings. Starring Michael Palin as the Encyclopedia Galactica.
The intriguing and altogether bizarre story of the Starship Titanic began, not as many believed, at the launch ceremony on the planet Blerontin prior to the incident with which the ship became synonymous. It began on a somewhat inconsequential planet, which lesser publications have dismissed as mostly harmless. We at the Encyclopedia Galactica, whose field journalists spent years investigating the diverse cultural and geopolitical makeup of the planet, have instead declared it generally harmless. And of the 7.8 billion dominant life forms currently inhabiting this blue-green planet, it was one known as
Nettie,
who was to utter 6 startlingly prophetic words.
Things don't just disappear, do they?
Well, that depends.
Nigel, I still can't find the car keys.
Here.
Why didn't you tell me you had them all along?
You didn't ask.
It's okay, Nettie. Dan and I disagree all the time.
No, we don't.
See what I mean? This place is perfect.
You're not kidding.
A boutique hotel restaurant in a 180-year-old rectory?
We're gonna call it the Watergate Hotel.
Won't that be putting off visiting Republicans?
Not these days. Go and turn the car around. There's a good girl.
Pat my bottom again, and you can fetch it yourself.
This is the one, Nige. This is what Lucy and I always dreamed of.
And you can afford it. DNA travel is now officially sold to the consortium. What is she doing? I thought you were turning the car around.
I'm taking a photo of the house, Nigel. Dan and Lucy's hotel beneath the stars.
Hey, that's weird.
What is it?
Can you see that? In the sky?
Is it a spaceship?
Don't be daft.
Whoa, whatever it is, it's causing a very windy wind.
Only a few hours prior to Dan's incisive tautology, 19,000 light-years away, on the other side of the universe,
everyone here at the press conference is waiting for the arrival of Leovinus. No one has yet even caught so much as a glimpse of the new starship he has designed, hidden from sight till tomorrow's launch. Rumors are that it will not only be the most technologically advanced, but also the most beautiful ever created. Something's happening.
Species of the press, please welcome onto the stage not only the greatest architect, not only the Gold Cuboid Award winner 3 epochs in a row, but also the greatest starship designer in the galaxy. Tonight, wearing an artificially cultivated toupee, beard and eyebrows, it's Leovinus Buckhamster.
And it has to be said, Buckhamster is not looking comfortable.
I am ready to receive your questions.
What is it like to be not only the greatest architect the galaxy has ever known, but also the greatest mathematical genius, a world-class fish-paste canapé arranger, and the designer of the greatest starship in the history of the universe?
Oh, you're really most kind. It was nothing. Next.
You have designed a starship capable of revolutionizing interstellar travel. So the big question is, how awesome are your eyebrows?
So generous. Very is the answer. Next.
Exactly what was the scientific experiment you were working on when you lost your original eyebrows? How do you answer the serious allegation corners have been cut during the construction of the Starship Titanic? And the rumours of financial improprieties involving your accountant, Drute Straliontis.
Such insinuations are beneath contempt.
And isn't it true the standard of workmanship has plummeted since the building shifted from Yasaka to Blerontin?
Absolute poop.
What do you say to the collapse of the Yasakan economy due to the loss of the contract?
I'd be betraying the sanctity of my genius were I to compromise my artistic vision for the sake of fiscal expediency.
Don't you think these are questions you should be addressing?
Yeah, thank you. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I'm needed aboard the ship.
Wait!
Welcome aboard Starship Titanic. Nice show.
Oh, thank you, Dor.
Starship Titanic. Nice shoot.
Last-minute checkups.
Bloody journalists. Haven't you tormented me enough?
Is this ship ready? I just passed a shifty-looking construction worker. Said they were looking for their parrot. I don't believe it.
Go away!
I mean, it all looks very elegant. Typical late Leovinus.
Look, why don't you... Oh, you think?
Yes, imbued with a lightness perhaps lacking in your earlier work. Who influenced that?
Ah, that's the system I designed to run the ship.
Cyber intelligence?
Oh, more than that. The ship's intelligence has been imbued with emotions, with personality. Its name is... Titania.
But the workmanship here on Blerontin is nowhere near good enough to finish a ship of this sophistication.
Nonsense! The Blerontin Amalgamated Unmarried Teenage Mothers Construction Units are perfectly capable.
Welcome to the Starship Titanic. Allow me to show you the facilities available to second-class travelers.
Is that doorbot faulty?
Eh? Of course not.
Through here,
It's talking to the wall light.
you may see the Grand Axial Canal, second class.
It just walked into a closed door.
Scraliontis, that bastard.
Scraliontis?
Eh? Oh, nothing.
This way.
Now it's pointing at the ceiling.
Just follow me. Ignore the pot.
Enjoy your honeymoon, you lucky couple.
Wow! This is huge!
The central well occupies the keel of the starship. It's the spine of the ship.
And the thousands of lights moving up and down?
Elevators servicing the living quarters stacked below us. At the very bottom tier, near the bilges of the ship, are the Supergalactic Traveller Deluxe Suites. Above them, the second-class executive duplexes. And above them, far above them, are the fabulously appointed first-class staterooms.
But why the two great canals?
Well, for a start, they help cool the engines, but they also serve as recreational facilities. That's why we have the gondolas with automated gondoliers singing their own personal selection of Blerontinian folk songs. But they are not supposed to sing unless they've got passengers. That is Scraliontis.
Interesting. What about Scraliontis again?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Gondolier, over here.
Si, welcome to the Grand Canal.
Promenade deck level and get a move on.
Si, house proud and religious mother of twins.
What's wrong with the bots on this ship, Leovinus?
I'm telling you this in strictest confidence. I think Scraliontis has been skimping on the synthoneurons.
And that's a bad thing?
Every bot on the ship has a fail-safe neuron embedded in its circuitry to cancel out non-rational behavior.
Would the ladies like to hear me gargle our national anthem?
Or at least should have. Be quiet! Oh, God, this is bad news. I beg you, don't mention any of this.
Of course not.
Ah, here we are.
Grazie, signori.
This promenade deck is my particular favorite. I designed the very spec glass canopy so passengers can marvel at the radiant, mind-erupting brilliance of the galaxy.
And the exposed girders and protruding wires and empty space littered with builders' rubble?
This cannot be happening.
Oh, look, there is a parrot.
What is a parrot doing on board my beautiful ship?
It just flew into that lift.
Well, don't just stand there, Matt. Go after it.
But...
Hey! That's better.
Hey! Good day to you, sir, madam, or thing. And how may we assist you in your vertical transportation requirements today?
Open the bloody door!
Going up then.
No!
I'm out of my mind with the sheer joy of being your lift boat. Up is my favourite direction.
Shut up!
Thank you for using this door. You are now walking into Starship Titanic's inner sanctum. Please wipe your appendages.
Titania? Titania, where are you?
Here.
Titania, what has happened to you? Your hair, your wings. Who disfigured your face?
My name is Titania. I am the heart, the mind, the soul of Starship Titanic. I am a series
12 GZK-2000?
Omnibot consisting of 2 T neuroconnectors. Connectors.
My intelligent dear Titania, what has happened to my ship? What has happened to you?
Scrawny little man. Glasses.
Scrileontis, what has he done to you?
Central cerebral artery.
What of it?
Removed.
Your cerebral artery?
Removed.
But this could lead to a spontaneous massive existence failure.
Sleth. You must find my missing parts and reassemble them before.
Where is he?
First class.
Restaurant.
Good evening. I am your maitre d' bot for this evening. May I inquire whether you've booked?
No, but I designed this entire ship and coded your patronizing neuropersonality. Be quiet.
It'll be a great pleasure to not only be quiet, but belt up, cease to babble, and generally get lost for you, sir. But may I recommend a change of vestment before partaking of cocktails? The first-class restaurant requires a jacket and tie.
Out of my way.
I'm sorry, sir. Dressed as you are, I have to inform you that we are at the moment tottering on the cusp of fullness.
The place is empty. Scrileontis?
Or you could simply walk straight past me.
Scrileontis, what the hell are you playing at, may I ask?
Leovinus?
My ship is nowhere near ready for interstellar cruising. We have to abort the launch immediately.
Are you too high-minded to deal with grubby things like business and commerce, Leovinus?
You removed the fail-safe neurons from my bots.
Cost.
The gondolier bots can hardly sing their atmospheric Venetian arias in tune.
Cost.
And Titania's central cerebral artery is missing.
No, it's not. See.
Give it me. That belongs in the heart of the ship, Scrileontis.
Starship Titanic is on the brink of fiscal meltdown. Leovinus, has the word insurance never crossed your fixated little brain?
You're going to scuttle the ship?
And claim the insurance.
That is outrageous. I cannot allow this.
Could I ask both adorable sirs to lower their somewhat gobby voices? You're unsettling our discerning diners, and you're putting them off their rumbarbers.
There are no other diners.
You're choking me.
I know.
Gentlemen, we tried to discourage unarmed combat at luncheon. I've just crimped those napkins.
Leovinus? Leovinus? Oh, gods! Oh, gods! Oh, gods!
Sir seems to have left behind a small glassy cerebral artery. I'll pick it up for sir, shall I? Shall I?
What happened?
Would sir care to peruse the wine list now?
You see, I started life as a small egg, and then I was a chick, and that's when my feathers really started to come in.
Just make it stop.
Floor 11, my favourite level. Starship Titanic, first-class restaurant, central well entrance. Please be aware of the sheer drop beyond the handrail.
Out of my way!
Scrileontis!
He's not dead! I swear it!
Sounds juicy. Who's not dead?
Get out of my way!
Who isn't dead? What's the story, Scrileontis?
We're going to blow up!
Hang on. Blow up?
As I was saying, before this person rudely interrupted, I started life as a small egg, which then I became...
Be quiet! Scrileontis, is there a bomb on this ship?
Well done, you! Without Titania's central cerebral artery, there's nothing you can do! How's that for a scoop?
The singular sentence which Scrileontis would regret, in the very short time left to him to regret it, was not, as you may think, "How's that for a scoop?" but a sentence he uttered during the early days of cost-cutting measures, while sitting in his office jacuzzi. That sentence was,
"Why spend good money on a handrail no one's ever going to lean on?"
And with a probability so statistically unlikely it would make your ears pop, it was that self-same handrail against which Scrileontis was currently leaning. The situation was compounded by the intervention of a very frustrated parrot.
Never mind a bloody bomb! I was telling my life story!
Get it off me! Get it off me!
Bloody accountants!
Sirs, madams, and things, fellow Blerontinians, as the Gat of Blerontin, the ultra-lofty and most significant statesman on the planet, and as sadly the designer Leovinus Buckhamster is not here, it falls to me to officiate the launch of Starship Titanic. And due to the momentous magnitude of this launch, we have designated today a fish paste canopy event. Tasty! It is now my privilege to pull this cord, which will drop the great screens to reveal and launch the greatest starship ever built. I named this starship Titanic. May luck be with all who fly with her. 3, 2, 1, launch!
Oh, it's gone.
Rather intriguingly, and with the kind of synchronicity that makes astrophysicists whoop at the exact moment immediately following the spontaneous massive existence failure of the Starship Titanic, it succeeded in existing, by highly improbable coincidence, in stationary orbit directly above a mostly pleasant sector of a small blue-green planet, which the inhabitants, for reasons best known to themselves, had chosen to name Oxfordshire. At that precise moment, one of the planet's dominant life forms was pointing up at it, and with the primal curiosity which had precipitated thousands of years of evolutionary growth, was shouting,
"What the hell is that?"
It is a spaceship!
Something's dropping down from it.
It looks like an elevator.
Yeah. My phone's in the car. I'm calling the police.
Nigel, wait!
Lucy, are you okay?
Ah! I really don't think she is, Dan.
Good evening, unknown life forms. The proprietors of Starship Titanic Incorporated would like to unreservedly apologize for the inconvenience you experienced due to the wholly unintended emergency parking of their starship.
Ah!
This is not a language with which my memory banks are familiar, but I shall endeavour to replicate it. No. By way of apology, may we have the honour of offering you all a free cruise on our starship?
Ooh.
Every stateroom has hot and cold running water and complimentary minibar.
Well, I sure could use a drink.
The apology and offer have now been accepted and are bound by the company's terms and conditions, and thus obligatory. I unreservedly apologize for having to bring you aboard via the service elevator. Please do not be alarmed.
Oh God, oh God! Oh God!
Hello, Oxford Police Station, can I help you?
It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Didn't it, sir? Then there's not a lot we can do about it, sir. Could I suggest you call back when it does?
No, hang on.
Good evening.
Oh, did it just happen, sir?
Listen. A massive spaceship just appeared overhead. Someone who is clearly not human is sitting in my car, and one of his eyebrows has just fallen off.
Sorry about that.
I'm not entirely sure any of those are illegal, sir, but do feel free to call again when you come across something that is. Perhaps a little tonic with it next time, sir. Eh?
My God, smell that opulence.
This place is awesome!
This is the embarkation lobby, sir and madams. I am your reception desk board. As supergalactic travelers, you are entitled to pass through here, but your facilities are available on your own decks.
Lucy, you okay? Can you warn us if you're going to scream again?
I want to go home.
Well, I'm afraid you can't leave the ship. Now, I'm your desk bot for the duration of your entire checking-in experience. Do you have any pets?
When you say pets, do you mean, like, pets?
Personal electronic thingies. Pets. Every passenger on the Starship Titanic has a pet. If you have none, I could issue you some.
Thanks.
Perfect for interfacing with all our cybernetics facilities on board, and of course, for clocking up those oh-so-important space miles. Now, how may I help you?
Are we prisoners?
No, madam or thing, of course you are not prisoners. It is simply a physical impossibility for you to leave at this moment in time, because the starship is in flight.
Well, I demand to speak to the captain.
Oh, you can't speak to the captain. The captain's bridge is only accessible to first-class passengers.
Ah! Lucy?
Please refrain from shouting on the embarkation level. There may be first-class passengers about.
How do we get an upgrade?
I can only upgrade you if you pay in advance with a platinum exclusive card, or if you have accumulated the requisite amount of space miles.
Dan, Lucy, I have an idea. Come over here and huddle.
Tinkle my virtual bell if ever you need me.
Okay, so we're not going to get any help from that trumped-up dongle. We have to speak to the captain, but we can't speak to the captain because we're second class, so we need to find some way to communicate with him.
Agreed.
And there is only one place with which the captain needs to be in constant contact on any ship.
Exactly. Where?
The engine room. I'm going to find it.
What the hell is that?
The gondolier sang in her ear.
I think my boat just came in.
It is as a tip. See, customer-facing cybernetic gondola.
Can you take me to the engine room?
See, perspicacious lady orthodontist. I have pleasure to scoop you to your destination.
Shouldn't you be singing when you've got a passenger rather than the other way round?
Si, senora. There is something wrong with the ship's central intelligence system.
Excuse us, weird reception desk robot? Is it me, or is it getting hard to breathe in here?
And it's freezing.
Oh, thank you for asking. The oxygen and heating levels are set at maximum for your price range. And you have paid... Oh, let me just check. Nothing.
Oh, come on, this is bullcrap.
Dan, I'll go and find oxygen. You stay here and try and get us upgraded somehow.
Okay.
This jolly lady of Blancmange is engine room. Landing doors to manual. I like to sneeze on lemons. The gondolier was on his knees.
Welcome to the engine room.
Hello, Doorbot. I need to speak to the captain. I figure there may be some kind of communication device in the engine room that links directly to him.
Probably yes, but you can't speak to the captain.
Okay, Buster, see this?
Yes?
It may say John Lewis loyalty card, but it's actually a special customs and excise search warrant.
Oh, okay. Through you go. Have a nice day, Johnny.
Hello? Hello? We're passengers from Earth. We'd like to go back there. Maybe. Hello? Okay, come on, Nettie, figure it out. There has to be some sort of communication between the bridge and the engineers. Try up the ladder. Oh. Well, there's a button.
Thank you for your interest in the 1896 full-force Mega Scuttler, TM, a bomb to be proud of, which has been lovingly created for you by the Mega Scuttler Corporation of Dormillion and installed for your convenience upon this starship. It is my pleasure to inform you the Mega Scuttler, TM, is activated. Thank you for your interest in bombs.
That was a great little speech.
Thank you.
Do you know how I can speak to the captain?
I'm not programmed to talk to strangers.
Well, you can talk to me. I'm Nettie.
Hello, Nettie. I'm Bomb.
I bet you get to talk to the captain, don't you?
I expect I could if I wanted. I'm a pretty powerful bomb.
Then you're exactly who I need. I want to... What the hell? Oh, this is turning out to be a very bad day.
You know, I'm not programmed to deal with this level of stress.
The use of black hole technology in stellar travel was comparatively new, and so mind-paralyzingly powerful, it required careful and expensive safety precautions. Precautions which fell under the direct remit of Drut Scraliontis, who, while in his office jacuzzi, pondering how best to slash the construction costs of the incredibly strong glass company, TM, was recorded saying to their #1 double-glazing salesman,
"But there won't be anybody in the engine room."
Yeah, but you know how black holes can be, like, a bit dodge.
Listen, just use the lowest tolerance for the glass. I'm not paying any more.
And as Nettie was spiralling uncontrollably in the infinite vortex of the shipboard black hole, Lucy wasn't.
Hello, and welcome to the medical center of the Starship Titanic. We guarantee you will feel no pain once you've placed your credit card in our card care reader.
Oxygen. Oxygen. Oh God. What now? Hello? Anyone here?
Don't struggle. I could break your neck.
And I can scream really loud.
Really loud?
Painfully.
If I let you go, do you promise not to scream?
Yes.
There.
Ah!
Ow! You promised!
There's a body on the floor!
It's dead. Don't let it bother you.
It bothers me!
It could be worse. There could be a bomb on board.
There's a bomb on board?
Okay, there is a bomb on board, and that is the guy who planted it. Drute Scraliontis, the accountant.
And you're going through his pockets because?
To find a clue to where he put the bomb? Help me look.
You're going to have to forgive me here. Not so long ago, I and a small party of friends were happily contemplating our future running a modest restaurant in Oxfordshire. Now, I'm on a starship from God knows where to God knows where with a dead accountant and a life form I've never encountered before.
Blerontinian.
What?
I'm Blerontinian from Blerontin.
That's just white noise. Try me with a name.
On my planet, we don't have names, just job descriptions. I'm the journalist. Call me The.
I'm Lucy.
Excellent! Plan in the engine room, and that is the bomb right there. Come on!
And it never occurred to me oxygen would be something I'd ever run out of. Milk, avocados, and witty conversation, perhaps. But I thought there'd always be a fulsome supply of oxygen, right?
What an fascinating, sir.
Through you go, American Express Gold Card.
Okay, so this map shows the bomb is here.
Thank you for your interest in the 8D96 Full Force Mega Scuttler, TM. A bomb to be proud of.
Okay.
It is my pleasure to inform you the Mega Scuttler, TM, is now activated. Thank you for your interest in bombs. Countdown to detonation commencing. 1,000.
What the hell did you just do, The?
Well, I didn't know it was a Dormillion bomb. In Dormillion, the words press to arm bomb are very similar to would you like a cinnamon cappuccino?
You activated a bomb because you wanted a cappuccino?
Cinnamon?
What the hell are we going to do, The?
We need to speak to the captain.
We can't do that without being in first class.
Then we need an upgrade to first class.
We can't do that without money.
Then we need money.
We don't have money.
Then we need to abandon ship. Lifeboats!
I've always been rather fond of air. I love the way it keeps the clouds up. I love the whooshing noise it makes as it goes by.
Perhaps you should write it all down, sir.
Bomb!
Where are the lifeboats?
Did this creature just say bomb?
Dan, the.
There's a bomb on board.
I think you'll find bombs are generally harmless as long as they're not activated, the.
Listen, Dan, now's not the time to discuss who may or may not have activated a 12-megaton thermonuclear explosive device.
Oh, God, I've only just met you and I hate you.
We need to get to the lifeboats. Despot, how do we get to the lifeboats?
You'd have to get into first class.
Not again. Get us into first class now!
Unharmed my neurocortex. You'll shot me.
Listen, you dumb bot. This is a matter of life and death. We need to get to the lifeboats and... What the hell was that?
And what the hell is this?
Hello, Dan. Hello, Lucy.
Dear God, it looks like something exhumed from the Valley of the Kings.
In the room. I am actually in the room.
Nettie? Is that you? What the hell has happened to you?
I'm fine. Despot, take my personal electronic thingy and upgrade everyone.
Nothing fills me, Despot, with greater joy than upgrading passengers to our first-class facilities. You are now free to step forward into first class.
May I be the first to congratulate you on choosing this portal? A first-class door for first-class passengers.
Air!
Nettie, what happened to you?
To fully answer Lucy's question, it's vital to scroll back to the engine room, when Nettie was attempting to locate a device for contacting the ship's captain. And the moment she uttered the words,
"This is turning out to be a very bad day,"
every molecule in her cellular structure was subsumed through the low-tolerance double glazing supplied by the pitifully misnamed, incredibly strong glass company, TM, and sucked into the black hole. The tailspin into which Nettie was immediately thrown lasted a stupefying number of light years. The downside of this was Nettie aged enormously. The upside was she clocked up a spectacular amount of space miles. And when Lucy grabbed the desk bot by the neurocortex and said,
"Listen, you dumb bot, this is a matter of life and death."
The ensuing short circuit sent an abnormally high-phase electric spike back to the engine room, the impact of which swiftly jettisoned Nettie from the black hole, landing her outside the door to the embarkation lobby, which she walked through to hear Dan say,
"Dear God, it looks like something exhumed from the Valley of the Kings."
So, that's what happened.
So, that's what happened.
Wow.
And now I just need a little rest.
So, let's park the lifeboat idea and see if we can get the captain to take the ship back home.
Brilliant. And where else would a captain be but
the ship's bridge?
Come on! This is going to make such a great story.
I'll catch you up. I just need to freshen up.
Don't take too long.
Yes, this is what I need.
Hello! Welcome to Starship Titanic Beauty and Titivation Hub. Today's specials are nostril waxing, nipple tinting, dandruff grafting, aura champering, and a gentle slapping with a chaffinch.
Hello?
Oh dear.
Could you help me?
How long have you got?
Welcome to the bridge of the Starship Titanic. Please sanitize your orifices thoroughly.
Hello? Hello, Captain? Hello? Captain? Oh, great. The main feature of the ship's bridge seems to be a wholly and complete absence of something resembling a captain.
Indeed, the wholly and complete absence of something resembling Captain Brabostigan was, up until recently, the wholly and complete presence of something resembling Captain Brabostigan, which was, unsurprisingly, Captain Brabostigan. Having clocked up innumerable light years, travelling the vast eternities of space, Brabostigan could sniff a looming smef a light year away, and opted to jump ship nanoseconds before it occurred, leaving behind an extensive collection of computer games, his spats, and a farewell text message reading,
"So and thanks for all the fish paste sandwiches. Tasty."
Unfortunately, due to a design bug in his tridimensional sat-nav, his destination coordinates were inaccurate by 45 million to the power of 76, causing him to inadvertently rematerialize in a parallel universe aboard an almost exact replica of the Starship Titanic.
Oh dear.
Where everything was ever so slightly further to the left and mauve. Thankfully, he plays no further part in the story.
Who the hell wastes their lives playing computer games?
That's a very good question, Lucy.
I must say, that one looks particularly realistic. Look at those unidentified spacecraft approaching.
Alert. Unidentified spacecraft approaching.
Oh, that'll be reality then.
Yassakans! We're under attack!
Good afternoon. This is Captain Bolfas. Could I take this opportunity to kindly point out, should you not immediately surrender, we will blow you to smithereens.
How do we surrender?
Abject cowardice. What more could I ask for in a husband?
We really don't want to damage this magnificently rendered starship, you know, and you will be held responsible for any scaffing of the bodywork. Would you mind surrendering? Would you? Oh, this is so tiresome. Fire!
Look, they're on the hull. What are they doing on the hull?
They're repairing the damage.
They just caused it.
It's a key aspect of Yassakan evolutionary makeup. Their primal urge to cause carnage is finely balanced by an overwhelming need to immediately repair it.
Right, that does it. We are coming aboard.
Here, guns!
How the hell do I use this?
Ooh, like that, I guess.
I just set fire to the curtains?
You've singed the tassels. The Yassakans won't like that.
Nobody move! I will blast you scummy little life forms to hell and... who scotched those delightful little tassels?
Sorry.
I am Captain Bolfas of the Yassakans, and I'm slightly embarrassed to say
We are invading you.
Look, we're just passengers.
First-class passengers.
What a vessel! Never has there been a more wondrous construction in the entire history of our people. That cornice isn't quite flush, though.
Your people?
The Yassicans. We built it. Most of it. The Blerontinians botched the remainder.
You're destroying it all.
And repairing it simultaneously. Such is our way. Look at those magnificent carpets stitched from the sumptuous udder hair of the giant butterflies from the perfumed forests of...
But why? Oh my God, I've been shot!
Don't interrupt when I'm waxing lyrical.
Despite being a wholly peace-loving and kindly race, with a highly evolved skill for fixing and mending, the Yassicans are also prone to blind, bloodlusting rage when confronted with sloppy workmanship. These rages prompted Yassican scientists to develop the simulated destruction gun, which grants the user the momentary illusion of having wreaked terrifying and bloody havoc, when in fact, they haven't.
Oh no, I'm fine. False alarm.
Who's running the starship? Who's wearing the captain's spats? And is that unseasoned pine? That makes me mad! Look at the wretched finish on the mess tables. I've used an inferior wood which will warp badly after a couple of decades in use. And by the falls of Technic, they haven't even concealed the end grain with housed joints.
Welcome to the bridge of the Starship Titanic.
Who is this?
Nettie!
Who do you say? Nettie?
What's happened to you?
You're young again.
I feel 1,000 years younger.
You're beautiful.
Who the hell are you?
Captain Bolfas at your service. My dear lady, we are a marauding band of bloodthirsty craftsmen. I'm Captain Bolfas. This is Tidaloft.
Hello there.
This is Yartak.
Hello.
Yelin.
Hi.
Yemsek. Hi.
Is there really any point in introducing anyone to anyone if we're just going to be blown up? Huh? Really? Can I ask that?
Blown up?
By whom?
Oh, gods! The bomb! I'll speak to it. Engine room.
67. 66.
Hi, bomb.
I'm counting. I'm nearly there. 67. 66. No, wait. I've done that. 63. Oh, you've thrown me. Recommencing countdown. 1,999. What did you want?
Doesn't matter. You already did it.
1,999.
Now, perhaps you could kindly explain why you have put a bomb on our ship?
Your ship? Why are you attacking your ship?
We own it. We built it with our own fair hands.
Look at our fair hands.
And the Blerontinians took it from us without paying a penny. And look how they attempted to finish it off. Those tenants are barely haunched. Which brings me back to the pressing question. Why did you place a bomb on our ship?
It wasn't them. It was the ship's accountant, Straliontis. He placed the bomb on board.
And why?
To scuttle the ship to claim the insurance, but then it smeffed.
It smeffed? This is worse than I thought.
And then came back into existence near Earth. That's where these three came aboard.
So, what happened to Straliontis?
He fell to his death.
And Leovinus?
I saw him leaving the first-class restaurant with a glass shard in his hand.
I felt far more content when I knew less. Could you please stop telling me things?
All we want now is to get back to our planet. Captain Bolfas, listen. Could you guide this starship back to Earth?
I'd be delighted. The location coordinates will be safely stored within the immense memory of Titania. All I do is input the name of your planet, thus E-A-R-T-H.
The central cerebral battery's current status is missing.
The glass shard Leovinus was carrying!
And if we cannot locate the missing artery, then Titania cannot locate your Earth. We have no choice other than to limp back to Yassaka.
I think we could make it, sir. Just.
And what about the bomb?
We'll just have to keep resetting it whenever it gets near zero.
It'll be a long trip, sir. Days.
Do it.
This is what the entry for Yassaka says on the Omni website Planet Advisor. If you like DIY, this is the planet for you. Where once grew rainforests, now stand acres of laminated shelving units. Where once mighty rivers coursed majestically through green valleys, finely veneered sideboards and occasional tables now cluster around enchanting hillocks of scatter cushions and chindi rugs. All visitors to Yassaka require a passport, inoculation against 7 variants of bacterial fever, and a socket set.
Approaching Jessica, sir.
Another alarm. How exciting.
Attention, please. We are the official loss adjusters of the Magna-Core Insurance Company of Blaronti.
You said I could say that.
Shh.
Loss adjusters?
Blarontinian loss adjusters. Worst kind.
We hereby repossess this starship as lawful property of the Magna-Core
Insurance Company.
Evacuate immediately. When leaving the starship, please check you have all your luggage and belongings with you. So embarrassing.
Ow!
Every Jessican take arms. Tidaloft, show these adorable life forms to safe quarters.
I'd be delighted, sir.
You are addressing Captain Bullfat of the Jessicans. Starship Titanic was stolen from us, and our families have faced poverty and hunger ever since. It is ours by right of salvage, and we've brought it back to Jessica. So go suck yourselves.
Incoming loss adjusters.
Have some of that!
And some of this!
Nettie, Lucy, I do hope your guns are set to simulated destruction, otherwise you'll... Oh, you already have.
Great shot, Nettie.
Stop slaying loss adjusters.
I actually don't mind not fighting.
Everyone, in here.
Oh my god! We're in the engine room!
The bomb!
Are you there, Bomb?
23. Hello, Nettie.
Bomb, reset the countdown.
I was talking to Nettie.
Hello, Bomb.
I'm a bomb to be proud of.
I know you are, Bomb.
I like hearing your voice, Nettie.
I like hearing your voice, Bomb.
You're not just saying that.
They're getting closer.
I think they may slightly kill us.
Bomb?
Yes, Nettie.
Will you start the countdown again for us?
I really shouldn't, you know.
Please?
Okay, but this will be the very last time. Here goes. 1,999.
Thank you, Bomb.
Okay, let's see off these loss adjusters.
What the wet slap is happening now? Blarontinians never retreat. Non-Jessican life forms. Is this your doing?
They fired straight at them! Straight at them, sir!
You can thank us later.
You actually shot directly at them.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
It's exactly what you're not supposed to do. Jessicans have a strict moral code.
We were just trying to save our lives, your lives, and the ship, that's all. Can we deal with the bomb now?
Well, I think I should at least write a letter of apology to the Blarontinians first.
The bomb!
Oh, very well. I'll arrange to have it diffused.
835. 834.
Oh dear me. Who defused your last bomb? Look at that. Initiation fuses all over the place.
Do we have enough time?
Depends.
Hi, Nettie.
Hi, Bomb.
Don't you fret, my dear. I come from a long line of bomb disposal experts. My father was a bomb disposal expert. My grandmother was a bomb disposal expert. My uncle won the award for best bomb disposal in an alien language at the Bangies. Of course, he wasn't there to collect it himself. No.
Can we get on with it, please?
Now, I'm looking for the diffuse button. It's got to be here somewhere.
I am the diffuse button. Just to press me at will.
Ah, see? Automatic diffuser. That'll make life a bit easier for us.
Oh, thank you so much for pressing me.
That was surprisingly straightforward.
Congratulations! You have
temporarily
defused the 8D96 Full Force Mega Scuttler, TM.
Temporarily?
The 8D96 Full Force Mega Scuttler, TM, has direct integrated connectivity with Starship Titanic's internal cyber system, which is currently bouncing back intranet messages, rendering the order inoperative. Consequently, the 8D96 Full Force Mega Scuttler, TM, has gone into Doomsday Mode!
What the hell is Doomsday Mode?
You know what? I was just thinking that myself.
Do not approach me. Best to back off a few thousand light years. The 8D96 Full Force Mega Scuttler, TM, will detonate in precisely 6 million days from now. Thank you!
The perplexing peculiarity of the Dormillion Day is one which has baffled physicists for millennia. As the suns and moons on Dormilia have an erratic and inconsistent orbit, no day is ever the same length. Consequently, when an 8D96 Full Force Mega Scuttler, TM, promises to detonate in precisely 6 Dormillion days, no one quite knows what it means.
If you were to ask me, I'd say the only way to get that bomb out of Doomsday Mode is to find the central cerebral artery.
Which Leovinus has.
And he's on Earth. Once you replace that, I can cancel the Doomsday Mode, you see. It'll cost you, though, double time for weekends.
We have 6 million days.
10 Earth days, give or take.
Give or take what?
10 Earth days.
So to get the missing central cerebral artery, we need to find Leovinus somewhere on Earth.
He could be anywhere by now.
But we can't get to Earth because the central cerebral artery is missing.
Catch 18, as we say on Jessica.
We're screwed, as we say on Earth.
Welcome to the finely handcrafted planet of Jessica. Please have your passports, inoculation certificates, and socket threads ready for inspection.
Fellow Jessicans, due to the fact the Starship Titanic, the one object likely to bring back our wealth and prosperity, could explode at any given moment, I have opted to grade this welcome home party as amber. Please engage in low-level, joyless conversation. On the plus side, we do have fish paste sandwiches. Geschmackvoll!
Geschmackvoll! Something's been bugging me, guys. I've got something I need to tell you. Something you need to know. About the rectory.
The rectory?
I would have told you before, but with me and Nigel being together, it was difficult. Now, I guess it doesn't matter. Nigel never sold DNA travel for anything near what it was worth.
Really?
What a git.
That's why you never got to see the documents.
Not that we're ever likely to return to Earth anyway, but still.
What a git.
No, you would never have been able to pay for the rectory, never mind set up a restaurant under the stars. Oh, my God. I've got it! I've got the answer!
Excellent. What was the question?
Where's my phone?
I was hoping for a slightly more profound question, to be honest.
I've got to find my phone!
Raffle time! And the first prize is this lovely Earth phone. And the winning number is 43.
That's my phone! Give me back my phone!
Oh, I'm sorry, Neddy. On Jessica, it's traditional to steal and raffle off our honored guests' personal possessions.
It's not an Earth custom, mate!
43? I've got that!
Oh, well done, Tidoloft.
Give me that prize!
Oh, there you go.
I've still got power, and it's still there. Both us! I know how to get us to Earth!
Really?
Look at this video. This is the place Dan and Lucy were buying.
And this will help how?
It's taken at night. You can see the constellations. If you get the coordinates of the star patterns, we'll be able to find Earth.
Guts, you're right. There will only be one place in the entire cosmos with stars in that exact configuration. Put down those Dentresi crab sticks. Set a course, Tidoloft. Sir.
For the most respected and venerated mind in the known and indeed unknown universe, being locked in a cold cell on a neglected and evolutionary retrograde planet was not Leovinus's idea of a wild night out. He idly detached and reattached his eyebrows as he contemplated his situation.
Being unconscious throughout the entire spontaneous massive existence failure was not my mistake. Neither was finding myself in a field clutching the central cerebral artery as the starship I lavished time and energy on rose into the night sky, leaving me stranded on this unknown and slightly damp planet. No, my mistake was climbing inside something called a mini Clubman Classic and discovering it already occupied by a particularly dim-looking carbon-based life form called Nigel, who, instead of following universal greeting protocols, screamed like a dingo, shouted,
"Everything I have is in the glove compartment! Just don't harm me!"
Then wet himself. My final mistake was allowing it to drive me to my current place of residence, which I am becoming increasingly convinced is not an hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen of diverse species, tribes, classifications, we have arrived at ZZ9 Plural Z Alpha, planet Earth. Launch the landing craft!
UK, Oxfordshire, Sector 567A, Subsector 9, and closing. Your rectory.
It's deserted.
Okay, I need to talk to Nigel. We left him cowering in the car. He must have seen Leovinus leaving the ship. I've got to talk to him. Oh, damn, no signal. We'll have to go to his flat.
Location?
London, Earl's Court Road.
That's right, Mrs. Johnson. Can I call you Mabel? Well, the last thing I'd need, Mabel, is the last 3 digits on the back of the card. Could you hold for a moment, Mabel?
Nigel!
Oh, Nettie! Weren't you abducted by aliens?
Nigel, this is urgent.
And how did you get in?
You gave me a key when we were in a relationship.
Were? Past tense? Depressing.
Listen, I need you to think back to the night of the spaceship.
Spaceship?
After it took off, did you see anyone?
You mean like a therapist?
No! Did you see an old man hanging around the place?
Well...
Nigel, our entire civilization depends on this.
White beard?
White beard? Carrying a glass shard?
Yes, I did.
And?
I took him to Oxford Police Station.
That's it. That's all I need. Here's your key back. Have a great life.
Bye then.
Here, Methuselah. You got visitors, mate.
Leovinus!
My dear friend, a fellow Blerontinian, what an utter joy to see you.
Leovinus, have you got it?
It, my dear lady? Well, I'm no longer sure whether I still have it or whether it was lost eons ago. When I look back on my long existence, I feel I've frittered it away.
I mean, do you have the central cerebral artery?
Oh, that? Oh, I threw it away.
Where?
In that slop bucket over there.
Oh, God!
I'd give it a rinse if I were you.
Would you like a police-issue rubber glove, madam?
How long will it take us to get back to the ship?
20 or so Earth minutes.
And 20 or so Earth minutes was, give or take the odd nanosecond, almost precisely the time it took. Then, out of the inky blackness of the cosmos, refracting radiant shafts of golden light off its majestic hull, surged the breathtakingly awesome shape of Starship Titanic.
Thank you for using this door. You are now walking into Starship Titanic's inner sanctum. Please wipe your appendages.
Titania, I return to you your central cerebral artery.
I am Titania.
Is that a good sound or a bad sound?
That, my friend, is the very reassuring sound of unused neurons pulsing new life into the greatest ship ever created.
I am a Series 12 GZK 2000 Omnibot, and all will be well once more.
And in the engine room with our bomb disposal expert.
You are clear to go ahead, my friend. I'm an 8D96 full-force mega scuttler, TM. A bomb to be proud of. You have successfully pressed the defuse button, and I am now incapable of thermonuclear destruction. We're sorry we will not be fulfilling your annihilation requirements today. Thank you for using our service. Please complete our customer satisfaction survey.
Goodbye, Bomb.
Goodbye, Nettie. And thank you.
Of the many and varied alternative realities in the magnitude of the multiverse, it would have been very satisfying to hear that Captain Bolfas and his Yassican mercenaries continued to viciously handicraft their way across the universe, wrecking and repairing in equal measure, or that Leovinus had spent increasingly more time nurturing Titania's growth. It would have been totally gratifying to hear Nettie had become the CEO of the Starship Titanic and turned it into the finest star hotel in the cosmos. Or that Dan and Lucy had returned to Earth after being married by the only ordained minister on board.
You may now kiss the bride.
Those were just some of the infinite endings. However, in a far more intriguing alternate universe, the parrot, in a moment of frenzied curiosity, broke through what is known in the sub-ether wireless community as the fourth speaker and found itself face to beak with the Encyclopedia Galactica.
Is that it?
The Encyclopedia Galactica tentatively gathered its footnotes close to its screen. Never in its entire history had it been directly addressed by one of its own entries.
Is that how we end? Not another another they all lived happily ever after story. Come on! We want something far more surprising!
The Encyclopedia Galactica, which still had several million entries to spell check before bedtime, was beginning to get more than a little cheesed off, and found itself reaching out to a large red button with the words "in case of emergency" written on it in large friendly letters. And before the parrot had the time to add any further existential paradoxes into the mix, pushed it. And within the nanoest of nanoseconds, the Starship Titanic had reconfigured, rearranged, reconstituted and reconceptualized itself as a...
Computer game?
That's right, Parrot. A computer game.
Very postmodern. What happens next then?
Why don't you press play and then pass me a fish paste sandwich?
Tasty!
The intriguing and altogether bizarre story of the Starship Titanic began, not as many believed, at the launch ceremony on the planet...
Bloody encyclopedias!
Thank you for your interest in Douglas Adams' Starship Titanic by Terry Jones, rebooted for audio by Ian Billings, starring Michael Palin as the Encyclopedia Galactica and Simon Jones as Scradiontis. Nicholas Bolton was Leovinus and Bolfas. Rupert Degar was Dan, Hackett and the Parrot. Philip Pope was the journalist and a gondolier. Alana Ramsey was Nettie and the computer. Ian Billings was the liftbot, the engine room door and Loss Adjuster 1. Rebecca Yo was Lucy and Loss Adjuster 2. Tom Alexander was Nigel, the gondolier and the bomb. And Laurel Lefko was Titania. Other roles were played by the cast. The music was by Philip Pope. The producer was David Morley. Starship Titanic is a perfectly normal production, directed by Dirk Maggs for BBC Radio 4.
The Blade of the Poisoner by Douglas Hill, adapted by Wally K. Daly.
I was in Wellwood when the terrible thing happened. So being in Wellwood, I didn't see the soldiers enter the village of my people.
Everybody, out of your huts! And into the square! Now!
And I didn't see the butchery that soon followed. But always in my mind's eye, I pictured it, knowing that I couldn't possibly make it worse than it really was. No, I was in Wellwood when it started, hunting bushy-tailed animals with a pretend wooden spear. Little knowing that even though only 12, soon I would be fighting for my life with any weapon that came to hand. I am Jarrell. This is my story.
Roll up! Roll up! See the most amazing show in the city of Gigante. Father, man of many blades. Watch him, the most death-defying juggler in the world. Watch as he juggles with every size and shape of razor, sharp knife and sword, risking death with every toss into the air. For he juggles blindfold. Ladies and gentlemen, roll up, roll up. See Carver, men of many blades. Yeah, that's not a bad trick, that far. How do you reckon he does that? People can't see to touch the hills.
Gives any soldier is a trick, and a bad trick at that. He leaves his face to see through the thong of leather he ties round his eyes. Man's a charlatan.
Here, hang on, Sarge. Some crumpet coming on stage.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Carver will perform as no other knife man in the world would dare perform. He will throw these weapons at a living target. Myself, Dorina, while he is still blindfolded.
But I was in Wellwood and didn't hear it first. Just went on playing. Until...
What was that? The village. It's coming from the village. Let's get back to the track. Go home, see what's going on. Round the bend ahead, and then just another mile or so. Don't be there. No. A giant figure running along the path towards me, carrying a giant bow. It's my friend, the huntress. I'm safe. Archer, what's happening?
Oh, horrible things, Gerald. Things I can hardly make myself speak about. You are young, but you must be brave. What I must tell you is the worst thing you've known in your life. Your village has been destroyed.
No!
Yes, everyone is dead except you.
My guardian!
Everyone. The cottages, the barns, the fields, the gardens, all has been crushed and burned. There's nothing left.
Who did it, Archer? Why would anyone do that?
I do not know why. But I do know that Prince Meftic did it, or ordered it to be done by soldiery creatures.
Prince Meftic?
He who is called the Poisoner, ruler of all these lands, this whole eastern domain.
Why would a prince destroy a village and kill everyone? What did we do?
I do not know, Gerald. Who can read the mind of such a man? He is the Poisoner, a man of terrible cruelty and evil.
What's going to happen to me?
You will come with me. We've been friends many years now. You're an orphan like I am, so I always thought of you as kin.
Oh, Archer, my poor guardians. They were always so good to me.
We cannot mourn properly now. The Poisoner's servants are still in Wellwood. They'll be hunting for any who ran to the forest. We must get away swiftly.
Can we go and look at the village first?
No. There's nothing left to see except horror. Remember it as you last saw it. Be still.
What?
Soldiers there.
Does the soldiers wear green?
Everybody connected with Meftic wears green. It is the colour that marks. Listen. There's something besides soldiers on that ridge, Gerald.
What are those creatures?
We must run as fast as we can. You must keep going deep into the forest without looking back. No matter what I do or what you hear, keep running until you can run no more. And then walk or crawl if you must, but do not stop. Do you understand, Gerald? If you value your life, do not stop.
There's a little close for comfort, Carver.
Have I ever harmed you yet? Your body's just about marked out on the board now. A short sword to rest above your head. Then 2 throwing knives, one on either side of your throat, should finish the baton nicely. Throw! And the show is ended!
You're right, Sarge. It's a trick. It must be a trick. Fakery! It's a trick, Dope. We'll prove it to these clowns before he's done. Yeah. Ran out of blades, blind man. We'll take this one.
Tommy, he's thrown his knife at your back.
Not to worry, Dorina.
You swayed and avoided it without turning. How did you see it, Carver? How did you see it?
No time for chat. I must return the sergeant's knife. Here, Sergeant, have it back. Your needs are greater than mine.
It's a straight for us. Get back.
Archer, where are you? She's gone. Let's keep running. Oh no, a soldier and a horseback coming up behind. That's Archer's bow. She got him.
It's me. It's me. Do not slow down, Gerald. The danger is great.
I've got to stop Archer. My lungs are burning.
You can't stop. You're running for your life. Run.
Something close behind Archer.
Keep running. I'll fire off a shot.
She didn't hit it. Whatever it is, she didn't hit it. Impossible. She never misses. You missed, Archer.
Yes. Strange. Still, it fled from the path behind us into the forest. That'll slow it down a little. Keep running, round the bend and then onwards. No, stop, Gerald. Our path is blocked.
A barrier across the path. Sticky and shiny. Hides the trees. What is it?
A web, Gerald. But not any ordinary web. Strong enough to hold a man in its grip.
Look, what creature could have made such a massive thing?
Hold it there, the two of you.
Oh.
We've been expecting you. As you see, 20 of us, our crossbows point steady at your heart. If you are ready to die, make a move. And now our little friends come to join us.
They're spiders, Archer. Giant black spiders.
Quite right, young boy. Bigger than a fighting dog and twice as vicious. One move and I set them on you.
Now to get rid of this damn strip of leather from my eyes. That's better.
You took a great risk with the soldiers, Carver.
They took the risk, Dorina.
They're soldiers of the poisoner, and you've made enemies of them.
I've made worse enemies.
I don't doubt that. Carver, won't you tell me, how do you do it? I know it's a real blindfold, and that sergeant's knife was thrown at your back.
I told you, Dorina. I have a trick for seeing past the blindfold. But it's my stage secret. Look, go finish clearing the stage. Oh, so many things she doesn't know. Doesn't know the secret of my wooden staff that stands over there in the corner. And if she saw me rest fingers on my eyeballs like this, saw me remove my fingers along with the 2 glass pieces that are now resting on the fingertips, saw that on the glass was drawn pupils and iris, perfect painted imitation eyes, and then finally saw what had been hidden behind the glass imitations, 2 shiny black-dead eyeballs staring from their sockets. Not a pretty sight for a young woman who thinks she's in love. The mirror on the wall behind me. Flickering flames appearing in it. The flames forming into words. Seek Archer in the Wellwood. Save the boy. So what problem has Archer got herself into this time, that she cannot save the boy herself? Oh, good old Krill and his messages in the mirror. Wouldn't bother to mention where to find this Wellwood, or why Archer can't save this unnamed boy herself. Oh, dear. My leaving so suddenly will of course make Dorina unhappy. For about a day and a half.
All right, blind man. You're going to learn you can't make a fool out of me.
You're doing that all by yourself, Sergeant.
Well, watch me, I catch you and fix the tail off of that juggler.
You can but try. Meanwhile, let's even it up a little bit. Get rid of these soldiers of yours with a well-aimed kick or 2.
A bad mistake to turn your back on a man with a sword.
Are you sure?
He stuck me, Sergeant! He stuck! Oh, no!
And now, Sergeant, I will show you a secret that few see. I will show you the secret of my staff here in the corner. One twist of the head, and there you have it. A curved sword fit to match the best. Now, your soldiers being out of action, face me man to man.
Carver?
Your eyes.
What about his eye? Oh.
I've heard of one like you. A warrior of great skill whose dead black eyes can see beyond them before. All around and in every direction.
You've heard that, have you?
Men say he may be a demon. Or a talent. They say his true name rises from the blade he wields. Scythe, they call him. Scythe the blind man. Scythe the seer.
You shouldn't worry about names too much. Or swords that curve like this one does.
No. I'm getting out of here, Sergeant!
Dorina, I must be on my way.
Your eyes, shiny black, empty. They look very...
Oh, well, perhaps it's for the best. I hate long goodbyes.
What can we do, Archer? For the moment, nothing. But I guess they await their master.
All hail Prince Meptic.
Hail Prince Meptic!
Oh, no. It's the poisoner himself.
An excellent hunt. How amusing to see again that frightened beasts will flee blindly into well-set traps. She has not been disarmed.
No, Highness, your pardon. You, get her weapons. Very good, sir. Throw down your bow and the knife at your belt.
And if I don't?
At this range, a bolt from my crossbow will go straight through you.
True.
Very sensible.
Nor has she been bound.
Your pardon, Highness. Being a giantess...
It seems I must do these things myself. Couple!
The spider approached at his bidding. His hand, making passes over it.
Bind her tight!
Watch out, Doctor! It's going to wrap you in the cord, spewing from its belly. Too late! It's round me. I can't break it.
Excellent! A most gratifying day. All shall be rewarded. Now, giantess, stop your futile struggling against the binding and explain your presence here.
We are but innocent wayfarers, Prince Meftic.
Innocent you probably never were. And certainly not now you have slain one of my men. Your arrows fly too far and too true for those of a mere wayfarer. I am quite sure I know what you and the whelp are, and I will soon have it confirmed by my master. The boy, I believe, is a survivor from that wretched village, and you, giantess, are almost certainly an agent of that fool of a wizard, Krilltor Tabatang, who foolishly dreams of opposing my master.
Whatever I may be, Prince, the boy is of no importance.
A person of your size and strength, giantess, will provide a valuable subject on whom I can test some of my newer venom.
I have no fear of dying, no matter how soon it must be, but the boy...
Soon? Oh, no. I can guarantee you many weeks of unbridled torment before I finally put an end to you. As for the whelp, he is simply a piece of unfinished business, but it would be a pity to finish it too soon.
You've already killed everybody but him from his village. Why continue the slaughter?
His pathetic village was erased far too quickly to provide much amusement. Perhaps the boy should be honored through being shown the way to death by my favorite plaything.
Meftic, you cannot.
Again, you tell me what I can and cannot do.
He's a child. Use your vile blade on me if it must be.
I have told you of my plans for you, outlaw. But the boy...
He crossed to stand in front of me, looking at me cruelly for long moments without speaking. Then he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. The sword had emeralds embedded in its hilt, and the blade of the sword was stained a livid, sickly green, even lighter and uglier than the uniforms of his soldiers. All the while Archer grovelled at his feet, begging that he should spare me.
No,
For her to do that, I knew, meant I was indeed in great danger.
Don't do it, Meftic. In the name of all that's holy, don't do it.
Well, boy, how do you like the look of the blade of the poisoner? Ready to feel its killing kiss.
Where's he gone? Gotta be some kind of devil spawn, eyes like that. Oh, gotta be no kind of human.
I'm human. If I'm cut, I bleed. But you two together will never be good enough to find that out for yourselves. No, you have nothing to fear. I might have killed your sergeant had he stayed to fight, but I don't kill those who are unarmed or unmanned by fear, as you two are. So, my glass eye coverings are both smashed beyond redemption. So now, a cloak and a leather thong to hide the sockets, and you see, I am a blind beggar again. Sword back in its scabbard, knives in their holster at the back of my neck. And now, soldiers, I shall be on my way. I don't suppose that either of you knows a place called Wellwood.
Wellwood, sir. Big forest eastways, beyond the far barrens. You follow the Bloodvein River, past a big waterfall called the Chime, sir.
Good. I know the barrens.
The Prince Meftic, he's travelling out that way to go hunting.
Hunting? Now I understand. I know what happens when the poisoner hunts, and how he treats those he captures.
Take hold of her! Come on! Let me tell you about my toy, little boy.
I don't want to hear about it. I just want your soldiers to leave Archer alone.
You will hear whether you wish to or not. It is a gift from my master, a magical sword. People call it the Tainted Blade, but I prefer another name. I call it The blade of lingering death. Lingering, boy. Note that.
No, don't touch me with it.
You're wise to pull your cheek out of reach of it. A mere scratch from this blade is fatal, but not at once. In fact, not until the next full turning of the moon. And then the person with the scratch falls dead, as if stabbed to the heart. Do you understand? No ill effects at all until the moon completes its changes.
No, keep it away from my face.
But during the time before the moon changes, the wounded person sees his death drawing closer, reaching for him in every moment. For all those days, he feels terror and despair, waiting for the moon to complete its changes. He is dying in his mind, all that time, dying in every moment of every day. Here is your honor, boy. Last night, the moon was full. 4 weeks hence, another full moon will rise, though you will not see it. By then, you will be in my throne room to provide my entertainment, but you will not enjoy it. For that full moonrise will be the last moment of your life. Take my mark, boy, and begin your months of dying.
No!
As ever, Hob, my old friend, you've got us here in splendid time. No, that's all right. You don't have to thank me. That's it, Hob, the waterfall known as the Chime to our left. Well on track for Wellwood. We'll camp here tonight and take our bearings. Here, not so fast with the welcome, Hob. May not be a friend. I see now. Going into the forest. Not wearing green, so at least it's not a soldier of the poisoner. Hey up, Hob. Let's go and see who travels the road with us. Now, they are wearing green. Come on, Hob. Pathway's getting crowded. Down the ridge, Hob, and head for the trees. We've been spotted, Hob! Okay, Hob. Away you run and make yourself scarce. Catch up with you soon. Now, into the bushes. See how keen they are to find me.
Well, she's in here somewhere. I saw her clear. Look at it.
She? Surely even soldiers couldn't mistake a blind beggar man in a cloak for a woman. Someone crawling toward me from behind. Young woman, so that's who they're searching for. Slim, blonde, pretty. And pretty superior by the looks of her. Fine clothes and leading a fine white horse with a good saddle. Stop where you are, girl.
How did you see me? Your eyes are covered.
The question is why you're creeping up behind me.
I didn't even see you there. I was watching for the soldiers.
Then what is a little rich girl doing out here alone, hiding from the soldiers?
You will not speak to me so. I am the Lady Mandragorina, daughter of Lord Felly of Fellyhale, who is warden of the northern area.
If you say so, the question still stands. Why are you here?
I was sent to this road to wait for someone. A blind man who sees more fully than men without eyes. You cover your eyes, yet you seem to see me behind you.
By any chance, were you sent by one who wears only blue, has a very good opinion of himself, and likes speaking in riddles?
Oh, yes, that's Krill.
Yes, Krill Tor Tabatang, sorcerer, outlaw, humorist, collector of talents, who could never do anything as simple as telling you my name.
Still, I suppose there can be no other blind man with vision like you. It is a true talent.
Yes, I can see all around me, above and below at once, but with part of my mind, not my eyes. Look.
The Grim Reaper.
Why did you say that?
An image came to my mind of a figure in a hooded cloak bearing a scythe.
I've had many names in many places, but most often, by those who know me, I'm called Scythe. Because like the figure in your image, I've harvested a number of lives from the camp of the enemy. And it is your talent, then, that brought you to Krill? Reaching into the minds of others?
In a way, but getting images from others' minds happens only with some difficulty. My main talent...
The soldiers return. Back into the bushes.
No need.
What?
Where is your horse?
I sent him on. The green ones would find a cat in these woods more easily than Hob when he's hiding. But with you and your mare, we have little chance of staying out of sight.
You are wrong. With me, there is every chance.
My throwing knives will even the numbers a little. Wait here.
No, we both stay here. Just stand still and don't make a sound.
We will be seen and taken captive.
Watch.
He was a madman. He'd ripped my garment and left me bare-chested. Then he went to carve me with the sword, his eyes gleaming with the pleasure of it, a touch of saliva at the corner of his mouth, when suddenly he had been stopped. No matter how hard he tried to cut me with the sword, it wouldn't move. I saw Archer was sitting on the ground, her eyes tight closed, her face strained, and I realized this was somehow of her doing. Suddenly the sword started curving round in Meftik's hand. Instead of my chest, it was heading for Meftik's throat.
It's a talent! Stop her! Stop her! She's turning the blade on me! Knock her unconscious! Quickly! Knock her unconscious, you idiot! Lock her down! The sword is going to cut me!
But they'll...
I tell you, I'm sure they must be here somewhere. I heard voices.
I don't believe it. They're near enough to touch. They must be blind.
Quiet.
You're dreaming, soldier. There's no one to be seen anywhere. Let's go back and join the others. Oh, shut it. There's no need for that. There's no female company around for you, lad. I guess you're both right. Nothing. Right. They must have ridden out on the far side. Let's go.
Well, that was well done, whatever it was.
My main talent is making people see things or not. They looked at us and saw 3 small bushes.
Their horses seemed troubled.
The horses saw what the men saw, but they could smell us, especially Pearl, my mare. We must have seen very strange bushes to them.
Then my thanks, and my apologies for not paying attention at first. A pleasure to meet you, my lady Mandragorina.
My friends call me Mandra.
Mandra it is, and I'm Scythe. And here comes my faithful Hob. Not as lovely as your Pearl, but he has surprised many men and outrun many horses. In times past, he's been my only friend.
Your only friend? What about Krill?
I owe the wizard much, of course. When I was a stripling of about your age, 15?
14 and a half.
Near enough. Krill plucked me from poverty, found a teacher to give me warrior skills, developed my talent when it showed itself. But I don't think of him as a friend. I'm simply in his service, doing his bidding against the enemy. As I'm doing now, riding to the Wellwood.
Krill mentioned that name, the Wellwood, when he sent me here.
You seem very young to be sent on a mission. With Meftik abroad, the risk could be great.
I'm not afraid. Besides, Krill said that my talent would be needed beyond the Wellwood.
Interesting.
But who is Archer? And this boy who must be saved?
Archer is another of Krill's collection of talents. As for the boy, the wizard told me nothing. No doubt we'll learn more when we find Archer, who is probably well in control of the situation by now.
That's it, sire. No fight left in her.
Good. Now, I will proceed with the boy.
You're a beast! Have your men strike down a defenseless woman, Meftik?
No, do not fire at him. That is much too pleasant an end. Don't you understand, little boy? There is no escape for you or her. Now begins your death, which will end finally when next the moon is full. One scratch will do. But for your impertinence, you may have the honor of my signature on your chest. The letter M. A straight line down. A line coming sideways from the top of the first. I line going up from the end of that line. And another straight line down to finish. See, a perfect bloody letter M on your chest. And so begins your journey to your death, little boy.
Look! The leaves and twigs in the path ahead are being twirled by the wind.
And the wind, no doubt, being twirled by krill.
You think...
Oh, yes. A message is surely on its way. Wait till they all fall. You'll see.
You're right. Make haste. The poisoner is in the wellwood. The blade has been used on the boy. What does it mean? What blade?
The blade of the poisoner. And if it has indeed been used, in 4 weeks' time the boy will die in agony.
After cutting the letter M on my chest with the tainted blade, Prince Meftic went back into the forest with some of the soldiers, leaving Archer, the giant bowwoman, and me to be guarded by the remainder. We were taken to their camp in a clearing and chained so we couldn't escape. From where I sat on the ground, I could see the moon through the trees. It was just a thin sliver. And I knew that in 4 weeks' time, when it was full, the cut that now burned my chest would finish its work, and I would drop down dead. The thought went endlessly round and round in my head, a truth I couldn't escape. In 1 month I was to die.
Gerald.
Yes?
Things are not as bad as they seem. Someone will come for us. Just as I was sent to your aid, others will be sent to ours.
What does it matter? I'm going to die in 4 weeks.
No. There is one who can save you. One who has great powers, who will know how to heal the wound of the blade. You mustn't despair.
You're just saying that to make me feel better.
I'm saying it because it is true. Though certainly it makes me feel better knowing it.
Who can help?
A wizard called Krill. My master. He's a man of great power and goodness. He's devoted his life to a struggle against the evil that overwhelms this world we live in.
You mean Prince Meftic?
The poisoner is only one of a number of evil little rulers throughout the world. They themselves are ruled by another, the evil master. Those who know and fear him have their own name for him. We call him the Demon Driver.
I never knew any of this. And then I think what was done to me. Done to my village.
You must be strong, Gerald. You've lived in a child's innocence in the sheltering wellwood, but now there is no more shelter. You must leave this forest, just as you must leave innocence.
I'm only a child.
And you must grow up quickly. You've shown strength already. Many in your position might have been driven mad, but now you must show more strength and courage. Be sure you will not be alone. Others will come.
You said you were sent to help me. Why?
The wizard whom I serve sends me where he wills. Does not always give his reasons.
That's Krill.
Yes. I know he keeps watch when he can on events throughout the world. Perhaps he knew that the poisoner was ordered to destroy your village.
But why was the village destroyed in the first place? Why did everyone have to die?
I'm not certain, Gerald. But at times, the Demon Driver has ordered such horrors so as to destroy someone who might come to oppose him. Meanwhile, Krill strives to maintain a fighting force of people like myself. Equally, the enemy strives to find and destroy us.
Are those other people giants like you?
No. They're like me only because they too have been born with what we call talents. These are very rare and special mental powers. Remember when Meftic first tried to cut you and couldn't?
Yes.
It's a talent! Stop her! Stop her! She's turning the blade on me! Knock her unconscious! Quickly! Knock her unconscious, you idiot! Knock her down! The sword is going to cut me!
You used magic to stop the sword cutting me.
No, I used my talent. True magic is only possessed by very rare individuals like Krill and operates in a different way, whereas talent is the ability of making things work by the mind alone. My talent is the ability to move and control objects simply with mental powers. That's why I can direct my arrows to their targets.
And that's how you controlled Meftik's sword blade.
Exactly. If they hadn't knocked me out, I would have succeeded in cutting him.
Can't you use your talents for us now?
I could unfasten our chains with my talent, but it would not help me to face 6 armed soldiers bare-handed.
But you think this Krill will send other people with talents to help us?
Without a doubt. Krill's powers allow him to watch events and sometimes foresee them anywhere in the world. He will know of our situation. He might even come himself, though that would be a great risk for him. The enemy seeks tirelessly to find and destroy him.
Is Krill as powerful as the enemy?
Probably not. But if he can gather enough talents to aid him... Wait.
Oh, no! Soldiers! I must get away!
Oh, let's go catch her. Shoot every day of the week.
Woman! No idea. Never seen her before in my life.
So beautiful. Lovely, long black hair. Will she be safe?
I think she'll be safe enough. By the sounds of it, the help I said would be coming has arrived.
The soldier's coming back. He has a knife in his back.
Now I understand. If I'm not very much mistaken.
A beggar man in a cloak also coming out of the forest.
Archer.
Sighs. I wondered if it would be you. Was that one of your girlfriends on the horse?
A girl, yes, and a friend, yes, but not what you think. Come, Mandra.
It's not the same woman, Archer. She's just a girl, and she's blonde. It was the woman in scarlet on the horse.
I imagine all will be explained.
This is Lady Mandragorina of Felly Hale, whose friends call her Mandra, and who can make people see whatever she chooses. Their mothers, their wives, or even raven-haired runaways in scarlet gowns on black horses to tempt soldiers into traps. Quite a useful little talent. My Lady Mandragorina, this is archer, warrior, and bowwoman of many talents.
Not so many she can avoid being captured, it seems.
Forgive us for not standing, my lady. A moment while I remove these chains.
They broke and fell away without you touching them. How did you do that?
Practice. The same goes for floating bow and arrows and hunting knife to my hand without touching them. Stand, Gerald. Try to flex your legs. Get them moving again.
Sci said you were tall, but... You're tall. And this will be the mysterious boy we were sent to save.
Correct.
Does he always let his mouth hang open in that unsightly way?
It's sad that your ladyship's talents do not include good manners.
Nice to see you're becoming such good friends.
This is my good friend Jarl.
Hi.
This is Scythe. He can see without eyes. Show him what you make do with for eyes, Scythe.
A pleasure.
They're just black and lifeless.
I see in a different way from normal people. Now we should move, before Meftik comes to join the party.
He's elsewhere in the forest, seeking other survivors from the village.
We had a message that the blade had been used.
It has. Open your shirt, Jarl.
Signed with the tainted blade. How long do we have?
4 weeks, till the full moon.
Does it hurt? Just cold and numb, like frostbite.
4 weeks is time enough. We can get him to Krill, or get him somewhere safe where Krill can come to us.
Let's collect some supplies and be on our way.
Look, I don't understand why we're doing this.
To save Jarl's life, why else?
Oh, of course, but Prince Meftik must kill people all the time. And Krill doesn't always send his talents to help. Why has he done so now?
Must be the lad's important, which likely means a talent. So he's probably the one who Meftik was aiming to kill when he wiped out the village.
It must be so.
And Krill must also have become aware of the young boy's growing talent and sent you to help.
But I'm no talent. I haven't got any kind of power or anything.
You wouldn't know. Talents don't start to show until the age of 13 or so. Krill can explain it all when we get to him, while he's fixing the wound.
What is it? One of Meftik's monster spiders.
Spiders?
Giant spiders. One of the 7 black widows who obey his command.
I saw one earlier today, shot at it, but missed. How would you explain that, Scythe?
Those things can sense a missile coming at them. At the last second, they leap aside.
That's so. Then perhaps there is a way.
Oh, it must mean that the poisoner is coming back.
More likely the creature's ranging on its own. Mystic often lets them roam free, and it's fast enough to cover a huge area.
Oh, wonderful. What other facts can you terrify us with?
Many. The venom of the widows will kill anything. Their jaws are like shears. They can outrun any horse. They can climb anything.
Enough. Let us ride. Oh, I'd pay a good price for a brushwood torch.
Near enough to see a torch in the forest. I don't need light to see. I'll lead. Just let your horses follow Hob. Whoa, Hob!
What is it, Scythe?
I've lost track of the sound of the spider. Wait here. I'll go back into the trees a little way to see what's to see. Make sure we're not being followed. Wait here, Hob.
Archer, are these widow monsters supernatural?
No. They're natural creatures that have been enlarged by magic, Gerald, not created by magic. So they can be slain by human weapons.
Those that hit their target, that is.
Archer never missed before.
Keep your voices down, or Mystic won't miss us.
Anything?
Nothing unusual. But the thing is out there somewhere. The whole forest has gone as still as death.
It was the same after the village was destroyed.
Let's keep moving.
We rode on through the dark of the forest, and every inch of the way my back crawled at the thought of a giant spider on our trail. At least when we could hear them, we knew they were far away, but when they were silent... I remembered the look of them, bigger than fighting dogs, their jaws always on the move, teeth like cutting saws, legs that could outrun a horse. So I kept thinking with terror of one creeping up from behind. But it wasn't. It was waiting silently in a tree above my head. As the horse fell dead, I fell off, and the spider skittered to where I was standing, ready to get me as well. Its fangs were dripping, and its bulging eyes held me in their gaze, all ready to leap. Suddenly I felt a red-hot band of fear in my mind, a feeling I'd never known before, and as the spider leapt, flames shot out of the ground between us. As the spider leapt back, both Archer and Scythe fired their weapons in unison, and with a squeal, the creature dropped dead.
It did not dodge that arrow.
No, my blade. We were too close and it was focused on the fire.
Oh, Gerald is a talent after all.
Seems he is. Anything like this happened before, Gerald?
No.
His talent's just starting to show.
But what talent?
Making fire leap from the ground without even thinking about it.
Oh, he's barely old enough.
That's so. And no doubt it only showed itself now because he was terrified. You'll never have felt such fear in that quiet little village, I imagine.
I want to be back there. I want to wake up and find this is all a nightmare.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
It is a nightmare, all right, but a wide-awake one.
The talent explains Krill's interest in the lad. A firebrand is quite a power. When he learns to control it, he'll be one of Krill's most valuable weapons.
Once Krill deals with the wound, that is.
What's happening?
When you see a hazy figure dressed in blue, materializing just above your head, plump, balding, and with fingers flashing with sapphires, that can only mean one thing. The riddling wizard is coming to call.
Indeed I am, sighs. Kriltor Tabitang, a pleasure to meet you, my young man, even in such distressing circumstances.
He has a fire talent, Krill. You knew?
Why else would I send you to seek him? Why, indeed, would the enemy send Meftic to destroy his village, unless he sensed a new power about to emerge?
We'll never know. If the blade wound kills him in 4 weeks...
Still, Krill can soon sort that out now he's here.
In that you are mistaken, Archer. I cannot deal with the wound.
What do you mean you can't deal with it? We promised Gerald that you'd cure him.
I am here in my astral being, as you should have noticed. I would have to be here in my physical body to wield the true magic against the blade. And even then, the blade was tainted by a mighty demonic magic. I might prove unable to overcome it.
You can try when we get Gerald to you.
That is the difficulty. I have recently moved my residence. The enemy located my previous hiding place and nearly captured me. Where I now live is more than 4 weeks' journey from here.
Even if we ride without pause?
I'm afraid so.
Can you come to us in person, then?
I dare not. Beyond the magical screens of my dwelling, the demon driver would certainly sense the presence of my actual self. His search for me grows ever more powerful and determined.
Then you can't help me. I'm going to die.
I have not said that, my young friend. But the fact is that I must remain safely hidden away for some time.
Can you not use your magic to bring us, old Jarl, alone to where you are?
If I cast a spell to do that, it would make the clearest possible path for the enemy to follow. I am running a grave risk as it is.
Every possibility we're coming up with, you're knocking down, Krill.
You may not realize it, but in the last year, the demon driver and all his forces have been hugely intensifying their efforts against me and my dwindling band of talents.
Dwindling? How do you mean dwindling?
Death. Talent after talent has been located by the enemy's evil gaze, and now there are no more.
That can't be right. How many left, Krill?
I said it, and I meant it. If you three had not saved Gerald, there would be just 3.
Just us?
Correct.
Then our way is clear. If the evil one is making a final all-out move against us, there's no point in hiding. Let's strike a blow while we can.
What blow?
Krill knows. It's what he's been leading up to. Getting us to go after Meftic and his filthy blade.
It is true. Gerald's wound would indeed be instantly healed if the tainted blade was destroyed, along with the one who wields it.
And what happens after that?
The future is veiled and shadowed for mortal eyes, so very hard to read these days. But there have been signs in wind and flame and the shape of bones. A time of great portent is approaching, and the enemy knows it too, which is the reason he struck so fiercely against me and the talents in my command. And somehow the center of the portent is linked with Meftic and the tainted blade.
Oh, but we would need an army to get to Meftic.
A few can get farther by stealth than an army can, especially if they muster some very useful skills among them, as we 4 do.
You will be helping us, won't you?
When I can. But I doubt if this array of talents will need much help from me, at least at the beginning.
You must understand, Jarl. Krill can never run foolish risks. Others will come along after us. But if Krill is taken, there may never be another wizard willing and able to take up the struggle.
Do you really think we have a chance?
What does it matter? I never expected to reach old age in any case.
If we fight, of course, we might just manage to kill Meftic and heal Jarl's wound.
And that would please me, because I hate the poisoner, and I'd begun to like the lad.
So say we all.
Then you should know that Meftic is even now leaving Wellwood on his way back to the capital city, Shigante. To accomplish your task, you will have to penetrate the very heart of his stronghold there.
At least that's the last place the enemy will look for us.
And now I leave you, but I will watch over you and help in any way I can.
My mind was filled with blank despair. The wizard couldn't help me, and he had been my one hope. I was going to die.
Jarl.
And every minute that passed, I was going to be thinking of that horrible death that awaited me. Every night I saw the moon get fuller.
Jarl.
I looked up and saw that Archer, Scythe, and Mandro were looking at me strangely. It was Mandro who had called, a look of real sadness on her face. I realized there were tears on my cheeks. Without knowing it, I'd been silently crying.
Yes? Look at my eyes.
Why?
Nothing.
Let's mount up and be on our way.
Climb up on the back of my horse, Jarl.
Right. Strange. I was thinking about something, and now it's totally gone.
Don't worry about it. When it's time to remember, you'll remember.
What did you do?
I closed a little doorway in his mind, just enough to hide the bad memories from him. He will forget the curse he's under for the time being.
Will you be able to keep it closed?
It will be tiring. Still, I can but try.
What lands have we reached, Scythe?
Called Blackgrass Moor. There's an inn on the trail we should reach by nightfall.
If we get that far. Look ahead.
I see. Hundreds of men in green, spread out and searching. Soldiers of Meftic. That's quite a party.
Yes. Now it grows more difficult. The poisoner's search for us has begun in earnest.
Must have found the bodies of his soldiers.
Meftic knows what happened in the Wellwood?
Looks that way.
Won't he be annoyed at the death of his pet spider?
Enough to stop at nothing to find us. We'll be dodging soldiers from now on, and we're only about halfway to the city, with time passing.
Can we have something to eat now we're stopped?
Oh, you're a child of its worries, and its mind turns always to food.
I'm starving.
Let us eat here, then. Down you get, Gerald. Okay. What can I interest you in?
What is it, Archie?
Quiet. Just listen.
Attack. In the night. Fangs beneath the soldier's hood. Be still. Be still.
What's going on, Scythe? Looks as if she's in pain.
Archer has a secondary talent. She gets glimpses of future events, mostly vague and half-formed, but I've never known them to be wrong.
Are you okay now, Archer?
I'm fine, Gerald. A vision, that's all. The trouble is they're always so confusing. Rarely enough details to know where or when the events will happen.
Or what it seems. You talked about fangs beneath a soldier's hood. What does that mean?
I don't know.
We'll find out in time, that's for sure.
Let's hope you're right.
I'm often right. For instance, I'm right when I say it'll rain tonight. So we can stay here and be wet and miserable, or we can seek shelter in the inn I mentioned. It's comfortable and famed for its food and drink and warmth of its welcome.
Would it be safe for us?
As safe as staying out here. Maybe safer. For the place is owned by a warm-hearted lady who I know very well. And who is very fond of me.
What about the soldiers ahead?
We'll circle round them. Yes, meet my friends. Archer, Mandra, and the sleepy-looking one, Gerald.
How do you do?
You have room for weary travellers?
For you and your companions, Carver, always.
Good woman. I knew you could be depended on.
And I knew this was to be my lucky month. And now you've returned to make it so, on top of all the extra business.
Will there be any food as well?
On the way, my little Chuck. There's a stew bubbling away on the stove. Go sit yourself down by the fire and I'll bring it over.
The place is warm and friendly enough. But is she to be trusted, Scythe?
Jeriah? With your life. Provided she's not cross, that is. And when she's crossed, the good Lord save you.
Here we are. This'll drive the cold of the moor away. You get weaving, young Gerald. The rest can start when they're served.
Thank you, Mum.
You next, Carver. Men first.
You spoke earlier of extra business, my sweet. Have you grown rich since I saw you last?
Would you still stay if I had? It has been strange indeed, though most welcome. Troop after troop of them hither and yon on the roads, almost drinking me dry.
Who, Jeriah?
Soldiers, dear. Troops of them in those ugly green uniforms of theirs. Searching for some fugitives, they say. So, why are you staring at me? Is it you? Carver, are they searching for you?
Us? Jeriah, my lovely. What soldiers want with us?
So what are you doing, crossing the moor?
I'm travelling in company with my good friend Archer here, who is serving as warrior escort to these two young people on their way to the northern region.
That's right. Too dangerous for a young lady, alone except for a boy.
Oh, I'm glad, because it would have been terrible. 6 soldiers passed earlier and said they'd come back for a drink after dark. Well, speak of the devil. Here they are now, by the sound of it.
No, Archer. Put down your bow. Leave it to me. Just close my eyes and Don't much like the look of this pig pen.
Don't much like the look of this pig pen.
Let's move on, find a better place.
Let's move on, find a better place.
A better place. Did you hear the impertinence of it? Pig pen, indeed. Place is as clean as a palace. How could they say such a thing, Carver?
Forget it. Who knows how a soldier's mind works, Jariah?
It was almost as if they didn't see the room. As if they were as blind as... Well, you know what I mean, Carver.
Of course. As blind as me.
The cheek of those people.
Well done, Mandra.
Indeed. That is quite a talent.
The young man is heading fast for sleep. We'll get Jariah to sort the rooms out.
About ready myself.
We'll sleep in our clothes. We might have to move swiftly with soldiers around.
Especially if they have fangs, as in Archer's vision.
What Scythe said was true. I was nearly falling asleep into my empty bowl. It had been an incredible day. All too much to take in, really. Jariah showed Archer and Mandra to a room with neat twin beds, and then Scythe and I were shown into the room next door. Soon I was having a nightmare. I dreamt I had heard a horrible hissing sound. I'd opened my eyes, and there, swaying at the end of the bed, was a giant serpent. I could clearly see its scaly, muscular length undulating in the moonlight, eyes gleaming, its forked tongue flicking in and out of its mouth, and around its triangular head the flesh had expanded outwards and upwards into a terrible, threatening hood. It was swaying from side to side, all ready to strike me. And then, to my horror, I realized it wasn't a nightmare. I was wide awake. It was real. A giant serpent was about to strike me dead. And then it struck.
Take that, you monster! It's all right. It's dead. The body goes on twitching. But with its head chopped off, there's no danger.
It was going to strike me, Si.
But it didn't. Now, come on, move it. We've got to get out of here. Soldiers! Heading for the stairs. Hold us, for the guards. She's only gone and stole us. Come. Don't fire, Archer.
Soldiers?
Maybe a dozen or more. Mephitic's found us. One of his hooded serpents was on Gerald's bed.
So that was the vision. Fangs beneath the hood. But how did he find us here?
We were betrayed.
Not here, Sarge. Get the woman's room.
Archer, brace the door.
Got it.
Mandra, Gerald, gather our things while I get the window open.
Come on.
All clear outside. No! A ball of yellow jackets heading for the open window.
Get the window closed again, Si. They're killers.
Too late!
They're closing the door, waiting for the command. Get out of here.
Go, Mandra. I'm behind you. Come on, Gerald. Jump, Mandra!
Get out, Gerald, get out. One thing on a yellow jacket, you're dead. The door's shooting. I can't open anymore.
As the door broke, Archer leapt to grab my arm and drag me to the open window. But as I felt her touch, time ceased to be. My mind started to burn as I looked at the ball of winged death now frozen in flight. Scores of giant insects in a compact ball, each nearly as big as a bird, their stings like long poisonous needles, and one sting meaning instant death. Then I saw the hate-filled faces of the half-dozen soldiers frozen at the broken doorway. Once again, I knew I surely faced death. If not the insects, the soldiers' crossbows. If I jumped, the insects and soldiers would only follow, and even Archer and Scythe were no match for so many. There was no escape, no escape. My mind burned at the thought. Warmth above my eyes swelled rapidly to a raging heat, and flame, driven by the terror, sprang from the floor in front of me, around me, behind me, yellow and strong. Suddenly I was surrounded with flame, the room a blazing inferno. Archer had no choice but to jump from the window to escape the intensity of the heat. The insects went mad, broke from the ball, and started flying wildly round the room looking for a handy target, while soldiers prepared to fire their crossbows, and through it all I heard myself screaming.
Save me! Somebody save me! Save me! Somebody save me!
I realized through my screams that the giant yellow jackets, mad with fear of the fire that surrounded me, were attacking the soldiers, not me. But how to get out of the flame and escape? Then, even as I thought it, I was suddenly being lifted up into the air and floated toward and then through the open window. I looked down into the courtyard below and saw Archer standing there with her eyes tight closed. I remembered her saying she couldn't lift anything heavy and wondered how she was managing to lift me. And then I saw her fall to the ground as her strength failed her, and I was suddenly released and falling too.
Oh, you okay?
Yes, I think so.
Up you get. Off we go then. Hold. It's all right. Scythe and Manda.
Goodly blaze you've got going there, Gerald. Inn should burn to the ground quite nicely.
And your friend Tariah loses her livelihood.
She deserves worse.
I wonder how much she was paid to betray us.
Forget the woman. What's more important is how did the soldiers he told get word to the poisoner so swiftly? And how did he get his creatures to us just as fast? There is a smell of dark magic about this.
Meftic is no sorcerer.
His master, the demon driver, is.
There's your answer, then. But does it matter? We must still continue with the task, unless you've changed your mind.
No, not when we have a secret weapon. Our young friend can make quite a lethal blaze, can't he?
A valuable talent for us indeed. All of Meftic's creatures fear fire.
Mount up and let's be away. The flames will attract others.
I still don't know if it is a talent. I can't make it happen when I want to. It only happens when I'm scared to death.
Lucky for us that courage isn't one of your strong points, then.
No matter, lad. You'll come to control it in time.
It may be that even without Krill, we could help Gerald to gain some control over his fire talent.
If we can do that, we'll take Meftic City by storm.
Why are you squinting like that, Gerald? You look as though you've got a bad stomach problem.
I'm just trying to see if I can make fire, that's all.
Don't trouble yourself so, Gerald. We'll work with you tonight when we make camp. Perhaps you could light our fire for us.
Be quicker rubbing two dry sticks together.
Oh, boy! Hold!
What is it?
Listen.
Look, there it is above. It's a giant bird with an enormous beak and long legs. It's huge. I've never seen a bird with such a massive wingspan.
Have no fear, Gerald. We've met this messenger before.
Hello, Jaral. As these others know well, I am Ural.
This is Krill's familiar, his spirit friend and ally.
What are you doing so far from home, Ural?
Krilltor has sent me.
Why didn't he come himself, as he did last time?
He dare no longer stir from his hiding place at this moment, not even in astral form.
Something has happened?
Something indeed has happened. The demon driver is pouring ever more of his powers into discovering Krilltor's whereabouts. Our veils of secrecy are hard-pressed to keep his searching magic at bay.
Will they hold?
We believe so, for we still have some strength in reserve. But it is you four who are in the gravest danger, and Krill has sent me to warn you so.
Even more danger.
The demon driver has become aware that you may be the last four living humans with talent, so he has given Prince Meftic further assistance to seek and destroy you.
What assistance?
He has sent Meftic a new aid and ally. In this sphere he takes the name Flamerok. He is indeed an evil spirit from the first realm of the further darkness.
A high demon?
A most fearsome one of the primary beings from whom the enemy draws his power.
I have never seen a demon, Ural. I'd hoped to live all my life without doing so.
You may still. Your first sight of Flamerok may be your last moment of life.
But can't Krill help?
He and I will seek to do so whenever we can elude the enemy's search, but that grows ever more difficult and dangerous. For that reason, I dare not linger here. Farewell, and good fortune.
So that's how Meftic found us so swiftly at the inn. A new pet demon called Flamrock.
Would explain it.
What do you think, Scythe? Do we go on to the city?
Well...
What is there to think about? We have to go on.
That is great courage for one so young.
Not really. I'm terrified, yes. But nothing has changed. If Meftic and the enemy are hunting us, what does it matter where we go? So we might as well try to go on to his headquarters as we'd intended.
You're right, of course. Especially now Meftic has a high demon helping him. All we can do is keep going as far as we can.
I say the same. But I don't see much hope for us.
And as you told Gerald, take one day at a time. Who knows what might come along?
At least we might get some help from Krill and Yorold against the demon.
Let's hope so.
We must be on our way.
But why can't Mandra just hide us from the soldiers all the time?
You don't understand anything, Gerald. Using a talent is tiring. If I did what you say, I'd be exhausted in no time. Especially when a bit of my talent is working all the time to keep
Mandra?
To keep me from what?
Oh, nothing.
We'll need Mandra's talent at full strength to disguise us when we reach the city of Shiganti, Gerald.
I see. Sorry, just a thought. Anyway, at least we'll soon have the darkness to hide us now.
Only from human searchers.
Let's make camp.
Gerald, if I'm going to go into your head and find your talent and try to help it grow, you're going to have to concentrate. Oh, no, it's useless. I give up.
Any luck?
Oh, I can't do anything. This one's just too young.
I do have a name, you know.
To be honest, I'm not sure if it really is a talent. Not if it only shows when he's frightened. Maybe he just has a talent for cowardice.
Stop it! I don't care who you are! Stop it and leave me alone! I'm not a coward, and I'm sick of you treating me like a fool. I don't even know what I'm doing here, so why don't you just leave me alone?
My brow suddenly felt as if it was on fire, as if clamped by a band of red-hot metal. I had to get rid of the pressure of the heat. I turned and saw the twigs and sticks that Scythe had thrown on the ground, and I let the pressure go. And they burst into flames.
Why? Think what will save him. Flint and steel.
Mandra.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gerald. Sometimes my mouth says things I don't really mean before I can stop it. I'm sorry.
It is the effect of strain and fear. I become gloomy, Scythe grows even more cold and withdrawn, Mandra's tongue gets sharper, and Gerald sets things afire. Indeed, now we see his talent bursts out when he's angered as well as afraid, we should not rouse his temper. We might get a roasting. Now that is what I call a lot of soldiers down there.
Can we ride round them?
Maybe, but not to the north. That's no direction to approach the city from.
Why?
The Poisoner has a special playground on the north side of the city, full of more of his monsters. He sends prisoners into it sometimes for amusement, and none of them have ever come out to tell about it. Meftic calls it his Garden of Torment.
Then what do you suggest?
If the soldiers get bored or lazy later on, we might slip through, with the help of your talent. What is it, Archer?
A strange large bird very high. Looks like a vulture, but I've never known vultures in this area. I've never known them to fly that high.
No matter. It won't be Meftic's. There are no poisonous birds, so they don't interest him.
Look, there, Scythe. In front of the evergreens. Do you see?
I see them. So, Meftic releases the spiders once more. All 6 black widows on the crawl. Waste of an arrow.
No, I've thought about it. At first in the Wellwood, that widow could evade my arrow because it was at long range. But later, Scythe, you and I could kill it because it was so close. So, I will use my talent in a different way.
This was the 3rd time I'd seen the giant spiders, and still they made my hair and back crawl. I remember the night that one had dropped from the tree and crushed my horse's neck with one squeeze of its jaws, and then nearly managed to get me. Now I watched Archer's arrow flying hopefully. If she could kill another, I would be pleased. But the arrow appeared to be off course by meters. The nearest spider obviously knew it and ignored it. He shouldn't have been so careless. At the last few seconds before it landed, Archer closed her eyes and her face looked strained, and the arrow changed course and speared the screaming spider.
Clever Archer. Deflect the arrow with your mind at the last instant so the widow hasn't time to jump aside. You might get more of them that way.
They're not foolish. The others have run out of range now. But they may forget later.
down!
Oh. It was the vulture Archer had spotted earlier. Its talons were heading for her back when Scythe pushed her down. It missed by a fraction and flew upwards again. In a flash, Archer had an arrow in her bow and fired it off, at the same moment that Scythe threw one of his knives. The arrow struck it firm in the chest, and the knife bedded in its scrawny throat. The bird screamed, but it was a scream of triumph. The knife and arrow simply melted on contact and then vanished in a puff of smoke.
It's a demon!
And the creature was wheeling, preparing to attack once more.
We'll stand and fight, shall we? Even though we must die.
But of course.
With my dagger, I too will do what little I can.
But it's so unfair. It's so unfair.
Wait! Another bird appears in the sky.
It's Urold!
I watched the fight between the enormous bird spirit called Urold and the vulture, and in seconds we realized that Urold was no match for the other creature. He was going to die.
Can't we help him somehow?
There is no way. Perhaps Krill will come.
It'll be too late.
The vulture's going to strike him down. No! You can't! You! Vulture! Yes, you! I'm pointing at you! You can't do this thing!
You set his chest on fire!
It disappeared!
And here comes a very tired Urold, probably to give him thanks.
So, Jara, it is true as Krilltor guessed.
What is?
There is no time. You must flee with all the swiftness you can muster as far from here as you can. With the defeat of the demon vulture, it is likely that Flamerok himself will come. I could not oppose him alone.
Then that thing wasn't Flamerok.
No, a minor low-level demon.
Low level.
You must not delay. You must ride now. Ride!
Where can we go?
Only one way now. Where maybe even Flamerok won't think to look for us. North, toward the Garden of Torment. Let us go.
You said it was dangerous.
It's lethal. Every creature in it, large or small, guarantees death with just one sting or bite. But we have no choice. So let's ride! There it is.
Beyond the river?
Yes.
It looks so bleak. Patches of dead grass, thorny brush, a few scabby trees.
With a name like Garden of Torment, what else would you expect?
What's the route?
The land slopes down for a while, and then up again until it reaches the north wall of Gigante City.
How do you know all this?
I rode around the garden once, just to have a look. The river circles most of it, and the city wall blocks off the rest. To keep what's in it, in.
And to keep us out, it seems.
No, there is a way across the river to Shallow Point. Well-worn stepping stones.
You mean we're going in?
Somewhere, there's a high demon called Flamerok looking for us. If we bypass the garden and look for another way into the city, we might ride right into him. But he won't think to find us in there. It's our safest way.
Safest?
And quickest. We don't have many days left before the moon is full.
Why is the full moon?
What's in this garden anyway?
Poison. Just about every kind of poisonous plant and animal. And some of Mestic's special creations. Mutant monsters. But nothing with wings. Nothing that might fly over the wall and attack Mestic City.
Oh, that's a comfort.
It doesn't make sense, Scythe. You said that nobody ever came out of the garden alive.
None of Mestic's prisoners, Jarl. But we're going in fully armed, with talents as well as weapons.
But what for? Why do you want to get into the city? And what's the full moon got to do with it? Oh! What is that thing?
A good example of one of Mestic's homemade monsters. An insect called a diggertail that's normally found in the northern deserts.
Insect? It was taller than my horse.
A bit oversized, yes.
Sorry about the scream. Startled me.
To be expected.
We'll have to leave the horses here.
No horses?
Sides right. No place for animals. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Will they be safe here?
Hob will look after Pearl, and the other two. He'll keep them out of sight in the brushwood and stay nearby, waiting for me.
How long will he wait?
As long as he thinks I'm alive. Don't go worrying about Pearl, Mandra. She'll be okay.
Right. Bye, pal.
Off you go, Hob. Take them into hiding.
What now?
Down to the river. Then I'll show you the crossing point.
You think the stepping stones will take my weight?
Should do. They were here before Mestic made the place over into his garden. None of the creatures can cross this way. Most of them being dry land beasts that don't like water. And the rest of them would keep away from this river for their own good.
I saw what he meant. The river was teeming with evil-looking creatures. The fish and plant life bristled with spikes that I guessed rightly were venomous. Dozens of creatures that were just bulging, bloated jelly sacks floated along, trailing long, stinging tentacles behind them. There were giant eels with fangs, and as soon as we stood on the first stepping stone, they were climbing onto the stones trying to get to us. The river was not a pretty sight.
I'll lead the way. Ready?
Yes.
Yes.
You'll watch our backs, Archer.
But of course, I'll bring up the rear.
Oh,
okay.
Yes, thanks.
Scythe was flicking the fanged eels off the stones with his staff. Archer behind was keeping a firm eye both on the skyline and on me. I was okay, in fact. I'd often played river games in Wellwood. Wellwood. That's where I lived. Where I used to live. Again, the thought came, why was I here? But soon, we were safely on the other side, and I had other things to think about.
Oh, so far so good.
We'll go in single file. As well to draw your knife and have it ready, Mandra.
Fine.
I wish I had a weapon.
A firebrand always has a weapon, Gerald.
But if it makes you feel better, you can carry this.
Thanks, Scythe. That's great. I suppose you're going to say something.
No, I was just thinking of the thrill I felt the first time I hit.
Well hit, Scythe.
Behind you, 2 lizards.
This bow makes a good club.
Be aware. Death is everywhere in here. That snake I killed is only one of many, and those lizards are lethal. Their teeth are razor sharp, and their saliva poison.
Couldn't Mandra use her talent to hide us from these horrors?
Too tiring. At her age, trying to reach all these creatures with her mind, she'd be drained and exhausted within minutes.
Then even then, she could not hide us from the plants, and they're just as lethal. Another lizard heading this way, Gerald.
Oh no, it's bigger than a dog. It stopped.
Look at the grass, Scythe.
Where?
Where the lizard's trapped. It's being held by something.
See the weeds growing among the grass. Their tendrils wrap around anything that moves in their range. The thorns you can see are poisonous, and the weeds themselves are carnivorous. They eat the victims of their poison.
Oh, good. Let all the things in the garden kill each other off.
There'll always be plenty left for us.
Let's move on. We must all concentrate and strike quick, or our lives are in peril.
I was full of fear. There was an icy hollowness growing in the pit of my stomach. I thought if only I was as brave as Mandra, who walked onward purposefully in front of me, cutting at the various horrors that leapt to attack her. And as I thought it, she tripped over a stone. I ran to help her rise and protect her if attacked.
Oh, thank you. All right. I'm so frightened I can't walk properly.
You're frightened?
Well, you bet. I'm terrified.
You would be a fool if you were not, Mandra. I feel the same.
That's great. You're terrified as well. I thought it was just me.
Oh, thanks, Gerald. That's just what I need to know at the moment.
It was like the sun coming up. I wasn't alone in my fear. I saw the patina of sweat on Archer's brow and knew she felt fear. I could see Scythe's clenched jaw and the whiteness of his knuckles where they clutched his sword just the way I clutched mine. And I realized he too felt fear. I wasn't alone.
Hold it!
Now, doesn't that look inviting? A white sandy path curving away to a pretty carved wooden bridge over a ravine. Looks nice.
It's probably supposed to. We may not like where it leads.
No, we would not. Let me show you what I see on the bridge.
A trapdoor!
Exactly. Anyone setting foot on the bridge would swing it open, and down they'd go.
Well, that appears to be the only way across the ravine. So let's go and see what would have been the surprise waiting underneath.
No!
Yes, Mandra. Every size and shape of snake known to man. 1,000 upon 1,000 of them, all breeding happily, waiting for their next feast day to come along.
Look, there's human bones and skulls among them.
Others have not been so careful.
I fought against being sick, for bile had come into my throat as I looked into the pit, and saw hundreds of the same snake that had visited me in the hotel. How lucky I had been then. But would my luck hold out? We travelled on for hours, fighting all the way, and never the same threat twice. There were pods that burst, releasing gas, bushes that tried to grab us, spiders the size of plates that shot themselves at us with the speed of arrows. But every threat that came, Archer and Scythe were equal to, until, after a surprising lull when we travelled without threat for minutes, a threat came too great for even them to handle. This creature was truly monstrous, taller than Archer, with the claws of a crab and the tail of a scorpion. It dashed past at speed, pushing Mandra and me to one side, heading for Archer's back. She blocked a blow from one of its claws with her bow, but the second claw caught her a crushing blow on her head, and she was down poleaxed.
Oh.
It lifted one pincer claw high, then brought it down to clutch her neck and crush her throat. Scythe leapt in, his sword cut at the claw, gashing it and fencing it away. The monster was hurt, gave a roar, then swung round furiously to pierce Scythe with its steel-hard sting. But again he fenced it off. Again and again the monster tried to get him, but each time Scythe blocked and parried the blow from the sting, while Mandra and I just stood watching, terrified.
Come on, monster. What are you waiting for? Do you give up?
Behind you, Scythe! Another of them!
I could hardly believe what I was witnessing. The two creatures were trying to get at him with their stings, and he stood between them both, his sword a blurring, cutting weapon of destruction as he caught the armor of each in turn. And then, the moment presenting itself, he leapt at one, ducking beneath a flaming claw, and stuck his sword deep into its eye. But the other had raced to get Archer, still unconscious on the path. Scythe went to run to her aid, but slipped. I had to do something. There was no fire in my mind. But I did have a sword in my hand.
No!
By sheer luck I had found its weakness, and my sword slipped between the joining of its armored shell and penetrated deep into its abdomen. It screamed in agony, and my sword broke as it turned away, all ready to strike me with its tail. But Scythe was there, and in no time finished it off.
No. What happened? You were knocked out. Scythe had to fight off some oversized monsters.
Not just me. We don't just have another talent in Jarrell. We have another warrior. I've never seen anyone so scared, but you overcame it and saved Archer's life.
How can I ever thank you?
It's all right. It was nothing.
I'd never known such joy. And soon I was walking the last few hundred yards up a steep slope, to a cliff from where Scythe said we'd be able to see the wall, with happiness in my heart. Suddenly Scythe stopped, and spoke words that chilled me.
Finally, an enemy we can't fight.
What are they? It's like a rippling tide racing up the slope after us.
Insects. Every sort of insect in their millions. Red and black ants, centipedes, wingless yellow jackets, you name them, and there they are. And each one with the power to kill.
Run for the cliff.
We'll never get away from them.
We can try. Run.
It's reached the slope we're on.
Climb to the cliff.
You can do it, Jarrell. Scythe, we'll go ahead. Stand by to pull them up.
I'm with you.
Archer and Scythe reached the cliff. Mandra grabbed Scythe's arm and was pulled safely up. I was nearly in reach of Archer's hand when my foot slipped and I slid back towards the insects.
Jarrell, here! Grab my hand!
They're within inches. Let's keep going.
Grab my arm! I'll come down.
No, Archer!
I jumped on a small rock, pushed upwards, and she had me. The insects were now at the base of the cliff and starting to climb. As I kicked upwards, something amazing. The rock I kicked fell away, and the whole cliff face followed it, and water gushed in torrents from the gap.
So, goodbye to marauding insects.
Must be an underground river. When the cliff was weakened as Jarrell climbed, it burst free.
I've never been so glad to see water.
Mestic will be annoyed with you, Jarrell. You've turned his garden into a lake. And there you see what we have been searching for.
The wall of the garden. We've done it.
True. All we have to do is find an entrance and get through without being seen. And then we can get our task underway. Time for the talents. Mandra, Any sign of life on the other side?
No. No one there at all.
Can you undo the lock, Archer?
Certainly. It was only a set of large boats.
Now, we have two choices. Kill everyone we meet, or let Mandra make them see something else. I prefer the latter, because it doesn't leave unexplained bodies. But it does put an extra burden on you. Can you do it?
I'll do it.
Not till you've rested. And you won't be rested until you let go of the barrier.
What barrier? I can't.
I think you may have to, whether you like it or not. Your talent is vital to us here in the city. You have to be at your strongest.
It is true, Mandra. And there may be less risk now if you let go. We have all seen how Jarl has changed, what courage he's found.
What are you talking about? Is there something I don't know?
Tell him.
Some time ago, a terrible thing was done to you, Jarl. It filled you with so much horror that we feared it would crush your mind. Mandra set up a barrier using her talent. And she is still using her talent to keep the barrier in your mind, to stop you remembering certain things.
That's the blank place in your memory that you've been worried about.
What has been done to me? What have I forgotten?
If I tell you while the barrier's still there, you'll instantly forget my words again. The barrier must be removed. Then you'll remember, and it is terrible. But keeping the barrier is weakening Mandra, and without her we have no chance in the city. For Mandra and all our sakes, it has to be removed.
I saw that Mandra was watching me, concern and sympathy in her eyes. Scythe's words were throbbing in my head. For Mandra and for all our sakes, what other choice did I have but to agree?
All right. Remove the barrier.
I'm going to close my eyes, Jarl, and do it. Brace yourself.
I saw it all. The mad face of the poisoner wielding the tainted blade. Heard his words.
Don't you understand, little boy? There is no escape. Now begins your death, which will end finally when next the moon is full. One scratch will do. But for your impertinence, you may have the honor of my signature on your chest, the letter M. And so will begin your journey to your death.
That's what they'd been keeping from me. My imminent death. And now the moon was nearly full. I could once more feel the scar burning my chest, pulsating, reminding me every second that in 2 days I die in agony. And I could not stop myself but scream and scream and scream.
Scythe, we can't do this.
I'll put the barrier back.
Leave him. He will break, or he will not.
When is the moon to be full?
2 nights from now, Gerald.
Then we better get going.
As we walked on from the richer section of the city towards the poorer, my face was blank, but inside all was turmoil. I remembered the wizard Krill saying that for the wound to heal, both the tainted blade and its wielder, Prince Meftic, must be destroyed. I knew what I had to do, and as we reached the crisscross of alleyways that marked out the poor part of the city, I did it. I simply slipped into a side alley when they weren't looking and ran away from them, not knowing that I would be facing death even sooner than if I stayed with them. I didn't know where I was heading, but I knew that my leaving them was their only chance of escaping certain death. By the time evening approached again, I was starving, and no money to buy food. I was walking down an alley when I came across what looked like an inn. I went in hoping to beg some food, but as soon as I opened the door, I knew I had made a bad mistake. I'd never seen such a villainous-looking bunch of cutthroats as I now faced.
Stay up, boy. What you want?
Hungry.
And can you buy food, boy? You have money?
No.
Hear that, lads? No money. So, come thieving, have you?
No.
Oh, yes, you have. Well, Wyndham will soon show you what we do to thieves. Push me over, would you? Anyone who does that to Whiny gets a slapping.
He hit me hard, knocked me over. I fell under the table, and there was a knife there. Just a blunt eating knife. And without thinking, I picked it up as I stood.
So, the thief thinks he's a knife fighter as well, does he?
No, I think...
Right, so let's fight then, boy. Little bit of entertainment for the lads. See my pretty little stiletto? All ready to cut you nicely.
So, Whiny would knife fight with children, would he, in my place? And the rest of you smirking and giggling and sitting there do nothing to put a stop to it. Get him out of here and toss him in the gutter where he belongs.
I'll get even with you, boy. Nobody crosses Whiny and lives to tell the tale.
You, boy, come to the fire and sit. You can eat now, and then I'll find you jobs to do till the price is paid. Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. It's on the way.
It was dark again and raining hard, and she showed me a straw palliasse in the corner and said I could stay the night. When I woke, the grey dawn light was streaming in. I realized this was to be the last day of my life. Tonight, when the full moon came out, I was at the city centre, a place called the Middens, when I heard the cry go up. I ducked into a niche between two buildings to watch. I saw the other part of his coach was ugly green glass shaped like a sapphire, and through it I saw there were two people inside. One was Meftic, who I remembered from the forest, and the other...
Flamerlock!
He stepped out of the coach and unwound himself. He was so tall, twice as tall as Archer, but thin and skeletal in face and body, all his bones on view. As to his face, I was so frightened. At first, I didn't feel the building sway. And then I was aware that the ground moved and I fell. Flamerlock fell back into the carriage, looking frightened. And the groom whipped the horses hard and they raced away. Then, as I stood, I heard the voices close behind me.
Just look what we have here, lads. Right where the whiner said we'd find it.
There were 4 of them, soldiers dressed in that sickly green uniform of theirs.
First time that rat whelp has ever told the truth.
Yeah, you sure this is him then, so?
Sure, look at the clothes. He's no citizen.
Oh, no, you don't. You just stay still, boy. Don't try running away. Prince Meftic wants you.
And he's gonna get you.
The soldiers took me straight to Meftic's palace, and soon I was standing in the throne room. It was gigantic. Walls and floors made from massive blocks of green and yellow marble. I looked up. It went so high that the eye could not see the roof. Meftic and Flamerlock sat on a raised gallery and were looking down to me mockingly.
How do you like my little pets, boy?
I looked to where he pointed. There was a wide, deep pit in the shadows in front of me, and I realized it was full of living creatures.
Captain, you say your sergeant and his men found the boy because of a creature called the Whiner?
Yes, Highness. He is a common pickpocket from the Middens. We have him in the chamber nearby, for he believes he will be rewarded.
Rewarded? A Middens thief? He will receive his due. Keep him where he is.
Very good, sir.
You seem an unimportant sort of worm, boy. Yet we've been told you have been traveling with the 3 rebels who have dared to use talents against my troops, and who now, it seems, lurk within my city.
For the first time, Flamerlock turned those burning eyes on me, and I felt my legs go weak. It was as though he could read me through to the soul.
He is terrified, or ignorant, or both. Are you sure that he is the one, Flamerlock?
There can be no doubt of it.
Then I shall torment him till he tells us where the other 3 are.
Princeling, you are a fool. I have never seen the boy before, yet, unlike you, I recognize him. You cannot kill him slowly. You have already done so. See, there is your initial, carved on his chest by the tainted blade.
Oh, so it's him, the whelp from the well-world. I'd forgotten. But the moon is full tonight, so I can play with him a while, and then we can be entertained. At moonrise, a death from the tainted blade is always amusing.
Before your playtime, Prince, I would question him. I shall bring him a little nearer.
Flamerok looked at me intently, and suddenly I was floating up to the gallery, crossing the pit and seeing the snapping mouths there. And then I was left suspended in the air, his eyes burning into me as he spoke.
Tell me, what do you know of the earth tremor this morning in the city? You were there somewhere. I sensed the presence of the blade wound.
I know nothing.
Yes, the tremor. It quite upset you, did it not, Demon? Made you all unsteady?
I told you I was nearly unbalanced when the horses reared. But it is clear that the boy speaks the truth, as I expected. For the moment it seemed that the impossible had happened. It is of no importance, the boy knows nothing.
Then why did the three rebels bother with him?
Doubtless they had some notion of saving him from the blade. Perhaps with a sorcerer's aid.
Saving him? No one can be saved from that deadly witch.
Keep that away from me.
See, boy, how even the mighty demon Flamerok shies from my little blade.
You will presume once too often, fool. One day, despite our master's orders, I will turn you inside out and carve my name upon your very gut.
Indeed, Lord Flamerok, it was a harmless jest, that's all. I meant no disrespect, I assure you.
As Meftic spoke, I was lowered to the floor once more, relieved not to have been dropped into the pit. Now I'd seen what sort of creatures were in there.
Play your foolish games, princeling. I will be better employed spurring on your underlings as they scour the city for the three rebels. The sooner they are in my grasp, the happier I shall be.
So, the brave demon having left, it is just you and I. Now, boy, let's see what extent of anguish can be achieved before moonrise and your death.
What is that? That gigantic, ugly building ahead.
That is our goal, Mandra. The Tower of the Poisoner.
You there! Stand where you are!
Your soldiers either side.
There must be about 40 of them. They're all going to join in the search. Oh, I think I'm too tired to handle this.
Then Archer and I will whittle down their numbers a little. Ready, Archer?
But of course.
Wait! Look at their eyes.
They're not seeing us. They're going past us.
That wasn't me doing that.
Then chances are we have a visitor.
Correct. It was, as you surmise, my doing.
What do you hope to do here, Krill?
I have every faith in your abilities, but it has begun to seem you might be a little overstretched against a high demon. So, I have decided to come and save you. I confess that the four of you, the last living talents, apart from myself, are rather important to me.
But you could be taken.
You saw him standing on the bush, Archer. We're talking to an astral being like before. Urals would be here too if this was Krill in his true body.
I should have known.
Let us be on our way.
If you aren't in your real body, you can't use the true magic?
True, but I can still use my talents. The truth is, I am here because I'm aware how exhausted you've become, Mandra, my dear.
Oh, thank you.
You have done wonders for one so young. But now I shall provide. I shall get us into the tower and reinforce all your efforts to do what must be done when we're in there.
I thought you might join us, especially if we got the blade.
I have perceived in the elements and the ether that we're approaching a crucial moment. It is the time we must take every risk, for if we win, the gains will be immeasurable.
And if we lose?
I dare not even contemplate it. But come, Flamark is not here at the moment. He searches for you in the Middens, following false trails Urold and I laid earlier. On the other hand, young Jarrell is with Meftic, and since the afternoon is rapidly waning, I suggest we all make haste.
So, how do you like my little plaything? The pillar comes up out of the pit, just wide enough for you to squat on. And now, with this little toggle in the arm of my chair, I can sway it from side to side. Or slide it higher and lower. And even plunge it into the pit completely. No, don't worry. I was only teasing. And now I shall swing the pillar a little faster, and you will indeed soon fall off into the pit and save me the trouble of lowering it. Who intrudes? Soldiers, hold them!
I have held him. He will speak no more for the moment. I'm so sorry I could not stop the boy from falling.
That was not Jarrell. I see him. He's to spare. In the darkness below the terrace where the poisoner stands frozen.
He's in a semi-trance. There is a demon grip on him. Flamarok has left great power behind him in his absence. Still, I can float him to us.
Jarrell, can you hear me?
No, he can't.
The wound on his chest is pulsating.
Because his time runs out. Soon the full moon will rise.
Let's pick him up and go.
We must take the blade as well, and there are things here that disturb me. For a moment, Meftic, you may have the power of speech and tell us things.
It is you, isn't it? Rebel sorcerer. You dare enter my tower?
Why don't we just twist his neck and be off before the demon returns?
A moment more. Meftic, who was the one who went into the pit?
A small-time thief, the whiner. The boy himself dies at moonrise, wizard, and you cannot save him now, nor save yourselves.
I can. Your demon has departed, poisoner, and no other in this place can stand against me.
It's the vulture demon, Krill.
Urold! I am here, master.
Krill, you fool! If Urold answers your call, that can only mean one thing. You're really here in person, aren't you? Only pretending to be in your astral form.
True. I did not want to worry you with it. I could not invoke magic unless I was here in person.
Flamarok!
Urold has been keeping him busy with false trails until now.
No! The vulture carries the joyous feathers. Can't you help him, Krill?
The vulture's beak caught his chest. Crimson! He bleeds, Krill. I think he's badly injured.
There is nothing I can do. Fight back, Urold. Fight back.
For you, master! One last blow! I strike!
Yes! He's piercing through the heart with his beak.
They're both twirling down. The vulture's still lashing even as it dies.
Urold's pulled free. The vulture is dead.
My good friend, how bad is the news?
The worst. The demon has brought my death, Krildor. No wizardry can heal these wounds.
Urold, friend and companion, how can I go on without you?
You must. There are terrors in battle still to come, more potent than any we have faced. One last thing while I still live. Use the true magic with my aid and raise shields around yourselves.
Why?
Do as I ask, and with feast.
There. Now we're encased in a silvery sheen that nothing can enter.
Good. Do not mourn my departure,
will do. I am simply released from this sphere sooner than expected.
I don't know whether to mourn you or to envy you, my beloved friend.
Krill, on the terrace. Something is appearing beside Meptic.
Quiet. It is Flamerok himself.
Weakling or wizard, your absurd deception has failed. Your familiar is destroyed. You are powerless and in my power. And at your defeat.
My deception served well enough, demon, and I'm hardly powerless, as you must see from the shield.
Its eyes! They're starting to blaze!
And will shortly squirt fire. Brace yourself for the shock.
The shield won't stand much more of this. And what can mere talents do against a fiend?
One thing, they can awake Jarl.
I thought he was in a spell.
Before Euro died, I broke it. He's now in a light sleep of my devising.
Oh, look at him. Poor Jarl. The scar pulsing even more strongly.
Flamerok's eyes have changed. He's got something new in store.
He's firing balls of red-hot metal.
The shields are beginning to falter. It must be done. I can delay no longer.
What must be done?
I must awaken Jarl's talent to its full adult power.
A mere firebrand against this enemy?
Much more than just a firebrand. What I am about to do is our only hope. It may kill all of us, including Jarl. For I must reach his mind with mine, and I cannot do so through the shields.
You want to drop the shields?
They're going anyway. Do what you can, Krill, but do it now!
When the moment is right.
Flamerok, I pray you, spare some of them for me. Even just one to play with a little.
Now.
Silence, fool. I will feed you to your own creatures in the pit.
He's turned back. His eyes. Look at his eyes.
No, too bright. Don't look. It'll burn your eyeballs to cinders.
I can look all right. Do your worst, Flamerok. Sides, black sockets can take all you can offer and more.
Jarl? From this moment, let your true talent awaken and function in the true splendor of its power.
Krill, it's you.
Call up your creatures, Jarl. Call them now.
They're coming, Krill. They are coming.
The throne is starting to shake.
The building's falling all around us. Marble blocks falling from above.
Krill! Where are you, Krill? Did you see him go, Archer?
No, one moment he was standing there and then he'd gone.
Keep your eye on Jarl and Mandra. I'm going to get Meptic.
Beware! Flamerok is still up there.
Don't worry, I can see him. He's slumped in a daze. So, Flamerok, it is true what they say. In the face of elementals, even demons quake and grow weak.
But now one comes to take me to safety, human. Just feel the power of its presence. Remember it well, for there will be another time you will feel it soon.
So, there you are. Buried in rubble.
Yes! Meptic is here, alive! Lightning and fire and earthquake and water, but nothing can kill Meptic. I am the prince! I have the blade nothing can kill, and now it kills you! I hold my sword high, and now prepare to die!
Well shot, Archer. An arrow through the wrist should keep him quiet a moment or two. And the tainted blade is mine. Get the youngsters out, Archer. I'll follow.
I still can't find Krill.
Get them out. The whole tower's going to fall by the sound of it.
What of Meptic?
I'm about to settle it now. So, Meptic, it is time. I could use this and scratch you and let you die in agony in a few hours' time.
But you might escape. And I want to be sure you're finished. So... Yes! Up in the air above my head you go. Now, see the pit below? By a miracle, many of your creatures escaped with their lives. And now it is time for you to join those reptilian friends of yours and see which of you is the most venomous.
Where is Cy?
Don't worry, he'll get out.
The whole building is starting to fall.
Krill?
Still no sign. The tainted blade?
I have it safe in my scabbard. We'll go to the hill above the city to decide what next.
Earthquake, thunderstorm, wind, fire, and flood? Elementals! Who could have believed how powerful they are?
I could feel them in the palace. Huge, shapeless, invisible, but oh, so powerful. Enough to strike Flamerop down like a reed.
But not for long. Something picked him up. A stream of evil power. It just had to be the demon driver. Won't he have something to think about at this moment?
No wonder Krill risked all for such a talent.
And we thought you were only a firebrand, Gerald.
The full moon is going to rise in a little while, and whatever talent I have, it is not going to keep me alive. Look at me.
Oh.
No! The scar has turned green, and now it's started to glow as well as pulsing.
We can't destroy the blade without Krill. You told me that. So I'm going to die at moonrise. There's no elemental that can keep that from happening.
Don't give up hope, Gerald.
That's right. We don't know what happened to Krill. He might still come to us in time.
If he's safe, why isn't he here now?
The blade too pulses and turns green.
It must be destroyed.
Gerald speaks true.
We could try.
Oh, yes, surely we could.
Look! On the brow of the hill.
A glow. A bright glow forming itself into what?
Krill?
No. Flamerop.
Gerald, do something. Gerald! Gerald!
You will not escape this time by using elementals. I have veiled the boy's mind in darkness. He will not use his talent ever again, for shortly the moon will rise. I will keep you motionless as well, but your minds may remain open, so that you may watch the boy die. Watch how the wound grows, glowing ever greener, spreading like a mold, along his arms, up over his throat, down over his stomach, burning his stomach as it goes. See the smoke that is created, and it leaves his skin cracked and blackened behind it. The surf is crumbling, seared beyond recognition by the fire within, until finally, watch, he slowly crumbles to ash at his own feet, and your friend is now merely a pile of dust. That death was an illusion for your enlightenment and for my entertainment. The boys in precisely that form will happen in a few minutes. Meanwhile, you may enjoy a little more enlightenment about the fate of that fool of a friend of yours, the wizard Taratang. When he dropped the shields in the palace to summon the boy's talent, I gathered him up and threw him to my master, the one you call the demon driver. Your wizard now lies in torment in my master's palace, and there he will remain undying and in agony for 100 years. Foolish woman! You think using your talent to throw your knife without lifting a finger can harm me? A mortal weapon cannot harm a demon, only melts on contact with my flesh. But harm will come to you for your disrespect.
Gerald, I couldn't understand why Archer threw her knife. Now I know why. She is telling me I too can use my talent. Oh, I have removed the veil that Flamerok used to cover your mind. Can you hear me, Gerald?
Yes, I hear you.
Do something quickly. Flamerok is aware of what I have done.
A fountain of water between us. We're free of his grip.
I've weakened him, but I can't hold it very long. Look, the glow of the moon is on the hillside. Any second I will die.
Flamerok is still cringing away from the water. What else can be done? Archer, side!
I don't know.
Wait. Look at the way he's standing, covering his face. I've seen him like that before. At the palace. The blade. The demon fears the tainted blade.
Good. Then let us make him a present of it. Deep in his heart.
You got him, Side. He's starting to glow green.
The blade is melting into him, destroying itself.
And now it's Flamerok himself who is melting.
Gerald!
Turn him over quickly, Mandra. The moonlight is now bright enough to see his chest.
It's gone! The mark has gone! He's safe!
Good. I'm glad he lives. That talent for controlling the elementals will come in very handy on our travels.
Travels?
Oh, yes. Come sun up. Time to go to the other end of the land. Save Krill from the palace of the demon driver.
But of course, I was forgetting.
Won't Gerald be thrilled when he wakes up? He probably thought it was all over. And now we can tell him.
It's only just beginning!
In The Blade of the Poisoner, dramatised by Wally K. Daly from the book by Douglas Hill, you heard Eric Allen as Gerald and James Holland as Gerald the Boy, with Elizabeth Bell as Archer, Ben on Wookway as Cy, and Susan Sheridan as Mandra. Prince Meftic was played by Hugh Dixon, Krill by James Thomason, Urald by David Bannerman, and Flamerok by Brett Usher. Richard Pearce was Whiny, Anne Windsor the Innkeeper, and Nigel Carrington and Charles Millham, Soldiers. Special effects were by Dick Mills, and music by Peter Howell of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. The director was Peter Fozzard.
The Effect by Lucy Preble.
Experiment begins.
Have you ever suffered from depression?
No. I felt depressed, but...
In what way?
Well, what I mean is... I've been sad.
But not depressed?
No.
There's a difference?
Yeah, it's an illness, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you tell me. I just mean I haven't gotten an abnormal amount of chemical in the brain or anything.
And that's depression?
Yeah, sorry, I am...
No, I'm interested.
It's just, I mean, I'd never say, oh, I'm depressed. Well, I would, but just meaning sad, you know, because that's... I'm not, so...
You're just sad?
When I am, I'm sad.
Okay. And there's no chance you could be pregnant?
No.
What contraception are you using?
None.
Are you in a relationship?
Yep.
Are you sexually active in that relationship?
I have had sex. I hope to have sex again.
But you're not having sex at the moment?
No, not right at the moment.
And what was the date of your last period?
Oh, I always feel like I should know that. A couple of weeks ago, maybe?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm pretending to know.
Okay, I need your help Connie, I see men, a lot of men. This is why. Drug trials are safe, but you consent for yourself. You can't consent for someone else, so I need to know for sure that you're not pregnant.
Well, give me something to wee on and I'll wee on it.
Right. Do you smoke?
No.
Have you drunk alcohol in the last 24 hours?
Nope.
Taken drugs, medicinal or otherwise, in the last 6 to 8 weeks?
Pretty sure, no.
Have you had any poppy seeds in the last 48 hours?
Poppy seeds? No.
So if our test for opiates comes back positive, I'm going to assume that's the heroin, not a bagel?
Fine by me.
Do you or have you ever suffered from irritable bowel syndrome?
No.
Cancer of the bowel?
No.
Cancer of the throat, lungs or skin?
No.
Arthritis?
No.
Dementia?
No.
Type 2 diabetes?
Nope.
Type 1 diabetes?
No.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental health problem or been in hospital for a period of more than 24 hours?
No.
Okay.
Done well there, then.
I'm not sure avoiding senile dementia is something you can take full credit for.
My body can.
So, you know and accept you must remain within the facility for the 4-week period and hand over all electronic devices during that time.
One mobile phone.
Thanks.
There's no passcode on it, so no looking at the photos.
You've done this before, I see.
A few times I have.
Then, you know what happens now?
I take it I should go somewhere and...
Do it here if you like, I've seen it all before.
I will if you like.
No.
No. I'll take myself off and empty myself out.
Okay.
You know, you're an attractive woman, Dr. James.
Thank you, Tristan.
Hey! Would you like me to take that for you?
Pardon? No, sorry.
That's right.
Do you work here?
No. I was just going that way with my sample. So, I'm the same as you, here.
Oh, I don't... What, are you allowed to just take other people's urine samples?
Probably not. You gotta sign all that shit. I could do anything to it. I won't. You don't have to hide it.
Oh, I'm not particularly...
Can I see then?
No.
It's warm, that's the thing, isn't it? But we're warm. If it was cold, we'd be dead.
You need to drink more water.
I do. I will. I've not seen a girl here before.
You do these a lot, then?
A bit.
They're all right, are they?
Yeah. Used to be better. Now everyone comes in with laptops and headphones. It's a bit less fun. Used to be like Big Brother, you know. The hard thing's living in a small space with a bunch of strangers.
This is a long one.
It is. It is. Don't worry, though.
Oh, I'm not.
You might not even be honest, but you can tell. People say they wouldn't do this. People who take a pill off a stranger or do a line at a party. Bollocks, do they know what that is? You from the university?
Yeah.
I think they pay you more, you know.
What?
Yeah, trials like this, they don't want the immigrants they usually get. They need English. So you can, you know, talk and listen, you know, no trouble how to...
Articulate.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sure you don't want me to carry it for you, like a gentleman would?
No.
Come on.
No.
Can I touch it?
No.
Don't be precious.
I'm not.
Why are you holding it like that then? It was part of you a minute ago.
I'm just... Nothing.
I'm teasing.
I know. I'm not ashamed of it.
Go on, feel mine then.
Oh. Fine. Oh.
You're gonna have to be my friend now.
Admissions procedure. Blood pressure taken, alcohol levels checked, weight and height monitored, sterile clothing issued. First 25 milligram dose of agent RLU 37, given at timed intervals as of 14th January 2018, 9:15 p.m. Tristan.
Hi.
Swallow the pill on the beat, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open your mouth so I can check. Good. Connie? Swallow the pill on the beat, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Open your mouth so I can check. Good. Next. Swallow the pill on the beat, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Heart rate, pupil dilation, and electrodermal response measured. Blood taken. Subjects provided with controlled food portions.
1 biscuit, 1 juice. Thank you. 1 biscuit, 1 juice.
Thank you.
Do you want my biscuit?
Thanks, but I can't. If I'm 1 biscuit up and you're 1 biscuit down, that could throw out all of medical science.
Oh, it's not very nice.
Where do you sleep?
Down the corridor. They showed me.
I'm with 10 sweaty blokes. You're biologically blessed. You biting your nails there?
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
Oh, God, they're really bad.
Wait, show me your wrist. The band. No shit.
What?
We have the same birthday.
The 29th?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How weird is that? The exact same. Birthday. What are the chances of that?
Actually, I don't think it's that unusual. I mean, it's not as unlikely as you think.
How do you know what I think?
Sorry, than most people would think. I mean, in a group of people, the group doesn't actually have to be that big for you to share a birthday. Because probability-wise, you're not saying how likely it is this person was born on a particular date, which is 1 in 365, obviously. You're just saying, of all the dates, how likely is it that 2 people have the same?
Oh. Well, I think it's a sign.
Right.
I think we're twins. Identical twins. They decided to raise us in very different environments to see what effect it had long term. Me, a quaint little shithole in Nace. And you...
Basingstoke.
Basingstoke. Yeah. Turned out it had a massive effect.
Can you get back into bed, please?
What are you doing for your birthday?
Leaving. Never coming back. This is for spending money. I'm going travelling.
Oh, cool.
Does your man not mind you doing this then?
My man? No, I do what I like.
Of course you do. It's like that I got a man, but I don't need a man, Beyonce and shit.
He's away, so...
Away for work, is he?
No.
Stag do?
No.
Is he in prison?
What? No. He's visiting family.
Oh, right. Not with you, though?
No. With a friend.
Oh.
He's with his son. He's got a little boy from before.
Nice. So, you're happy?
Don't do that.
What?
That, are you happy thing, that thing guys say when
I'm sure you are.
Because whoever actually says, I'm perfectly, completely...
Some people do.
Okay, yeah, well...
What?
I am.
What?
Happy.
Where would you go?
Hmm?
India, I'm thinking.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't go anywhere exotic, actually. Somewhere American? Not the cities, I mean the real, the dust, those states. Yeah. Somewhere it's horizon on both sides.
The plains.
Yeah, I'd like to see a wild horse.
Yeah?
Yeah, and hold a gun.
Right.
I wouldn't shoot the horse.
No. Why don't you go then?
Why don't I go?
Yeah.
Money, time, life. There's just so much to do.
I know. It's great.
Love.
Blue.
Chair.
Yellow.
The Stroop test. Volunteers, tested in isolation, view trigger words but name only the colour in which the word appears. Subject takes longer to distinguish the colour of words that are psychologically relevant or troubling to them.
Summer.
Green.
Guilty.
Red.
Red.
Baby.
Green.
Father.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Joy.
Red.
Diet.
Green.
Green.
Lonely.
Pink.
Breasts.
Yellow.
Yellow.
Memory.
Green.
Blue.
Blue.
Purple.
Shit, sorry, purple.
It's okay, it's not a test.
Dr. James?
Yes?
Sorry, I don't know if it matters, but I thought I should say... I know about the Stroop effect. I know it's about how long you take to say the colour, that the more meaningful the word, the longer it takes. Well, I don't know if it matters, if you know.
No.
Really? Oh. I thought knowing might make me try to beat it.
In most cases, being aware of your own bias doesn't actually mean you can affect that bias.
Really?
Yes, yeah. It's one of life's tragedies. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. You can hear it a total of 2 times.
Okay.
You open up a dry cleaners on the border between 2 towns. Your shop is the only one of its kind in the surrounding area. Your business prospers and reactions from your customers indicate the cleaning is of good quality.
Okay.
You hire more staff, which is an outlay but improves customer service, and you wonder about applying to the bank for a loan to open up a chain of such shops. As you had expected, the bank approves the loan.
Go me.
Now, quick memory test. Can you tell me the nature of your business? Was it A, greengrocers, or B, dry cleaners?
B.
And where was the shop set up? Was it A...
On the border
in the centre
between
of town,
2 towns.
On the border between, yes. And the reason for your business success, was it A, lack of competition, or B, a good business plan?
Sorry, what?
The reason for your success, was it...
No, but you didn't say... sorry. So am I me? Am I now a dry cleaner?
Remembering the story I told you, what was the reason for your success?
It's impossible to say. Is this a test of memory?
This is the last question.
Afterwards, will you tell me why?
Why?
I'm a psychology student.
And you can work it out for yourself. What was the reason for your success?
A, lack of competition. May as well. There'd be like 100 factors in this fictional town's economy.
Okay.
So if I said my business plan...
Then what?
Then I'd be taking responsibility for the success.
Right.
So what's that got to do with the trial?
People prone to depression, Connie, they tend to attribute success to external causes and failure to internal ones.
Oh. So if I do well, it's because of something outside of me. But if I do badly, it's because of my stupid self.
Exactly.
And what would a normal mind do?
Well, a so-called healthy mind, the healthiest mind would think, if things go well, it's down to me. I did that. And if it goes badly...
They've been unlucky.
Victim of circumstance, yes. So, you're studying psychology?
Yes. And social science.
Gosh. Never too late to become a real doctor, you know. So, is that why you're here, interested in trials?
Yep. And depression.
Mother or father? Sorry, my background's in psychotherapy. How do you feel?
A bit awkward.
I mean physically.
Oh, fine. A bit tense, up, like something's going to happen. I keep thinking my hearing's really good. That's crazy, isn't it? But Tristan said the same.
Well, the agent's designed to increase levels of dopamine.
Right.
And that's what's stimulated by new, exciting experiences generally, so... There's an old joke, actually. How does it go? So, there's this medic at a conference and he's fallen for a girl there who hasn't looked at him twice. Now, he knows dopamine is the initial trigger in falling in love, but also that dopamine is stimulated by new, exciting experiences. So, to try and get the girl, he arranges for them to go bungee jumping together to sort of chemical reaction. So, the instructor ties them together and they stand over this incredible valley and he's got his arms round her and they fall headlong into this adrenaline-filled rush and their dopamine levels go and eventually they get lifted back onto the bridge and they get their breath back and he looks into her eyes and says, "Oh, wasn't that amazing?" And breathlessly she answers, "Yes, and isn't the instructor handsome?" It's sort of a science joke.
No,
so.
no, I like it. Because it's the instructor.
Yeah, yes, that she's... Yes.
This is very good, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure it's good or bad. It's just the case.
Well done. Different from what you're used to, I bet.
Different.
Easier.
Different.
Elevated mood.
Yes.
Increased energy levels.
Yep.
Weight loss.
Mm-hmm.
And increased height.
Average 2 centimetres.
Height?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem likely.
Well, I'm not raising the floors.
I didn't think we were even monitoring height.
I monitor everything.
I see that. Why are you doing psychological tests of this quantity? It's a phase 1, physical.
Well, everything's physical in the end, isn't it?
There's really no need. Just stick to protocol.
Yes.
An antidepressant effect in volunteers. That'd be extraordinary.
Barely a week in, they know they're being given an antidepressant. It'll be mostly their own expectation, surely.
Could be, but the new design is fast-acting, so...
Sorry, I just assume it's psychological.
Robust objectivity, quite right. It's good to see you, Lorne. I mean, I know I saw you at the... but, I mean, alone. You look really well. I bet you think I'm looking old.
What? No, don't say that. You make me think you're thinking that about me.
No!
I should say thank you for all this. I know I wouldn't... It's very good of you.
Oh, don't... It's just great to see you and for you to be here. Let's just make sure this is done really well.
What does that mean?
With lack of bias and precision.
Well, I wasn't going to just circle random numbers, Tom.
No, I'm honestly trying to help. Oh, we could do with fresh eyes. It's a touchy area.
Rightly so.
Believe me, I don't want to spend 5 weeks on a trial that gets discredited. It's why we're developing new gens in the first place.
Because the old ones have been discredited.
They haven't been discredited. The studies that discredited our original trials have themselves been discredited now.
In new studies by you?
Yes, well, us. Don't worry, I'm the one always persuading them not to relocate the trials out to West Africa. Antidepressant trials.
I'm sure they get depressed in Gambia.
I'm sure they get fucking depressed in the Gambia. Doesn't mean we should use them as guinea pigs then disappear off with our drugs.
I read you're advising the government on psychopharmaceuticals at the moment.
No, I'm on a panel, I'm not.
I keep expecting to see you on a TED Talk or something.
No, they have asked, actually, but no, I'm saving that for the day I write that book.
And how are you? How are the kids?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I got engaged.
Congratulations. Wow.
Yes, I'm divorced, obviously. I should probably say that's the other way around.
OK, well, congratulations again.
I realise that should probably have happened a while ago.
Yeah. That must have been hard.
No, it's for the best. It's all good.
No, I think I heard, actually, she, lab assistant at MB.
Yes, where did you hear that?
Ran into Bill Fitzgrove at Customs ages ago, and he
Bill,
said...
did you? Yes, he worked with her.
Yeah, yeah.
How is he? Is he still at Brown?
Yes, he's Alzheimer's now.
Great. You mean he's...
Oh, yeah, researching, he's not...
Good. Yeah, did I meet him with you?
Yes, at that conference.
My God, yes, and he came over at the bar.
That's right, and it was after your talk, and you
That's right, I still do that talk.
I know.
Well, a variation of it for the company.
With the, bucket. Yes. Yeah, I remember. He came over after and you dropped your cigarette and I was hopping about because it burnt my leg.
What?
You remember, he was introducing himself.
No, I do, but you dropped it. And I don't smoke.
Of course you don't. Nobody smokes now. You did then.
Did I? No, I didn't. Very...
I have the scar.
Well, to be fair, we can't know what caused that.
No.
But I'm sorry if that's true.
I wasn't being serious. When you could smoke indoors.
Really glad to see you looking so well there, Lorna.
And you.
I've got to do one of those trial development seminars tonight, but I'll be back for the scans. I'll sign off first dosage escalation now, if you're happy.
Dosage increase, 50 milligrams.
Swallow the pill on the beat, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And open your mouth so I can check. Good.
I've been having the most extraordinary dreams.
Yes, me too.
Like vivid.
Yeah, and so fucking bizarre.
Mundane.
Mundane?
Yeah. Last night I dreamt my whole weekly shop I do around the whole supermarket near where I live. My brain must have designed every label, every detail in real time for hours. And when I woke up, I was like, oh, what a boring dream. And then I thought, God, no, what a boring life.
1 week in, this is where it hits you.
Yeah, I'm feeling that.
I'm climbing the fucking walls.
Oh, I killed for a cigarette.
I stuck out once for a fag.
Did you?
You know, round the back of here is an old asylum.
What?
You know, a mental hospital.
No, what's it like?
You want to see?
We're not allowed out.
I might know a way.
That really old building with the red brick?
Yeah. They don't use it anymore. It's all boarded up.
Hello. This couldn't be more glamorous, could it? A man coming on with a bucket. But fear not, the money's gone on what's inside. Welcome to Rauschen. I'm Toby. I'm a psychiatrist, I'm afraid. My father was a heart surgeon, and when I told him I wanted to specialize in psychiatry, he said, "Oh, really? The Cinderella of medicine," which killed me. Dad thought psychiatry was all nonsense about Freud and how we're all obsessed with our parents, so I devoted my life to proving him wrong. But seriously, I do think I've vanquished my father in a way, because I didn't want to be a heart surgeon. I didn't want to be a plumber of the body. I wanted to be an explorer of this. The human brain. So I became a psychiatrist, and of course, like all doctors, my chosen speciality is defined by what goes wrong. When the brain goes wrong, there are symptoms and there are physical causes, as with anything else. But because we think with our brain, we struggle to frame it as a piece of biological machinery. We're happy to have heart transplants and liver transplants, but we can't imagine a brain transplant. Because nowadays, we think our soul is in here. But that sense of us is only a tiny part of what's going on at any moment. As you sit listening to me, your brain is taking care of a lot of things so you don't have to, consciously. Your temperature, forcing food through your gut, positioning your spinal column in your seat, which doesn't look terribly comfortable, I'm sorry about that. Swallowing, so you don't choke on your saliva. Now, if we suffered a neurological oddity that meant we couldn't swallow, we'd see nothing wrong with addressing and repairing that in the brain. It's the same with mental health issues. There are diseases of the brain. That doesn't make people crazy or incapable or dangerous in soul. They're ill. We have to consider mental health the same way we do the bodily kind, because it is the bodily kind. Here's our body. And sometimes it requires medication. The psychopharmacological revolution is the great event in medicine in my lifetime. I'm proud to have been a part of that. My father lived just long enough to see it. He ran 3 miles a day into his 70s. He didn't touch red meat. What got him in the end was up here. But in one of his more lucid moments, he decided to donate his brain, this brain, to science for teaching and research into this field. So, thank you, Dad. Thanks to people like you, the Cinderella of medicine got to go to the ball.
a bit.
It'll be a listed building. It'll probably cost more to do up than close off like this.
Oh, you're such a grown-up.
Oh, it's amazing to be somewhere with some space.
Nice cartwheel. Here you are.
Oh, thanks.
Oh. Imagine them all in here. Rocking.
Can you do any tricks?
I'll show you on one condition.
What?
Come travelling with me after this. Why not?
What? No,
It doesn't have to be for long.
I'm not going travelling with you. I barely know you.
What do you want to know?
Tris, I'm not doing that. My course, my relationship, my work.
Oh, don't be so practical.
You're the one being practical. For me, it's insane.
Do you think your parents would like me?
That is ridiculous.
What, do they like him?
Piss off.
I bet they don't. He must be older, right? Is he older?
He's in his 40s.
Oh, nice and vague. Just tell me he's not your teacher or something.
He's not. Stop it.
Just tell me it's not that.
It's not. He never taught me. The reason I'm not at all bothered about what you think is I know exactly what you think, and I know it's not true.
Boring, anyway. Let's get back to what do you want to know about me?
Nothing. Tris, seriously.
Nothing?
Oh, I do. Of course I do. You're very interesting. I feel weird. I don't feel what I feel like in real life.
This is real life. When is it real?
No, I mean, the antidepressant, the doctor said they're designed to stimulate certain, like, dopamine, which is a rush you get if something exciting happens or when you... Well, it's fake. It's a chemical that feels like falling for someone.
So?
So, forgive me if I take everything with a big pinch of,
What, you think I don't like you properly because of the...
I think it's a strong possibility.
Bullshit! I can tell the difference between who I am and the side effects.
With respect, Tristan, no, you definitely can't.
You're saying any attraction is a result of the trial?
Part of it could be.
You must be basing that on feeling a sort of attraction.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. It's a chemical reaction, is what I'm saying.
But I'm still me.
No, yes, you're you, but under the influence of something. Right, if you were really pissed and going, I love you, you're my best mate, I wouldn't believe you either.
Why not? Look, men mean it when they say that. They just can't say it when they're sober.
Yeah, but they'll have known that person ages and... I don't know. I'm just saying what the doctor told me.
What does she know? They don't know anything. Knowledge is a myth.
Okay.
But they wouldn't be trialing if they knew. I once had chronic diarrhea for 6 days straight. Nobody predicted that. They say all sorts of shit. They say you have to give in your phone because it interferes with the equipment.
You do have to give in your phone because it interferes with the equipment.
Jesus, do you want a phone? I'll give you a phone. I gave in a dummy. Here you go. Say you have to make a call, get your phone, go to the loo, swap SIMs. Interferes with the equipment. It's like they say that on planes. It's just it's really hard to control a bunch of people if they've all got phones. Anytime anyone says turn off your phone, you should worry that's a situation where you might die. Not worry about the fucking equipment.
Can I actually have this?
Yeah. I normally sell them, but it's a shit one.
Oh, I like it. It's like the 90s.
You don't really think that? That I only like you because I'm high or something?
Why not? Everything we do is just about what's pumping round us, isn't it?
Well, that's a cold way of looking at a person.
Why? We are our bodies are us. There's not something more, and that's fine. That's enough. It's like the world is incredible and beautiful, even though we know there's no God behind it. It's even more amazing for that.
Hang on. We know there's no God behind it.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, it's... Oh, really?
What?
You believe in God?
What? It's all right. You look disappointed.
No, it's... Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? You assume when you meet someone and you...
When you meet someone...
And you get on,
You assume.
I knew it. You're disappointed. I believe in God because you like me. Thank you, Lord.
Sorry, that's awful.
No. Let's say you're right. Let's say we're attracted to each other, because we are. You just admitted it, and you can't take it back. Let's say we're attracted to each other, and that's been kicked off by these...
The dopamine.
Drugs, or whatever. So... What?
What do you mean?
What difference does it make?
Well, clearly it's something to be wary of.
No, it is what it is. It doesn't matter why.
It matters massive. It's all that matters.
Why?
Because it's the reason.
So?
I can't work out if I understand something you don't, or you understand something I don't.
People meet each other and fall in love in all sorts of ways. Doesn't matter what starts it. I'm sure there's a rush of something chemical if you meet on holiday or on a bus with a bomb on it. Doesn't mean Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock aren't really in love.
What? Speed, you're giving me speed.
I couldn't think of a recent film. But no, you think it's fake. So what, you think a few years on, Sandra and Keanu are just sat in a restaurant in silence thinking, why did I marry this loser? All we had in common was a bus.
Yeah, I do, actually. I do.
I like your laugh.
Do you know why?
It's sexy.
No, actually, why? It's a show of submission.
What?
Laughing is a way of showing submission. So men like it when women laugh. It shows their dominance.
In my fuck. You laugh when something's funny.
No, you don't laugh out loud when you're watching a sitcom.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. It's a social thing. It says, I get the joke, I'm clever. Or you use it to show you're attracted to someone. You know, the head thrown back, the throat exposed.
That's not why you laugh. You laugh at something. I've taken drugs before, right? There's not a drug in the world can really make you look at someone, find them attractive, or listen to them and find them interesting.
Yes,
or
there is.
Not smell them and know.
That's the pheromones, isn't it?
Is there no mystery for you?
There is. But it's more than just smelling, isn't it? It takes work.
You don't really believe that.
What?
About love and that.
Yeah, I just think it comes and goes. There's a period of time, maybe enough to raise a child, and then, well, you know, well, the few times I've ever loved anyone, they've always, at some point, they've written, I love you, in the snow or sand on holiday to me. And, yeah, it's wonderful. But the next time someone, you know, it happens, or the next even, you think, oh, okay, again. And you think of the last time, and what that meant, and, well, and just for it to get washed away, or melt, or something.
Some people never get love like that.
I know.
If I did that for you, I'd be holding back the sea from ever coming in.
You're sunshine, you know that. I bet you thought the dry cleaning business was a success because of your great business plan, didn't you?
Of course. It was!
So you take drugs then? Proper ones?
Sometimes. You?
No. I just think of drugs as like fags or cheese or something. If you get to a point and you're not into them, don't get into them. You'll only have to give them up down the line because they're bad for you.
It's about trying something new.
Sure, but it's only new once. Then it's the same as everything else.
But everything has to be new once.
Sure, but it's just a way of distracting yourself.
From what?
From the fact that you and everyone you love is definitely going to die.
Good. I'm glad I'm distracting myself from that. Good.
But that thing of, oh, this thing will make me happy. No, this thing. No, it must be the next thing. Like, why are you going travelling?
To see things. Meet people. Have my mind expanded.
Cool, man.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Just... Well, there's a whole world here. It's just what you notice. Look at the floor.
Tiles.
Yeah, used to be. Different colours.
Tiny tiles.
Mosaic. That seems weird.
Why would people put a mosaic on the floor of a mental asylum?
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't a mental asylum when it was built.
Or maybe they thought mental patients spend a lot of time looking down.
See all this? You can get all this from 1 square yard. You don't need to change continent every day.
That would work. That would work, except for one thing.
What?
You wouldn't have seen any of this if it wasn't for me. Come travelling with me.
Oh, come on. I don't know you. I can't trust you.
You've come into a mental asylum with me at night. You trust me. I'm going to see a lunar rainbow. In Zambia, 3 days a year, the full moon hits a waterfall in a way that refracts the moonlight. But the Taj Mahal! One of the wonders of the world, the most incredible testament to love ever built. You got that in your square yard?
Do your trick.
Yeah, I could actually.
I really want to see it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Might go outside your square yard.
That's
Is that okay?
fine. What are you doing with those drawing pins? What?
Regional Junior Irish Tap Champion 2002.
That is amazing. What are you doing? No, I'm not. Come on. Oh, God.
Oh, my God! Where have you been? I was about to call the police.
Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yep, fine.
What's going on?
Nothing, sorry.
Did you climb out of a window?
No, fire escape.
Sorry.
Was there a fire?
We were going a bit mad in there and wanted to check out
You're
outside.
going a bit mad in here by the look of it. Sorry, I didn't realise I was in charge of a bunch of school kids.
Sorry.
Have you been smoking? Oh, you stink of it.
All right, but yeah, we're not at school, so you don't need to be a bitch about it.
Trace.
Nicotine will inflate your dopamine levels for hours, which are already elevated from the agent. That affects my results. I'm sorry if my experiment that you're being paid to do is getting in the way of your moves. Connie, you came here of your own accord, presumably.
Yes.
Steady.
Just to be clear, you have signed a consent form committing to refraining from sexual activity.
Yeah, I know. Not that we've done anything other than what you saw.
Yeah, you perv. Sorry. I don't know why I said that.
You can't disappear with psychiatric medication coursing through you. I'm responsible for your safety.
Sorry.
Bed, please. Your own. We have fMRIs tomorrow, so go rest your brains.
Just relax. Everything's fine. Exhale. There's no need for anxiety. Just keep your head in one place. Okay. Now, I want you to think of something positive.
Tristan.
Connie.
What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think it's too early to say.
What?
I think it's too early to say.
Look at them.
I am.
Dampened amygdala activity, strong activity in the dopaminergic pathways and the reward centres of the brain in general, an antidepressant effect if ever I've seen one.
If you say so.
It's on a scan, Lorna, right in front of you.
I don't doubt there's an antidepressant effect going on, but I don't think it's got anything to do with your drug.
Well, that seems rather a coincidence.
You're seeing what you want to see. It's what you do.
Professionally speaking, why don't you think it's the drug?
Professionally speaking, 2 very good reasons.
You asked to see the scan of the volunteers showing the greatest effect. Are you interested in who they are?
Of course.
Okay. 2 very different clinical histories, backgrounds, genders even, but they have one thing in common. They are both involved in an intense and protracted flirtation with each other.
Really? Right, so you think that's what I'm looking at?
I think their physical symptoms and this neural activity is a result of that attraction, and frankly, it's obscuring any sense of what the drug itself is doing.
Unless it is what the drug itself is doing. If the agent is causing all these symptoms, why on earth wouldn't they assume they were infatuated?
You think because they feel all the things one would associate with infatuation, they're just assuming that that's what they are?
Assuming, exactly. The body responds in a certain way to what it's being given. They can't sleep, they can't eat, they're in a constant state of neural excitement ever since they met. What's the brain going to conclude?
You think it mistakes that for love?
Not even mistakes it, creates it, to make sense of the response. Are the other volunteers showing similar effect?
Not to the same extent.
But they're all straight men, right?
From the hygiene levels, I'd guess, yeah.
Well, maybe they've just got nowhere to go with it, nothing to hang it on. You can instill very strong feelings in a body as long as it's towards something that looks right, you know. You can make ducklings follow a kettle believing it's their mother for years.
Can you?
They did it at Exeter.
That's very Exeter.
Objectively speaking, we're starting with normal minds here.
Normal minds?
You know what I mean? Depression's characterised by deadness of emotion, insularity, lack of engagement with the world and those around you.
Is it?
The other end of the spectrum, where the agent could be taking them, is extreme emotion, excess engagement, overwhelming purpose and feeling. What does that sound like?
Bollocks?
What does it sound like?
I'm pretty sure it's not drug effect, Toby.
How? Don't forget it was just a blood pressure trial where they discovered Viagra.
So what, you're thinking you've discovered a Viagra for the heart?
Don't be simplistic. It's just not impossible. Cannabis, we know, increases susceptibility to schizophrenia. Likewise, I'm sure you can create a chemical vulnerability to something more positive.
Sounds a bit rehypnol to me.
I mean it rather romantically. Medical science has extended everyone's lives without taking any responsibility for us having to be married longer. We could do with a bit of help.
Instead of giving up and starting over?
Yeah. And you'd try anything in the worst of it.
But we're not really talking about attraction, are we?
Aren't we?
I don't think so. It seems to me you're trying to stress the chemical nature of things for my benefit.
No. But okay, yes. Equally, if you have a chemical imbalance that makes you sleep all the time, feel lethargic, have trouble focusing, of course you're going to eventually feel depressed.
Oh, for God's sake, Toby. You ask someone about their history of depression, they don't say, I felt tired one day. They say, I lost my job, I lost my wife. They're external events that they respond to.
Everybody loses their job, everybody loses their wife.
No, they don't, Toby. It's about an interaction with the world. It doesn't just appear. I know this depression as disease thing's good for business, but I...
Don't say that in front of me.
Don't say that in front of me. I was a clinical psychiatrist at Bart's for 10 years while you were greasing your way up the ladder. Don't tell me what
grease a ladder?
Oh, you know what I mean.
You weren't there a lot of those 10 years.
You don't know that at all.
I'm sorry, that's not the point.
You don't.
And it's irrelevant.
Are you interested in why I don't think it's drug effect?
Of course. What do you think I'm interested in?
I think you're interested in whatever's most interesting.
Come on, then. What makes you so sure this isn't the drug?
Thank you, Doctor. I'm glad you asked, because number 7 here is on a placebo, not even on your drug, and has all those physical symptoms and apparent antidepressant effect.
Ah.
Yes, So, that's definitely not your drug.
On placebo?
Yes. So, with one of them, the effect's entirely natural.
Dosage increase 100 milligrams.
This one? No, that's not yours.
Sorry, doesn't matter.
That one, please. else so I can check? Good.
Can I go to the rec room now?
No, you're on your own now.
Why?
Both of you separate for the rest of the trial. I'm here to monitor physiological effects. I can do without you going off creating your own. Anxiety, is that what you're saying? Anxious?
Sort of, yeah. But there's something else.
Anxiety, yeah, but anxiety if it's good. Is there a word for that?
I do feel... Yeah, I can't think of another word, but yeah.
Alive. Really alive.
More alive than usual?
Yeah. My thoughts are racing, the speed of thought, the repetition.
Alert, you know, like everything's more vivid.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
How's Connie?
Tristan, when you do these trials, someone has to not be on the drug, right?
Connie said the same. Thoughts racing.
What do you mean by that?
Tristan, gosh, my heart.
My heart.
Feels like it's going...
Going,
you know?
I don't know, faster.
But can you see that?
What?
If someone isn't on the drug, right? Sorry, I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. But you can't tell them, right?
I just feel vivid. Everything is vivid.
It's not for you to worry about. Much better you just tune in to what you feel.
My mouth tastes like metal when I swallow.
Can I have some water? Sorry, I'm feeling sick.
My stomach.
Are you going to the...
Oh, God, I'm shaking.
When did the shaking start?
Today, right? I'm not sleeping, really. Look, it stopped.
See? Is this bad?
You're probably dehydrated.
Because I feel
like I've lost weight.
My skin looks better, but I don't know if that's, you know... And
I don't know if this is the kind of thing you're after.
Want, but I think there's an effect on,
Sex drives mental.
Libido.
Right.
I feel more awake.
I've never felt this alert before.
Just try and breathe. Relax. It's lights out soon. If you can get some sleep, that'll be better.
Sleep?
Sleep? Sleep's for the weak.
I feel like I might never sleep again.
All right, straight back to your room now, please. Make sure you've got your monitor box on, yeah? Someone comes to collect it in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't read that.
It's outrageous. You shouldn't be here.
I know.
How do you feel?
I feel full. I feel almost holy, like life is paying attention to me. I don't want to tell you anything about what I feel about you and what's just hit me about how I feel about you, because it's not fair when you're... I want to be good for you.
You're sweating.
It's hot.
I'm cold.
God. How do you feel?
I'm bursting. I can't stop it. Something's in me, but it's like it's come from outside of me, like having the weather inside.
I do too.
Do you? Really?
Yeah. I'm just not fighting it.
Tristan.
Yeah.
Do you feel different?
Yeah. No, I just feel happy.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to take advantage of you.
I think I'm going to take advantage of you.
I think I'm in love.
Yeah. Are you?
Maybe you are too.
Maybe. I'm not sure what it is.
I feel it, really, though.
Do you? Oh, God.
If you're in love, there's nothing you can do about it.
But if it's something else controlling me...
Then you're not in control.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes, there's nothing I can do about it.
Yes.
I'm in love.
Yes.
Oh, God, that's such a relief.
What are you thinking?
What?
What are you thinking?
I don't know how to begin answering that.
Tell me what you're thinking.
Ow. What are you hitting yourself for?
Stop.
What are you hitting yourself for?
I want you to hit me.
Why?
Because then I can show how much I don't mind.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't... That was too hard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, before I have to do a wee, I have to tell myself something.
Like what?
I don't know, like anything. I think I say everything's going to be fine. Do I?
Whilst you're weeing?
No, before, to make myself... Oh, I don't know.
Why? Out loud?
Yeah, quietly, like, everything's going to be fine. Like a distraction, so I can, you know, like, everything's fine. Yes, everything's fine.
Are you going to make yourself weak?
No.
Where will we live?
Paris. New York. Farm. Oh, anyway.
I'm opening a dry cleaners. I know they don't want to see me. You know, I hear that from people. And I can't say it's not mutual. But you know, I would have settled. I would have... I was okay being a disappointment. I was happy to be an acceptable failure.
Ask me who's in charge.
What?
Ask me who's in charge.
Who's in charge?
You are.
I remember with mine, it took ages. You know, years. And this nurse said to me one day, everyone dies like this now. Unless it's a motorbike crash or someone really old in their sleep occasionally. But everyone else, it's like this. Long time and really, really bad.
Sure. I mean, we're all supposed to be dead by now. We're designed for, what, 30 or 40 at most? I think people have kids now when they should die.
Sometimes I think I am. I'm dead and my body just hasn't caught up.
What?
Don't you get that?
No. How's your leg?
Oh, yeah, fine.
It's more than fine. It's beautiful.
No.
Show me the scar.
No, Toby. When did the bleeding start?
Just now, this morning.
Before or after your dosage?
Before.
Well, I have tampons and towels, but the exact same time as Tristan's did too.
Oh.
Looks like I'm missing 8 hours of each of your hearts. Connie.
That's weird. Sorry.
What is it that you're sorry about?
Nothing. I wanted to see if he was all right. He was ill. We've both been feeling pretty dodgy.
How do you know he was feeling ill?
How do I know?
How did you know?
Text.
He texted you on a phone?
Yes.
You know phones are banned. They interfere with the equipment.
I know. How?
Sorry?
How do they?
The signal they give off.
What, though?
It interferes with medical electronic devices.
It doesn't seem like that can be true, though. People would just be dying everywhere, wouldn't they?
Have you had sex? I need you to be honest with me. Just answer the question, have you had sex in the last 24 hours?
Yes, but none of it went where it would have to go.
He didn't ejaculate inside you?
No, God, no. Don't write a sonnet about it.
You know, that's no protection against anything. There's still all sorts of risk.
Oh, really? Or is that like the way phones interfere with the equipment?
You know you're going to have to leave.
Fine. Chuck us off. At least then I'll know.
Not you both. You. Because Twitter doesn't have a womb.
No! Look, we didn't really... I'm sorry, we were just messing about. There isn't any risk of anything.
I'm not your sex education teacher, Connie. I'm trying to run a trial, which you've put into jeopardy.
Yeah, I understand there's a leasing of bodies involved here, but you can't expect to police how we feel.
That is exactly my role. You're vulnerable. The drug's designed to stimulate transmitters that are linked to poor decision-making and risk-taking.
You can't give us something that causes poor decisions and risks, then have a go at us for taking risks and making bad decisions.
It's not a bad point, but you don't know what you feel.
I know, and it's horrible.
This has to stop.
I think only one of us is on the drug. The way you give them out and the way I feel today. I think he is and I'm not.
All trials, someone has to be on a placebo to compare to a control.
Yeah, but if I'm on a placebo, he's on a drug saying all this stuff. I can't believe him. It's driving me mad.
That's exactly why you shouldn't be involved.
But I think I might be in love with him. You have to tell me.
I can't give you any information. It compromises the trial.
Well, I'll just tell Tristan we both have to leave and then...
Is that what you want to do?
At home, in real life, I have a boyfriend.
Right.
And I do love him, I think. But if I did... I keep thinking, is this real or is that real?
I can't help you with that.
Why? Aren't you a psychiatrist?
I'm a person.
Well, then talk to me like a person!
Okay. I was having a rough time quite a few years ago. I'd broken up from a long relationship I'd been in forever, and that was a big decision. And I'd lost a parent after a long time. And I was supposed to be at a conference, but I didn't know if I could. I'm afraid I nearly didn't make it, but I did. And that week turned out to be one of the best weeks of my life. Professionally, and just... I met lots of interesting people and got very... You know, it was good. And I got on very well with one guy there, who was great and funny and a force of real joy in the room. And even though I was a mess, and well, he was married, but it was one of those chance encounters that give you hope. Because you think, God, there are great people out there and they seem to think I'm great. And so on the flight back, I was sat next to another doctor, a woman, and she recognised me and we talked, and she knew this guy, and she said, "Oh, you didn't sleep with him, did you?" And I said, "No, why?" I did. So apparently he really puts it around. He's this notorious shagabout on the conference circuit, and younger, less astute girls would, you know. And it was strange because it wasn't till then, as we flew back, I sort of felt something dissolve in the jet stream, like something got eroded down. By the time I got back, it was dark.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I'm saying it should have ended there, that's all. But things went on.
Tristan's not like that.
Of course not.
Please. Just tell me what this is.
Tristan's not on the drug, Connie. He's on a placebo.
Oh.
See?
Right.
So he's vulnerable in a different way.
But, he says he feels like he's on it.
That's what happens. It's normal.
But is that okay? To lie like that?
It's essential. He can't know, Connie, if we're going to carry on here.
Right. Gosh. Oh, my head. It has to stop, doesn't it?
It has to stop. We're scheduled to increase dosage again today. I hope you're happy to stay.
Increase in dosage 150 milligrams.
Swallow the pills on the beat, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And open your mouth so I can check. Good.
Something's wrong. I can feel it.
Wrong in what way?
Why is Connie pissed off with me?
I don't know that she is. I want to focus on the physical.
I'm shaking like a leaf. I feel on the edge of a heart attack.
Really?
Yeah. And so are you not interested?
Of course I'm interested.
Can I say anything?
You can. You're completely safe.
Quite intense thoughts. You know, a bit much.
Intrusive?
Yeah. A lot of sexual, you know?
Okay. Well, I wonder why that might be.
Normally it's graphic, but this is... it's quite angry.
Right.
Do you not give a shit? Sorry. No, actually, screw it. This is your drug I'm living. I'm supposed to tell you, deal with it. I feel giddy, and I feel dizzy, and I feel tense.
Okay.
I feel giddy. I feel giddy and dizzy and tense.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it not okay?
No, just... I tell you that, and you're like, okay. Feels like... I don't know, like that joke. What's that joke? That guy in a doctor's office, and he's showing him those ink blot things, and he says, that's some people fucking. And he shows him the next one, and he says, that's more fucking. Then he shows him another one, and he says, God, that's extreme fucking. And the doctor says, do you ever think you might have a sexual problem? And your man goes, hey, doc, you're the one with the dirty pictures.
You know, humour is a great way of disguising hostility.
That's it, not disguised. Is that better? I miss Connie. I miss her mouth.
You know she's in a relationship.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck's it to you?
Do you want to take a break and do this later?
Not particularly. Not fucking particularly.
Okay.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just noting your agitation. Is there anything else to report?
No. Yeah. Why I was... Look, even if I have sexual thoughts, and I am, there's no reaction downstairs, nothing's happening.
Right. Are you talking about temporary impotence?
Yeah, well, I hope it's fucking temporary. You don't want to get sued.
For how long?
Today.
Just today?
That's not normal for me, okay? I know my body.
Sure.
Something's wrong.
That must be worrying.
Yeah.
Are you worried something's damaged?
But you can't look at that, can you?
Because I'm a woman?
No, because you're not a doctor like that.
Psychiatrists are doctors. We go to medical school and everything.
Oh. Right.
Do you want me to...
You gonna have a look?
Are you happy for me to?
Yeah. Delighted. Fuck it, yeah.
Okay, do you just want to get yourself ready? It can be easier to think it's some physical... hormonal, but with these things you can never really... Okay. I doubt very much it's physical. Wait here.
Tris.
I'm sick. We're missing you.
No.
What?
I want it to be fair.
Fair? What? Is this about him? Have you talked to him?
No.
Do you love him?
It's not hard to love someone, Tris.
It shouldn't be.
I'm just trying to keep this safe.
Safe? Are you frightened of me now?
No. Should I be?
Yeah, I'm a fucking monster. Just say what you mean.
I am. I'm saying no.
To what?
I'm in a relationship, and you're clearly not a relationship kind of guy.
Where did that come from?
You're flirty, you know? You're a bit of a player type.
No, I'm not.
I've seen you flirt with a doctor, for God's sake.
So, are you joking? Christ, Connie, she's nearly 50.
Yeah? And what are you saying, women can't be attractive in their 40s?
What? Well, I'm the one that's been flirting with her, apparently. Has she been saying things about me?
It's none of your business.
You're not telling me something.
You're being weird.
You're lying.
I haven't said anything. How can I be lying?
By not telling me stuff.
There's loads of stuff I'm not telling you all the time, otherwise it would be unbearable.
That's exactly the sort of thing people say when they're lying.
Oh. My hair's coming out.
Mine's coming out too.
Yeah, but not because of the drug.
Fuck you.
No, I didn't mean that.
What's going on?
Nothing. I don't have to tell you everything, you know? We're not going out.
Yeah, I'm starting to thank fuck. Look, just don't rewrite what's happened. Don't make out that I'm some...
I'm not. Why do you care anyway? That's in the past. I thought you wanted to live now.
I want you to live now. You're always talking about what happens afterwards or how we got here. Tell me what you feel now.
It doesn't matter what I feel. What does it matter?
Because I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You're so scared. Why are you so scared? All the time. It's like being with an old woman.
What might go wrong, though? This is my life.
Exactly.
What, you don't care, do you?
Of course I do.
Because you just want it now. You know, maybe you should start thinking about the future a bit.
What?
You're not exactly on a gap here, are you, Tris? It's become a sort of gap life.
That's a horrible thing to say.
Then don't say I'm boring just because I'm not giving you what you want.
Are you saying I'm not good enough for you?
I'm saying sort yourself out
I'm punching above
before
my
you
weight.
make out I'm a coward. I'm happy with my life.
Ha! Yeah, of course you are. You look happy. You look fucking delighted.
You've got no idea how I feel.
Tell me!
Oh, God, you're like a child.
I'm fine for a quick fuck, but secretly you want the older, duller man who's going to provide and bring some cash to the fucking table.
Oh, my God.
It's basically what you said.
What are we even talking about?
Gap life.
Yeah, well, I'm the one that sat there and watched you do your cheeky twinkly stuff with the doctor, and you were a bit sleazy with me early on. What am I supposed to think?
I don't... You're the one in a relationship as you keep going on.
And you keep going on about it.
I'm allowed. I can do what I like.
Oh, so I'm a slag now?
No. Put away your paranoia, love.
Don't call me love. It's so tacky.
Connie. Come on. Just kiss and make up.
No. I feel sick.
I make you sick.
I didn't say that. I'm not going to kiss you. I don't want to be sick on you.
I don't care. Be sick in my mouth. I'll eat it up.
God.
What?
I said I feel sick.
Am I a bit coarse for you? Is that it? Are you used to something more refined? Some wine-drinking, chino-wearing cunt?
You don't get to talk about him, you understand?
I wasn't. Is that what he's like? It came to mind pretty fast.
You keep shaking up my view of him, and I think it's manipulative.
Of course it's fucking manipulative.
You've never met him!
That's why it's so easy to slag him off. Come on, it's a joke.
It's a joke. Your way of getting out of everything. It's a joke. Ugh. So not only am I a slag, I've got no sense of humour.
You are doing my head in.
Everything I'm saying makes sense. Until it gets over there. If there's a problem, it's with you understanding. It's you.
Ah!
What do you want to happen? I mean, really?
I tell you what I want. I don't want to reason with you. I want to know, right now, in this moment, what you feel.
Well, I feel... God. I think I don't love you the way that you love me.
Right. Want me to look into the future? Fine. Go home, sucking his old cock. Stay with him for 2 years longer than you should, out of guilt for him having left his wife and kid for you. Tell yourself you've invested too much now, and it was nothing with me, and you're getting rougher looking while he's staying the same, and he's a good dad, and before you know it, you're 45, fucked, and caring for some old cunt with cancer.
I hate you.
You've been calling him.
I physically
telling
hate
him
you.
that everything's fine, you miss him. Have you used my fucking phone to do
You
that?
gave it to me.
Give it to me.
I don't have it. You're scaring me. Get your hand. You just broke your own phone, you stupid Irish cunt! No! Kids, no! Please, no, your hand in me!
Come on. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's the drugs.
Now it is.
I can't handle it.
Stop it.
I'm losing it.
Bullshit. You're not even on the drug, Tris.
I'm having a whitey.
You're not on the drug, she told me.
What?
You're on a placebo. This is all just you. Tris. Tris.
What happened?
Hello.
I drove here from Kent. What happened?
I feel like something awful's going to happen.
Okay.
I think we should exclude one of the volunteers from the trial. A boy, a guy, the man who's on placebo, in fact. He's not dealing with the environment, he's shown aggression and instability, and now he's not eating. In any other environment, I'd be worried for his mental health.
They've been in a sealed ward for weeks now. Anyone would get frustrated.
It may be linked to his relationship with the other volunteer.
Well, there's only one dosage left. Surely invalidating the trial...
It's not going to invalidate the trial, removing one control subject.
What physical symptoms have you observed?
It doesn't matter. He's on a placebo. It's just a growing sense of unease.
In you?
In him. In them.
We have a duty of care to him at this stage.
No, we don't. He's clean. We can just discharge him today.
That's not appropriate.
I'm used to helping people. You know, not putting them in a situation that distresses them. I don't think I can do this.
Yes, you can.
Is it me? I'm terrified it's me. Have I done something? It doesn't make any sense.
OK, Lorna, calm down. This isn't what you think. He is a test subject. His symptoms are relevant, and we need to monitor him as such.
I give out the pills, Toby.
You don't know what you're giving out. They're active agent, just packaged differently. Deliberately. He's on the drug. We're testing practitioner bias alongside, as well, to see if there's a difference in what you report according to what you think they're being given.
You're testing me.
It's not unusual.
You're testing me?
Yeah, I know how you feel about all this, and I still got you the position here because I know you're a good doctor.
Oh, God, OK, I'm grateful. Thank you, Mr. Rauschen. Thank you for picking me up off the street in your limo on the way to the next expo.
All we're doing is monitoring you for practitioner bias, which we often do with new recruits.
Bullshit! I thought I was losing it. That's why you're testing me, isn't it? So, our volunteer is being medicated with powerful psychiatric drugs, and I'm telling you, they cause aggressive behaviour and paranoia. It's dangerous to continue.
We don't know that's the drug. You said yourself, it's about the relationship with this girl. I'm not closing down a whole trial because of a lover's tiff.
This can't be pulled apart. We're crazy to think it can.
This is why we do trials. We're here to record side effects, and if aggression is a side effect, we'll note it.
There's no such thing as side effects, Toby. They're just effects you can't sell.
God, that's bitter, Lorna.
I wouldn't mind being monitored if I thought you took any of your own fucking agenda. If you took any responsibility for that.
I don't know what you mean.
I've seen you hold that brain and fleece them for money, but somehow I'm the one that's biased.
You sound it. You sound paranoid.
Oh.
Listen to yourself. You spent this whole time refusing to accept the drugs have any effect until you think there's something damaging.
You literally only publish trials that get the results you like. But apparently, you're unbiased, and I'm... what?
You are a good doctor who suffers from profound depressive episodes which she refuses to medicate. And you're desperate for any evidence that supports that position.
They don't work.
Pardon?
They don't.
How would you know?
There's no real evidence for the efficacy of antidepressants. There never has been. Everyone knows
do
this
what you
has
like,
been
but
the
you can't
biggest
speak for
disaster
most
in the
people.
history of
Most people
medicine.
improve on antidepressants.
In the short term.
If you're going to kill yourself tomorrow, what do you care if it's short term?
Oh.
Every time you have an episode, every time, the brain is altered and makes the next one longer and deeper. The sooner you start to medicate, the more you protect yourself. You could have done that.
Without even knowing the cause.
We know what causes it.
No, you don't. But I should be on drugs forever.
No. Or yes. Depending how you are. It's very common.
It's not an it. Toby, we're talking about me. What if it's a symptom, not a disease? What if it's a useful pain? Throbbing, saying, change your life, and you come by with pills and take that all away.
Well, you never took 'em, Lorne. How'd your life go?
Fuck you. You know, every study, every test shows that so-called depressed people actually have a more accurate view of the world, a more realistic view of themselves and the future.
In mild and moderate depression, yes.
The vast majority being medicated. We're not deluded, you are.
This is why I get annoyed, Lorna. You cling to the mystery. You celebrate it almost.
I do what?
You don't want it to be curable. You want to make it grand and tragic. It doesn't have to be.
You think I like it? Do you think I like it?
It doesn't make it less to accept it's chemical. It helps most people.
It's not an it, Toby. We're talking about me. Say I'm mad, if you like, but don't say I've got a disease.
Call it what you like.
Oh, thank you.
All I've ever wanted to do is help you.
I don't want your help.
I know, and it's infuriating.
No. I swear, Toby, we're going to look back at this chemical imbalance shit like it's the four humours all over again. I mean, why am I here?
What, here?
Yeah. Why would you offer me work? This isn't what I do. I sit with people, I talk to them.
I want to help.
Yeah, but why? You see, I wonder if you feel guilty.
About you?
Yes.
Not particularly.
Not particularly.
Is this what we should be talking about now?
I don't know. What do you think?
Are you saying you think I caused it? I don't think I caused it, Lorna.
Then why am I here?
You're a good doctor.
Then why are you testing me?
I didn't cause it, and it's a cruel thing to say.
I didn't say it. You did. You seem upset. It was years ago.
I know.
And I've had what you'd call episodes since then.
I know.
So why do you feel so bad? Look at me. It's not your fault, Toby. In the mountain of shit the world dumped on me that year, the dump you took was minor. It was barely a contributor. It could have been anything or anyone, so don't you make it into some big thing.
I don't think I caused your depression by ending things, Lorna. I don't think I contributed even. But maybe I think I ended it because of your depression.
Right.
And maybe that's worse.
No. Just sad. And are you happy now?
Well, not right now, but yes.
So. And how old is she, this new one?
What does that have to do with anything?
Just wondering. 28, 29? You're so keen to make me a prisoner of my insides. What about you? Clear skin to indicate lack of disease. Waist not yet travelled up to her tits. All the signs of fertility you don't actually want. We're all just walking examples of a biological fact, Toby.
You're ill, Lorne.
I'm not, though.
My choices, or biology, or whatever, don't cause me suffering.
No. Only others. So, you'll be fine. You'll do fine.
It's entirely within our rights to assess you. It was never an indication of any lack of faith. I want you to finish this trial. I think you can do it. Then we'll talk about the future.
Fine.
Tris.
I don't know now.
What don't you know?
That all those things were...
Not real.
I hate that. The way you finish my sentences.
I know. I'm sorry.
What am I feeling then?
I love you. You can feel that.
I don't know what that is.
Yes, you do. You do.
This is horrible.
I can't bear it when you're sad in case I've caused it. And I can't bear it when you're happy in case I didn't.
Sometimes I think I'll only be happy when you're dead.
Final dosage. Highest toleration. 250 milligram single dose.
Tristan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And open your mouth so I can check. Good. Connie. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dr. Seeley.
Don't mind me.
I can do this on my own, thank you.
Tristan, kiss me. Swallow my pill, please. I love you.
What's going on? What are you doing? Show me the inside of your mouth. Is everything okay?
Did he take
Tristan?
something else?
No, let him!
Did you give him your dose?
Is your name Tristan?
His pupils.
I'm Toby. Have you taken anything else?
I'm fine.
How much have you given him?
Connie,
I'm here.
you've got a halo.
Tristan!
What's happening to him? His mouth, why is he bleeding? Get it out. Get it out of me! Get it out of me! Get it out of me!
The first time I saw a human brain, it was probably Kennedy's. Most powerful man in the world, head in his hands. Pinker than his wife's dress. Then years later, training. You see it come out of the body. Your mind comes out like a squid into both hands. We are this 3-pound lump of jelly. But it's not necessarily me, is it? I want to be happy. I want to work hard. I want to not shout out swear words on the street. I want to sleep. It must know this. It must want that too, if it's me. But can I find the bit of the brain where my father held me on a climbing frame, and I can see my shoes on the bar. Can I find how much I like meringue? Here's my respiration control. Here's my impulse to kill myself. Here is my controlling that impulse. You're disgusting. And you're only going to get more disgusting. It's too late. This all gets worse and you can't even cope with now. Shh. Let's not. You're like your mother. It's too hard. Other people manage. And still, you can't do anything. You can't work. Well, you could, but you're lazy. This is the best you're capable of looking now, and it's shit and you're decaying. Look at your teeth. And everything everyone says about you is right, and you're weak, and you're a coward, and you've ruined people's lives, and you should have done it a long time ago, and you never will now. Just put some clothes on, and then we'll go from there. It would be better. Just put on some pants. Then we'll deal with the next bit. Just do that. It would be better just to stop. But people love you. No, they don't. Even the people who love you hate you because you're hurting the person they love. Why can't you stop?
I'm thirsty. Do you have water?
Yeah. Hello.
What day is it? You look scared. What happened? Is it me? What happened?
It's Friday.
I don't know anyone. Why am I here? You look frightened. What happened?
You've had a blood transfusion. They told me you have something called transient global amnesia.
Yes. Have I? Why are you looking at me? Am I still me?
Yeah, you just have new blood. It's okay.
Can I see?
See what?
I need a mirror.
Sorry, it's really small.
What's happening? What day is it?
It's Friday. It's your birthday.
Oh, how long have I been here? How is that today? Show me a thing saying that's today.
The date?
Yeah.
Look at my phone.
You could have changed that.
Why would I do that?
Have I been asleep then?
You've got something called transient global amnesia.
Yes, transient. Does that mean...
It's going to pass. They don't know when or how long.
What was I doing before you got here?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Wait, what day is it?
Friday. It's your birthday.
No. Is it? No, something else.
That it's my birthday too? You remember that?
No, oh God, oh God, oh God. Why have I... This phone, is it yours?
You don't know me, do you? You're not retaining any new memories. It's me. You know me? Do you know my name?
I know you. I don't know who you are, but you're the person that I know.
How do you feel?
I'm hungry.
There's a yogurt. We were on a trial, do you remember?
No. This is fucking weird. What day is it?
It's Friday. It's your birthday.
No. You don't understand. I don't have any other anything except this in my...
It's okay.
I'm not being stupid. Something awful's happened. Listen, I don't know where I am.
You're in the hospital. Do you know what day it is?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't.
What day is it?
Friday.
What happened? You're not going, are you?
No, I'm going to find a spoon.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there.
Hello.
How do you feel?
I don't know anybody here. Why am I here?
It's okay. I know, I was just here.
No, you don't understand. I just woke up.
I know you've got something called transient global amnesia.
Transient. Does that mean...
Yes, it's going to pass.
What day is it?
It's Tuesday.
Is that right? Show me something with the date on.
Here's a paper. And here is a mirror if you want one.
I have to go. Why am I here?
You're having trouble remembering, forming new memories.
Yes. Wait. Okay, I can't remember waking up. I know you. Do I? I'm trying to think the last thing I remember.
That's okay.
But I know you.
That's right, Tris. That's right. For the seizure... Is the water okay? Not too cold? You and me were on a trial weeks ago.
I don't remember. Do you work here?
No. That's new. Do I work here? How do you feel?
Awful. My balls ache.
Oh, I bet they do. You've got a stiffy all the time. God knows why.
I'm scared.
I know.
I'm hot.
I know.
I feel sick.
Shh. Relax.
It hurts.
Always. Poor thing. There it is.
Jesus. I thought you were my sister, maybe. You're not, are you? Actually, no, don't tell me.
No. I do this most days. I love how you're funny. I would have thought you needed memory to be funny.
I thought you were here to give me a bath.
Well, do you want this or do you want the bath? Because there's no point giving you the bath first.
No, this. Am I your boyfriend?
I don't know. Are you?
I don't know.
I broke up with my boyfriend.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember the last thing I remember. What day is it?
It's Sunday. Do you remember me, Tris?
You're who I know.
Yes, but who's that?
Wait.
How many times do you think we've had this conversation?
You don't understand. I can't remember waking up. I wasn't there. Oh, God, this is terrible. Get someone, for God's sake.
Shh, we say this every day.
No.
Yes.
What happened?
You had a blood transfusion after a reaction to a drug on a trial, and you've transient global amnesia.
Transient?
Yes, that means it will pass.
What day is it?
Friday. How do you feel? Are you thirsty?
I'm freaked out. I'm trying to think what the last thing I was doing was.
I had a haircut.
I can't remember anything.
I know, I'm sorry. I was joking.
What's going on?
Your name is Tristan. You were on a trial.
A trial?
A drugs trial.
What day is it?
Thursday.
What was I doing just before?
Before I was here?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't here.
I'm just trying to remember.
I know.
Something's really wrong. I can't... There's nothing going on before this?
I know.
What day is
Tuesday.
it? What happened?
You had a bad reaction on a trial.
Where am I?
Hospital. You have a thing. Here's a mirror. And a newspaper. This is the day we did your nails.
Do I love you?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know.
If you're there, help me. I don't care what it was, I see that now. You were right. I just want one conversation like it used to be so that you can help me. You won't believe this, but I swear I would rather get old and argue with you every day than ever love anyone else.
Why are you sad?
Hey, you. Still here, I see. Thought you might have made a break for it. It's crazy weather today. Can't decide anything. They wanted me to bang on at you about the fluoxetine again, but I know you hate it, and it's not my favourite either, to be honest. Do you want to know about anything else?
What about the boy?
Well, obviously we don't know what the long-term effects will be yet. Turns out he had a history of childhood seizures, which was undisclosed, so that's...
What about you?
Oh, I'm okay, don't worry. The lecture circuit, lining up round. I think now I might finally write that book.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Wait, I can tell you something about the boy. He's going home with her. The girl from the trial. He's in recovery, but...
Oh.
It's not your fault.
I don't have enough skin. I just want to go. I want to go.
No.
I'm sorry.
This is a storm. It passes. I love you, Lorne. And it's not romantic with the lies of that. And it's not family, like a genetic trick. I've built a bit of my brain round you. And it's important to me. So... Please. Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
I'm coming back tomorrow. I am. I've got a thing in the morning, but I'll do my best. Please, will you think about things for me? I'm going to leave these here.
Okay, what else?
That's the lot.
Oh, your shoelace is undone.
It's all right. Oh, I don't have any change.
It's okay. I got a cab, I told you.
A cab? I'd have got the bus.
I know you would. I want a cab. We'll get cash out on the way. Did I do the drawer? I'm really nervous about you seeing it. It's a shithole.
What is?
where we're going back to. Mine.
Why?
Because that's what we're doing today. Why don't you just do up your shoelace?
What? It doesn't matter.
Let me.
I'll do it. Stop staring. I'm not doing it because I can't. I honestly just couldn't be arsed.
Well, that's worse.
Shut up, woman. There. Okay, you happy? Is it cold?
It's coldish. Right, okay.
You all right?
Oh, yeah. I just thought I'd lost my phone. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, happy?
Yeah. You?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
End experiment.
In The Effect by Lucy Prebble, Dr. Lorna James was played by Christine Entwistle and Connie by Jessie Buckley. Tristan was played by Damien Maloney and Dr. Toby Seeley by Samuel West. The music was composed by Richard Hamilton and the director was Abigail Le Fleming.
What time is that, Mike?
6 bells, 11 p.m.
In a few days, this honeymoon cruise will be just a memory.
I could sneak up to the bridge and fiddle with the compass, so we'll circle the Azores for a while.
And get locked up in the bilge?
You mean the brig? The bilge is where... It's odd.
What?
Mars looks unusually red tonight.
I hope it isn't an omen.
Of course, being in the tropics, all the stars look brighter than they do at home.
It seems to be getting bigger.
It is getting bigger.
Oh, look, there's another one. To the right of the first.
Well, there can't be 2 Marses.
There are 2. And another to the left, see? Glowing like red embers.
There must be a flight of jets. And that's a cloud of luminous exhaust we're seeing. My God, they're heading this way.
No, there are 4.
There are 5 now. They're huge. They're gliding down across the ship's wake.
The first one's diving into the water. 2 more are going in.
And you know how it can be with things of this nature, Mr. Watson. All sorts of fantastic stories make the rounds.
That's why I've come to see you, Captain Anderson. I'm a writer-broadcaster on the staff of the EBC, and I'm sure they'd be interested in a piece on last night's incident.
You mean BBC?
No, sir. EBC, English Broadcasting Company.
Oh.
It was formed 2 years ago, sir.
I see.
Now, every witness seems to have a different version, so I thought I'd check mine with your official one.
Oh, here's the entry in my log.
Sure. Well, we seem to agree that there were 5 objects. Impossible to divine as to shape.
They registered on the ship's radar screens. That's why they tentatively assumed was being aircraft of an unknown type.
What's your own private opinion, Captain? Did you ever see anything at all like them before?
No. I never did, but...
But what?
Well, not for the record, Mr. Watson. I've heard of 2 instances, almost exactly similar, in the last year. For one time it was 3 of the things by night, the other it was half a dozen by daylight. Even so, they seem to have looked much the same. Just a kind of red fuzz. Both lots were in the Pacific.
You can't suggest an explanation I can quote.
On professional grounds, I prefer not. I'll just stick to my official log entry. We searched the spot for an hour last night and not a trace of anything on the water.
Is there any point in dragging?
Oh, it's deep there. Over 3,000 fathoms.
Well, somebody will put together a theory one day.
You can be sure there'll be plenty of theories. Some strange things can still happen.
Oh, you never realized what you'd started, Mike, when you broadcast your story about the fireballs.
Look at this stack of mail. Over at EBC, I've been rechristened Fireball Watson.
Well, did you find anything worthwhile in the letters?
5 possibly have a reference to fireballs similar to those we saw from the ship. This letter's from Flight Lieutenant RAF, who's been grounded because they think he suffered some kind of hallucination. These 2 letters are from observatories that confess themselves puzzled by detecting small red bodies traveling at high speeds. They're extremely guarded in their statements.
What's the next step?
Well, we'll keep on collecting and sifting as much information as we can get from any source. Sooner or later.
If we don't hurry, Mike, we'll never get seen.
Now, hang on, Phil. Look at this front page story. More fireballs.
I'd almost forgotten about them.
This is the first reported sighting in 10 months, a flight of 13. A radar station in Finland picked them up first, estimating their speed as 1,500 miles per hour.
What do they call them?
They're described simply as unidentified aircraft. The Swedes managed to spot them visually, describing them as small red dots. Norway confirmed, but estimated the speed at under 1,300 miles per hour.
It's time we made speed to the theatre.
Wait. This is interesting. A Scottish station logged the fireballs at 1,000 miles per hour. A station in Ireland gave their speed as 800. A weather ship at about 65 degrees north calculated a speed close to 500. After that, they were not sighted again.
Presumably, they just plopped into the Atlantic.
Heavens, the way some people drive.
Oh, Mike, you didn't even look before starting across.
If I were heavily insured and had been flattened by that jag, the coroner might have...
Your toast is getting cold, darling.
Uh-huh.
I used to be amused by cartoons showing husbands hidden behind a newspaper at the breakfast table, but
Listen
now...
to this, Phil. The United States Navy took a crack at a flight of 8 fireballs heading directly toward a cruiser when she was lying off Puerto Rico. The fireballs violated U.S. territory by crossing the island in a dead straight line and almost over the ship herself.
What did they shoot at them with?
Guided missiles. Through his glasses, the captain watched 6 of the red dots change as they burst, one after another, into big white puffs.
And Washington has sent a note of protest to Moscow.
You guessed it.
Oh, what's the Russian reaction?
The Kremlin has rejected the U.S. note. It also claims that its own weapons have destroyed more than 20 of these unidentified craft over Soviet territory.
Which bounces the ball right back across the court. Well, if the Russians have been blowing up fireballs...
They say that, but no proof of it.
Then what's their game? The fireballs don't appear to do anything.
Well, at least nothing that anyone seems to know about.
Must be an awfully expensive experiment. There have been hundreds of the things in the last couple of years.
Yes, and every one a total write-off.
At least the fish can get a close look at them.
They might even awake the Kraken.
The what?
The Kraken. Don't you know that thing of Tennyson's? Below the thunders of the upper deep, far, far beneath in the abysmal sea, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep, the Kraken sleepeth.
Well, if there is such a monster as the Kraken, I hope I never meet up with it.
Heavens, look at the time. I have to charge down to the Admiralty.
What's happening there?
Freddie Whittier got a call the other day while I was on location. Captain Winters said the Admiralty appreciated the snippets of information that EBC has been passing along to them on the Fireball sightings. He suggested that since I'm more or less the EBC's expert on fireballs, I might be interested in examining what they've been able to put together. They're anxious to build up as complete a picture as possible, so we're going to...
In here, Mr. Watson.
So this is the map room, Captain?
Well, one of several. Now, I must explain that while what I'm going to show you is not exactly an official secret, the Admiralty prefers that you not make public use of it yet. Do you agree to that condition?
Mum's the word.
Good. Well, I think we'll start with this map of the world. You see the hatching of fine lines all over it?
Looks like a spider's web.
Well, each line is numbered and dated. And here and there we have these clusters of red dots. Now hold this magnifying glass over the area southeast of the Azores.
My first sighting, eh?
Correct. There are quite a number of other red dots in that area.
I take it each dot represents the descent of a fireball.
One or more. The lines, of course, are only for those on which we've had good enough information to plot the course. Now, stand back a bit, Mr. Watson. Narrow your eyes and get a light and shade impression of the map.
Yes, I see what you mean, Captain Winters. Areas of concentration.
5 main ones and a number of lesser. The densest of the lot to the southwest of Cuba. Another 600 miles south of the Cocos Islands. And pretty heavy concentrations off the Philippines, Japan, and the Aleutians. Anything else strike you?
No, I don't think so.
Well, take a look at this bathymetric chart.
All the concentrations are in deep water areas.
Exactly. There aren't many reports of descents where the depth is less than 4,000 fathoms, and none at all where it's less than 2,000.
So, just what?
Exactly. All descents. No reports of any fireballs coming up.
Have you any idea at all what all this means?
Well, as to theories, we have a number, but all unsatisfactory for one reason or another.
What about the Russians?
Oh, no. It's nothing to do with them. In fact, they're a lot more worried about it than we are. But what both we and the Russians are perfectly satisfied about is that these things are not natural phenomena, nor are they random.
The illustrious Sherlock Holmes used to say to my namesake, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Yes.
Which is to say that it's no terrestrial nation that's doing it.
That isn't the kind of solution I like.
You know, the bottom of the sea would be a very good place for visitors from outer space to hide. Maybe if one could manage the technical difficulties.
Well, undoubtedly, Mr. Watson, but among these technical difficulties happens to be pressure of 4 or 5 tons per square inch in the interesting areas.
The other obvious question is, of course, what they seem to be doing.
Yes.
Meaning, no clue.
They come. Maybe they go. But preponderantly, they come. That's about all.
Are you doing anything about it? Or shouldn't I ask?
Oh, well, that's why you're here. Yes, I was coming around to that. We're going to try an inspection. Just at the moment, it's not considered to be a matter for direct broadcast, nor even for publication, but there ought to be a competent record of it. So, if your EBC people happen to feel interested enough to send you along with some recording gear...
Well, where would it be?
Well, approximately in this area of the Caribbean, southwest of Cuba.
My wife has a passionate devotion to tropical sunshine, the West Indian kind in particular.
By all means, bring her along. Yes, I understand she's an experienced scriptwriter. Lieutenant Commander Powers will be in charge of the technical operations. Now, suppose we discuss the project with your director.
Take up the tarpaulins now. Aye, sir.
It's just a big metal ball.
Don't let Commander Powers hear you. That's his baby.
Now, this instrument that you now see is what we call a bathyscope. The bathyscope has been constructed to resist a pressure approaching 2 tons to the square inch, giving it a theoretical floor of 1,500 fathoms. We do not propose to use it to a greater depth than 1,200 fathoms, just over 7,000 feet, thus providing for a safety factor of some 720 pounds to the square inch. Even at this, it will considerably surpass it. That is the present limit of our ability to make direct visual observations. However, we have in this other metal sphere a new instrument with which we hope to make observations at something like twice the depth attainable by the bathyscope. It's entirely automatic. In addition to registering pressures, temperature, currents, and so on, and transmitting the readings to the surface, it is equipped with small television cameras. We plan to start the manned descent at sunrise. 2 naval technicians, Petty Officers Wiseman and Trant, will be the bathyscope crew. As you all know, sunrise in the tropics comes bright and early, so I suggest that... Hello, bathyscope. All set to submerge.
Okay, sir. Lower away now.
Winch control, lower away.
I'd get claustrophobia squeezed into that tin can.
Well, they couldn't have picked a better day. Not a breath of wind.
Well, what happens now?
Well, we all go up to the bridge and watch the television screen. It's been rigged up as a kind of control center. It's likely to take a while before they get down.
You probably know, life in the sea exists in fairly well-defined levels. In the better inhabited strata, the water is full of plankton, which behaves like a continuous dust storm and obscures everything but creatures that approach very closely. The bathyscope is below those levels now, and in the strata where there is no plankton for food, and consequently there are few fish. Hello, bathyscope. All in order below there?
Aye, sir.
Half mile coming up. Check.
498. 499. Now, half mile, sir.
500 fathoms.
There's something out this way. Keeping on the edge of the lake. A big thing. A concrete. Maybe a giant squid. No, it can't be a whale, not down here.
Improbable, but not impossible.
Well, in that case, it's sheared off now anyway.
Well, from now on, it's all yours, lads. You sure you're quite happy down there?
Everything's working fine, sir. We'll go on?
All right. About 300 fathoms more to go. See anything now?
No, sir. All black and dead now. Now we can see something below. Luminous fish. Small shoal there. See?
Yes, we have them on the TV screen. Stopping you now, boys. 1,200 fathoms. Stop deck winch.
Well, whatever it was we came here to find, we've not found it.
The echogram gives the bottom hereabouts are still 3 miles or so below where the bathyscope is stopped. Hello there. Bathyscope. We're going to start you up now. Ready?
Okay, sir. All set.
Hello, winch control. Fall away. Hello, bathyscope. All okay?
There's something out there. Something big. Can't see it properly. Have you got it on the TV screen up there?
No, not yet.
Probably because it keeps just on the fringe of the lake. Can't be that whale again, not at this depth. I'll try and get a sharper focus on the camera for you.
What's that lighter patch on the screen? Oh, hello, bathyscope. We have something on screen now, but it's very indistinct.
Yes. Seems to be circling now. I'll try and... Got a better glimpse of it then. It's not the whale, anyway. There, see it now?
Yes, something roughly oval, but still indistinct on the screen.
Could be a big fish, or maybe something else kind of turtle-shaped. Monstrous brute, anyway. Circling a bit closer now.
Can you make out any detail yet?
No, just the overall shape. It's keeping pace with us.
Hello, bathyscope. Target has just got off the screen.
It's going up now, rising faster than we are. Getting beyond our angle of view. Ought to be a wind on the top of this thing. Lost it now. Gone somewhere up above us. Maybe.
Hello, bathyscope. Do you read me? Hello, bathyscope.
Why is the deck winch running so fast?
Because there's nothing at the end of the cable. We've lost the bathyscope. Found the emergency signal.
A very good script, Mrs. Watson.
Thank you, Captain.
Nevertheless, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to hold it up for a while.
My wife tried to make it a tribute to the two men who lost their lives in the bathyscope.
I know, and I'm sorry. But I did warn you that the story wouldn't be for immediate release.
May I ask why, Captain Winters?
The crux of the thing is those fused cables. Imagination staggers a bit at the thought of a creature capable of snapping through a steel hawser.
Not just one cable. The same thing happened the next day to the unmanned probe that Commander Paz sent down.
And to the third on the following day.
Yes, when I examined the ends of the wire ropes, I had expected to see them unraveled, splayed out, brush-like. But they were melted together. Both the main and the communications cables ended in a blob of fused metal. This brings us smack up against the possibility that there's a creature capable of cutting through them like an oxyacetylene flame. The mind rejects that suggestion. However, a thing like that is not just a hazard of deep-sea diving, and we want to know more about just what kind of a hazard it is before we give out a release on it. But I assure you that you'll be notified of release at the earliest possible moment.
Well, I guess that's that.
I'm afraid so.
Honestly, Captain Winters, and off the record if you like, have you any idea what can have done it?
On or off the record, Mrs. Watson, I can think of no explanation that approaches being possible. And I doubt whether anyone else in the service has an idea.
For goodness sake, Mike, when are you going to stop dropping cigarette ashes on the new carpet?
Oh, don't worry about it, darling. Cigarette ash keeps out moths. It's about time for the EVC news, isn't it?
Oh, it's started by now.
Details not immediately available. According to the bulletin issued from Washington less than an hour ago, an American naval unit conducting research into deep-sea conditions somewhere off the Philippines has suffered the loss of a depth chamber. Closer to home, a Russian trawler narrowly missed a collision with the Canadian submarine Kraken, currently engaged in maneuvers with the Royal Navy northeast of Iceland. And now a look at the weather. Tonight's will be clear.
Wouldn't you know it? The American story will be spread all over the front pages by tomorrow morning.
Why should it be? All the public knows is that an American diving bell has been lost. The U.S. Navy could say that the cable was defective. No, I very much doubt that anyone who doesn't know would suspect a link between deep-sea diving accidents and the topic of mysterious fireballs, which in any case are old hat now.
You're probably right, Phil.
Well, Captain Winters might be able to find out if the Americans were on the same kind of project that we covered.
If he pulls some strings, maybe we could compare notes with whoever was covering it. Between the Royal Navy and the EBC, we ought to be able to scratch up something.
Then we'll have to be up bright and early tomorrow morning.
I don't mind telling you, Mrs. Watson, it took some strategic maneuver to get Commander Shaw over here.
You can say that again, Captain Winters. Every NATO intelligence organization wants to pump me. But since you people had the same sort of experience in the Caribbean, the British Navy got priority.
Well, as I explained earlier, Commander, the Watsons have been very closely associated from the outset with the research on this phenomenon. And you're aware, of course, that no details of our own catastrophe have leaked out, apart from the loss of the bathyscope and its crew.
No mention of the fused cables?
Not one.
Oh. Well, here's the story. We were using an automatic instrument, pretty much like the one you people lost. The idea was to send that down first. And if it came up again okay, then we'd take another crack at it with a manned depth chamber. We had 2 ships. One was the research vessel Dolphin, with the depth chambers and gear. We used another ship as an observation platform. Because there was so much stuff aboard the Dolphin, we would have been falling over each other. We had microwave between the ships, so we could watch on our screens just as well as they could on theirs. But it was a pretty boring show. By 2.5 miles down, I was out on deck having a smoke. Suddenly, there was a yell from inside the saloon. I had my back to the research ship. A moment before, she'd been lying there like a duck asleep on a pond. Well, I don't know what kind of thunderstorms you folks have over here, but in some places they have a kind where the lightning looks like it's running around all over a building. And that was the way the research ship looked just then. And then she blew up.
But the news bulletin said a diving chamber had been lost. Not the entire ship.
That's right, ma'am. And don't ask me why they're keeping the lid on the full story. Anyway, when the Dolphin blew up, we all of us hit the deck in a split second. And then there was spray and scrap coming down all over. When we could look again, there wasn't anything there but a lot of water getting itself smoothed up.
Did you collect any debris to study?
Well, there wasn't much to pick up. 2 bits of wood, 6 life buoys, and 3 bodies, all badly burnt. We collected what there was and returned to the base.
Do you know what caused the explosion?
Well, I'm told it isn't possible to persuade a high charge, say a few million volts, to run up an uninsulated hawser in seawater, so I've got to accept that. But all I say is that if it were possible, then I guess the effect might be quite a bit like what we saw. It looked to me like it followed the main hawser. But the physics boys won't buy that.
They've no alternative suggestions?
Oh, sure. Several. Some of them could sound quite convincing to a fellow who hadn't seen it happen. Anyway, the physics boys are still baffled by those fused cables of yours, because whatever happened to the Dolphin, those cable severances on the British gear couldn't have been accidental. Oh, incidentally, we've got a couple more probes lined up, but no publicity, please.
Where are they being done?
One off the Aleutians, the other in a deep spot in the Guatemala Basin.
If you look at this map, Mrs. Watson, you can see that those 2 particular areas have had a comparatively large...
You're driving rather fast, Mike.
Look who's talking. At least I drive carefully.
Oh, now you know perfectly well a lorry backed into the car when I was at the hairdresser's, and then it just drove off.
Oh, the phantom bumper basher. Maybe I could do a little piece on the subject for Freddie's This and That program. Things are a bit slack just now.
Yes, very little's happened since the Bacoscope story was released 2 months ago.
Well, there's nothing little about the flood of letters that came in.
But nothing of any value.
Imagine the mountains of mail the Americans had to cope with when the loss of the Dolphin was made public.
I wonder how Commander Shaw managed.
He's aboard the probe ship off Guatemala.
How do you know he is?
Winters mentioned it last week when we were checking news reports.
Oh, speaking of news...
A majority of the opposition members objected that the minister's reply to the House was an obvious evasion of responsibility by the government. Here is a news bulletin. The United Press dispatch from Washington states that the United States Navy has reported the loss of another deep-sea research ship. The USN Barracuda was operating south of the Aleutians when radio transmission cut out suddenly. The ship is reported sunk with all hands. Search aircraft spotted wreckage which suggested that some kind of explosion might have occurred.
Commander Shaw is lucky.
In France, another student demonstration tangled traffic for several blocks in...
There's simply got to be an explanation. Ships just don't blow up without a reason.
When and if we do discover the reason, maybe we'll wish we'd never got involved in this strange business. There's something very, very evil about it. to get up, Mike.
Yes,
Mike, wake up, darling. Here, look. Take a look at the front page of this newspaper.
What's happened?
Well, the Americans have lost the destroyer off the Philippines.
A destroyer?
That's the 6th ship in less than 3 months.
6 down. How many more to go, I wonder?
Turn to page 5. You'll find that the Americans lost their patience along with that destroyer.
They're going to use atomic bombs.
Do you suppose we might be able to get Captain Winters to do some wrangling?
No. Winters has a certain amount of influence, but the atomic bomb thing's an American show.
Well, it was a thought. You'd better shave now while I get breakfast. All the same, give Captain Winters a call, just in case he knows something.
Now for the wine. Do you have any preference, Mrs. Watson?
Oh, I know as much about wines, Mr. Malaby, as I do about cars.
Oh, that reminds me, Phil, you know...
Please, Mike, not in front of such illustrious company.
Illustrious? Malaby and me? We're just a couple of hard-working journalists.
You're too modest, Mr. Burnell.
Phyllis has been in a spin for the last couple of days at the prospect of dining with John Malaby of the Tidings and Stuart Burnell of the Sentinel.
You flatter us. Now, what do you say to Chateau Margaux, 1962?
Excellent.
John, you'd started to say something about it being necessary to postulate an intelligence responsible for the fireballs and such.
Yes, Stuart. It's been the reluctance to postulate an intelligence that's been the chief stumbling block. I'm no Bocker champion, but however we feel about his theory, Bocker does tie in more factors than anyone else.
Excuse the interruption, but the introduction of this Bocker element has me all at sea.
Oh, sorry. We took it for granted that the name of Alistair Bocker was not entirely unknown to you.
Oh, it's not unknown, being such an eminent geographer.
We didn't know that Dr. Bocker had come up with a theory to account for the fireballs and the sinkings.
It was presented to the Admiralty at least a year ago.
Captain Winters never so much as mentioned it.
Quite likely he never got to see it. Because Bocker is Bocker, the memorandum succeeded in getting itself read at some quite important levels. But that's as far as it went. Now, the gist of Dr. Bocker's argument was that the fused cables and electrification of certain ships must be regarded as indisputable evidence of intelligence at work in certain deeper parts of the oceans. He also insisted that because of the extreme conditions of the environment, no intelligent form of life could have evolved several thousand feet down. At the same time, Bocker said we must assume that no nation is capable of constructing mechanisms that could operate at such depths in so many places.
So whatever it is, it must have evolved somewhere else.
Yes. Let's say on a large planet where the pressures were normally very high. They selected Jupiter as being most likely to fulfill the conditions of pressure.
Imagine the splash that would have made in the pages of the Tidings and the Sentinel.
That's just what I thought. You see, when Bocker got nowhere with their lordships at the Admiralty, he withdrew his memorandum and presented it for the personal consideration of William Harding, my managing editor. Harding tactfully returned it with a polite note.
The editor of the Sentinel did the same. Much too sensational.
I wonder why the Daily Tape or the Lens hasn't printed it. Well, isn't it just their stuff? Oh, what about the American tabloids?
The Tape very nearly did publish it. Only Dr. Bocker said he'd sue them if they mentioned his name. He's after reputable publication or none at all.
One small American paper did use a chewed-up version, but as this was their third interplanetary invasion story in 4 months, it made no impact.
Well, whatever the top naval men may think about Dr. Bocker, it seems clear enough that they must have been assuming for some time that there is something intelligent down in the depths.
Why do you say that, Mike?
Because you don't build a special underwater atomic bomb in a few days.
But is it really too late? For some such friendly approach as Dr. Bocker wanted, I mean. Well, there's only been one bomb exploded. If there isn't another, the things down there might think it was a natural disaster, a volcanic eruption or something.
It won't be just one bomb. And it was always too late, my dear. Can you imagine us tolerating any form of rival intelligence on Earth, no matter how it got here? Why, we can't even tolerate anything but the narrowest differences of views within our own race.
I'd like to interview Alistair Bocker one day. He could fill in a good many pieces of the puzzle. You
know, Mike, things sort of die on us. When all that excitement about the fireballs boiled up, it looked as if we were right at the middle of the story of the century. Now that's all fizzled out. Everything's gone quiet again.
If you'd read the papers properly, you'd see that 2 more atomic bombs were sent down in the last week. One in the Cocos-Keeling Basin, the other in the Prince Edward Island Deep.
I didn't see that.
News value practically nil at the moment. You have to read the small print.
It does show that they've not shelved the whole thing. The Navy, I mean.
Apparently not.
Oh, is that why you arranged the luncheon date for me with Captain Winters? I'm to play the Mata Hari game, am I?
Yep, only up to a point, mind you.
Dear, the way I have to work. One day you'll find it's misfired and you've cut yourself out.
Darling, you know you thoroughly enjoy yourself.
Well, the captain's a very attractive man. It was such a lovely little out-of-the-way place. The Dover sole was marvellous, and their cheeses are scrumptious.
What did Captain Winters have to say?
Oh, lots of nice things.
But passing from the really important to matters of more worldwide interest.
Well, the general flap seems to have worried the authorities. It's unsettled people. The brass is uneasy that what is just an excitement now might suddenly turn into a large-scale panic.
Have their investigations made any more progress?
Captain Winters didn't actually say they hadn't, but what he said implied it.
What about the atomic bombs?
He says they're out. Well, for the moment, at any rate.
Why?
Well, you can only use them in isolated places. And even then, the radioactivity spreads widely. They kill an awful lot of fish and make a lot more radioactive. Fisheries experts on both sides of the Atlantic have been complaining.
Everything you said we already knew, more or less.
Well, here's something that you didn't know. 2 of those special atomic bombs haven't gone off.
Oh?
And it has them very worried. Well, you see, the way they're set to operate is by the pressure at a given depth. Simple and pretty accurate. There's also a secondary setting on the bombs, quite independent of the pressure switch. It's a precaution just in case the bomb happens to land on a submarine mountain or something. Well, it works with a time switch. Only with these 2 bombs, it hasn't worked.
Perfectly simple, my dear Watson. The water got in and stopped the clock.
There's nothing simple about it, Mike. And it's made them extremely anxious. 3 cable repair ships have unaccountably disappeared.
Any survivors?
No. Now they're developing some kind of guided depth missile, which will be high explosive, but not atomic. It hasn't been tested yet. Oh, incidentally, Captain Winters promised me an introduction to Dr. Louis Mattei, the oceanographer.
But the Oceanographical Society has more or less threatened to excommunicate anybody who deals with us after that last script. It's part of their anti-Bocker line.
This Dr. Mattei happens to be a friend of the captain's. He's seen the fireball incidence maps, and he's a half-convert.
When can we see him?
I hope to see him in a few days' time.
But don't you think I should...
No. But it's sweet of you not to trust me still.
But still...
No. Now it's time we went to work on the dishes.
I still think it would be a good idea if I were to go along when you see him.
What a lovely garden, Dr. Mattei. It must be inspiring to work in such attractive surroundings.
Well, we located this branch of the Institute here because of the many highly sensitive instruments we have. To be well away, that is, from vibrations caused by traffic, jet aircraft, and so on.
Oh, these are gorgeous roses.
Oh, you must take some home with you, Mrs. Watson.
No, I wouldn't dream of it.
I insist.
Do you mind if we sit on this bench in the sun?
By all means. I love the sun.
So do I. Well, now, to get back to our topic.
Before I comment any further, I must make it quite clear to you that any material I might supply must remain strictly anonymous in origin. Agreed?
Of course. Now, would you repeat what you had started to say about reports of discolorations in certain ocean currents?
Oh, yes, the discolorations. Well, the first observation was made a year ago in the Kurosiwa current in the North Pacific.
What kind of discolorations?
An unusual muddiness flowing northeast. Samples were taken and sent for examination, And what do you think the discoloration turned out to be?
I wouldn't even attempt to guess.
Mainly radiolarian ooze, but an appreciable percentage of diatomaceous ooze.
Obviously, Dr. Mate, something not only was, but still is going on down there.
Something definitely is. But to be honest with you, Lord knows what it is. What's more, the same thing is happening in other areas of the oceans.
Do you think it's serious? I mean, is it something that worries you?
Well, it doesn't keep me awake at night, if that's what you mean. Our worry is that we don't like having to admit that we are baffled in our own, bailiwick. As for its effect, well, I think that might be beneficial.
In what way?
There's a great deal of nutritious ooze lying wasted on the sea bottom. The more of it that comes up, the more the plankton will thrive. And the more the plankton thrives, the more the fish will thrive. Consequently, the price of fish ought to go down, which would be very nice for those who like fish, of which I am not one. What troubles me is that I feel I ought to be able to answer a simple why on the matter. After all, I'm supposed to have been an expert for a number of years now.
So my head was spinning. Well, all in all, Mike, too much geography and too much bathyography and too much of all the geographies. And lucky to escape ichthyology. Dr. Mate doesn't like fish. Well, I'd like to see anybody make a script out of that lot of notes. Well, there's no about it. Some kind of ographer might give a talk on it to highbrows, but even if he was intelligible, where would it get anybody?
Dr. Mate didn't suggest how this sediment bit might link in with the fireballs and the rest.
No, he admitted he doesn't know. But he isn't going to make any guesses that might send his reputation the way Dr. Bocker's has gone.
Bocker must have some views on this, and it might be worth trying to find out what they are. That select press conference of his that we went to was almost an introduction.
Well, he went very coy after that. Well, not surprising, really. Still, we weren't among the ones who panned him publicly.
Toss you, which of us rings him up?
I'll do it. The fact that I've just interviewed Dr. Mate might make it a bit easier to persuade him. As I explained when I telephoned you, Dr. Bocker, what we're trying to do is to fit a lot of bits and pieces into a puzzle. Well, if you can show us where one of them should go, we'd be very grateful.
Well, you both know my theory of the origin of this deep water intelligence, so we'll not go into that now. We'll deal with the present state of affairs, and I deduce it to be this. Having settled into the environment best suited to them, these creatures' next thought would be to develop that environment in accordance with their ideas of what constitutes a convenient, orderly, and eventually civilized condition.
May I ask how you arrived at that conclusion?
You see, because they are pioneers, colonists. Once they have safely arrived, they set about improving and exploiting their new territory. What we've been seeing are the results of their having started work on the job.
What sort of work, Doctor?
How can we possibly tell? But judging by the reception they received from us, guided missiles and atomic bombs, one would imagine that their first concern would be to provide themselves with some form of defense. For this, they would require metals. I suggest, therefore, that somewhere down in the Mindanao Deep, and also somewhere in the southeast of the Cocos-Keeling Basin, you will find mining operations now in progress. I know of nothing, and can imagine nothing, that could produce the effect we've observed, except some exceedingly powerful machine for continuous ejection of debris.
What about the other places?
Well, I suspect from their locations that they may have another purpose.
Which is?
Communications, I think. So, on this map, you can see the Romanche Trench in the equatorial Atlantic.
Yes?
It's a gorge through the submerged mountains of the Atlantic Ridge. Now, when one considers the fact that this trench forms the only deep link between the eastern and western Atlantic basins, it seems more than just a coincidence that signs of activity should show up there. And the activity strongly suggests to me that something down below is not satisfied with the natural state of the Romanche Trench. If there were prospects of using it, it would be an advantage to clear the trench of ooze deposits down to a solid bottom. Now, does it not strike you that for a creature of the depths, a tunnel connecting the deeps on either side of the isthmus would offer advantages almost identical with those that we obtained from the existence of the Panama Canal?
Those are fascinating theories, Dr. Barker.
You've given us plenty of food for thought.
Yes, but not indigestible, I hope. Well, since you're following this along, you've probably heard of 2 atomic bombs that failed to go off.
Yes, we have.
Have you heard that there was an unsponsored atomic explosion yesterday?
Was it one of them?
I hate to think it could be any other atomic bomb. But the odd thing is that though one bomb was lost off the Aleutians and the other in the Mindanao Deep, yesterday's explosion took place off Guam.
But that's miles away.
Yes, a good 1,200 miles away.
It's incredible.
You see, I'm not the alarmist type, and I wouldn't want to feel that I was contributing to the current uneasiness in official circles. However, I'm perturbed by a certain ominousness in the speed with which our unidentified visitors took up the defensive. As if they might have expected something of the kind and prepared for it.
Then what would you propose as the next stage?
What really remains to be seen is whether the natural obstacles that now separate us will defeat their abilities, as they almost defeat ours. And if they do not, then how can we meet them when they come?
You really believe we might have to fight them?
Given 2 intelligent species with differing requirements on one planet, it's inevitable that sooner or later one will exterminate the other.
That has a very grim Darwinian sound.
Yeah?
You said inevitable. Do you really think that?
Well, we can't both inherit the Earth.
Have you developed any theories on how we can defend our civilization?
No. No, I expect that the weapons to be chosen will be dictated largely by the time, place, and nature of the need. And if I seem pessimistic, it's because my belief in the essential good nature of my fellow man.
I shall be ever respectful to the memory of your late Aunt Harriet. Without that little legacy, we could never have afforded the cottage.
A place in Cornwall has always been a dream of mine. Now, whenever we get enough assignments lined up, we can nip down here and write and take long walks along the shore.
And drink rough cider in the smuggler's roost.
Well, I think you had rather a lot last night.
Oh.
I'm surprised your head doesn't hurt.
Well, this sea breeze clears away the cobwebs.
Oh, did you bring along the newspaper with the story about the Japanese ship?
I slipped the front page into my pocket.
Well, at least there were survivors. They might find out something.
Only 5 for more than 700 on board.
Mike, you see this little map of the area where the Yatoshiro went down?
Yes.
The spot marked X.
Mm-hmm.
Well, doesn't that put the scene of this sinking near the Mindanao Trench?
It can't be far off.
Fair weather, no collision, no explosions.
How the devil does a 19,000-ton ship suddenly sink like a steel coffin?
Someone has suggested metal fatigue as the possible cause. Do you think this can be it, Mike? So soon?
It's difficult to tell. So much of this newspaper story is dramatized. If it actually sank in only a minute... No, I suspend judgment, Phil. We'll see what tomorrow's Times has to say.
When I sit here by the sea, the rest of the world seems a million miles away. And there are times when I find myself wishing that we could see.
Oh, it is the right place. I was just telling Harold it couldn't be because Phyllis did say it was called Rose Cottage. And, well, where are the roses, Mike?
I'm sorry, Tunie. We shall really have to grow some. Well, let's go in. Phil has the kettle on. If the weather holds, we should be able to manage a little bit of a walk.
Oh, do have some more ham, Harold.
I won't say no, Phil. It's excellent.
Good. By the way, how is the metal fatigue theory going down with your engineering firm?
No, it's not pleasing our people.
I didn't think it would. Help yourself to the salad.
Thank you.
Metal fatigue? Oh, you don't mean to say that people here really believe all that stuff about metal fatigue causing that Japanese liner to break up and sink?
Why not, Tuny? There's nothing very new about the idea of metal fatigue.
And it's practically official now.
Oh, Mike, surely you don't believe official statements anymore? Of course they had to make some kind of statement, or else do something about it. Well, it's pretty much like Munich and so many other flim-flams.
Oh, come, Tuny, I'd not go so far as that.
Well, near enough. If they can do it once and have the whole thing explained away for them, they'll just be encouraged to do it again and go on doing it. We ought to have called their bluff months ago.
Whose bluff?
Oh, you know what I mean, Mike. All this story about things in the sea and those fireball things and all that silly stuff about Martians and so on.
I don't recall anything about Martians.
Well, Neptunians, it's the same sort of thing. Or the rubbish that Dr. Bocker put about. I can't think why he wasn't arrested long ago.
Nowadays, we don't arrest people for suggesting scientific theories.
Well, I happen to know from somebody who used to know him that Bocker joined the Communist Party when he first went up to the university. And, of course, he's been working for them ever since.
Oh, Tuny.
Well, he didn't invent it. I don't mean that. No, the whole thing was thought up in Moscow. And they just used him to put it across because he was influential. And he did it very well. That story about the things in the sea was all over the world, and a lot of people believed in it for a bit. But, of course, Bocker is done for now. Of course, that doesn't matter to them. They do that to people. He was just wanted to lay a foundation, you see.
Are you saying the whole thing has been engineered by the Russians right from the beginning?
Well, of course. Quite a long time ago now, they had their first try with the flying saucers. But that didn't come off because most people didn't believe in them.
Oh.
So this time they improved it. First, they sent out the red balloon things to puzzle people. Then there was all this business about things down on the sea bottom that Dr. Bocker helped to spread. And to make that more convincing, they cut some cables and even sank a few ships.
What with?
Well, with these new midget submarines of theirs. The same kind that they used on this Japanese ship. And now they'll just be able to go on sinking ships because once people have seen through this metal fatigue business, they'll just say it's being done by the what's-its in the sea. And as long as people believe that, there'll be no popular backing for reprisals against the Russians.
So the metal fatigue idea was just to keep people quiet.
Exactly, Phyllis. The government doesn't dare admit that it's the Russians, because then there would be a demand that they should take action. And they can't afford to do that with all the red influence there is in the world today. But if they officially pretend to think it's these Bocker things, well, then they'd have to pretend that they were doing something about that as well. And that would make them look pretty silly later on when it's all exploded.
One of these days, I'm likely to discover that my wife's employed by the Secret Service.
Oh, Harold, as a public relations man, it should be easy for you to see that what I am saying is simply down-to-earth logic.
And this is the government's way out of a sticky dilemma.
Obviously. And as it's only a Japanese ship that's been sunk, it's all right. For the moment. But it won't last long. We can't afford to have the Russians getting away with this kind of thing.
I think Tuny lays it on a bit thick. But I can see a busy time ahead for me. Months of writing stuff to prove that none of our products can possibly suffer from metal fatigue.
What's it matter, Harold? They'll have to use your product.
Oh, I know that, but all our competitors will be saying how their goods aren't affected by it. So it'll look bad if we don't do the same. Also, you notice the shipping shares?
Yes, sinking lower every day.
That isn't good, Mike. It points to a number of people who aren't satisfied with the metal fatigue or the Russians as explanations.
Well, are you?
Oh, of course not. But that isn't the point. I'm not the kind of fellow who can make a difference to the price of shipping shares. The ones who can are influential. If they start a scare, people start cancelling orders and trade bogs down. Oh, it doesn't matter a hoot whether there are things at the bottom of the sea or not. What does matter is that if people swing back to thinking there are, if they do, we'll have one hell of a trade recession.
Well, if you do happen to have any money in shipping, Harold, I should take it out and put it into aircraft shares.
I know you and Phil have been specializing in this thing and following it along. Have you any solution?
No, I'm afraid we don't.
Oh.
Oh, we're just in time to catch the news broadcast.
I'll turn it on.
In a very brief statement issued by the Home Secretary that the ship had been lost at sea about 3 hours ago. No details are available as yet, but it is feared that the list of the missing may prove to be very heavy. A modern vessel of 90,000 tons, the Queen Anne was the current holder of the transatlantic record. Several ships are racing to the spot where the sinking occurred in the hope of picking up survivors.
I'm sorry. I couldn't take any more.
Oh, that lovely ship. And you think Martians did that?
Hello? Oh, one moment, please. Mike?
Yeah.
Mike, wake up. Long distance for you.
At this ungodly hour.
It's none other than the EBC's Director of Talks, dear old Freddie Whittier.
Hello? Hello?
I'm afraid you might be out, Mike.
At 5 a.m.
You've heard the news about the Queen Anne sinking.
Yes, of course.
We want something from you on this deep-sea menace.
The last thing I was told was to lay off any hint
This
of...
disaster's changed all that. Don't be too sensational, of course. Be convincing. Make them believe there is something down on the sea bottom.
What's the reason for doing it now, Freddie?
There's a rumor running wild here that the Russians sank the Queen Anne. You know how it is when people get emotionally worked up. And if it isn't stopped, there might be serious trouble for the government.
Well, that kind of rumor's easier to start than stop.
Stopped it's got to be. Mental fatigue isn't good enough this time, so the line is to be the deep-sea menace. Tomorrow's papers are using it. The Admiralty is willing to play, and we've got several big scientific names already.
Well, that should help some.
There's more. The BBC's next bulletin and ours will have strong hints to start the ball rolling. The big American networks have started already.
Okay, Freddie, I'll get cracking right away. A half-hour feature. What angle?
Serious, but not blood-curdling. Not too technical. Intelligent man-in-the-street stuff. Communicate cautious but confident optimism.
Well, I'll do my best. And I'll telephone as soon as Phyllis and I have been able to put something together. Darling, where did you put the atlas?
It's under that pile of newspaper clippings on the floor. You know, Mike, I've been thinking that the first thing people are going to ask is, if this menace is so serious, why has nothing been done?
Well, that needn't be too difficult to handle. We can use the unpreparedness angle as a diversionary challenge. The brains of the world getting together and turning the full force of modern science on the job of avenging human lives and ships and preventing any more. Carry on while I ransack the files. Not so fast, darling. That's the fourth gin and lime you've knocked back in 3 hours.
Well, haven't we earned the right to relax a bit?
You're liable to relax so much I'll have to carry you out of the pub.
Well, it's a lovely way to research the results of a propaganda project. Do you think the newspaper stories and broadcasts about the deep-sea menace have done the trick?
Well, our survey has been limited to the pubs in Falmouth, but I'd say the rumor of the Russians being responsible for sinking the Queen Anne was fading fast. I little doubt it would have swept the field if the papers the next morning hadn't pinned the responsibility on the things down below.
Is the fact likely to be fully accepted?
With so many prominent people taking a serious view of the situation, it's not as easy to scoff at now.
Why so quiet all of a sudden?
News time.
Derek Cook, bringing you the English Broadcasting Company's 11 o'clock edition of news from at home and around the world. The General Assembly of the United Nations today discussed the global problem presented by the occupation of many deep-sea areas by as yet unidentified alien forces. The President of the Assembly asked all member nations to treat the situation with the utmost gravity. He stated that with strength, determination, and universal cooperation... Stand by, please. The regular news broadcast will continue in a moment following this special bulletin. 2 more ships are reported sunk. The new British aircraft carrier Meritorious and the American luxury cruise ship Carib Princess. The Meritorious went down in mid-Atlantic, 800 miles southwest of the Cape Verde Islands, the Carib Princess in the area of the Puerto Rico Trench. Both ships sank in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, and from each, very few survived. The EBC will interrupt regular programming as new information becomes available. And now we return to the regular news items prepared for this broadcast.
2 in one day.
Oh, it's like a horrible nightmare.
It's likely to get worse before it gets better. Let's take stock of people's reactions.
Yes.
All right, Jack. Say there are these whatsits at the bottom of the sea. Then what I want to know is why we're not getting off them right away. We've got atom bombs and hydrogen bombs, and who knows what other kinds, haven't we? Well, why don't we go out to bomb them to hell?
Okay, Ted. But if you go and bomb them to hell, you know...
kept on talking about the deeps. And why don't we get cracking and suck the deeps good and hard?
I'll tell you why, chum. It's because the whole thing's a lot of bloody eyewash.
What do you mean, eyewash?
Things in the bloody deeps. Horse marines and bloody Martians. Now, look, tell me this. We lose ships. The Yanks lose ships. The Jets lose ships.
All right.
But do the Russians lose ships? Do they, hell? And I'd like to know why not.
The Russians did lose a ship.
When was that, Mom?
Oh, the way back at the time when the American cruiser sank off the Marianas. A Russian ship went down eastward of the Kuriles.
Lady, either you've got a fantastic memory or
She works for the news clipping service.
Oh.
That kind of work sharpens one's memory for details.
All right. So she read it in a newspaper years back. That's just the kind of camouflage you could expect from the commies.
No, Jack. If it was the Russians, the Yanks would have pressed the button before now. Moscow would be nothing but a big hole in the ground.
My kids will think I'm off my bloody rocker if I let on I believe there's creepy crawlies on the sea bottom planning to take over the world from us. What next?
Ah, you've got to plan for it, like anything else, I suppose. But I must say, it make me feel easier to know somebody was really doing something about it.
That's the bloody trouble with our government. Nobody tries to do anything till it's too bloody late.
The fact of the matter is this, Mike. I've had on good authority, though strictly off the record, that the Americans decided to depth bomb the trench at the point where the Carib Princess vanished, primarily as a gesture in response to public opinion. They don't think it'll do a bit of good, but they have to make a show of some sort.
The project certainly has been well publicized.
Yes, it has, Phyllis. American citizens now feel proud that their forces are taking a lead in reprisals. The British seem to have decided to applaud the occasion as a gesture of reproof to their own leaders.
Why couldn't you have let Phil and me do some of the on-scene reportage, Freddie?
Oh, why waste your time and experience on some fruitless gesture designed for publicity purposes? We can sit right here in the studio and listen to Derek doing his bit for dear old EBC. He's been nagging me for nearly a year to let him have a roving assignment.
Well, you'll find it a lot less cut and dry than rattling off newscasts.
Well, I hope you remember to carry some pills for seasickness.
Well, let's see how the shortwave pickup is behaving now. Could you give us the feed, please?
A truly beautiful day here, with the sea sparkling like diamonds.
Sure.
Every now and then, schools of flying fish burst from the waves and glide over the water like jeweled insects. The flotilla of 10 ships commissioned for this important task set out from Chesapeake Bay amid a tremendous send-off. Admiral Rockwell Hagen, known in the United States Navy as Old Rock Bottom, confidently expects the mission to be a success. Amid the general acclamation for the Armada, the voice of Cuba has been heard protesting at the prospect of atomic bombs on her doorstep. Stand by, please.
Derek seems to be enjoying himself.
The flagship has just signaled battle station.
Oh, here we go.
You can feel a wave of tension sweeping over the entire ship now. Stand by. We're only a short distance now from the target area. In fact, at this moment, the flotilla is over the Cayman Trench, a huge trough-like depression in the sea bottom. The ships are reducing speed now. The moment is approaching. In addition to 2 atomic bombs, the expedition's armed with a number of high-explosive bombs designed for great depth. I've been told by the technical experts that when these bombs are...
What's that?
My God! She's blown up.
Oh, no.
She's gone. The ship's disappeared. Nothing but smoke and...
Another one.
That explosion you heard, the first one was the destroyer Cabot. She's entirely disappeared.
The second explosion was the frigate Redwood. Immediately gone to Redwood. Carried one of the atomic bombs, but it didn't go off. It's designed to operate by water pressure at 5 miles depth. The remaining ships are dispersing at full speed to get away from the danger area. We do have a few minutes to get there. I don't know how long. Nobody here can say. Every ship's using every ounce of power to get away from the atomic bomb before it goes off. Anybody here know how long it takes to think to dig 5 miles? We're going flat out. Deck shuddering under us. Maybe we'll make it. Maybe. Faster now. Faster. Some time now since the Redwood tank must be beyond the main spout area by now. Must have a chance. Everybody looking astern. Watching. Waiting for it. All this time that bomb's been sinking. Sinking. Nothing's happened yet. Must be getting clear of the worst now. We must have a chance. Yes, I do think we've really got a chance now. Then there's a lighting cigarette. Some of the hands are a bit shaky, but I can sense the tension easing.
He's gone.
Oh, no.
Poor old Derek. His wife had a baby only last month.
This one's going to take a lot of explaining away. Some publicity gesture, eh, Freddie?
Any minute now, all hell will break loose. Telephones will start jangling, and people will be demanding to know.
You're late, Phil. I ordered a sherry for you.
Oh, Mike, you ought to see Oxford Street. Talk about panic buying. Everything's gone completely mad since the government suddenly introduced rationing for essential goods and services. But most food prices have doubled already. I don't know where it's likely to end.
Well, let's enjoy our meal before this place changes its menu prices. Stanley Roberts says the bottom's dropped out of the shipping market and the airlines have had to apply priority schedules.
Think of all the stranded tourists who've cancelled their sea passages.
Oh, by the way, Freddie says Derek Cook will be back on the job soon.
Oh, good.
A bit radioactive, but 5 of the 10 ships made it back safely.
Oh, did you get the press tickets for tomorrow's International Naval Conference in Westminster?
Well, there aren't any for the conference proper. There'll be a public statement afterwards.
Aren't any? What do you think they're doing?
Force of habit, I imagine. When you plan an offensive campaign, you tell the press as much as it's good for it to know later on.
Oh, it's absolutely silly. More like Russia every day. Well, there must be someone I could talk to.
Whatever VIP you think of will be out to lunch now.
I've got it. Dr. Matte. He'll be attending the Naval Conference.
So?
Darling, you've invited Dr. Matte to dine with us at your club tomorrow evening.
I've never spoken to the gentleman.
Don't worry, I'll telephone and fix it. Now, I think I'll order one of the cheese soufflés and then perhaps...
Naturally, I realize that the service makes its own rules, Mr. Watson. But as no pledges were required from the rest of us attending the conference, well, I choose to regard myself at liberty to discuss the proceedings. You heard the official pronouncement, of course.
Has anything conclusive been turned up as to what caused big ships like the Queen Anne to sink so suddenly?
Well, this is only a theory, but it seems plausible. Mm-hmm. The weapon used appears to be of a vibratory type and capable of setting up sympathetic vibrations of such intensity in the attacked vessel that she literally shakes herself to pieces in a minute or two. Another weapon is assumed to be some contrivance which attacks the hull below the waterline. An instrument that is capable of slicing the bottom clean off a ship.
Does Dr. Bucker go along with the weapons theory?
He does indeed, Mrs. Watson. But even he could not suggest how such a device could be made to slice through the hull of a large ship with the efficiency of a wire through cheese.
Well, what's the next move, Dr. Matte?
Well, the important thing at the moment is to get across to the public that the danger is not incomprehensible and to stop this silly panicking. I gather your job is to help cool people off. So that's why I decided.
Well, gentlemen, as you know, at yesterday's session, a general agreement was reached that a torpedo-like weapon designed to give submerged escort to a vessel could profitably be developed to counter the assumed mine form of attack. A motion was accordingly put that all nations represented at this international naval conference should pool information likely to help in the rapid development of such a weapon. However, an objection has been registered with the presiding council by the technical committee from the USSR. The spokesman for the Russian delegation has been accorded time to address today's session on this point. Please proceed, Mr. Andreev.
On behalf of the peoples of the USSR, I must state frankly that I doubt whether, if the West happened to possess a means of controlling a submerged missile by radio signals not subject to electronic or other interference, they would care to share such knowledge with the Soviet people even at this time.
Mr. Andreev, since the Western Alliance called this conference for the purpose of cooperation, I feel duty-bound to state that the West has indeed perfected such a means of control.
Mr. Chairman, if we can believe such a claim to be true, we will also be compelled to assume that it could only have come about through the theft of the work of Soviet scientists by capitalist hirelings. The delegation of the USSR is left with no alternative but to withdraw.
The presiding council acknowledges that the Soviet delegation has exercised the privileges of withdrawal. As a follow-up to yesterday's report, please note that experiments with counter-vibration...
So, while the deputy supervisor of the Naval Research Committee wouldn't permit any press people to attend the test of the counter devices, Lieutenant Royd here was responsible for making a record of what happened. That's why I asked you and Phyllis to come over as quickly as you could. Bill Royd and I were school chums, so whatever he tells you is off the record.
Well, we have a sort of anti-vibration gadget that is a bit wearing at first. It sets up a constant hum which you can half feel, half hear. The other gimmick we tested is a tin fish you sling overboard. A dolphin, they're calling it. It promptly makes a way forward and then settles down to travel about 300 feet ahead of the ship at about 5 fathoms. Oh, it's under control, of course, but when it spots anything, it flashes a signal on a screen and goes for it automatically.
Lieutenant, do you think the dolphins are likely to be successful counter-weapons?
The combination of the anti-vibration gadget and the dolphin seems to do the trick all right. Of course, it'll cost a pretty penny to outfit all the ships afloat. Plus, the cost of replacing dolphins will go up.
There you go again, Mike.
What do you say?
Falling asleep on the sofa with a lighted cigarette.
I wasn't sleeping, I was just thinking.
If I wasn't here, you'd have set the place afire.
Whew. Nearly time for the Prime Minister's statement to the nation.
If it's what I think it's going to be, that will put you to sleep.
This is the English Broadcasting Company. The time is now 10:30, and we bring you an important message from the Prime Minister.
Good evening. I know that many of you have been beset by anxiety about the unusual problems that we have had to contend with. Your government and the services have made valiant efforts to produce effective countermeasures. During the past 6 months, progress in defensive gear has been such that tonight I can speak to you optimistically. My friends and fellow citizens, the battle of the deeps has been won. Our ships are able once more to ply upon their usual courses. But these menaces that have caused such grievous losses along our vital sea lanes, these menaces still remain, of course. We cannot afford, therefore, any slackening of effort in combating them. We must use all our capabilities to find out everything we can about this peril. And then we shall launch a mighty assault upon this pestilence, so that with its utter destruction, our ship shall be free to sail upon the high seas of the world. So I say to you, be of good spirit. Men of courage and determination have dedicated themselves.
So if you take all the aspects into account, that's how matters seem to shape up now, Dr. Barker.
What I heard today was that the 11th ship had been sunk this week.
There's been one more, only an hour ago in the Caribbean.
What do they have to say now about the operation of their defensive gear?
Apparently the Dolphins operated successfully. But the anti-vibration gear, for some reason, failed to prevent the ship shaking to pieces under their feet.
But that's not what we came to see you about.
Yeah? Well, how can I help you?
It concerns an unusual report from April Island, south of the Sunda Strait in Indonesia.
Yes.
We'd like your opinion of it.
Fire away, fire away.
Well, it seems that a small gunboat had set out to capture a band of smugglers reported hiding in a remote coastal village. A surprise approach was made at night, and an advanced landing party went ashore armed with automatic rifles and grenades. When firing broke out, followed by 2 loud explosions, the gunboat commander switched on his searchlight and moved in toward shore. No figures were visible among the huts. The only signs of the advanced landing party were several submachine guns lying on the sand, close to the water's edge. At daylight, the first officer and 5 armed men went ashore. The beach itself was scored in 4 places by broad furrows leading from the water's edge toward the huts.
Furrows?
The furrows were over 8 feet wide and curved in section, as if a large boiler had been dragged across the foreshore. The officer noted that the abandoned weapons, the ground, the huts of the village, and the surrounding trees all had a thin coating of slime which glistened oddly.
Indeed.
The ground about the huts also was littered with small metal fragments, most of them curved, all of them shiny with the slime. No one, alive or dead, was in the village, and the slime was beginning to stink in the hot sun. Photographs were taken of the furrows on the beach, and samples of the slime and metal fragments were collected.
Good.
And the gunboat then made a landing in another bay on April Island. At first, the village appeared deserted. The gunboat's siren finally attracted 6 obviously terrified natives who'd been hiding up on a hill. But they refused to visit the gunboat, insisting that the sea wasn't safe.
Yes. Did they say why it wasn't safe?
They claimed that several of the shore villages had been attacked.
What by?
They said whales.
Whales?
That's as much as the first officer could make out. Whales and giant jellyfish.
Fantastic, isn't it? Mike, show Dr. Barker the sample of the metal fragment.
Yes, it's queer stuff, all right.
It sounds like lead, yet it weighs like feathers. Seems to be some unusual kind of alloy.
Well, what intrigues me is that smelly slime sprayed on everything.
Yes. It poses 3 questions. How? What? Why?
Apparently something came out of the sea.
Several things, in fact.
Yes, quite heavy things, judging by the broad furrows they made on the beach. Yes, well, it would seem that the slime might be some sort of weapon which is sprayed when the giant whales or jellyfish or what's it are attacked.
My impression is that somehow or other the gunboat sailors, along with the native villagers, were carried off by whatever it is that came out of the sea.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. What's beginning to worry me now is that we can probably anticipate an increasing number of these raids.
With unsuspecting people being dragged out of their beds and into the sea.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Yes, this is a very serious development. Something must be done immediately, before panic spreads. We shall have to act very quickly to avert a worldwide disaster. Battle of the Deeps has only just begun.
I've got a job for you two. Something exciting. What's the pitch, Freddie? One of EBC's favorite sponsors proposes to send off an expedition to obtain definite evidence of the nature of the deep-sea menace.
Expedition? Where to?
Well, that was our first question, Phyllis. But he doesn't know. The whole decision on location is in Dr. Bocker's hands.
Bocker?
His stock has recovered quite a bit because his pronouncements have had a higher score than anyone else's. So the sponsor went to Bocker and said, look here. These things came up on April Island, Saphira, and a few other out-of-the-way places. Where do you think they're most likely to appear next? Bocker wouldn't tell him, of course. But they talked, and the upshot was that the sponsor will subsidize an expedition led by Bocker to a region to be selected by Bocker. What's more, Bocker also selects the personnel, and he specifically asked EBC to approve you two.
He was always my favorite ographer. Well, when do we start?
You'll travel by air for safety's sake. Now go and talk it over with Dr. Bocker, and then come back here and we're going to contract some more of it.
You know, I can't help feeling guilty. For 5 weeks, we've done nothing but laze around the Grand Hotel and wait for something to happen.
Well, probably nothing much has happened on the island of Escondida since the last pirate ship disappeared from the Spanish Main.
Oh, speaking of pirates, I discovered that the capital was called Smithtown after some fellow who'd been a pirate.
Good heavens, I've never heard of a pirate named Smith.
But I haven't figured out why Bocker selected Escondida.
Well, be thankful he did, Mike. We might be languishing on Grand Cayman or Little Cayman.
There's one thing. If an attack does come here, we have enough floodlights rigged up to let us see and film everything.
Hello, you two.
Oh, hello, Muriel. You've been swimming again?
We kept to the very shallow places.
Would you care for a drink?
I suppose there's time for a quick one before dinner. No, don't get up, Mike. I'll get it.
Oh, G&T for me, Leslie?
Yeah. I suppose you've heard the news about Gallows Island in the Bahamas?
No, we were having a siesta.
Port Anne, the chief town on Gallows, was raided last night.
And nearly half the population disappeared. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Leslie. More than 1,000 people in all.
I'll bet Bocker's gnashing his teeth.
No, he's very excited at the reports from survivors. At last, it seems we've something definite to go on.
Well.
Yes, there were plenty of people who agreed that, well, they'd seen things like tanks.
What sort of tanks?
Like military tanks, but larger, that came sliding up the beaches. The reports are very confused after that. Panic, I suppose.
Has the news reached Smithtown?
It certainly has. People are organizing armed patrols.
Things are looking up. Well, I think I should have another tall, cool one before dinner.
Mike's thirst for excitement is equaled only by his unquenchable thirst.
Phil, it's time you stopped staring at the moon and came to bed.
No soul, that's the trouble. I often wonder why I married you.
Darling, it's nearly 1 o'clock. What the devil is there to look at besides the empty town square?
Listen. Do you think... Mike, they must be coming.
What?
Look, the floodlights are going on.
Why, I can only see a few people running across the square towards the harbor.
Oh, the houses cut off our view beyond the square.
I better get down there. I must see what's going on. But, Phil, that's what we came here for.
I don't care. We wait a bit.
Please give me that door key.
Don't be a fool, Mike.
Stop. Now, why did you have to throw the key out of the window?
Don't you see? The only reports we've had at all were from the people who hid or ran away.
Well, that's all very well, but...
Look, there's Leslie running back. What is it, Les?
God knows. I can't get through the crowd. If they say it's coming this way, whatever it is, I'll film it from my window.
People are all running now.
Bocker's down on the patio with the pilot.
Everybody stay inside the hotel. Keep all the floodlights on, Leslie, but keep under cover.
What's that noise?
That's the sea tanks heading this way.
My God, look.
Huh?
There's one of the tanks.
I better get some commentary on tape. This is Michael Watson for EBC. From a second-floor window of the Grand Hotel on the island of Escondida in the Caribbean, we've just had our first sight of a sea tank. A curve of dull gray metal has come sliding into the town square, carrying away the lower corner of a house front. Men with rifles are shooting at the lumbering sea tank,
but the bullets appear to have no effect. Slowly, heavily it comes on, grinding and scraping across the cobblestones of the floodlit square for which people have fled in terror. The shooting's wild now. I estimate the sea tank's speed at under 3 miles an hour. Imagine an elongated egg about 35 feet long, which has been halved down its length and set flat side to the ground. There may be rollers beneath, but it seems and sounds simply to grate forward on its metal belly with plenty of noise, but none of machinery. Another sea tank is now coming to sight. Yes, it's heading in our direction. Now another. A third sea tank has stopped in the middle of the town square, and the crowd is running away now.
Oh, my. The nearest tank is bulging.
So it is. All the sea tanks have stopped. And now, the nearest tank is bulging. What I mean is, on its smooth top, a small dome-like swelling has appeared. It's lighter colored than the metal beneath, a kind of off-white, semi-opaque substance that glistens under the floodlights. And it appears to be growing in size. Yes, it's growing rapidly, in fact.
They're all doing it now.
The bulges have appeared on all 3 tanks. They're no longer dome-shaped, but spherical, attached to the metal by a neck. Inflating like balloons, they sway slightly as they swell bigger and bigger.
They're going to explode.
Each tank now has more than one swelling. The largest is at least 5 feet in diameter. They look like repulsive bladders. Something's happening in the nearest tank. The largest balloon has just become detached. Yes, it's wobbling into the air like a huge soap bubble. It's up 10 feet or so now. It's just hovering there. No, there it goes. It's not an explosion, really. There's no sound at all. It's just like it's split open. And now, a great number of long tendrils like giant white whiplashes shooting out in all directions. Oh, look out, Phil!
Oh, help me! My arm is got me by the arm!
Hold tight.
My arm!
Damn thing won't let go!
Oh, she's pulling me out of the window!
There. It's let go.
Oh, my arm! It's torn the skin right off!
But you're all right. You're all right.
What's happening out there now?
All the tentacles are drawing back into the balloon. Oh, God! It's got Muriel! And Leslie, too! People are being caught like flies in flypaper.
What's that noise?
It's Johnny shooting up the sea tanks. One of them blew up. Lie still, darling. I'll get a doctor as soon as I can.
The door's locked and I threw away the key.
Oh, I'll break it open with a chair.
No doubt about it. Last night was hell on earth. Oh, how is your arm, Phyllis?
Oh, it's throbbing, but I can manage.
You know, you ought to stay in bed.
She refuses to miss a trick. Phew, the smell of that slime and everything is overpowering.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Alfred, Bill, Muriel, Leslie, all gone. And I brought you all here. I've shown very little consideration for your safety, I'm afraid.
Oh, you mustn't feel personally responsible, Dr. Barker. None of us had to come, you know.
Yes. As we have some results, at any rate. Thanks to Ted's camera work, the people at home will now be able to see what we're up against. And thanks to him, too, we have the first specimen.
Specimen? What of?
A piece of one of those long tentacle things. One of them whipped through the window, and Ted cut off about 18 inches of it. It just dropped to the floor, wriggled a couple of times, and then curled up. We shipped it off in the planes with the films.
Well, just what are they?
Well, there's something very peculiar about them. The fundamental is obvious enough. It goes back to some type of sea anemone, but whether the things have been bred or whether they have in some way been built up on the basic pattern, who knows? I find several points extremely disturbing. Their behavior implies specialized purpose. The things are used, you see. But not like weapons in the ordinary sense. Not just to destroy, that is. They're more like snares.
You mean the purpose is to catch and collect people like... Well, as if they were sort of shrimping for us.
Yes. Yes, something of the kind.
They seem to be invulnerable to rifle fire.
Yes, but explosive cannon shell can fracture the metal casing. The manner in which it then disintegrates suggests that it's already under very strong stress and not very far from breaking point.
Any idea what might be inside the sea tanks?
Well, the contents seem to have been simply gelatinous masses confined under immense pressure. Yet there must be a mechanism of some kind to propel these immensely heavy hulls.
Heavy is right, Doctor. I examined their trails this morning. Some of the cobblestones have been ground down and some cracked into flakes.
Do you think they're a real threat? To our species, I mean.
I don't know. There have been lords of the earth before us. Some of them in a sounder position, too. There was a great variety of dinosaur types which should have given them a broad chance of survival. All the human eggs, on the other hand, are pretty nearly in one basket. Unless we can discover precisely what is involved in this
Admiral Porter, and Mr. and Mrs. Watson are here for the interview.
Yes, Winters. Bring them in. Good of you to make yourselves available.
We're happy to cooperate, Admiral.
Please sit down.
Admiral, I take it you've read Dr. Barker's latest report.
Yes, I have, Winters. It raises a large number of controversial points.
In what respect, sir?
Well, Dr. Barker shows, if I may say so without offense, a generosity of hypothesis which appears to exceed the warrants of the observed facts to a degree quite remarkable in a reputable scientist.
Some of the newspapers have had quite a go at Barker, calling him hysterical and so on.
Precisely, Winters. That's why I thought that a chat with the others who were present at the Escondida incident might help to put things in perspective for us. Now, Dr. Barker says here in his report that these sea tank things and the exuded pseudo-sealant errata are unaffected by rifle fire, but that the sea tanks completely disintegrated when hit by explosive cannon shells. You support that?
Yes, sir. They explode as thoroughly as a broken light bulb implodes.
Leaving no identifiable fragments?
Just a lot of metal splinters and pieces which might have been anything.
Except the spine?
Oh, yes, except that, of course. By afternoon, the sun had baked that dry, and it was like a hard varnish over everything.
Now, these tentacle things, would you say that both these forms showed any degree of intelligence?
It's a very difficult one, sir. They responded to certain external stimuli and very strongly. There was intelligent direction of both forms, undoubtedly.
Dr. Barker's theory is that these forms were, in fact, agents only. That is, that the controlling mind was elsewhere and directed them by some means of communication at present unknown to us. What's your opinion on that?
I think the theory is tenable, sir. My wife compared the whole operation to something like shrimping.
An indiscriminate instrument rather than a precise one?
Yes, Admiral. It discriminates no further than to select the animate from the inanimate.
If I understand Dr. Barker rightly, he suggests that the sea lanterets are probably not, in the accepted sense, living creatures at all. It appears to be his opinion that they may well be artificial organic constructions built for a specialized purpose. Let me see now. How does he put it? Yes. It is far from inconceivable that organic tissues might be constructed in a manner analogous to that used by chemists to produce plastics of a required molecular structure. If this were done, and the resulting artifact rendered sensitive to stimuli administered chemically or physically, it could, temporarily at least, produce a behavior which would, to an unprepared observer, be scarcely distinguishable from that of a living organism. How does that strike you, Captain Winters?
Well, there is a certain logic in it, sir. As Barker suggests, the lenteret form could have been selected for its simplicity of construction. And likewise the sea tank.
In other words, then, we are being attacked by organic mechanisms under remote or predetermined control.
Well, possibly less startling than it appears, Admiral. But when it's considered in the light of the control which we ourselves are able to exercise over inorganic materials, remotely, as with guided missiles, or predeterminedly, as with torpedoes.
Good analogy, Winters. All the same, unsupported speculation of this kind will undoubtedly be played up by the newspapers.
It's nice to see you back again down this way, Mr. Watson. What it'll be tonight?
A pint of your excellent cider, Mr. Martin.
No, there's still plenty of that, sir. Now, if it was whiskey you'd asked for, it'd be a different story.
Feeling the pinch, are you?
Everyone's feeling it. The bloody cost of living's up 200%. God knows when it'll stop. Harbors are choked with ships because the crews refuse to work them. Or the owner won't pay the insurance rates. Not that I blame her, mind you, but it's putting thousands and thousands out of work.
But the situation shouldn't get out of hand with the National Airlift working. 2 large air freighters working on a rapid shuttle service can bring in nearly as much as the average cargo boat could carry the same length of time.
But think of the cost, Mr. Watson. Meanwhile, those bloody sea tank things are having themselves a field day. At least a dozen places raided in the Caribbean in the past 2 weeks. There's a whole series of bloody attacks on the coast of Japan and elsewhere.
Well, at least we're not likely to be attacked. The British Isles sit relatively high on the continental shelf, and at our backs we have the shallow North Sea. It's places near the really deep water that have to worry about raids.
Just as well, too. Otherwise, there'd be panics here, just like in the West Indies. This morning's paper reckons there must be thousands of these bloody sea tanks at work. And it's my opinion, sir, that the newspapers are only allowed to print part of the story. If all the facts were to be made public, there'd be such an outcry.
They must provide defenses, Phil, or else give the people the means to defend themselves.
Well, that would mean letting people have arms. Isn't it almost the principle that a people should not be allowed to defend itself, but should be forced to defend its government?
What's wrong, darling?
Nothing, except that well, at times I get sick of putting up with all the shams and humbugs and pretending that the lies aren't lies and the propaganda isn't propaganda. Oh, I'll get over it, but I think they're going to let thousands of people be killed by these horrible things rather than risk giving them powerful enough weapons to defend themselves.
Oh, darling.
Oh, I know what you're going to say, Mike, but I am scared. Nobody's really doing anything. They call conferences by the score and talk and talk and talk as if, well, it'll all come right in the end if only they can keep on talking long enough.
But they are trying, you know.
Are they? I could... Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I shouldn't have gone off the handle like that. I must be tired or something.
I know. It's been quite a strain. But there's nothing to be frightened about.
You're not frightened?
Oh, not really. Come on, let's walk down to the pub and have a nice fight to eat.
How does Mr. Martin manage to serve such good cheese nowadays?
Black market, I expect. I'll be very sorry if he ever runs out of this cider.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Watson. I haven't seen you here for a spell.
I've been rather busy, Mr. Martin.
Nasty business had an attack at Santander on the North Spanish coast last night.
Yes.
Casually reckon it's up to 3,200 now. And you know what? Our esteemed Prime Minister has the nerve to say that the government is actively watching the situation.
He keeps saying no cause for alarm.
There's thousands of these sea tanks are crawling all over the sea bottom. But it'll go on being no bloody cause for alarm until several hundred poor Englishmen somewhere got their bloody selves lassoed by flying jellyfish. Then it'll be all emergency order, some bloody panic. You watch.
Now, the whole thing boils down to the fact that we still know too little about... Hello.
Hello, Mike.
What's the idea, Freddie? It's the middle of the night.
Grab your hat and recorder, Mike. There's a car on the way for you now. There'll be a plane waiting at Northolt.
What's it all about?
You mean you've not heard?
Heard what?
Sea tanks. Place in Ireland called Buncarra, Donegal.
Ireland attacked?
Want an on-the-scene documentary piece, so pop over there like a good fellow and get down your impressions.
Were there many casualties?
Half the village population, unfortunately. Over 200. There were 6 sea tanks. Prompt telephone call brought on 2 jet fighters. They wiped out 3 tanks and the rest went sliding back into the water. Now they're expecting more raids in places like Galway Bay, so be on your toes.
Okay, Freddie, I'll do my best. Once I get there, I'll telephone you.
And according to the official report, it's the Irish who've taken almost the whole weight of the North European attack. So far, Scotland has suffered only a few minor sea tank visitations in the Outer Isles, with scarcely a casualty. England's only raids to date occurred in Cornwall, and they, too, were small affairs for the most part. In America, serious trouble has been confined to the Gulf of Mexico. In general, it's the West Indies, the East Indies, the Philippines, and Japan that continue to suffer most. But they, too, have been learning ways of inflicting enormous damage on the sea tanks for very small returns. And now, we turn the discussion over to our distinguished panel of experts, with Fred Whittier, Director of Talks and Special Features, acting as host and moderator. Mr. Whittier.
Good evening, and welcome to Round Table, an informal discussion of newsworthy topics. In the studio tonight, we have the eminent geographer, Dr. Alistair Bocker, John Mallaby, editor-at-large of the Tidings, Captain Robert Winters, Royal Navy, and Michael Watson, well-known writer and broadcaster who has covered many assignments for EBC in connection with the Battle of the Deeps. First, a few words from Mike Watson, who recently returned from a tour of Ireland.
I'm glad to be able to say that the Irish are holding their own very nicely. After the first attack in Donegal, the government obtained large numbers of mines, bazookas, and mortars. Then, all along the west and south coasts, squads of men quickly laid minefields above the tide lines where there were no protecting cliffs. In coastal towns, pickets armed with bomb-firing weapons keep all-night watch. Elsewhere, planes, jeeps, and armored cars wait on call.
Very encouraging, Mike. But their countermeasures have not deterred the sea tanks.
It's true, Fred, but they've certainly cost them their most potent weapon, surprise. And their losses very often are 100%.
Now, I believe Dr. Bocker has a comment.
Yes. I've had little success trying to persuade various authorities to include special traps among their defenses.
Captain Winters, any comment on that aspect?
Well, a few traps of the pitfall type were dug, but none ever made a catch. Another factor is that scarcely any place is willing to contemplate the prospect of a sea tank trapped on its foreshore, but still capable of throwing out tentacles for an unknown length of time. In any case, any attempt at broaching stalled or disabled sea tanks invariably cause them to explode in geysers of slag. Very often they do so before the attempt is made.
That's the effect of exposure to bright sunlight. The point I wish to make is that without actual specimens for close examination...
All the same, Dr. Bocker, those things down there have been taking a terrific beating, wouldn't you agree?
A beating, Captain? We ourselves have a tradition of taking beatings and then winning wars. Just look at what we have had to endure. We've lost the freedom of the seas. We've been forced to depend on air transport for the very food by which we live.
How much longer are the raids likely to continue?
If we knew the precise reason for the raids, it might be easier to make... In any case, their instigators are now better informed about us and therefore potentially more dangerous.
Why do you say more dangerous?
Because if defeated, they're not likely to try again in the same way with the same weapons. It boils down to this. Two intelligent forms of life are finding one another's existence intolerable. I've now come to believe that no attempt at a rapprochement could possibly have succeeded. Life in all its forms is strife. The better matched the opponents, the harder the struggle. The most powerful of all weapons is intelligence. Any intelligent form dominates by and therefore survives by its intelligence. A rival form of intelligence must, by its very existence, threaten to dominate and therefore threaten extinction. Any intelligent form is its own absolute, and there cannot be two absolutes.
What do you propose we do?
We must attack. Attack as swiftly as we can find the means and with the intention of complete extermination. For the moment, we're pushing these things back, but they will return. For the same urge drives them and drives us. The necessity to exterminate or be exterminated. And when they come again, they will come better equipped.
You're serious about their trying new and perhaps deadlier weapons?
Consider their alternatives, Mike. If they decide to give up on the sea tank assault, either they sit down there in the deeps, waiting for us to find a means to destroy them, or they come after us. I predict that unless we find a means to exterminate them very soon, they will be launching an entirely new kind of assault on us. From what I've seen of their capabilities, we could easily be the losers. By we, I mean mankind. Every human being on this earth.
The garden is rather chilly this summer, Mrs. Watson. I thought it would be better if we met inside.
It's more than chilly, Dr. Matte. It's cold.
It's nice to have this fire.
Well, partly the result of the shipping problem, Mr. Watson. It has resulted in such a reduced demand for steel that we have now a surplus of coal. Now, take a look at this large map with the colored pins. The blue ones represent fog concentrations. The red pins are for icebergs.
It does tie in with what Captain Winters told us about the unusual amounts of broken ice in Davis Strait.
And the sea north of Baffin Bay is crammed with icebergs.
Captain Winters said that you'd been on an aerial tour of that area, Dr. Matte.
Yes, I was. You see this high Greenland ice cap? The glaciers that run down from it are carving. I have seen icebergs form before, but never on anything like the scale it is taking place there. The great ice cliffs, hundreds of feet high, are crumbling at an unusual rate and creating countless bergs as big as small islands.
And judging by the red pins on your map, it's happening elsewhere, too.
Indeed it is. Everywhere in the Arctic and in the Antarctic, too.
What do you make of it?
Well, for one thing, the unusual ice conditions readily account for the dense fog off Newfoundland. Elsewhere, I ascribe the fogs to deep-running cold currents forced upwards into the warm water above by encounters with submarine mountains.
Oh, did you ever see such a gloomy summer, Phyllis?
No, it's dreadful.
Harold said I must be off my rocker to want to spend a weekend at your cottage in Cornwall. But I said any place is better than London in such depressing weather.
Well, at least the winds along the coast shift the fogs occasionally. You know, last weekend we had sun for 4 hours. Oh, it was glorious. And, of course, it does mean traveling by train now that petrol's rationed. Although Mike does rate a priority card from EBC.
Oh, isn't he doing a series on icebergs?
On climate and how it affects our way of life.
Oh, yes. Well, as Harold says, it's very clever of the scientists to know so much about icebergs and fogs and so on. But it doesn't seem to be much good knowing if they can't do something about it. Well, what exasperates me is that they don't stop them doing it.
Well, CUNY, stopping icebergs is probably pretty difficult.
No, I mean stopping the Russians from making icebergs.
Oh, dear. CUNY, do you still think it's the Russians? Is that you, Mike?
Yes, Phil. Wait till you see tonight's paper.
Why? Well, what's happened?
Old Bocker's done it again. He stuck his neck out a mile. They were interviewing him about the icebergs and the fogs, and he let fly.
Do tell.
Now, listen to what Bocker told the fellow from the Evening Herald. The Arctic and Antarctic ice caps have been scattering their icebergs into the seas since before there were men to know of it. But why, in this year, should they suddenly spawn 10, 20 times as many icebergs? There must be a reason for this. There is.
CUNY claims it's the Russians.
She's a scatterbrain. Dr. Bocker also said, if some means of melting the Arctic ice were put into operation, a little time would have to pass before its effects became noticeable. Moreover, the effects would be progressive. First a trickle, then a gush, then a torrent. I have seen estimates which suggest that if the polar ice were melted, the sea level would rise by 100 feet. That is no more than a round figure guess. Are you following, darling?
Yes. Oh, boy, the old man certainly has a lot of nerve. Just imagine the uproar this latest theory will trigger.
Yes, and that's not all. Bocker also said, in this connection, I draw attention to the fact that in January of this year, the mean sea level at Newland, where it is customarily measured, was reported to have risen by 2.5 inches.
Oh, dear. Of all the pertinacious stickers out of necks.
We'd better go and have a chat with him, if he hasn't already ducked the cover.
You can see by the pile of mail that it hasn't gone unnoticed. You'll probably be contaminated if you associate with me. In most countries, I'd be under arrest by now.
Dr. Bocker, do you really like to have people throwing things at you?
I get impatient, Mike.
And one day you'll get hurt. Now, to ordinary people, 2.5 inches is just a very slightly higher mark on a post. Well, after your build-up, it sounded so tiddly that everyone feels annoyed with you for alarming them.
Quite a lot of people have been alarmed, or at least indignant. And that was what I wanted. You know well enough how it has been since the beginning of this business. At every stage, the great majority, and particularly the authorities, have resisted the evidence as long as they could. Very reluctantly, the existence of something in the deeps was belatedly conceded. Now here we are again, balking at the newest hurdle.
What about the Americans?
Same attitude. If anything, a bit more so. Business is their national sport, and like most national sports, semi-sacred. A still bigger slump than they've been having since the shipping troubles started wouldn't help anyone. So we all watched and waited.
We?
A number of people have been well aware of what must be going on, though not, of course, how it's being done. But for one reason or another, not excluding government pressure, they've been keeping quiet about it.
And now you've decided to force the government's hand.
Yes. But not alone. This time I have the company of a number of eminent and very worried men. Mine was only the opening shot on this side of the Atlantic. As for the American end, just take a peek at Life magazine and look next week.
What can be done?
That is strictly between ourselves. The only possible thing that I can see for them to do is to organize salvage. To make sure that certain things and people are not lost. The rest will have to take their chances.
Melting the Arctic seems a pretty formidable proposition. Do you have a theory on how it's being done?
Well, we know that they have some kind of device that will project a jet of water with considerable force. The bottom sediment that was washed up into surface currents during their submarine mining operations pretty well proved that. Well, a contraption like that, used in conjunction with a heater, say an atomic reaction pile, ought to be capable of generating a quite considerable warm current.
But do they have atomic fission?
We don't know. So far, there's been no indication that they have, and unless you count our presenting them with at least one atomic bomb that didn't go off.
And the iceberg angle?
That's less difficult. There's pretty general agreement that if one has a vibratory type of weapon that can cause a large ship to fall to pieces, there ought to be no difficulty in causing even a huge lump of ice to crack.
And nobody knows of anything we can do.
It boils down to this, Phyllis. We simply don't think the same way as our enemy. Practically all of our strategy of defense or attack is based on our ability to deliver or resist missiles of one kind or another, whereas they don't seem to be interested in missiles.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. How do you read me now, Bert? Good. Yes, standing by. Yes, I'm on the roof of an EBC van parked on Vauxhall Bridge. Yes, ready when you are. Okay, here goes. This is Michael Watson reporting for the English Broadcasting Company from Westminster. From our vantage point on Vauxhall Bridge, we have an excellent view of the scene. The spring tides will reach their peak any moment now. In London, the riverside walls have been reinforced and topped for their whole length with sandbags. Cars and buses are still running on the bridge, but as a precaution, traffic has been diverted from the embankment. However, the curious crowds have turned out to throng it and the bridges. The police have done their best to keep them moving, but in spite of the steady drizzle, people dawdle from one point to another, watching the slow rise of the water. The water is now lapping above the parapet and against the sandbags. Here and there, it's beginning to trickle through onto the pavements. Those whistles are signals for firemen, civil defense, and police to rush sandbags to reinforce wherever the trickle enlarges. The pace is getting hotter by the second now. Spectators are helping, dashing from one point to another as new leaks start up in the dikes. The warning signals are being given. There's no doubt what's going to happen, and people are withdrawing. Any moment now... Yes, there she goes. The breakthrough has happened. On the north bank, in a dozen places at once, gaps several yards wide have appeared through which muddy water is pouring. From where we are on Vauxhall Bridge, we're able to see 3 separate rivers pouring into the streets of Westminster, filling basements and cellars. Stand by, please. I've just been handed a note. The Victoria embankment is flooded. On the south bank, the water is breaking into the streets of Lambeth, Southwark, and Bermondsey. Downriver Limehouse is getting it badly. There seems to be little that can be done now but wait for the tide to drop and then rush the repairs against its next rise. But you can be sure there will be plenty of damage claims resulting from this.
They seem to have requisitioned all the available earth-moving machinery.
Yes, quite a feat of organization. Seeing that every seaboard community and low-lying area is clamoring for them simultaneously.
It's done something for morale, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
People are out in the thousands today to watch the concrete blocks going up on both banks.
Yes, I wonder how high they'll go before the futility comes home to them. However, I suppose that from a propaganda point of view, some kind of show of activity is necessary. Of course, all over the world the threat's the same. Low-lying places like Florida and Louisiana have resigned themselves to disappearing completely from the new maps.
Fortunately, people don't seem to be panicking.
Yes, not yet. But hadn't you noticed? Those with the wisdom and the means have already started moving out and up.
Well, the EBC decided that, as a matter of policy, an emergency broadcasting unit would be maintained here.
Did you volunteer?
Yes, Mike and I voted to stick around and see what happens.
Well, I hope the EBC picked some high-level spot.
Well, they've leased the top 2 floors of a large department store near Marble Arch.
About 75 feet above sea level. I should have thought that somewhere higher, like Hampstead or Highgate, would have been better.
Neither of them is quite London.
Well, things probably won't be too bad for a while. The real trouble will come with the next spring tides. By that time, let's hope enough people will have had the sense to do a bit of advance.
We've decided it was high time you left your flat and took up residence in our EBC emergency fortress.
But can anybody sleep with all that clatter?
Oh, don't worry, Phyllis. The living quarters on the floor above are quite soundproof. Come into my office for a bit.
Freddie, there are still some things I'm not quite clear about.
Let's review the current situation. Tomorrow I have to fly up to Harrogate. Now, according to this confidential memo, the government's orderly scheme of evacuation has proved to be just the opposite.
That's not surprising, really.
With more than 2/3 of the country's population anxious to move onto higher ground, they didn't have a hope of checking the pressure.
But bad as it is here, it's still worse elsewhere. Loss of life has been small, because there's been plenty of warning. But the authorities are concerned about the growing tension in the higher areas. Those already in possession have organized themselves to prevent their being swamped by the two converging streams of refugees from the east and from London.
Yes, I interviewed some refugees only a few days ago, and they said that as they approached Hampstead and Highgate, they began to encounter barricades in the streets and then weapons.
And districts that are not flooded yet are beginning to catch the panic.
Fortunately, the police are continuing to patrol, so there's at least a semblance of law and order.
Yes, but for how long, do you think?
Now, let's face it, Freddie, there's a growing sense of breakdown.
Nevertheless, our job as broadcasters is to help the government to restore a degree of order before things get completely out of hand.
Now I understand why Parliament moved so quickly to Yorkshire. Harrogate's a comfortable 700 feet above normal sea level.
One thing I'd like to get clear is the role EBC is supposed to play, at least as far as this London outpost is concerned.
The idea is that we here are to preserve, as far as possible, the impression of business as usual.
From the look of things here, all the reserves of diesel oil and petrol and food, we should be able to hang on for quite a time.
And that's what everyone's hoping for, because headquarters is anxious to take the pulse of events wherever they happen.
I wonder what Nelson would think of the view his statue is getting now. Northumberland Avenue, partly submerged, seagulls perched on the column instead of pigeons. Whatever became of all the pigeons in Trafalgar Square?
It looks more like Venice than London. And as for the pigeons, I expect they've all been trapped and eaten.
At least things aren't as bad as they were several months ago. Now that the gangs have gone, we can wander about in safety again.
Then why are you carrying that gun?
Habit, I suppose.
Oh, dear, if only it wasn't so bitterly cold. Here it is midsummer, and it feels more like midwinter. Were you surprised when Freddie and Alice pulled out?
Not surprised so much as disappointed. After all, when we started the special unit over a year ago, he was the one who pushed the business as usual idea.
Well, I know that Alice had become very depressed with the state of things. And I can't say I blame her.
Cheer up, darling. If it will make you feel any better, I'll apply for a transfer, too. By the time it comes through, the water level shouldn't rise more than another 8 or 9 feet. I'll give Freddie a call and get the lay of things up that way.
What is it, Mike?
Freddie was right when he warned us to stay put here. Look at this message we're to radiate. A call to all loyal citizens to support their legally elected government against any attempts that might be made to overthrow it by force.
Meaning that such an attempt is already being made. It ties in with what Bert picked up on the Marine Band.
About armed groups trying to break into the Harrogate administration area. Yes, it could.
The strangest thing is the complete silence on the BBC wavelength.
Yes, that's hard to account for. Even if the headquarters of both broadcasting systems in Yorkshire have been overrun, there should be emergency units like us still on the air independently in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Mike, all we know of what's been happening beyond this immediate area is what the people at headquarters have chosen to let us know. Freddie wouldn't have spoken the way he did if things were not much worse there than they are here. Oh, Mike, I don't think I can stand this desolation much longer.
But where is there to go, if we could go?
Well, there's the cottage. Oh, it wouldn't be so bad there in the country. There'd be things growing and not everything dying like this. There's no hope here.
But even if we could make it to Cornwall, we'd need food and fuel.
Well, there's plenty of tin stuff here. We could take enough to keep us going until we could grow things. And there'd be fish and plenty of driftwood for fuel. But to stay here just to be drowned or starved and forced into destroying one another to live.
All right, darling, we'll go. We're liable to get ourselves shot at. Trespassers in any district are given ruthless treatment nowadays. The trip by road used to be 268.8 miles.
But our chances would be better traveling by water.
And we'll need a boat large enough to carry supplies to keep us going. It would be suicide to try scrounging along the way.
Don't forget guns and ammunition. We can travel by night and hide out during the day.
What's holding us up? I don't want to use the torch.
It's a net. Right across the street.
Well, hang on. I'll cut a hole for the boat to get through.
Get back to where you came from, son.
We only want to go through, to get home to Cornwall.
Cornwall? It's impossible. Let's get back or get shot.
Okay, we'll get back.
Where are we now, Mike?
I'm not sure. It's difficult to identify anything from the map. I don't like to admit it, but it does begin to look as if Cornwall may be impossible.
There's no future in our going back to London. It's bound to get worse all the time, and sooner or later we should have to get out of it somehow. The city's just a desert of bricks and stones. In the country, you do have a chance.
Well, have you thought about what we'll do if we get to the cottage only to find someone occupying it? Well, it took a month to get here, but we made it.
Thank God no one's in the place.
Obviously, a number of people have made use of it, judging by the mess. Everything's gone from the kitchen down to the last packet of pepper and the candles.
Well, let's check the cellar.
They took the drum of oil and all the coal.
But not the food.
Food?
I didn't want to tell you about it until I knew. Oh, it would have been too bitterly disappointing if it had gone.
What food?
Well, while you were in Ireland, I walled off that end of the cellar with bricks. There's a place nearly 3 feet by 18 filled with non-perishables.
But that was ages ago, before the flooding even began.
I know, but not before they began sinking ships so fast. Well, it seemed to me it would be a good thing to lay in stores, just in case.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I knew you'd just get stuffy about it.
Stuffy?
Well, there are some people who seem to think it's more ethical to pay black market prices than to take sensible precautions.
Did you brick it up yourself?
Yes, I did. Well, I didn't want anybody local to know. And Oh, that's why my hands were such a mess for a time. Do you remember?
Ah, yes.
You thought it was the gardening.
Yes, well, it certainly puts us in a much better position. We can eat now for a long time if we ration ourselves.
Well, let's get busy now and tidy the place up so that we can settle in before dark.
Well, I hope that does the trick. Those iron nails rust through very quickly, but they're all I can find.
Do you really think this old boat will hold together at sea?
We'll just have to chance it, Phil. We might last out here another winter, but it would leave us virtually without provisions. Unless fit to face a journey that will have to be made sometime.
The cold I can't stand. Even the sea itself freezes well out from the shore.
I'll rig the mast tomorrow so that we can continue to sail southeast when the fuel tank runs dry.
At least we can try to find a place where it might be possible to grow things. Perhaps we'll find only bullets wherever we try to land. Even that will be better than slow starvation and bitter cold.
It's a gamble, of course, but we've no alternative. And now I better get the valve timing right on this wheezy old engine. If you'll just turn the flywheel...
It's a gun. What? There's someone coming.
Oh, there. Is your name Watson?
Yes?
Ah, good. Got a message for you. Michael and Phyllis Watson used to be on EBC.
That's right.
They've been putting your name out on the wireless.
Who? Who has?
Council for Reconstruction, they call themselves. They've been putting out a broadcast every night for a week now. Every time they end up a list of people they're trying to find. Your names were among them last night. Believed to be in the neighborhood of Penlyn, Cornwall. I remembered seeing you at the pub in the old days. So I reckoned you'd better know about it.
But who are they? What do they want?
Some party that's trying to straighten this lot out a bit. Good luck to them, I say, wherever they are. It's more than time somebody did.
But what is it about us? What do they want?
They just said they want you in London, if you can make it safely. If you can't, you're to stand by for further instructions later on. They give lists of people that they want to go to London or Sheffield and other places.
Oh, come on. There's a bottle up at the cottage that I've been keeping in case of something special.
I haven't had a drink since I found a bottle of rum on the beach last year.
Can you tell us any more, Mr. Turner?
All right. Remember that scientist fellow Bucker?
But I thought he's
as right as rain. They had him on talking a couple of nights ago, giving a general survey of the position. Well, the main things are that the water's finished rising. Much of the best land's gone, but all the same, Dr. Bucker reckons that if we get organized, we ought to be able to grow enough because they estimate the population's down to between a fifth and an eighth of what it was. All Bucker said was that a lot of jelly stuff came up and went bad quickly in the sunlight. No shape to it. Not the pressure to hold things together, see? So what the what's-its look like when they're down on the bottom of the sea is still anybody's guess.
What they look like when they're dead is good enough for me. Let's drink to empty deeps and free seas again. It's going to be a very strange sort of world with only a fifth or an eighth of us left.
There were only 5 million or so of us in the first Elizabeth's time. But we counted. You know, Mike, I was thinking, nothing is really new, is it? Once upon a time, there was a great plain covered with forests and full of wild animals. I expect our ancestors hunted there. And then, one day, the water came in and drowned it all. And there was the North Sea. I think we've been here before, Mike. And we got through last time.
As soon as we get the boat ready, we'll head north again. We've just about enough fuel to take us to London.
Yes. Yes, let's go as soon as we can.
How are we doing for time?
The flight leaves in an hour, sir.
Cutting it fine, as always. Well, do your best.
Sir.
Dr. Philip Raven there, the permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations. Clearly a very focused and very driven man during this uncertain time. The emergency session of the UN Security Council, due to take place tomorrow in New York, is expected to be a divisive and potentially incendiary meeting.
Cut.
Divisive and incendiary. What isn't these days?
This is the final call for flight number HG1933 to 1635 to John F. Kennedy International Airport. Will all passengers please proceed immediately to gate 49?
Right. I'm coming.
Hello, I think you're in my seat.
Really?
It doesn't matter. I booked the window, but I never look out of it. Everything looks so small and insignificant when you're far away, doesn't it?
I'm happy to move.
Nonsense. You stay where you are. I'll take your seat. Do much flying?
A fair bit.
Me too. I think I've spent most of my life in the air.
That's the only way I get a decent night's sleep. I'm always rushing from one meeting to another. At least while I'm sat here, they can't make me run around.
Well, don't let me disturb you. Grab a nap while you can.
I wish. I've so much reading to do, I won't have time.
Well, either way, I won't interrupt.
You're very kind. I'm sorry to be rude.
Not rude in the least. Just pretend I'm not here.
Oh.
You fell asleep after all?
Yes, I did.
You needed it.
Maybe. Work's been... well, it's been a hectic time.
I know, Philip. I quite understand.
I mean, it's... Did you just call me Philip?
It's your name.
Well, yes, but I don't remember mentioning it.
You didn't. But I came here specifically to meet you, so it's hardly surprising I know it.
Meet me?
Yes. We have a lot to talk about. Come on, sooner started.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. How do you know my name?
Because Dr. Philip Raven, permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations, you are the man our systems predict as having the best chance to save the future.
Save the... Oh, never mind.
What is that irritating noise?
I'm calling for a steward.
Oh, there's no point. Look around. There's nobody else here.
Don't be absurd. What do you mean there's nobody else? Oh.
Come on, we've places to be.
But this isn't possible. The plane was busy. Did we land? Why didn't you tell me we'd landed?
We didn't.
Of course we did. They don't just throw passengers out of the windows.
We haven't got time for all this.
Hello? Anybody? There's nobody here.
I told you that.
And wait a minute. I can hear the engines. We're still flying.
Not as such.
No, we are. You can tell we're still in the air.
We're wherever I want us to be.
What are you doing? You can't open the door when the plane's in flight.
I can do whatever I deem necessary. You'll learn that soon enough.
No! Ow! Ow! No!
Coming?
Wait, what?
Come on!
Well, this is absurd. I must be dreaming. Yes, that's probably it. I'm still asleep.
Of course you are. Doesn't mean you can just stay there, though. Come on! Welcome to Danzig.
Danzig? Well, there's no such place. Not anymore. It's called Gdansk.
Not at the moment, it's not. This is 1940.
1940? Oh, boy. Well, my subconscious is having a field day. Fine. I get it. I'm dreaming of war. It's hardly surprising, I suppose. My nerves are showing.
When I said you were dreaming, I was being reductive. It's more complicated than that.
Well, I just walked from my plane into 1940, so I'm fairly confident this isn't real.
It's real enough. What time is it? We need to move. We've 4 minutes to get to the other platform.
And for a city in the throes of war, I don't think I'm getting this right. It all seems a bit normal. I mean, there's a few soldiers here and there. The uniforms are wrong, though.
You're not doing anything.
Of course I am. It's my dream.
Not even remotely. Now, stand there. The train's coming.
It's Nazi insignias, now I look at them. But the design of the uniform's a bit off.
Don't draw their attention.
It's a dream. What could happen?
They could kill you.
In a dream?
You're obsessing on the dream part of this. It's going to make life very difficult. We're travelling via psychic projection, which is considerably more proactive than just dreaming. Just shut up for a minute and watch what I'm trying to show you.
Why am I dreaming a really pushy woman? I must have issues.
Shut up. Look, the window of that carriage.
What on earth is he doing?
He's trying to fix his dental plate. It's come unstuck.
Oh, it looked like he was pulling a funny face.
Look at that Polish pig.
You're not the only one to think so.
He should be taught some respect. Yeah, come on.
They're speaking English.
Do you speak German?
But very little. I'm trying to learn.
Then that's why. Your subconscious is translating. We need you to understand this. Come on.
What are you doing? Let go. That hurts. Why does that hurt if I'm only dreaming?
Come on!
This is ridiculous.
Yes, it is. That's history for you.
He was adjusting his dental plate. He was pulling faces, mocking us.
Move back a little.
Why?
And stay out! How dare they? Come on, let's just go. They learn. One day soon, they will learn. What are you looking at?
Nothing. Nice.
They're just raw, young, insecure, and covering it up with patriotism. Look into the carriage, but do it quickly.
Well, they're all calming down. That poor man still can't sort his dental plate out, though.
No. Take 3 steps to your right. Now!
Why? What's happened?
Oh my God, no!
He's been shot! I don't believe it! Was it the soldier on the platform?
Our Polish friend will no longer be troubled by his dental plate. In fact, he'll no longer be troubled by anything. Get down on the floor.
Does everyone have a gun, for goodness sake?
They have become somewhat ubiquitous. The driver saw what was happening and pulled away. The fighting on the platform will continue for a little while, escalating as fights usually do.
But this is stupid.
History doesn't care what it looks like in hindsight. One of the most significant moments of the century, triggered by a silly misunderstanding over a dental plate.
Significant moments?
That was war breaking out. A ridiculous, pointless, childish incident. The spark that lights the fire.
What? If it's 1940, Europe is already at war. And it certainly wasn't started thanks to some gun-happy nonsense on a train. What am I worrying about? I'm arguing with my own subconscious. Hopefully, a steward will wake me up in a minute and I can have a nice gin and tonic to wash this stupid dream away.
I keep telling you, this isn't a dream. You're going to have to accept it sooner or later. It's important.
Important? It's a symptom of too many late nights. That's what it is. It's weeks of stress, meetings, and the impossible weight of the conference tomorrow. And just when I thought I could do with a really nice dream about something ridiculous, I get stuck with this.
Have you ever argued in a dream before?
What? I don't know. Probably.
What about this?
Ow! That hurt!
Ever really felt pain in a dream before? Proper physical pain, not just the idea of it, distant but aware. Actual pain. Hot, stinging, glowing pain.
Stop it!
I'll stop it when you accept what I'm showing you.
But how can I? You say this is real, but it clearly isn't because the Second World War didn't break out in 1940 over a stupid argument on a train. Nor did normal people wander around armed to the teeth. It's all just...
an alternative.
What?
Reality is a matter of dominance. For every moment in existence, there are choices. Each of those choices leads to a different outcome. This is your past as it might have been. A different, albeit recognizable world. The world is even more fractured, poor and angry than it was in your timeline. In the US, Roosevelt failed to implement the New Deal. In Germany, while Hitler rose to power, he couldn't repair the economy, so the country remained on the back foot. Tensions with Poland continued. Tensions that just came to the boil. Follow me.
I just need to wake up. That's what I need to do.
Metaphorically speaking, you're quite right. Now come on!
Well, I suppose if I'm stuck here, I may as well keep going. Where are we now?
Berlin. Here, put this on.
A gas mask? Where did you conjure that up from?
My head. An advantage of psychic projection.
Look!
Now put it on.
But if this
For once, don't argue. Quickly! Stand here. Close to me.
Why?
Because then the bombs and debris won't hit you.
Bombs? Horrible! Just horrible!
It's war. In the conflict in your timeline, gas was never used. Stockpiled, yes, but never implemented. Here it's the main weapon. Gallon after gallon of it, dropped all over Europe.
What are they doing?
Strange, isn't it? A side effect of the gas. It seems to make them want to group together. Wherever the bombs strike, they leave stacks of people piled on top of one another. Holding, embracing. Maybe they just don't want to die alone.
Stop it! I can't bear it anymore! Stop it! I want to wake up!
Idiot!
No more!
Get in!
I can't steal a car!
We're not stealing it, just using it as a link.
It's horrible! Horrible!
Move out the way!
I don't want to see anymore!
How many times? It isn't a dream. You could have died.
I don't understand any of this. None of it makes sense.
Just go with it. Learn, observe.
The city vanishes. We climb through a car into an open field, and she says just go with it.
The doors are a link. A psychological trick, a threshold to cross to help the brain switch from one location to another.
Going mad? Is that it? Hallucinating?
Listen, you're not a stupid man. You can't wake up. You can't leave. So why not simply accept what you see for now? It's not as if you can do anything else, is it?
True.
And if you really want to know what it's like to go mad, why not ask our friend over there?
Hans, gone. Yes. Friedrich gone. Boom. Friedrich flying. Friedrich like rain, soaking your upturned face. Hungry. How long since breakfast? 2 days ago. Time for lunch. No rations. No bullets. No hands. It's just skin and bones.
Not much to eat out here.
Time for lunch. Good enough for cows. Good enough for Bruno. Oh, for goodness sake. No, don't eat the grass. You'll make yourself sick. Do you have something else? Anything else? Well, no. Then I take the risk. Civilians?
Yes.
Good. I don't feel very well, and I'd rather not have to fight you. Still, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Then you'd kill me, and at least I could have a nice lie down. Maybe I'll have a nice lie down anyway. Yes, probably best. Have you seen Hans? No, we haven't seen anybody. Where's my notebook? Here.
Yes, I remember. Of course you haven't seen him. He's dead. Dysentery. What are your names?
Jane.
Philip.
No good. I think I've lost my pencil. I just pretend to write them down. I don't suppose you know if the war is over, do you?
No, not yet.
It's a shame. Yes, a great shame. I'm very tired, you see, and I'd like to go home. I think my wife is probably missing me.
I'm sure she is.
Yes. Back to Berlin. Back to Ebba. I do hope she's not dead. That would make me very sad. Yes. Very sad.
Come on. I didn't mean to come here. I was just getting you away from the gas.
We can't just leave him here.
He can't follow where we're going.
Well, does he die?
He's already dead from my perspective. That's how history works. It's full of corpses.
I mean, does he die now?
Who knows? I can't keep track of everyone. I'm glad you're starting to take this seriously, though.
Well, it's like you said. I may as well go along with it, hadn't I?
Yes, you might as well.
So this version of the war, who wins?
Wins? In war? Nobody. Not really. It limps on for nearly 10 years. Germany and Poland clashing together with their allies joining the fray. Outside Europe, America takes on Japan, neither side achieving much but death after death after death. The UK remains ostensibly neutral, but the war cripples it anyway. Its economy, already weak, becomes untenable during the years of conflict. Foreign debts remain unpaid. Imports and exports peter out to nothing. The cuts bleed her dry. A conference is held in London. Talks to try and bring the war to an end. They drag on for the best part of a year, and then fighting resumes. Finally, Beneš, the president of Czechoslovakia, manages to stop the fighting.
How?
He invents a phrase. Suspension of hostilities. Nobody would agree a treaty, so a simple principle came into play. Everyone downs weapons, keeps the land they've gained thus far, and waits for a conference to be set up so that things can be ratified legally.
So they did talk it through in the end?
The conference never happens. After the war comes something far, far more destructive. I'll show you. Walk through that door.
What door? We're in the middle of the countryside. Unless you're able to make one appear out of thin air, there's no... Oh, fine. You are able to make doors appear out of thin air. Of course you are.
It was that or walk for miles. In you go.
London Zoo.
Primitive, isn't it?
Yes. I suppose it is. I used to like coming here as a kid. We didn't get out much. Dad was in the forces, so we had to wait until he was on leave.
Didn't your mother take you out?
No.
Well, you won't see many people having fun here anymore.
What's wrong with him? Shouldn't we help?
He's beyond it.
Well, he's collapsed.
Ignore him.
We can't just leave him.
He's dead. And you shouldn't get too close. I told you, all of this is real enough. Everything we experience through perception. So if you're hurt here, your brain will accept that and you'll feel the effect of it.
If I imagine I'm choking on gas, I'll choke for real.
In the simplest terms, yes. This is what comes after the fighting. This is the real war. One that humanity just can't win. The raid of the germs. Great chunks of the world's population are weakened. Poverty has brought public services low. Sanitation is a joke. The germs find a world ripe for them to flourish. First, an outbreak of cholera in the UK, then waves of influenza worldwide, followed by bubonic plague.
Bubonic plague? It's like the world's going back to the Dark Ages.
In many ways it is. With each new outbreak, the world becomes weaker. Sanitation becomes poorer. A downward spiral. Finally...
What's happening? That man back there. The keeper.
He's doing what he's told. He's killing his animals.
But why?
Macular fever. The final wave of the raid of the germs.
I've never heard of it.
And few had. It was previously only seen in captive baboons.
So they're killing animals to limit the spread of the disease?
That's the idea. Though it's far too late.
We're closed. You shouldn't be here. It's not safe. They were infected.
We saw.
Then what are you doing loitering around, eh? Don't think I won't use this on you. I've killed already today. Killed animals that I loved. I don't know you two from Adam. There'll be no skin off my nose.
It's fine. We're leaving now.
I'm sorry. For what you're having to do, I mean.
You and me both, Sunshine. You and me both. I'm sorry, old love. I really am. It's so beautiful.
Why are you showing me this?
Explanations can wait. I need to know you're ready. This way.
The reptile house.
A threshold.
Where are we now?
St. Peter's Church Tower, Tiverton. Play along with everything I say. Good evening!
Oh, dear God, woman, you scared the life out of me. Where do you come from?
Where do you think? Up the stairs. She didn't fly here.
I'm from the council, just checking how things are progressing.
Oh, council, is it? Don't trust us to do our jobs?
It's not like that. You know how it is. Everybody's panicking, so we get sent over to waste your time and ours. It's not personal.
Don't worry about it, we understand.
Hey, you speak for yourself.
Oh, stop picking fights and keep an eye on the north.
I know what I'm... Hey, wait. Someone's coming.
Is any sign of infection?
You're too far away to tell.
Well, they're walking all right. Look healthy enough.
Why take the risk?
Wait! Give them a chance.
If they were clean, they wouldn't be wandering around out there, would they?
What are they doing?
Guarding the town from the infected. Shh.
Here, give me them binoculars. Yeah, definitely infected. Pale, sweating.
It's a warm night.
I'm not taking a chance. Any closer, and it'll be more work for the clean-up crews. I only winged him. Hang on.
This is murder.
This is kindness, pal. You've seen what it's like to die of a fever? There we go, job done. Tell the council we're on top of it.
I will.
So, anyway, you were telling me about Doris, go on.
Oh, yeah, right, well, you know she's still angry at me, isn't she? Because I went round to Maureen's house.
Yeah, he's sly bugger.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Fine.
Hey, it wasn't like that, right? I was just fixing locks on her front door. Well, you know how nervous she is, isn't he?
Hey, she got it right to be nervous with boys like you around, eh?
Well...
It's hot.
Sao Paulo, Brazil. Night of the 15th of August, 1956.
Well, naturally, I can't wait to see whatever new act of barbarism and misery you're desperate to show me.
I take no pleasure in this.
Fine. Well, let's leave it then, shall we? I'm certainly happy to call it quits.
I'm afraid not. We've barely grazed the surface of this history.
Oh, good. So what happens in Brazil? More innocents dying of the plague? Being picked off by their fellow countrymen?
The diseases are still rife, though they're close to burning themselves out. A few harsh winters here and there, a few successful vaccination programs. By the end of next year, maculated fever will have run its course.
Killing how many?
Half the population.
Half the population? Of the entire world?
Yes. And bear in mind that's a skewed figure. Some more isolated cultures, distant tribes, northern territories, they weather it better than the rest. The death toll in the so-called developed world is much higher than 50%. And it's not just the diseases. There's the rioting, natural disasters, industrial accidents, what little industry there is left. Society is crumbling into barbarism. New complications and dangers rising every day. And of course, mankind is not the only resident on this planet. Stay absolutely still.
They're only pigs by the sound of it. It's hard to see in this light. Don't they have street lights in Brazil?
Yes, but not the power to operate them. Not right now. And they're not pigs. They're wild boar.
Oh. They're quite dangerous, aren't they?
If their habitat is threatened, or if it's the rutting season, or they're starving, they can smell us. We need to move.
Can't we just leave?
We could, but not yet. Run! fire escape. See it?
Yes!
We'll have to jump for it.
It looks lopsided. Are you sure it'll hold?
Only one way to find out.
I can't pull myself up.
You're even more unfit than me. Come here.
Ow! My foot!
Okay, let me see. Oh, it barely nipped you.
He's bleeding.
A bit. We'll get it cleaned up in a minute. You're lucky it didn't have your foot off.
Lucky? It would have been your fault if it had. Why didn't we just leave?
I live a very sedentary life. I fancied a run.
Well, then go for a jog in a park. And don't drag me with you.
You're right. It was thoughtless. Sorry. We should go. I don't want that wound getting infected.
It's a bit late to worry about that now. This thing's just waiting to collapse.
So move quickly. Get to the door. Quickly. Jump. Lean on me.
You sure that water's clean?
Clean enough. It's for the animals.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine then.
It is. They don't want to poison the livestock.
Yes, Kensington Gardens has let itself go a bit, I must say.
Agricultural land is more valuable than parkland. Hyde Park's the same. In a few days' time, there'll be a riot just over there between cowkeepers and potato growers as they battle it out for ownership.
That's just ridiculous.
300 people die in the riot.
As if the death toll weren't already high enough. Careful.
Just making sure the wound's clean. I found this to dress it with.
Someone's shirt? How do we know that's not infected?
I stole it from a washing line. It'll be fine.
My dream foot, bitten by a dream boar, washed by dream water and bound in a dream shirt.
Starting to accept all this?
Starting to give up on questioning it. That's not quite the same thing.
It'll do.
At least you've brought us somewhere peaceful for now.
The late 50s usher in a period of new feudalism. People live in isolated communities, for the most part self-governed. The infrastructure of power is still there in essence, but there isn't the strength of authority to implement it. There are a few cars or lorries. The rail network grows weeds and rust.
What about communications? Media?
The telephones still work in places. The newspapers have gone. The cost and practicality of manufacturing and selling them rendered them extinct. Radio is now solely used as a method of communication. There's no news or public broadcasting. The ether is basically owned by air transport.
Planes are still flying then?
Not for the purposes of private travel, but yes, the transport of goods, such as they are, still takes place. A fact that will become important later on.
How so?
One thing at a time. There. You'll be fine.
That's a bit sore, but I can manage. Thank you.
I trained in first aid, but I rarely have a chance to use it. Working in the archive, the worst that can happen is you end up with a headache from eye strain or a paper cut from old books.
Sounds thrilling.
It is, in its own way. Though I'll admit I sometimes hanker after experiencing excitement rather than just reading about it.
I noticed.
Yes. Let's get moving then. Still lots to see.
People are staring at us.
They're probably envious of your shoes.
They were rather expensive.
When the war broke out, the clothing trade shrank. Mass production of boots was commandeered for military purposes and never really returned to commercial use.
The old skills die out as we turn to mass production, and when the infrastructure of that production is lost.
Simple conveniences, things we never really thought about, suddenly become rare. Photography, for example, has virtually ceased to exist because no film is being produced. Bicycles have become a luxury as a viable means of practical transport, but pneumatic tyres are no longer in production. Countless tiny details.
Add them all up and you have the apocalypse.
Oh, not that. Never that. Life goes on. That house over there.
What about it?
It has a door we can use.
Can't you just magic one up?
Not while people are watching. Besides, it's tiring and wasteful.
Oh! You startled me then. I'm not expecting visitors. Can I help you?
We've had a report of a fire in your backyard.
Rubbish. I don't even have one. A yard, that is.
I knew it would be a false alarm. Didn't I tell you it would be a false alarm?
I seem to remember you mentioning it, yes.
Sorry to be a pain, but could we check anyway? You know what it's like. We'll be for it unless we tell them we took a proper look.
Of course. Come through. I tell you to wipe your feet, but this place is such a tip that I don't suppose it really... Oh, they've gone.
The White House?
Yes.
Where the President of the US lives?
Yes, you must know him, surely.
I know the current incumbent in my time, yes. Though I've never strolled across his front lawn. Where's all the security?
This is 1958. We're still in the time of new feudalism. Besides, President Caruso is a lot more laid back than his predecessors.
Caruso?
Benito Caruso. There he is.
Oh, hey there.
The man chopping firewood.
That's him.
Can I help you folks?
Mr. President, this is Philip Raven of the British Embassy.
Oh, good to meet you.
Good to meet you too, sir.
Oh, hell, let's not bother with the sir stuff. Makes my teeth itch. What do you say I just call you Phil and you call me Benny?
That would be fine.
Good. I mean, let's be brutal here. I'm president by default, so there's no real reason to get hung up on the honorifics.
By default?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure I'm even president at all. My term's expired, after all, and if Wilkins had taken over, that would be that, and I'd be in Florida getting a little sun. But then the damn fool ran away, so, well, here we all are. Say, you two mind stepping inside for a drink? I've been swinging this axe all morning, and right now, all I really want is a glass of Mora's lemonade.
That would be lovely.
Oh, it would. Walk this way, folks.
About time we have visitors. If nothing else, it gets him in from the animals.
The animals?
I've taken to rearing a few pigs, cows, and chickens. We have all this land, it seems a pity to let it go to waste.
Benny can't bear kicking his heels around the house.
It's not as if there's much to do. Things are getting back on track. All I do is grease the wheels from time to time.
You think America is finding its feet?
Oh, steamboat traffic's moving on the Mississippi again. We're finally getting the cotton out of the South, despite all the unrest. Our exports are up, too. We shipped 140 automobiles to South America this year. Double the totals for last year.
Of course, it would help if we could get all the states to Congress. We're only seeing a third of the country represented in the Assembly.
We'll get there. Some of the states can't afford to send anyone.
And some just don't care.
Some people take a little time to realize what's best for them. The country took a pounding. There's no shame in admitting as much. Just look at Mackenzie and Gregson fighting over the governorship of New York State while New York City itself lies empty, falling to pieces. Sensible people fight over the important things, getting this country and her people back on their feet. Idiots like them fight over power, as if that means anything anymore.
And meanwhile, you collect eggs from the henhouse.
And damn fine eggs they are, too.
I'm afraid Benny and I don't always quite see eye to eye on these things.
You love those eggs as much as I do.
You know what I mean, Benito Caruso.
You're not quite as positive about the future as your husband.
I'd like to be. I really would. But I look around and I wonder. It seems to me that we may be in the unenviable position of having seen the rise, the triumph, and then the collapse of the greatest civilization the world has ever seen. That's a lot for one lifetime.
You think America has collapsed?
Oh, I wasn't just talking about our country. I mean the whole history of mechanical mass production.
Whereas I believe it's still hardly begun. We had our setbacks, sure, but just you watch. We'll soon be back on our feet.
Will do. Philip Raven of the British Embassy.
Got you a drink with the president, didn't I? I could hardly say you were from the United Nations. As you may have noticed, the nations in this timeline are anything but united. I thought you carried it off rather well.
I talked absolute nonsense. A load of non-committal guff about building bridges across the ocean and forging long-lasting friendships between our two nations.
Precisely. Just the sort of non-committal guff an ambassador would say, in other words.
True.
Did you like him?
I did, rather.
Better than the president you're used to?
No comment.
See? The perfect ambassador. Monte Carlo. Ever been?
Bit rich for my tastes.
Not anymore. It's all but deserted. Though there's someone I was hoping to meet.
Will he try and kill us, or will he offer us lemonade?
From what I know, having read his journals, he seems a distinctly affable sort.
You've read his journal?
I'm from the future. I've read all the journals. Even yours. Ah, this'll be him.
I say, bonjour.
Bike owner, eh? Must have a few quid.
For all the good it does him.
Ah, bonjour, mes amis.
Hello.
Oh, you're English.
He is, yes. I'm from somewhere slightly further afield.
Oh, yes.
A citizen of the world, you might say.
Ha! And what a world. Lovely to bump into a couple of friendly faces, though. I've barely met a soul in days. Titus Cobbett's the name.
Philip Raven.
Jane.
Pleased to meet you. I say, fancy a spot of lunch? Come through. The place has seen better days, but the kitchen's still viable, and I've stocked up on a few provisions.
The Hotel de Paris.
I know. Best place in town, eh? I was passing by last night looking for a place to bed down, and I thought, well, why not? It's abandoned, of course, just like everywhere else. Not much of a summer season these days. Quiet winters all the year round, eh? Kitchen's through here.
I hadn't realised I was so hungry.
Travel sharpens the appetite.
It would have been so much better if there was still a chef in residence, but at least there's still gas left for the range, eh? I got used to cold rations on the road.
Where are you heading?
No one in particular. I'm just travelling. I used to know this stretch of the coast really well, did a lot of business here. I was an antiques dealer back when such things had value.
When people still had money to burn.
Well, quite. These days, burning's about all it's good for. It's breathtaking, seeing how quickly everything's gone to rack and ruin. I've been all along the coast. All the old chateaux, all locked up and abandoned. Places looted. Beautiful gardens turned into a wild tangle of roses and oleander.
It's sad.
Is it? I don't know. I suppose it is in a way, but it's progress. Nature doesn't care. Civilizations rise and fall. Who's to say what will come after we've gone, eh?
Who indeed?
I was in the casino this morning. The ceiling of the American bar's fallen in, but you could still get to the garden. I sat there for a while, thinking of the stories you used to hear about gamblers who'd lost their fortunes, popping out into the bushes to put a gun to their head.
Lovely.
I suppose it was rather morbid, but I was thinking about how it all seemed so important to them. They'd blown their fortunes on the spin of a wheel, unable to face the disgrace they'd taken their lives. Look around you now. The whole world lost the bet. Puts a bad flutter in perspective, doesn't it?
It does.
And we must be thankful that the world hasn't had the same lack of backbone as those disgraced gamblers long gone. No bullet to the head here, no. Just life going on and on, taking new forms, setting new priorities.
You seem very positive about the future.
Oh, I'm an eternal optimist, certainly. But things are changing already. I've seen it on my travels. At Nice and Marseille, the shipping is moving again. And not just fishing boats, I'm talking about trade ships. I saw them building what could easily have been a 3,000-tonner.
Oh, that's one hell of a ship.
It was. Or will be, rather.
We thought shipbuilding had ceased with the war.
Everyone did. But our need to expand persists. The railway, too.
You've seen trains running?
Not for passengers. Those lines are still dead. I saw a group of townsfolk using the grassed-over tracks for a bowling green the other day. But in Marseille, they have a line running between the port and several quarries inland. Industry, you see, it's indomitable. But mark my words, the future is up there.
The sky?
Do you know how many aeroplanes I saw between Rome and Marseille?
Do tell.
13. I doubt I'd have seen that many even before the war. I got chatting to a fellow at an aerodrome in Frejus. He was an aviator, Spanish-American, served first with the Poles and then the Germans and then the French.
Loyal chap.
Yes, well, he got around a bit for sure. He was an opportunist in war, and it stood him in excellent stead in the years since. He told me of the burgeoning trade in air freight, rubber, spices, mercury and block tin, all coming in from the east, clocks, watches, compasses, needles, buttons and hardened glass going back in return. For the most part, the trade is in barter, but the profits were immense.
Well, people will always pay to get the things they want.
And these are the chaps best placed to get it. Most of them are aviators who survived the war only to find a new use for their skills. They've even formed a union.
Consolidating their power.
Absolutely. I told this chap about the shipbuilding I'd seen in Marseille, and you know what he said? Oh, we'll have to watch that.
They don't want competition.
Precisely, because that's the truth of tomorrow. Whoever controls the air and the sea controls the world. They are the people who will keep trade moving, keep the world fed, keep it in clothes, fuel, essential materials. The trade routes are the lifeblood of society. We've never given organised transport and trading its due importance. We just expected it to be there. Now they know what they're worth, and they'll be quick to ensure that power is recognised.
You think there could be trouble?
Trouble? Oh, no. That would suggest we had a choice. I think we'll just be forced to accept. If we want civilization to move again, if we want our supplies, our food, our clothes, our prosperity, then we'll just do as we're told.
A dictatorship?
Wasn't it always? Really? If you wanted possessions, you had to pay what you were asked for them. You obeyed the rules of a commercial society. The difference in the future will be that commercialism always used to be removed from politics, at least to a degree. In the future, it will be the only government that counts. So who wants dessert? I picked some fresh fruit this morning, more than enough to share. I won't even charge you for it. Lovely to meet you. Best of luck, and watch the skies.
Nice man.
A perspicacious one.
He's right, then, in his predictions of the future.
Yes.
He seems positive about it.
Yes, though part of him still clings to the past. He'll need to shake that off.
What do you mean?
I'll show you.
Yeah, what are you doing in my shed?
Sorry, we thought it was a bathing hut.
Bathing hut? Are you having a laugh? Nobody swims in the Thames for fun, unless they enjoy drowning. Now, come on, clear off out of it. Go on.
We're going. Sorry. You know these much envied shoes of mine? I think they may be ruined.
You can clean them up when we get to dry land.
What's that man doing down here?
He's a mudlark, sifting through the banks of the river for anything valuable. He won't find much.
So, this is what London looks like now. I don't think much of it.
You're about to meet a familiar face who'll agree with you.
Hello. I recognise you two.
Titus?
Still me. Excuse the beard. Lost my razor somewhere over the channel. You two haven't changed a bit.
We keep a firm grip on our razors.
I asked for that. So what brings you to London?
Philip wanted to see how it had changed.
Great minds think alike. I grew up here, and wherever I wander, it's always home.
What do you make of it?
I think it's awful. I travelled in through Kent, and the outer suburbs are still little more than decay and rubble. Huge swathes of land just ignored. Have you seen Hyde Park?
The last I heard, they were grazing cattle on it.
Oh, not anymore. They kicked the cultivators off and have built an aerodrome.
The power in the skies again.
Absolutely. But city planning's not consistent. On the one hand, they're building facilities for air traffic. On the other, defences against them. Just look at those lamentable concrete carapaces.
Like giant mushrooms.
Exactly. Giant, dull mushrooms. London used to be beautiful. Not anymore. No sense of the aesthetic and even less sense of planning. I get the impression the city simply has no idea what it's doing. Subsidence cracks have already developed in most of the new structures.
The north bank along the Thames is so ill-drained, the subsoil so soft, it can't bear the weight.
They should have planned for that.
Yes, they should.
Oh, Lord! Get back!
We're quite safe on this side!
What you said! It's the North Bank just giving way!
The Strand, Fleet Street, Cornhill, and everything in front of it.
And now the dust is clearing, you can get more of a sense of the damage. Not that you want to, I just can't quite take it in.
More of the past falling away, that's all. The future will always be built on ruins.
That's easy for you to say. They're not your ruins. You never walked those streets. You didn't know them as anything but lines in a history book. Right across from us now is a pile of rubble that used to be a restaurant. I went on a first date there with a girl who would end up being my wife.
I didn't know you were married.
I'm not. Not anymore. We ordered lobster because I was trying to impress. The table looked like a battlefield by the time we'd finished. There weren't enough napkins to clean up the mess we'd made together. Something of an omen now, I've come to think of it. Then there's that pile of old grey stone just over from what remains of St. Paul's.
I see it. A council...
St. Bartholomew's Hospital. My dad spent the last few weeks of his life.
Oh.
Riddled with cancer. Delusional from the drugs. Do you know the last thing he said to me before he died?
No.
Are you sure we can afford this, son? Over to the left. Maybe still standing, hard to tell from here, is whatever remains of the Nightingale Hospital.
He went there too?
Oh, it's a psychiatric hospital. My mother spent a lot of time there, railing at the staff, hurling racist abuse at the nurses, kissing goodbye to the last fragile pieces of her sanity.
I'm sorry.
Are you? Because we're all just statistics, really, aren't we? Footnotes in history, ink on a page.
You can seem that way sometimes, yes.
Where's Titus?
He went to see if he could help.
Oh, good for him. Oh, what now?
Westminster Bridge just fell.
I don't think I can take much more of this. The world is ruined, I get it. But why show me? I can't change it. I can't stop it from happening.
Of course not. As you say, the dominant timeline, your timeline, has already diverged. None of this happens now.
So why show it to me?
Because we've calculated the best possible chance you have of getting your timeline back on track.
Back on track? You mean like this?
Precisely. We don't want you to avoid this timeline, Philip. Quite the opposite. We need you to make it happen. to avoid this timeline, Philip. Quite the opposite. We need you to make it happen.
Copy that, Control.
On arrival, proceed directly to security.
Yes, yes. You'd think I hadn't already been union cleared.
You must be mad if you think I'd want any part in making this happen. All that death and destruction, the whole world crumbling to ruins.
That's what worlds do. All of them, given time.
Well, not with my help, they don't. I'm in the business of protecting peace, avoiding bloodshed, not encouraging it.
You need to take the long view. You'll see.
Don't hold your breath.
In many ways, that's exactly what I'm doing. This is the timeline I'm from.
How does that work if this timeline didn't happen?
I told you, it's a divergence. No longer the predominant timeline, no longer the prime history, but it still, in a sense, happened.
So your future exists?
For now. But that's the problem with divergent timelines. They're inherently unstable. The further away from the dividing point you go, the more the timeline degrades. Our scientists estimate that unless we get history back on track, there will come a point in my near future when we will simply cease to exist.
Well, how near in your future?
It could be as little as 500 years.
500 years? But that's ages. It's long after your lifetime. At least I assume it is. How long do humans live for in the future?
A little longer than you, certainly, but yes, I'll be dead before the decay takes effect. Why does that matter?
You made it sound urgent.
It is. Unlike some generations, we don't view future extinction lightly. We don't consider this our descendants' problem. We view it as something we need to solve now. Besides, the predictions are vague. We don't really know how long we've got, nor do we know how the extinction will come about. Will we simply wink out of existence, or will it be a slow decay? A rot of accepted physics, of matter? For all we know, we may not have the technology for an intervention like this in the years to come.
Fine, I get it. Act now while you can. With all due respect to you and your existence, however, I remain far from convinced that this timeline is superior. I mean, do you know for a fact that you won't exist? A version of you at least, if history continues the way it currently stands.
Predictions suggest that your future is far worse than this.
Predictions?
It's hard for us to travel along the history of another timeline. This is our world, our history. We can navigate it with ease, for as long as it exists. The effort of intruding into yours was extremely difficult. We've been working on this intervention for 5 years, and this is only the second time we've managed to make contact.
The second? What happened last time?
We think we caused your Second World War.
Well, thank you for that.
Manipulating timelines is very difficult. Anyway, you should be grateful. Our previous intervention took root. You might not have existed without it. We made the timeline you're currently experiencing.
But it still doesn't lead to yours.
No, which is why I'm talking to you.
But why me? What makes me so special?
I could lie and fob you off with stories about your intelligence, common sense, and the work you've done with the UN.
But you're not going to.
Believe it or not, I have a little more respect for you than that. You were chosen based on logistics. You will be at precisely the right place at precisely the right time.
To do what?
Not yet. I will tell you, but I have more to show you first.
Fine. So where have you brought us to now?
1965, flight 21966, inbound to Basra.
Iraq.
It's to be the location of the first of 2 very significant conferences. The road to the future becomes very clear today.
If you say so. And what are we carrying?
Catering supplies.
Well, a packing case isn't exactly what I'm used to in business class, but I suppose it'll do. So what's this conference about?
It's organised by the Transport Union. It takes many of the thoughts and ideas that have developed in recent years with a view to putting them into general practice. Essentially, this is the point at which thought becomes action.
Well, in my experience, while conferences often start out with that aim, they rarely follow through.
This one does. Mainly because of the universality of its attendance. As well as all major European contingents, it's attended by parties from America, China, Japan, Russia, and New Zealand.
Well, how long are we planning on attending? I can't imagine it'll be a quick affair.
I hadn't thought about that. I was behaving like an historian. This is such a significant event in the birth of the modern state that I wanted to see all of it. But that's hardly practical. I'm not here for sightseeing.
Off again?
Yes. Let's cut to the summing up. Security is unusually strict here, so we'll need to be careful. State police forces are still all but non-existent, but the Union employs private security to protect themselves.
They expect trouble, then?
Perhaps on a small scale. Odd insurgent or business rival. In the grand scheme of things, they're unashamedly confident. Through here.
Thank you to my colleague for his wise words.
They're all so young.
The average age is 33. The world's new masters have youth on their side.
Our various speakers have painted a bold vision for the future. 20 years ago, indeed, perhaps as little as 10, our proposals would have seemed impossible. Yet I trust we all agree that nothing proposed is currently beyond our capability. Indeed, it is important that we strike now in order to set the foundation of all that is to come. All existing aerosports, lights and lighting fields must now be considered the property of the Union. There is to be no question of purchase. The infrastructure of transport is ours, and we will exercise the right to that ownership. Every aeroplane in the world must be registered immediately and allocated a regulatory number. Our tariff of charges will be imposed worldwide. Any airship or plane that refuses to pay will be treated as a pirate vehicle and refuse the use of aerodromes and filling stations. Indeed, they will be driven out of the air by the force of our air police. Any aerodrome, any administrative region or government, in fact, found to harbor such recalcitrants will be boycotted. Let us see how long anyone wishes to harbor pirates once they find they are no longer able to receive or ship imported goods.
He's got the world powers over a barrel, just as Titus predicted.
I'm aware that there are some amongst us who have expressed concerns about the legality of this. The question we have heard a number of times is, what will the government say to this? And the answer is simple. They will say nothing that will be heard.
This is an insidious attempt to restore capitalist trust in the world.
Would someone like to pass our esteemed colleague, Mr. Peshkov, a microphone?
There is no way that Moscow will consent to the passage of controlled machines over the vast territories under Soviet control, nor will she allow the exploitation of Russian resources by any outside organization.
And how will they prevent it?
You will find out for yourself once you return.
Then I may have to wait for my answer. I am a citizen of the world, and I shall go back to Russia in my own time and in my own fashion.
This is treason! Wait until Moscow hears of it.
How and when will they hear of it?
Very soon after my return.
But you flew here to Varish Peshkov in my squadron. Tell me, how do you propose to return?
No.
That phantom proletariat of yours fades with all the other empires and kingdoms. We are only giving shape to a new world order that is already born.
Wonderful. To see it actually happen. But we should go before we're spotted.
Not here again.
Oh, I wasn't concentrating, sorry. You have to understand, I've been an historian, an archivist all my life. Actually seeing some of this is somewhat distracting.
Well, for you and me both. Actually, I think this is a different plane.
What the hell are you two doing here?
What is it?
Stowaways.
Actually, we're here by mistake.
Of course you are. I imagine you took a wrong turn somewhere over Istanbul.
Look, I need you up here. We've got trouble.
You two, Stay close, but not too close. Understand? I've no wish to use this, but I will if you try anything.
We won't.
Quickly! Coming! Two of them, hiding away back there.
Well, right now they're in the same boat as we are. So keep quiet and let us do our job.
But what's the problem?
Air police.
This is Air Police Patrol Delta 4. You are in violation of transport control legislation and must land immediately. Over.
This is the private cargo plane Sandy Lane. We do not recognize your authority and demand you back off.
Your plane is not registered, your cargo is unknown, and your flight plan unapproved. You are therefore in direct violation of transport control legislation. I say again, land immediately. Over.
And what are you going to do about it if we don't? Let's stop them.
They're shooting at us. They're actually shooting at us.
We've noticed. Hold on.
That was a warning shot. Do not force us to fire again. Bring your plane into land.
Yeah, like hell I will.
Do as they say!
We can't. Have you any idea the financial penalty for piracy?
It's only money! Surely your life is worth more!
It's money we don't have. They'll take everything. The plane, our livelihoods, everything.
There's gotta be a way of losing them.
They've got the starboard engine. It's gone. It's nothing but smoke and shrapnel.
I can't hold her. We're going down.
Philip, quickly!
Level off.
It's no good. She's not responding. Oh, we're dropping like a stone.
But what about them?
It's too late! They can't go where we can! Get through the door!
But they'll die!
And so will we unless you move now! Go! Go!
Whoa! Hey, what are you doing in my car?
Trying not to die!
What are you talking about?
Speak precious little around.
Come on.
Hey, come back here!
I didn't have time to plan a route. I just wanted to get us out of there as quickly as possible.
So we have no idea where we are?
Not really. Greece, maybe?
Let us not fall into factions. Let us not divide and group ourselves. We cannot afford bickering. We must not thwart and waste each other. We have done no more as yet than make a start. Remember the strangulation of Russia by Stalin. Remember the fight against the spirit of the struggle for the modern state has only begun.
Ah, shut up.
This is 1973. That was Arden Essendon, a guiding light within the transport control. Soon to be the leader of the modern state it becomes.
What's the reason for all this hold-up? There are people in the distance. Police? Are they checking for someone who's escaped from somewhere?
They're from the transport control. First they took the air, then the sea. Now they're taking the roads. Nobody can drive on them without paying the tariffs and registering their vehicles.
The roads, too?
They take the entire transport structure. That's the point. They're building new roads, too. Huge, multi-lane stretches for trade routes. Not only that, but they've started to set up training schools. A new breed of education. Teaching people the importance of a global state. A new world order of secularism. It has its roots in socialism. The teachings of Marx and the work of Gustav de Vindt.
It's terrifying.
It's the future. It's what saves us all. Some amongst the Transport Union want to take a gentle line, to do deals with extant governments, to bribe others if legitimate deals don't work. It's Essendon and those who follow him who insist on a hard line. That the only way for this to work is to embrace it without compromise. I'll show you.
The world state is not a thing of the future. It is here and now. It has always been here and now. Since ever man talked, however timidly, of the brotherhood of mankind. Essendon.
Yes.
In the past, the world state had been torn among a countless myriad of proprietors and creditors, and the socialists and cosmopolitans, the true heirs of the race, were hunted like criminals and persecuted and killed. Now, through the utter failure of those robbers to maintain social order, the world has fallen into our hands. Power has deserted them, and we here have power. If we do not use it, if we do not use it to the fullest, we are traitors in our turn. Are we to tolerate even a temporary revival of the old system? In the name of reason, why? If their brains have got into the wrong grooves, well, we can make fresh brains. Are we to connive with and indulge this riffraff that waits outside our doors? Go and look at them! Look at their insincere faces, look at their furtive hands. Weigh what they say, weigh the offers they make you. No, there will be no deals. We have swallowed the world, now we must digest it.
Let's cut to the chase, shall we?
Quite a gathering.
Essendon is about to draw a line in the sand. His announcement of total control.
The Council of World Affairs declares that between 1950 and 1965, this planet became derelict through the incapacity of its ostensible rulers to keep the peace. Chaos ensued, and it became urgently necessary to build up a new world administration amidst the ruins. This, the Air and Sea Control did. This administration has now been organized through a Central Council for World Affairs. It is the only sovereignty on this planet. All other sovereignty and all property rights ceased to exist during the period of disorder. They cannot and will not be revived. Throughout the world, the Council has its air, sea, and land routes. Its airports, dockyards, factories, mines, plantations, laboratories, colleges and schools. These are administered by its officials and protected by its police. And the latter are instructed to defend these organizations whenever and wherever it may be necessary. In every center, there are now modern state offices conducting the educational work of the Council. The time has come for all quasi-independent organs of business and administration to place themselves under the direct control of the new government of the whole world. Without delay, with a due regard for your comfort, your welfare, and your wishes, the Bureau will set itself to bring your life into sound and permanent correlation with the one human commonweal.
Surely it's a declaration of war.
No, that was neither war nor revolution. That was the recognition of worldwide government. It's a clear sign how broken the world was. Essendon makes his announcement, and to begin with, people just accept it. There's no immediate armed insurrection, no fighting. All of the tools of nationalism, the newspapers, the diplomats, the foreign offices, they're all gone. Who's an armed response? There are just the people. And most of them are relieved to think someone with authority is looking out for them.
They just want to be led.
Isn't that always what people want? Oh, they complain about their leaders, they make a show of dissent every once in a while, but when it comes down to it, they just want to get on with their lives. They don't want the responsibility of keeping on, the water flowing through the pipes, the food turning up at the shops and markets. They want everything to simply be there.
It's a rather cynical way of looking at it.
You think I'm wrong?
Not entirely.
There is, eventually, an organised attempt to refute the world state's control. It's the Italians who are first to rebel. A fascist garrison in Rome declares themselves the official government. They have a number of unlicensed aviators and planes, and their black shirts take control of an aeroplane factory and aerodrome in Turin. They even find the old king of Italy. He's been having a relaxing time farming in Piedmont. They renovate his long-closed palace and put him in it.
And the world state's response?
You.
Aren't we a bit conspicuous?
It's a public ceremony. We'll be fine.
And what's all the chanting?
You'll see when we get there. Pope Alban III is blessing 3 new aeroplanes.
Blessing them?
The Catholic Church has always been given to blessing implements, shops, boats, bridges, battleships. It advertises the church, gratifies the faithful, and does no perceptible harm to the object being...
There's that cynicism again.
It's a piece of PR, pomp and ceremony to show that Italy is its own master. As well as the Pope, the kings here, plus every cardinal they could lay their hands on. It's quite a party, as you can see.
Good God.
They certainly think so. That's the Pope on the throne, with a couple of thousand black shirts to back him up, in case his deity...
You're not a fan of religion, are you?
It's anathema to me. The world too, as you'll soon see. This is close enough. We don't want to get caught up in the panic. Here they come.
Who? Oh, planes.
A squadron led by Luigi Rosselli, the local commander. The leader of the black shirts over there is actually his heart.
To do?
They're loaded with a new gas.
They're going to gas the Pope?
Pacifycin. It renders the victim insensible for about 36 hours with no long-lasting detrimental effect. Time for the gas mask again. Keep yours on this time.
This is unbelievable.
It's another famous moment in our history, thanks in part to the fact that we have full documentation from the following inquiry, including a recorded statement from one of the pilots.
Well, I suppose the gas is harmless, at least.
Yes, there is that.
Please state your name and rank for the record.
Mark Rogers, Lieutenant on secondment to the Turin A Squadron.
Please tell me what happened once you arrived at the aerodrome.
Commander Rosselli gave the order to drop the gas canisters. Just for a moment, the chanting rose louder. They showed pluck, those priests. Hardly one of them broke ranks. Then they crumpled up in their places, drifting down on their knees. It was queer the way you saw the gas spreading among them like a bed of flowers dying, the death spreading out from all of these different centres. The old boy on the throne didn't turn a hair. He had his hands together and his head bowed. You couldn't tell when it took him. The fascist guards and the King's party weren't anything like so dignified. They gesticulated, they yelled. Some ran about a bit before the stuff got them. Of course, you must understand, the whole lot thought they were being killed. None of them could have known anything about this new stuff. We didn't know until a fortnight ago. We had no gas masks on our bird, so I didn't take part in the landing party that seized the planes.
Mind your feet! Clear the bodies away from the planes!
Last I saw of that aerodrome, it looked like some old Turkish carpet, gone threadbare in places. A perfect garden of sleep.
It'll be safe now.
Awful.
Not the modern state's finest hour, perhaps. But the casualties were minimal. The only fatality from a crowd of thousands was Odette Buonarroti, a young priest who had the misfortune of having one of the gas canisters hit him on the head. He died instantly.
Oh, lucky him.
I suspect he would have been pleased had he known how the church responded. He was canonized, the last saint and martyr to be inscribed in the Latin hagiography.
Oh, yes, well, that would have made it quite all right, I'm sure.
To be a saint? If he'd known that was in the offing, he'd probably have prayed for it.
What is your problem with religion?
It's archaic and unhelpful.
Not to those with faith, it's not.
On an individual level, perhaps, but organised religion is unquestionably one of the most damaging, reductive and destructive factors in human history. I don't care what an individual believes, as long as that belief remains personal and its doctrines aren't forced on others. But how often does that happen? Countless faiths, all with their own opinion on who is acceptable and who isn't. Enemies decided purely on a matter of what god they do or don't believe in.
But a person has a right to their faith.
As long as nobody else is expected to share it. How many people have been executed over the centuries for not conforming to someone else's religious beliefs? How many countries invaded, wars fought?
Religion can be a force for good too. You're being selective.
I'm speaking as an historian, someone who can see the numbers from a remove. You don't need a god to be kind, to teach you moral behaviour. If you can't be a decent human being without God providing the rule book, then you're simply not decent. A god is irrelevant to how you choose to live and treat others. The only time it isn't is when you become the persecutor.
It's still a basic human right.
No, it isn't. Not anymore, because we finally saw sense and eradicated religion, all religion, from the planet.
But that's terrible.
Are you religious?
No, but that's hardly the point. I'm arguing from the point of human rights.
So am I. I just believe that a human's right to live outside of persecution and fear trumps the right to believe in a deity. You know how many people religious persecution, bigotry, terror attacks, abuse? None. Because the illogical cause for them has been removed. We're a secular society based on simple humanist principles. We are one, a single worldwide state.
A dictatorship.
That's a loaded one.
Accurate one.
Think bigger. This argument is beneath you. You're arguing from a point of individual rights, and I respect it. But think of the whole. A society, a global society that has removed all the handicaps to unity. Religion, just one society in full agreement, living in the world they deserve.
And if someone doesn't conform, remove religion, so now one faith cannot disagree with another, but you've replaced it with the world state. I mean, what happens when someone disagrees with that? Their own eyes, they get gassed.
It's the death throes of the old civilization, that's all. If you could speak with perfect hindsight, if you knew that we were a good, perfect society, would you feel the same hostility towards it? You're arguing about general principles, but I'm talking from a point of view of fact. I'm future. I live there. I thrive there. Else. To see what I have now. The world in which I'm lucky to live. All of this was worth it. All of it. Your argument is irrelevant because I've seen how it works out.
But you haven't, have you? Because the timeline's been altered. Your future's no longer set in stone, so the argument is real and happening right now. And it'll take more than you've shown me, and certainly more than the speeches of Arden Essendon, to convince me that any of this...
Yes. My future, my perfect future isn't guaranteed. Not anymore. Which is why I'm fighting so hard to save it. I'll show you. But it has little to do with Essendon.
Really? Well, show me.
It's hardly important. I need to show you the future, my future. Maybe that's all I should have done. I thought you needed to see how we got there. Perhaps that was a mistake.
Now show me the downfall of Essendon first. You've shown me all this. I may as well get the end of his part in the history.
Fine. But after that, I'll show you my home.
Agreed. Really? You're making me travel into cupboards now?
Shh. We need somewhere we can be unobserved. Besides, it's not a cupboard. It's a very nice cabinet. With decorative panelling we can see through.
Huh. And what are we going to see?
We've moved ahead to the year 2006. Essendon, through no real drive of his own, has become the public face of control. It's early days still for a marked change in the public consciousness. The modern state isn't about the individual. All of its pronouncements, all of its declarations come unsigned by any single individual. It is simply the word of control, and yet...
It's become all about Essendon.
Precisely. The public like him. They consider every statement Control makes to be his word and his alone.
And this has made him enemies?
Not really. There's little doubting that his magnetism and popularity played a great part in the success of establishing the world state. Still, peaceful control is still fragile. There are factions that have built their strength over time and are ready to strike. This is a precarious moment. One false slip, and it could all come crashing down.
So what's happened?
Essendon became involved with a woman. An aviator by the name of Elizabeth Hawthey. An adventuress by all accounts.
I like her already.
History is not known for dwelling on matters of the heart, but by all the accounts I've read, including letters sent between them, there can be little doubt they loved each other greatly.
So what was the problem?
His wife didn't approve.
Oh.
In a fit of jealousy, she accused her husband of being a traitor. It was undoubtedly a false accusation, but it was leapt on by one of Essenden's few enemies on the council, Hooper Hamilton. Talking of which...
The council has had time to deliberate the evidence placed before it.
Evidence?
All the evidence you need. He's a traitor, a monarchist, an individualist.
Ladies, kindly restrain yourself from comment. You have had your chance to speak. Now it's my turn, and I wish to do so without interruption.
Please, do continue.
It is clear that some of the evidence placed before us may have been provided with an element of motive on the part of Mrs. Essendon.
Are you calling me a liar?
I won't remind you again. Please, be silent. As I say, there are emotional considerations that call some of the evidence into question. But it is a small matter that Mr. Essendon should or should not be a party to the conspiracy of which he is accused. His real offence is that he should have allowed this situation to develop, that he should have permitted his attention to wander from the services of the Republic to personal gratifications. At the very least, he has been guilty of egotism. He has sacrificed himself and the world that has wrapped about him to a very personal drama. The question of his specific guilt is an altogether minor matter. The question before us is not what has Essendon done, but rather, what are we going to do about Essendon? There is a need for repression coming. Civil war and bloodshed may well be upon us. This is no time for a saga of lovers. Essendon cannot lead us. But how can we do without him? You see the problem.
It was never my intention to become a figurehead for the modern state.
Nor ours to allow it to happen, but happen it has. You represent the movement. Your actions here today now threaten it.
Yes, I see that I am in the way. If I might make a suggestion?
Please do.
If I might be granted access to a dose of Corda 36.
Anthony, no.
I will then retire to the garden, sit in the spring sunshine and remove myself as the inconvenience I've so clearly become.
Retire? Alone? I don't believe it. You want to be with her, don't you? Even now, you would spend your last few moments with that...
Mrs. Essendon, please!
No, Jean. There is no need for you to be hurt anymore. It's all over. I'll go now. I never meant to hurt Arden in this way. You couldn't help yourself, Jean. But I never meant to hurt you. Or him.
I couldn't help myself. Me? Who do you think you are?
Please remove Mrs. Essendon from the room.
Oh, get off me! How dare you! He's a traitor! Look at him! Traitor!
Goodbye, Jean.
Essendon, Arden, your suggestion is approved. This meeting is at an end. We can only hope the same cannot be said for the world state.
The drug they're giving him?
A suicide pill. Quite painless.
Just because of an affair?
Of course not. He's removing himself from the council, from everything, so he can't be used as a weapon against the world state.
It's appalling.
Yes. Yes, it is. You'll think I'm stupid, I'm sure, but Essendon... He's a hero to me. All my life I've read about him, the work he did, the effort, and now his fall. I didn't want to come here.
To see your idol with his feet of clay.
But now we're here. I have to see it all. I'm sorry, but I have to.
It's beautiful. Do you think there's such a thing as a good place to die?
What do you mean?
Something people say, isn't it? This was a good place to die.
People say that?
Well, probably not in real life, no. But they do in movies. It always made me think, though. Would it really matter? Does geography make the remotest difference? I mean, obviously I wouldn't want to die in the middle of a war zone or a burning building, but assuming the location itself isn't the thing that's killing you, and would it matter?
Essendon clearly thinks so.
Does he?
He wants to be surrounded by beauty. He wants the last things he sees to be pleasing.
I could stare at a rose for hours, but I don't think it would take my mind off dying. The greatest sunset in the world wouldn't distract me from the final slow beating of my heart. Personally, I think he just wanted to be alone.
And yet, here you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to, I mean, I didn't know you were...
Doesn't matter. Come over. Sit down. I'll shuffle up.
It's wrong of us to intrude.
As you are clearly aware, I haven't got time for polite refusal. Sit down. You clearly know me, but I don't know you. I think it only polite you introduce yourselves.
I'm Jane, and this is Philip. We're visitors.
Visitors?
We're here from...
Tell him the truth.
That's hardly a good idea.
It's the least you can do.
Is the truth so difficult?
She's from your future. I'm from an alternative world to this. She's showing me her history.
Well, the truth is difficult.
It's true. It doesn't matter why, but it's true.
All right, then. I'll believe you.
Really?
I haven't got time for skepticism. If nothing else, this should be an interesting final conversation. So, what does the future care about the death of a stupid man in a garden? As tourism goes, it seems somewhat morbid.
You're not a stupid man.
My wife wouldn't altogether agree with you there, nor the rest of the council, for that matter.
It's inconsequential.
My death?
Their opinion.
It works.
Philip.
It's what he should hear. The things you've done. They're the foundation for her entire world.
I think you're trying to be kind.
No, he's right. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm finding this entire situation is strange to me. I'm an historian. You should just be a name on a file, a figure in a textbook. I never expected to actually...
Talk to me? Obviously, this is entirely absurd, but I shall try and forget that for now. Though suggestions of my importance in the future world would fan the flames of those who accuse me of egotism, certainly.
There's a difference between egotism and self-awareness. Growing up, I always had my head in a book. I was obsessed with history, of following the patterns, seeing how we became who we are. You were a big part of that. A hero. You didn't just build our society, you built me. My fascination with you, with all of this, is what led me to the career I now have.
A pale-skinned woman who seems uncomfortable in the open air?
Well, I don't get out much, no.
I was joking. Sorry. I didn't mean to criticize.
It's a fair enough point. My father made it often enough when I was growing up. He's all about the outdoors, a farmer. Never happier than when he's breaking earth, always looking ahead, next year's crop and the years after that. He never really understood why I wanted to give my life to history, looking back rather than forward.
And does he now?
Not really, but he puts up with it.
Can I ask you a question?
I can hardly refuse.
Jane is, she's showing me her history because she considers it important. There's the possibility of it not coming to pass, and she wants me to help her change that.
This gets more absurd by the minute.
I know, sorry, but I just wanted to hear from you why this is important. To me, everything you've done could seem, well, like the establishment of a dictatorship.
Yes. Yes, it could. I suppose it is, in a way. But a dictatorship requires a dictator, and that's the difference, isn't it? At least I would hope so. I've staked my life on the fact, quite literally, as it happens. What we've tried to build here, what I hope will continue to take root and flourish, like the flowers in this quite spectacular garden,
is something more universal than a dictatorship. Yes, it took a degree of force to implement, but it's not something that was built on ego or arrogance. It was built to benefit everyone, the entire world. Some people needed convincing of that. They needed to be shaken from the old ways and into something new. A world as one, a society that had no place for petty fiefdoms or selfishness, a single, cohesive state that looks after itself. A dictatorship. If it is that, then we're all the dictator, every single one of us. I think it was worth it. I hope history will prove us all right on that.
It does.
There comes a point when we have to grow up, to stop killing each other, throwing away lives on pointless empty squabbles. I'm sorry. It's getting hard to talk. To just work together for once.
Getting hard to talk? You've already taken the drug.
Of course. It takes a while to work, and I didn't want to get cold feet. It would have been so easy to think only of myself. To run. To hell with the council. Why should I die for you all? Yes, that would have been easy. But this was never meant to be easy. Important things never are they? Can you tell me something?
Of course.
Elizabeth. Does history mention her? Is she all right?
She never truly gets over today. She feels responsible for your death.
Silly woman. If anyone should take the blame, it's me. I couldn't help loving her.
But she works to fulfill your promise. She fights to keep the world state together. Your legacy is everything to her.
I might have wished that she'd gone off and been happy. This life was never quite enough for her. But good for her. Yes. Good for her.
I've got you.
Sorry. I think... Yes. I think the drug's all but done now. I can't actually feel my... This really is the most beautiful garden, isn't it? I bet your father would approve.
He would. He does. We visited when I was a child. It's a monument now.
It's absurd. But yes, beautiful. Beautiful garden. Beautiful world.
Help me with him.
There's nothing we can do. He's gone. Dead.
I know, but I don't want them to find him spread-eagled on the floor. He deserves more respect than that. Let's lay him out on the bench. Well, that'll have to do. We should go.
Yes, we should. To see the world he helped to make.
What you said about his lover, about Elizabeth.
I lied. She kills herself in an hour's time.
It's rather plain.
We prefer simple. Functionalism, clean lines, soft colours. It's just aesthetics. These things change. Imagine walking around a Gothic city of your own past.
True.
I thought we could call in on someone very dear to me.
Your father?
No. We don't talk much. I was going to take you to meet my wife.
Jane! And you've brought our guest, I see.
Hello.
This is Anna. She's head of the Historical Archive.
Buried in the past, the most old-fashioned citizen in the world. Well, until you turned up, I suppose. Come through to the terrace. It's far too nice to stay indoors.
As if you ever mind being cooped up inside. That's where they keep all the records.
True. We're both guilty of wallowing in the past, aren't we? Still, we need to blow the dust away occasionally. Take a seat. So, Mr. Raven, what do you make of it all?
It's impressive. Certainly. A lot to take in.
Philip remains unconvinced of the virtues of the modern state.
I should hope so. Skepticism is healthy. None of this would have been possible if we hadn't questioned what we saw around us. Questions bring change. Change leads to improvement. What can I tell you about our brave new world?
I don't know, really. How does it work? What's your lifestyle?
It's all based on common sense, really. A society that listens to and makes the most of its members is a happy and successful one. Our education system is quick to recognise the skills and interests of our pupils, and their education and eventual career is tailored to that. If you have an aptitude for engineering, you're guided towards becoming an engineer.
If you love history,
you end up here at the archive. A lot of historical unrest and unhappiness came from resentment. People looked at their life and decided it wasn't the one they wanted. They hated their jobs, they didn't have enough food, they didn't enjoy the places they lived. When you address those issues on a global scale, they're easily removed. There's more than enough of everything to go round, after all. Poverty is only a symptom of a destabilised, imbalanced economy. Even in your time, the notion of famine, for example, is frankly absurd. You have more than enough food to feed the world, you simply have a society that doesn't allow for the easy distribution of that food.
But that's easier said than done, though, isn't it?
Not really. Not if you think globally, that's the key. If you take the world as a single unit, utilising its resources equally and fairly, there simply isn't a problem. It's only politics and fractured government rule that stops it working. I suppose it comes down to greed, a somewhat alien concept to us. How can you be greedy when you have everything you want?
So nobody steals anything anymore?
Oh, there are occasional cases. Anomalies, really, when you consider the maths. Last year, for example, there were 715 cases of theft reported worldwide. In all those cases, it was the theft of an unusual object, a piece of art, say, or a pet, something that seemed individual.
And murder?
Again, it happens. We're not perfect. We're the product of only 100 years of social development. Not every negative impulse or act can be eradicated in such a time. It's rare, though, and usually the result of psychological illness, a field in which our social psychologists are making leaps and bounds.
Philip knows how debilitating mental illness can be.
Yes, I do. Only 100 years of development.
Precisely. Nothing at all in the global scheme of things. Imagine what we might achieve in twice that, 5 times that.
It's an amazing thought.
It's a future mankind deserves. Thousands of years of conflict and inequality, then 100 years fix it all.
It seems impossible.
And yet here we are. There's one obvious question you haven't asked.
What's that?
Perhaps it says something about your culture that it didn't occur to you. Or perhaps it just says something about you. You haven't asked whether we're happy.
And are you?
I suggest you go out there and ask. It's really the only thing that will convince you. Take as much time as you possibly can. Days, weeks even, however long we can keep you fixed here. That's the advantage of time travel. We can always get you to your meeting on time.
But the situation is urgent.
Oh, Jane, nothing's ever that urgent. You're mistaking your natural determination to have this intervention be a success with a ticking clock. We can make it work. We have to. Philip must be convinced. That's all that really matters. If it takes a few hours or a few weeks, the time is irrelevant.
I suppose so.
See, Philip? I told you the future wasn't perfect. Some of us still haven't learned how to relax. Now, get out there and explore. Talk to people. Understand them. Understand us.
Thank you. I think I'll do just that. Oh no. I'm back here.
We gave you as long as we could, longer than I ever thought we could manage.
I didn't want to leave.
You understand then? Finally.
I do, yes. Of course I do. It was everything you said it was. I'm sorry I doubted you.
And you think it was worth the price we paid for it?
Right now I do. Right now I think it would be worth almost any price.
Think like a historian. I know it's difficult because this is your world, these are your people, but remember the future. Remember what you could achieve for the entire human race. Weighed against that, whatever you do now is worth it. isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. Are you all right?
I told you, being in this timeline is hard. I can't stay.
But you still haven't told me what I'm supposed to do.
I've so little time. I need to jump ahead. I'll see you soon.
Jane?
Soon.
Sir? Sir? Mr. Raven?
Yes?
I'm your driver, sir. Sorry if you've been waiting. Traffic's even worse than
Oh,
usual.
don't worry. I just came through.
If I could take your bag?
It's fine. I can manage. Lead the way.
Sorry, sir. It's just crazy out here today. Crazy most days, if I'm honest. Don't know what the world's coming to.
That's the point, isn't it?
Sorry, sir?
Oh, just thinking out loud. Nobody should have to live like this.
We still don't have confirmed figures on the number of victims in the shooting. Certainly, 8 people have been killed, with many more reported to be in a serious condition. The gunman has claimed allegiance to...
It can't go on. They were right. It just can't.
If you could place your case on the conveyor belt, sir, and raise your arms.
Of course.
That's great, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I begin to wonder if that's even possible anymore.
Hello, Philip.
Jane, I was starting to think you wouldn't make it back.
You and me both. I have a matter of seconds. I could have picked a nicer place for a chat. I thought we should have privacy.
So what do you need me to do?
You won't like it, but please remember, it's the only way.
Oh, she can magic up gas masks, and now a briefcase, too.
It's what's inside it that's important, and this was the only way of getting it through your security.
What is inside it?
Something our science division have constructed. Something that will do what needs to be done. Do you really want to know more than that?
No, I suppose I don't.
When you go into the summit chamber, you'll be surrounded by many of the leaders of the Western world. They need to go. We need to break this timeline, remember? Something needs to happen that's so significant that it changes everything. Only then will people be desperate enough, angry enough to finally pull together and change the world.
Significant?
It's the only way. I'm sorry. We've run all the predictions, tracked all the variables. This will work. We're not asking you to just take a leap of faith. If you do this, we know that the future will end up the way it should. Isn't that worth it? It's no good. I have to go. Please, please do it for us. For all of us.
Sorry, I think maybe the catch slipped. I didn't lock it on purpose. Sorry, I'd better get ready.
Your cases?
Oh, yes. My cases.
Oh, typical Englishman, huh? You never can pack light.
Yes, quite.
There you are. I thought I'd bump into you at breakfast.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was a bit distracted.
You look it. Hugging that suitcase like a damn teddy bear. What's wrong with you? We need you on your A game here, you know.
Yes, absolutely. An important day.
Damn right. We need to slap a few of these people back into line. Have you heard the Russians are threatening to hike the oil prices again?
Yes.
You know, the sooner someone gets rid of Putin, the better. We might get a better price from the next one. I might have to suggest someone at 6 looks into it as a possibility. Perhaps it should be mentioned next time we have a chat with Syria. What's the point in espionage if it doesn't improve your odds, eh?
Awful.
Let's just hope the Yanks don't beat us to it like usual. If they concentrated on their own problems for once, the rest of us might have a chance at playing the game.
The game? What's it all for?
Sorry?
We're supposed to be better than this. Aren't we? Aren't we?
Keep your damn voice down. Everyone's looking at us.
Well, they'd do better to look at themselves. We should be working for the people, for the future, to shape the things to come.
We are, obviously. As long as it's the right future, of course.
Of course.
Look, what's the problem with that case? Give it to me.
No, you can't have it. I need it.
What for?
I have to decide. Oh, God. I have to decide.
Look, I think you'd better get out. We don't need this, not today.
Don't we? Well, a friend of mine thinks we do. And I think she's right. May the future forgive me.
From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper. The Day of the Triffids, Episode 1, The End Begins.
Hello, Elspeth.
Oh, good, Bill. I've caught you.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks, Gisela.
We were just knocking off.
Oh, no.
What?
I've got this thing working and you're going to use it.
What is it?
Tape recorder.
Oh.
Yes, we've got it geared to the voltage of the generator at long last, and you are both going to talk to it.
Both of us? Saying what?
Everything. It's for the history.
History? Well, why us?
Because you were in on it before it even happened. From one angle, at any rate.
Well, couldn't I just write down my part?
No.
Why not?
Well, the girl who'll transcribe it is blind, as you very well know. So come on, then.
Surely there's no reason to start tonight.
Bill, I've got to take advantage of every minute the generator is on. Right, off you go.
After you? Oh, hell, I don't know. It's damn difficult to think back so far. The things we've been talking about would mean nothing to someone living then.
You have a heart. We were living then.
Well, you can't have been more than about 3. I must have been 9. Well, I know that a man called Umberto Palanguez was shown into the office of the managing director of the Arctic and European Fish Oil Company. It wasn't the first time he'd been there.
Ah, Mr. Palanguez. Do sit down.
Thank you, senor.
I'm afraid I was in conference last time you came.
Yes.
We analyzed that sample of oil which you left for us.
Yes.
Very interesting.
I imagined that you might think so.
Vegetable oil, of course.
But with a far higher vitamin content than any of your fish oils.
Oh, yes, I agree. As a matter of fact, to be candid, we've never seen anything quite like it.
You will. It will be on the market in quantity in about 8 years from now.
Oh, yes?
Not if you can help it. Is that what you are thinking?
I wouldn't put it quite as crudely as that.
No, but I am a crude fellow, so I will say it for you.
Oh.
Also, I will tell you that you haven't got a hope of stopping it. The experimental station where this sample was produced is a long way off, both in geography and ideology.
Oh. What is your nationality, Mr. Palangith?
South American and quite irrelevant. I am a citizen of the world and not without friends.
I heard they were trying to fortify sunflower seed oil, but it isn't that.
No, not sunflowers.
Some kind of nut?
No, I understand it is an entirely new species. Here is a picture of it.
Good God.
Yes.
What an incredible thing. It is a plant.
Certainly.
It looks like a cross between a giraffe and a cairn terrier covered in leaves.
It is a cross between a great many things, some of them not nice. But in a few years' time, it will be producing a far better oil than yours, at half your present price.
What are you offering? And how much do you want for it?
I'm offering a tray of fertilized seed 6 months from now. And I want 100,000 pounds.
Do you? Do you?
If you consider all the implications, you will find that I am being very reasonable.
I shall have to consult my fellow directors.
Oh, naturally. I would like an advance of 25,000 pounds.
That's rather high.
Not really. You see, I shall have to hire myself a jet aircraft, and it had better be a good one.
But it wasn't good enough. He landed by night on a flat Siberian waste. A man ran up to the plane with a box under his arm and got in. He took off at once and climbed steeply. But somewhere over the Pacific, they caught up with him and blew the plane to pieces. After the fragments had dropped away, there was nothing left but a trail of white vapor. Only it wasn't vapor. It was a cloud of seeds. They were so gossamer light they even floated on that thin air until they drifted down into the winds of the world.
How much of that is speculation?
Not much. Besides, there's no other way to account for the fact that they suddenly appeared in half a dozen different parts of the world at once. We even had one in our back garden. I was 15 at the time.
Dad? Yeah? Do you know there's a mystery behind the compost heap?
Go on, Billy. Pull the other one.
No, really. It's a peculiar plant.
Peculiar?
Do come and look. Between the berberis and the fence. There.
My word, yes, you're right. It's very odd indeed.
I can't find it in any of the books. Not flowers of the field or anything.
Yeah, looks a bit foreign.
There's a sort of thing like a fern shoot in that trumpet-shaped thing at the top of the stem. Look. And a lot of dead flies floating about inside.
Well, it's no beauty, whatever it is. We'll dig it up next time we have a bonfire.
Oh, no, Dad. Please not.
Well, what do you want to do with it?
Study it.
Oh, no.
You know, take its measurements and keep a record of its growth.
All right, then, but I wish you'd spend as much time on arithmetic as you do on nature study.
It's not nature study, it's biology.
Whatever you call it, it won't get you anywhere. Now, with mathematics, you can always be sure of a good job.
August the 9th. It is now 170 centimetres high, and the bowl is 150 centimetres in diameter. September the 12th. It has grown a further 12 centimetres. The coil part in the centre of the calyx looks almost like a spring. I found a dead bird lying on the ground beside it today. October the 9th. I have applied for a job I saw in the paper. It is to be a trainee with the Arctic and European Oil Company Limited. I think it is whales and palm oil and ground nuts. It might be interesting. I don't expect I shall get it.
Oh, come in. Do sit down, Mr...
Mason. William Mason, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Well, my name's Luckner. I'm in charge of research. Well, tell me something about yourself. Well,
what sort of thing, sir?
Well, what you like doing, why you want to join Arctic European. Just talk to me.
Well, sir, I'm interested in plants and animals. Things that live.
Yes.
I don't like figures much or sitting at a desk.
What experience have you?
Biology at school. It was my best subject. And I've done some research of my own.
On what?
Well, there's a plant in our garden that nobody knows about, and I've kept a sort of record of it.
What does it look like?
It has a circular bowl covered with leaves, which at present is 210.5 centimetres in circumference. From it springs a stem which is 82 centimetres in circumference and 120 centimetres in height from the bowl, the whole plant standing 210 centimetres from the ground.
Well, that's very thorough. Now tell me what it looks like.
Well, like a kind of shaggy, leafy giraffe with no legs. And a leafy calyx where the head would be.
What?
I'm sorry, it's not a very good description.
Yes, it is. Has it got 4 small twigs growing straight up from the base of the stem?
Yes.
And inside the calyx a coiled thing, which might be a stamen?
Yes, that's it.
Indeed it is. Get me the chairman. How long has it been there?
Well, 6 months since I noticed it, but it was well established then.
Yeah. Walter Luckner, sir. I have a young man sitting in front of me who's been growing a Triffid in his back garden. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, of course. Right. Well, we're going up to see him.
A Triffid? Is that what it's called?
Yes. In 2 years' time, it'll be the reason for this company's existence.
But what does it do?
Produces an oil that, well, wipes the floor with any of our present products. It's the hybrid of a half a dozen hybrids. Some were accidentally dispersed a year or two ago, and we've had reports that specimens have been found in the tropics.
Tropics?
Yes, I'm going out to Ecuador next week to bring some home. Yours is the first reported in a temperate country.
Why Triffid?
Yours hasn't walked yet, I take it?
Walked?
No, obviously not. But when it's between 18 months and 2 years old, it will lift its 3 main roots from the ground and walk on them. Hence Triffid.
But no plants walk.
Well, they do now. Oh, and by the way, you've got the job.
But I very nearly lost it. I went home hopping with excitement. The first thing I did was to go into the garden and take a look at the Triffid. I bent down and examined the roots. For the first time, I noticed that there were indeed 3 of them. I began to scrape the earth away, with a vague idea that the thing might walk sooner. Then something cracked across my face like a whip. I woke up in bed, and a puzzled-looking doctor was standing over me. I was the first person in England to be stung by a Triffid. I survived because it wasn't fully grown. By the time I'd recovered, Walter Luckner was back from Ecuador with a dozen mature specimens, and he'd already discovered that the sting which whipped out of the top of the stem would kill a man instantly. He'd also discovered that if you cut the sting off the Triffid, it was harmless. I went down to Worthing with him and we set up the first Triffid nursery together. In the next few years, the things were so successful as oil producers that we reared more and more of them, until, well...
Yes. But can't you give me something personal? Well, I mean, Bill, you worked with them more than anyone.
Except Walter. He really understood Triffids.
Well, tell me about that.
Well, one evening I remember sitting on a bank looking at a field of tethered Triffids, just about sunset.
What a row they're making.
Yes, they're talkative tonight.
I wonder if it's the weather. They seem to do it more when it's dry.
Do you talk more when it's dry?
Talk?
Yes, do you?
You don't really think that's what they're doing?
Why not?
Well, it's absurd, plants talking to each other.
You once said they couldn't walk.
Oh, yes, but that's a mechanical thing. I mean, if they talked, it would mean they had some intelligence.
Have you ever noticed
When they sting, they seem to go for the face or the hand.
Yes.
Especially for the eyes.
Well, it's probably accidental.
Possibly. But it could be because they want to reduce our advantage. Sight is our only advantage, you know.
Whatever there's vegetables.
Yes. You just think, if you were blind and alone in a field with a Triffid, what could you do? Well, for a start, you'd starve to death. The Triffid wouldn't. It could exist on flies till it found you. And then it would only have to root itself beside your body and wait.
A nice thought.
Yeah, and here's another one. In some parts of Africa, they've been known to surround villages at night and kill the inhabitants.
Yes, but look, we've never found anything like a brain. I mean, they're the same as any other plant when you dissect them.
All the same. If there was some catastrophe which made us weaker, it would automatically make them stronger. Especially now we've stopped docking them to improve their quality. Oh, let's go in.
But you don't really think there's anything to worry about, do you?
I don't know. Anyhow, there's no use worrying. While there's money in Triffids, there'll be Triffids. Oh, we'll tap that lot tomorrow. Put my
Yes.
mask and gloves on the peg, will you?
Oh, right you are.
I've often wondered what happened to him. He'd have been useful to us now. It was a year afterwards that he saved my eyesight and my life. We were examining some specimens when one of them smacked out at me with its sting, and a few drops of poison came through the meshes of the mask, went into my eyes. He got me back to the laboratory at once, gave me the antidote, but I had to go into hospital for a week or two. They sent me to St. Merrin's, right in the middle of London. Well, I'd been there 10 days with my eyes covered with bandages when it happened. All day long, reports had been coming in over the radio telling of a fantastic display of green lights and flashes in the upper atmosphere. By evening, everyone who could get to a window or climb on a roof was apparently gazing up in expectation of a free firework display. I began to feel that a gigantic party was being given, to which only I'd not been invited.
Do shut the window, nurse.
Oh, but it's marvellous, Mr. Mason. Really it is. They say it's a comet, you know. Green and white flashes all over the sky.
And bright red buses clashing their gears all down the street, I know. Surely you can see just as well with it shut.
Aren't we just in a bad mood tonight? Of course, it is a shame, really. You having your eyes still bandaged?
Yeah.
Still, it's not for long now.
What time tomorrow will they take them off, eh?
Well, Sister said 11:30, but Mr. Palmer may be a bit late. Ooh!
Now what?
That was a bright one. Lit up the whole room. You can see everyone standing on the rooftops watching. Oh, there's another. Oh, it's quite dazzling. Oh, what a pity you couldn't see it.
Yes, isn't it? Now, do go away. There's a good girl.
Have you everything you want?
Yes, I think so. Oh, is the radio where it should be? Yes.
Then I'll leave you for now. I'll look in later and see you settle down. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, and there's another tremendous flash right across the whole sky. Well, I expect you can hear the crowd. They're rather like children at a firework display. From where I'm standing, on the top of Primrose Hill, I can see hundreds of faces all turned upwards to watch this astonishing spectacle, which began over the Pacific 12 hours ago, and by now must have been seen by 90% of the world's population. It is believed that the Earth is passing through a belt of meteoric debris caused by the passing of a comet, and I really do urge anyone who possibly can to watch it. Some of the brighter flashes really make you blink. Oh, there's a splendid one right across the sky.
Oh, shut up. Let me get some sleep.
Must be 7, 5, 6, 7. 8? 8?
What a damn disorganised hospital. Where's the bell? Oh, come on, come and annihilate me. Where the hell are they? Nurse? Sister? They're leaving me like this, supposing there was a fire. What? Supposing there is a fire. Well, that's it. They've left me. Help! 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 Hello? Who's that? Someone there?
Whose room is this?
Aren't you the house surgeon?
Yes, Mr. Mason.
Oh, can't you see?
No.
What?
I'm blind. I woke up blind. I've been trying to find someone to help me.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I'm in the same state. Unless you care to help me off with these bandages.
Where are you?
Here. This way. That's the bottom of the bed. Now, work your way up. Oh, take my hand. We must look a comic couple.
I'm not laughing.
No. I won't be if the treatment hasn't worked. There's a pin at the back that I can't quite manage.
That?
Yes, that's it. Thanks. God, it's like unwinding a maypole.
You'd better do it yourself. Are the curtains drawn?
Well, I suppose so. Nobody's come in to undraw them. The whole staff must have a hangover after last night's party. Oh, I can see. I can see!
Clearly?
Perfectly. Oh, the curtains are green. I always thought they were blue. I don't know why. Oh, it's lucky my clothes are here. Just a moment. Oh, you don't know what it's like being able to see again.
I can imagine.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Just a minute. There. Now, how can I help you?
Take me along the passage to Lister Ward. There's a telephone in the sister's room.
Yes, of course. Come on. Now, this way. I'll take your arm, all right?
Yes.
The place sounds like a madhouse.
There must be someone on duty somewhere.
Is the ward at the end of the passage?
Can't you see the swing doors?
Oh, yes.
The sister's room's on the right before you get to them.
All right. This looks like the room.
Is there a telephone?
Yes, on the table. Here you are.
Dead. Thought it would be.
But what's happened? What is it?
Everyone in the place is blind. Finished.
Well, there must be something we can do.
Yes. This is the 5th floor, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Where's the window?
You're facing it.
Thank you.
What? No, for God's sake, don't! Oh, no.
Where's anyone? Someone! Nurse! Doctor! Someone!
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, thank God! I'm blind! Help me, I'm blind! Where are you? Where are you?
Look out the stairs! Who's that? Don't move if you're on the stairs and can't see.
Not me. I couldn't see him coming. Is that Mr. Mason?
Yes, I took the bandages off. I can see. Are you hurt?
Bruised a bit, that's all. I was washing the diabetic in number 7 and suddenly I couldn't see. And he couldn't either. And then I went to help and there was no
Yes, all right, don't worry. Come on, let's get out of this place. Which is the best way?
Straight down these stairs and through the main hall. Right, come on. What about the man who fell?
Well, he's dead. Hold on. Now, step. There's a landing. Turn right. That's it. Wait. What's that?
The children's ward. Oh, we must go to them.
There's nothing we can do at the moment. Come on, step. Step, 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 step. That's it. Step, turn right. Step, step. Well, stop now. Here's the main door. Forward.
No. I'd rather stay here. I don't want to go out.
This place is a nightmare.
What place isn't like this? Besides, I know my way around here. Blindfolded.
There'll be no food, nothing.
I feel safer here. Besides, there are the children.
Look, what can you do for them?
Make them a little less frightened. I am a nurse, after all.
You want me to stay?
No. You must go out and do what you can. Goodbye.
The door of the hospital swung to behind me, and I stepped into the empty street. There seemed no reason to go in any particular direction, but after a moment's pause I set off towards the West End. A fruit lorry had run across the pavement, spilling its load of oranges in the gutter. I needed a drink, and crossed the road to a pub called the Alamein Arms. The door was open, and a lugubrious song came from the interior.
Alcohol.
Hi.
Who's that?
You open?
Of course I'm open.
Oh. I need a drink.
Who are you anyway?
From the hospital.
Oh. Can you see?
Yes.
Is this whiskey I've got here?
No, peppermint. This one's whiskey.
Thanks. Help yourself.
I'll have brandy.
Anything you like, anything you want.
You'll get drunk if you take it like that.
I am drunk. And I've got to get drunker. I'm blind. Blind. As a bat, everyone's blind as a bat. Except you. Did you see green shooting stars?
No, I didn't.
There you are, then. You didn't see them, you aren't blind. Everyone else saw them, and they're all blind as bats.
Are you sure it's everyone?
Listen. Can't hear yourself talk here most days.
Are you the landlord?
What if I am?
I want to pay.
Oh, forget it. Money's no use to a dead man. And that's what I am after a few more drinks.
You look all right to me.
What's the good of living blind as a bat? That's what my wife said, and she was right. Only she's more guts than I have. When she found out the kids were blind, she took them into her bed and turned on the gas. And I hadn't the guts to stick with them. But I will have soon. I'm going back up there soon when I'm drunk enough.
No, don't.
Why not? Give me one reason. Why not? You can't.
It's wrong.
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing's left to be wrong. And if you can't see that, you're blinder than me, even if you haven't got two eyes. I'm going up to join them. I'm drunk enough. Drunk enough to do it. Drunk enough. I'm going to join them.
I didn't stop him or try to follow him. I just watched him go. Then I knocked back the last of my brandy and went out into the silent street.
That was the first episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
And there's another tremendous flash I expect you can hear the crowd. It's believed that the Earth is passing through the debris of a comet. And there's another, so brilliant it almost hurts. I do urge anyone who possibly can to go out and watch.
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 2, A Light in the Night.
It took me quite a time to realize that London was a city of the blind, the capital of a blind country in a blind world. But by the time I'd walked from the pub near the hospital to Piccadilly, I knew that it was so. In no direction was there any traffic nor any sound of it. The only signs of life were a few people here and there cautiously groping their ways along the shop fronts.
Someone's there. I can hear you. All right, don't answer. Just stay where you are and don't bump into me. I've had enough of that this morning.
I'm sorry. You're blind.
Of course I'm blind. You think I carry this white stick for fun?
Then you don't know what's happened.
I know everyone's damn clumsy this morning. And no hall porter on duty.
Yes, well, they're all blind too.
What? They're blind?
Yes, since they watched the comet last night. It was pure chance that I didn't.
Oh! Now they'll know what it's been like for me. Now they'll need that damn patronage for themselves. You might see me across the road.
Yes, of course.
One gets lost away from the crowd.
Come on. That's it.
What's that?
Well, it sounds as though some of them have broken into a pub round the corner. Here's the curb.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Good luck to you. Good day.
Told my girl that you will, and don't you forget it. Where I go, you go.
Please stop it. Let her go.
You get away from me.
All right, come on, get up.
I am tied to him.
Just a minute. Right, I've cut the cord. Up you get. There, that's better. Now, let's get away from the crowd. There's an empty pub over there.
You can see.
I certainly can.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
It's all right.
I thought I was the only one.
Come on,
But
come on.
You can see.
Feeling better?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I must look an awful sight. Where's a mirror? Oh, good Lord, yes, I do.
Have another drink. Eh?
I'm sorry. I haven't told you anything about myself. Oh, thanks. I'm Gisela Clayton.
My name's Bill Mason. Gisela Clayton? Haven't I heard of you?
Oh, I shouldn't think so. How did you escape seeing the comet?
I was in hospital with my eyes bandaged. What about you?
Oh, well, I went to a party on... what's today? Wednesday?
Right.
On Monday, yes. I don't know what was in the drinks, but I felt like death yesterday. Well, about 4 o'clock, I gave up. I took a couple of sleeping pills and I went to bed. If the sky had fallen in, I wouldn't have noticed. But when I did wake up, my father was standing beside my bed. He'd gone blind.
Where do you live?
Dean Road, St. John's Wood. Well, the telephone wouldn't work, so I started to drive down this way to fetch our doctor, and I ran out of petrol right in the middle of Regent Street. Then that man found out I could see. He knocked me down and tied my hands, and he made me lead him about.
From bar to bar, I imagine.
Yes. You know, I should have been able to get away from him, but he was too clever.
Desperate, I suppose. But, well, I was sorry for him in a way.
Oh, yes, one's sorry for them all. But they'll kill us if they can. We're rich and they're poor. Why did he start beating you?
Because I wouldn't go into his house with him. But, well, thank heavens you came along.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
I must get back to my father. There's no point in trying to find the doctor, even if he's been one of the lucky ones.
So, do you mind if I come too?
Oh, I'd have asked you, and I thought perhaps you had or someone you wanted to look for.
No, there's no one.
And I'd be very glad. It's so awful, this...
I know. I think it'd be safer if we stayed together anyhow. Drink up.
There.
Shall we go?
Yes. Oh, where can I get petrol?
No need. There are plenty of other cars.
Oh, it's strange. Being able to take anything we want, it's like a dream.
More like a nightmare. Come on.
Turn left here. It'll lead us round into Dean Road.
What on earth is that?
The zoo. Well, we can hear the animals at night.
They must be hungry. Past feeding time.
Oh, they'll starve. Poor things being locked up like that.
It's just as well for us they are.
Are they blind, do you think?
Oh, no. Some, perhaps. Not the cats, though. They'd have avoided the light.
Oh, look. Over there in the park. Triffids.
Yep, there's an enclosure of them by the zoo.
Well, should they be loose like that?
No. But if you don't keep an eye on them, they tend to root themselves in a cluster against the fencing. Eventually it falls down.
Ooh, horrid things.
Yes, but if it wasn't for a Triffid sting, I wouldn't be here now.
Oh, here we are, on the left there.
Good.
That's funny.
What?
The door's open. Oh! It's an owl. And he's there, too.
Your father?
Yes, lying on the floor and that thing standing over him. What can we do?
Nothing.
He's dead?
Wait, I'll look.
Oh, careful.
I saw the mark on his face.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, just
Oh,
so
no.
It's a very quick death.
Oh, no.
Look out! Coming through the bushes! Run for the car!
Oh.
Wind up the window.
Drive on before he gets to us.
No, wait. It can't hurt us now. I want to see what it does.
Oh, it's going away.
There's another one standing in the laurels.
Oh, let's get away. Well, there's nothing we can do.
Right, come on.
Bill.
Yeah?
Where can we go?
For a start, we make for a factory in Clerkenwell. There, we're in.
What is this place?
Wentworth's. They make the best Triffid guns in the world.
Oh, I didn't know there were such things.
Huh? Fine, here's the export stock all ready for packing. Now, one for you, one for me, one for spare.
Oh, very heavy.
I used to use them a good bit in the tropics. It'll cut the stem off a Triffid at 25 yards. Now, we'll have 2 masks, those gauntlets, and a couple of cases of ammunition.
Can we get it all in the car?
Well, I saw a station wagon outside. We'll take that and go back up west. Clothes first, then somewhere to sleep before it gets dark. A flat, I should think. Or 2 flats, if you prefer.
Oh, 1. I'd rather not be on my own.
Good. I feel like company, too. Come on. Let's try this block.
It looks a bit grand.
And nothing to pay.
Can we really walk into someone's flat and take it over?
Why not? People who won't do that sort of thing are going to have a pretty thin time. Come on.
Let's try the top floor.
It's a long way to carry those cases.
Well, there's bound to be a lift.
No power.
Oh, no. Well, all the same, I prefer to be high up, away from the street.
All right, let's make for the penthouse.
Oh, what about the Triffid guns?
Oh, they're okay. Nobody's going to steal them.
What's in here?
A paraffin cooker. We're going to need it.
Oh.
Come on, up we go.
What a climb.
Actually, it's the first time this floor's been reached on foot. Two flats. Which do you prefer, madam?
Oh, well, the one facing south, of course.
That's madam wishes. Just a moment.
Oh, what's wrong?
It's not well furnished. Let's try the other.
No. Well, what was it?
Here we are.
Was someone in there? Was someone in there?
2 people dead. Suicide. There's a lot of it about. Come on.
No. No, we can't sleep here. Not with them across the passage and you making a joke.
Look, come back!
I
Here.
can't.
I'm not joking. Come here. Look, if we're going to keep our sanity, we've got to learn to be tough. There's nothing we can do about it. Nothing at all. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now, come on, let's see what this place has to offer. Good Lord.
Oh, it's got everything. Plus a cocktail bar. Oh, is it a bedroom? Look, it's got a round bed.
With a mirror over it.
Well, I'm going to sleep here anyway.
I'll see if I can find something a bit more sober.
There's a mirror over the bath as well.
Is there? Anyway, we can't have baths, no hot water.
Don't sound so pleased. Are you going to change?
Only my shirt.
Lucky it's summer.
What?
Lucky it's summer. Well, cold weather wouldn't have helped.
Some ways it would.
How?
Most of the fresh food will be going bad tomorrow. This fridge is like an oven.
You in the kitchen?
Yeah.
What's it like?
Housewife's dream. I'm setting up the oil cooker.
Well, you said it would be more like a nightmare.
Can you cook?
Not very well.
Ah.
There are a lot of perfumes in here I've never even heard of. Bill? Bill?
Yeah?
Oh, sorry, I thought perhaps you'd gone out. You didn't answer. What are you doing?
Preparing a simple meal.
I ought to do that.
No, I'm enjoying myself. Shall we sit at a table?
Yes. Let's do things properly.
That's how I feel.
What are we having?
Avocados, scampi, cold chicken and salad, asparagus tips, peaches, and coffee.
What? No caviar?
It's in a pot, it'll keep. Will a white burgundy suit you, madam, or would you prefer champagne?
Oh, champagne.
What are you doing, anyway?
You'll see.
What?
Well, how do I look?
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Where'd you get the dress?
I found it in there, and I tried it, and it fits.
It certainly does. The emeralds suit you.
Do they? I know it seems a funny time to dress up, but I feel that perhaps...
You know, my father told me that just before 1939, when everyone knew there was going to be a war, he used to go round London looking at everything as though it was for the last time. Now it really is.
Thank you for understanding. Thank you for everything. If you hadn't helped me, I don't know where I'd be now.
I know where I'd be if I hadn't met you. Lying drunk in some bar. What about a drink? There's some sherry.
Oh, I thought you said champagne.
Of course, of course.
Goodness, I'm hungry.
So am I. Let's eat.
Thank you. Oh, it's getting dark.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, candlelight as well. That's nice.
Now, tell me about it.
Mm-hmm. Tell you about what?
Everything. Childhood memories, love affairs. Why you aren't married, or are you?
No, I'm not. Are you?
Uh-uh.
Well, I nearly was. When I was 19.
Yeah?
There was an awful row.
What, with your family?
With my father. Mother was dead. I ran away from home and went to stay with a girlfriend. Well, my father stopped my allowance, so I had to do something, and I wrote the book.
You did what?
Oh, that's what they all say. I must look very dumb. I wrote the book.
What book?
Sex is My Adventure.
Of course, Josella Playton. Did you really write that thing?
Yes, I really did. You read it?
No.
It was very mild, a bit silly. Well, just the title was shocking, but it sold.
I bet.
And the film rights. I made a lot of money. Then I went home again.
Having shown your independence.
Yes, but more to get away from the people who thought I meant the whole thing literally.
Which you did not?
Which I did not.
Still, you can hardly blame people.
No. Well, that's why I was writing another book to balance things up.
Oh? With an equally alarming title?
I was calling it Here the Forsaken.
Quotation?
Don't grieve. Here the forsaken virgin rests from love.
Oh, I see. More champagne.
Brandy, port, or a liqueur?
Brandy, please. Shall we wash up?
Oh, Lord, not likely. We're not staying, you know.
Huh?
Well, we'll have to leave tomorrow.
Oh, yes, but don't let's think about it yet. I know. Let's have some music. Is that a record player?
Yes, but there's no power.
Oh, no. Pity.
There's a transistor radio in the kitchen.
Well, let's try that.
All right. I don't know what you expect to hear. It won't be late-night music, though.
Well, you never know.
There we are.
Oh, careful. Don't knock my brandy over. It's much too good to waste.
There you are. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Bill.
Hey, listen. Must be an SOS.
Well, where do you think he is?
I don't know. Some ship drifting off the coast with all the crew blind. My God, think what it must be like at sea.
And in prisons.
Or aircraft.
God. But, well, their troubles are over.
Not like ours. Which brings us back to where we started.
Okay. I'm right down out of the clouds now. What are we going to do?
Get out of London for a start, and keep away from towns as much as we can.
Well, supplies will be difficult in the country.
Yes. But you see what's going to happen here, don't you? At present, there's still water in the tanks. Soon there won't be. The whole city will begin to stink like a great sewer. There are bodies lying about already. Every day there'll be more.
No, don't.
Soon there'll be diseases beginning to spread. Cholera, typhus, Lord knows what. No, we've got to get away before that starts. Have you any ideas?
Well, somewhere out of the way, with a good water supply and as high up as we can get. So there'll be a nice, clean wind.
Yeah, that's a thought. What about the Lake District?
Too far.
Maybe. Same goes for Cornwall.
What about the South Downs? Some friends of mine have a house on the north side looking across to Pulborough.
Uh-huh.
It's fairly high, and there's a wind pump for water, and... Oh, and they make their own electricity.
That sounds promising.
How long will it be before the towns are safe again?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps a year or so. And ought to be long enough.
Well, then we're going to need a lot of supplies.
Yes, well, that's the first thing to do. Tomorrow we load up a lorry with stores. 2 lorries, if you could manage one.
Me? Oh, well, I could try. What do we put in them?
We'll make a list. We'll try to get a couple of 10-tonners. Load half of each with food.
And the other half?
Clothes first. We've got to get some... we'll need winter things.
Blankets.
A tent.
A tent?
Oh, we may need it.
Oh, frying pans.
Saucepans?
Kettles.
About 3 of everything.
Paraffin.
Plenty in the garages.
Matches.
Thousands of them. We don't want to have to rub sticks together before we need.
Do you know, we're going to have to learn a lot.
Yeah, we've learnt a lot already.
Such as?
How to accept the fact that sooner or later we may be the only survivors.
There must be others like us somewhere.
Well, I met nobody in London. Except a child. He was too young to stay up and watch the comet, if that's what it was.
Well, what else could it have been?
Well, all the great powers have had satellites orbiting for the last few years. They aren't all for research, you know. Some of them are weapons ready to be used when needed. Supposing one of them went wrong. Collided with a meteorite, perhaps. And instead of doing what it was supposed to do and bursting low down over just one country, it burst up in its orbit. Affected the whole world.
A weapon that would make people blind?
Yeah.
But who would think of a thing like
Any
that?
nation on Earth that was rich enough and frightened enough. And that means all of us.
You know, if all this is true, we brought it on ourselves.
Yep. And here we are. Let's get on with the list.
No, let's leave it till the morning. I'm very tired.
All right. We've all the time in the world, in one sense.
Bill, it was a nice dinner. Thank you. Well, good night.
Just a moment.
Hmm?
I just want to look at you.
Good night, Bill.
Good night.
Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Help me! Help me!
Mummy! I want my
What is it? What is it?
Phil, did you hear them? All those people. Those poor people.
Oh, Drusilla. Oh, don't.
I tried to go to sleep. I tried. I was so tired. And I began to hear them. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry.
Calm down, darling. Listen, there's nothing we can do. Not yet.
Oh, Bill. If you weren't here, I'd go mad.
As long as we're together, we'll survive.
There's so many of them, and there's only 2 of us.
Hey, look.
No, I don't want to look out there.
You must, Drusilla. There's a light.
Houses on fire. I've seen them. Don't make me look again.
No, this is different. It's a searchlight.
Oh, what?
Look, over there, to the north.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
It must be a signal.
What does it mean?
Perhaps that someone's trying to get all the sighted people together.
Oh, quickly, let's go there now.
No, not yet. Wait till morning.
But we won't be able to see it in daylight, Bill. We must go now.
Look, do you really want to drive through those streets now?
No, but what if we miss them?
They won't go away tonight. Look. Wait. We'll make a mark on the window ledge. Now, where's something? Yeah, a nail file, it'll do. Now, look, I'll scratch your pointer. So. Now, we'll be able to pick out the building in the morning. You can see it's a tall one from the position of the light.
Oh.
All right?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I panicked again.
Of course. You'd be inhuman not to. Well, now at least we know we're not alone.
We never were, Bill. Were we?
That was the second episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
Is anyone there?
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 3, Conference and Confusion.
I lay awake for a long time on that first night after the disaster, listening to the nightmare confusion, shouts of the blind in the street below, and wondering if the searchlight we'd seen far away on a tall building was really a signal to get the sighted people together. When I did go to sleep, I slept heavily and late. I woke up to find the sun shining. Josella was making coffee.
Hello, Bill. Ready for breakfast?
I'll shave first. Feel a bit scruffy.
Oh, shall I heat some water?
It's all right. I'll manage with cold. What about the light we saw?
Well, I looked before you woke up.
Yeah?
The scratch you made on the window ledge points towards the university tower.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
We'd better go straight there as soon as we've eaten.
Quite different from yesterday.
Yeah, fewer people about.
Then they were clinging to the house fronts. Now they're creeping along the gutters.
I suppose it's easier going by the curb. This is the turning we want.
Just a minute. I think there's something happening at the gates.
Quite a crowd. Shall we investigate or clear out?
Investigate.
All right, but don't let's get involved.
Well, if we go through those houses and into one of the gardens, we could get quite close to the gates without being seen.
Yeah. If there's anyone there who can see. Come on.
Then shut yourself up in there. Who do you think you are? You needn't think I can't see you, that I'm one of these helpless wretches. I can see you all right.
What's happening?
There's a sort of agitator trying to get in.
Do you think these people haven't got the same right to live as you? They have, you know. It's not their fault they're blind, is it? It's nobody's fault. But it's going to be your fault if they starve, and you know it. I've been showing them where to get food, but there's only one of me, and there's thousands of them. You could show them, but you won't. All you're thinking of is looking after your own lousy skin.
And how long do you think the supplies will last?
How the blazes would I know? What I do know is that if all the people who still got their eyes don't muck in and help, there aren't going to be many left alive by the time they're going to clear this mess up.
Nobody's going to come.
Oh, that's it, is it? You're scared, frightened that if you give them food, there won't be enough for you. A lovely people, aren't they? Well, if you won't come out to us, we'll come into you. Let go. There's his arm. Now, hold him while I get the cake open.
Let me
We'll soon
go.
have you lot sorted out.
Johnson! Edwards! Get them clear!
No! No, don't shoot!
Get down!
Get down, everyone!
God, they're shooting at them.
No, they're firing over their heads.
Sure.
Yes. No one's hurt.
Even to frighten them like that.
Well, they had to do something.
That man, the one who spoke, was right.
He was wrong. There's no they to come and clear up this mess. It won't be cleared up except by us. We just can't afford to spend our time pillaging food stocks for other people.
It seems so callous.
Oh, yes, I don't like it any more than you do, but we've got to make up our minds. Do we help those who've survived the catastrophe to rebuild some sort of life? Or do we make a moral gesture?
No. We must go on.
Come on, let's cross the road.
Are the men with guns still there?
Yes. Can you manage?
No. Give me a hand.
Come on. There. Can we come in?
How many of you?
Just the two. We saw your signal last night.
Okay, come on.
We saw what happened just now.
Those were the orders. Not to let them in. Well, you'd better report to the Colonel. Just inside on the right, door marked reception.
Highly organized.
And a bit frightening.
Here we are.
Ah, new arrivals. March straight in. Glad to have you with us. I'll just take a few particulars. Your name, sir?
Mason.
Initials?
W.J.
Address?
22 Adelaide Crescent, Worthing, if it makes any difference.
Well, we've got to keep the records straight. I'm hoping to get a form run off as soon as we collect someone who can run a duplicator. Age?
29.
Occupation?
Triffid grower.
Not much call for that now, I'm afraid. And you?
Playton. JV, 42 Dean Road, NW8. Age 22. No particular occupation.
Independent.
Very.
Miss, I presume.
Yes.
Yes. Well, nasty business, this, but there's plenty to be done. Mr. Beadley.
Hello?
Two new arrivals, Mr. Mason and Miss Playton.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Come across to my office.
I'll see you later.
Don't you want references in triplicate?
Thinking of the Colonel.
That's right.
Yes, he is a bit of a civil servant. Still, he's right in a way. We've got to get ourselves organized. Here we are. Now, do sit down.
Thank you.
What's the position at the moment?
Well, up to the present, there are about 35 of us. We hope some more will come in during the day.
Have they all got their sight?
28 of them. The others are relatives or children. At the moment, the general idea is that we move away from here sometime tomorrow and go down into the country.
We'll be going this afternoon.
Oh. What sort of transport have you got?
It's a station wagon. We haven't stocked it up yet.
Ah.
All we've got is a lot of anti-Triffid gear.
Well, that's a funny thing to make your first essential.
Not really.
I think you're going to be a good deal of trouble.
Well, surely there aren't enough to cause a lot of bother.
Oh, there are plenty in the nurseries.
Yes, but they're all fenced in. Still, bring the gear by all means if you think it'll come in handy. Mm-hmm. You do want to come with us, by the way.
Well, what do you think, Gisela?
Yes, we need company.
Then here's what I suggest. Bring in your car, dump your stuff, and then drive off and swap it for a good-sized lorry. Mm-hmm. Now, do either of you know anything about doctoring?
Not a thing.
Oh, nor me.
Oh, well, otherwise I'd have sent you off on a medical scrounge. You'd better go after the stuff on this list.
Yeah. Pots, pans, blankets, and food.
Yes, and concentrate on bulk. Cans and packets are your best line.
Yes.
Do as much as you can before dark. There'll be a general meeting and discussion here about 9:30 this evening.
Right.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Well, you'd better have, just in case. And you, Miss Playton. Here.
Oh, I feel like a gangster.
Oh, better than what you'll become if some of the citizens in this town get hold of you. See you this evening, then. Okay. Good scrounging. Okay, over here. Bill Mason, isn't it?
Yes.
Which list were you working from?
Pots, pans, blankets, and food.
Oh, here's Gisela.
Whoa! Leave her there.
Right.
Well, how have you made out, Bill?
We got all the stuff on the list.
And a bit more besides.
Ah, splendid.
I made a plan of where it's all packed in case you want anything special.
Well, I wish they'd all do that. Is this Triffid gear you put here?
Yes.
It wasn't on the list.
No, but I thought it might come in useful.
Ah, yes, of course, but, well, haven't you got enough already?
It doesn't take up much room.
Well, still... Oh, well, leave it for the moment. Well, I dare say you could do with a cup of tea.
Certainly could.
There's a canteen operating in the hall.
Oh, thanks.
All right, next one in. Come along.
I never want to see another sack of flour as long as I live.
Yeah, we got completely lost.
There are far more people than there were this morning.
Excuse me.
Hmm?
Mr. Mason and Miss
Yes?
Clayton. Quite still, please. I want a picture of you.
What?
Oh, don't tell me. You're the press.
More or less. I'm the official record. Elspeth Clare is the name, formerly of the Post.
It sounds like the Colonel's idea.
It is. Are you really Josiah Clayton?
Yes, and I wrote the book, and none of it's true.
Somebody said you were worried about Triffids, Mr. Mason.
Yes, I am. I think they're troublesome enough to be taken seriously when they get out of hand.
Well, yes, but surely that couldn't happen in England.
Oh, all sorts of things can happen in England now.
Oh, there's Ivan. He may be able to tell us something. He's been cruising around in a helicopter all afternoon. Ivan! Ivan!
Oh, hello.
Bill Mason.
How'd you do?
Gisela Clayton. This is Ivan Simpson.
Hello.
Intrepid birdman. Did you see any Triffids wandering around outside London?
Triffids? No, I don't think so. Well, not that you'd notice them much from the air, and besides I was too busy following roads to take in much else.
What are they like?
Oh, not too bad. Most of the drivers seem to have had time to pull up. Of course, it wasn't a busy time of day. I went as far as Reading, and they seemed pretty clear.
Did you see many people?
No, hardly a soul. They stay at home.
Will you write me up a description of the trip?
Well, if you like, yes. What's that?
Everybody in the lecture theatre, please, for a conference.
Well,
Everybody, please.
What means that?
I wonder what this is all about. Pretty organised.
Ladies and gentlemen, and it's probably the last time that I shall use that phrase, the committee has appointed me as its chairman, and I'm now going to introduce them to you. But first of all, I want to say this. The world we knew has ended in a flash. Some of us may be feeling that it's the end of everything. It's not, unless we allow it to be. We can begin to build again. We must start now.
You've got the right idea.
Colonel Jakes is now going to give you some administrative details. Colonel?
Quiet, please. Quiet. Now, as you know, it is our intention, for reasons of health, to get away from built-up areas as soon as possible. We hope to move off at 1200 hours tomorrow. We have now accumulated stocks which we hope will allow us to live in isolation for about a year. It may prove possible to supplement them from nearby towns in a few months, but that depends entirely on the decision of our medical staff. All right? Any questions?
I have a question. Where are we going?
All members will be informed of our destination later.
He nearly said all ranks.
Thank you, Colonel. Well, now, as you know, one of our main worries today has been that we've not come across anyone with medical knowledge. And it's with great relief, therefore, that I welcome Miss Burr, who is not actually a doctor, but who does hold high nursing qualifications. Miss Burr, I'd be grateful if you'd say a few words, would you?
Yes, please. I can only say that I'll do everything I possibly can. We must expect a certain amount of infection to be about in the next few days, and you can help us to avoid it by reporting at once if you feel ill, by eating nothing that has been exposed to the air, and drinking nothing unless it's been boiled or comes out of a bottle.
Quiet, please, quiet.
After the meeting, will everyone please line up to be inoculated against typhoid, paratyphoid, and cholera?
Thank you, Miss Burr. That's right. Thank you very much. Now, our last speaker is going to talk on a slightly different subject. Here is Dr. Wallace, who is Professor of Sociology at the university.
My friends, the world we knew is gone. Finished. Our needs are now different. Therefore, our standards must be different. For instance, you have all spent the day indulging with clear consciences in what 2 days ago would have been housebreaking and theft. You have already lost one prejudice, and I suggest to you that you must lose others. Now, it will not be easy, but unless we can form our own rules of conduct, we shall cease to exist. Therefore, there is one thing to be made quite clear to you before you decide to join our community. The men must work. The women must have babies. We can afford to support a limited number of women who cannot see, because they will have babies who can see. We cannot afford to support men who cannot see. In our new world, babies become very much more important than husbands.
What are you grinning at?
People's expressions.
Yeah. Michael Beadley looks a bit anxious.
You should worry. If Brigham Young could bring it off in the middle of the 19th century, this ought to be a pushover.
I think so. There's someone who doesn't agree with you, look.
The last speaker is advocating free love.
I think the questioner must be aware that I never mentioned love, free, bought or bartered. Will she please make the question clear?
I am asking if you suggest the abolition of the marriage law.
The laws we knew have been abolished by circumstances.
There is still the law of decency.
A Mohammedan preserves rigid respectability with 3 wives. And so did Solomon with 300. Oh, these are matters of local custom. For our own survival, we must develop our own customs in these matters. And those who come with us must adhere to them.
And if we refuse?
Those who do not wish to are perfectly free to start other communities on such lines as they think fit.
You're not grinning now.
Well, there's a lot to take in.
Come on, Joe. Let's get these jabs and then find somewhere quiet. I want to talk to you.
All right. Oh, it's nice to be alone again.
Someone's found an old gramophone. Listen. Shall we sit this one out?
It's a lovely night.
Is your arm still sore?
No. Oh, she's quite good, that girl.
By the time she got to me, the needle was blunt.
When we girls were so busy arguing, we wouldn't have noticed that.
I wonder how many will decide to go.
Nearly all of them, when they've thought about it.
You think so?
Most women want babies.
Do they?
Well, provided they've got some form of security. Might have been all right for Solomon, but it's having to share a husband that worries them. After all, there are limits.
Are there?
Oh, Bill, don't tell me you're going to cling to the old order.
No. But it's difficult.
What is?
I love you. I was going to ask you to marry me. But there's not much point in it now.
Oh, Bill.
Is there?
I don't know, but I'll accept you all the same.
What?
Did you really think I wouldn't?
I didn't know.
Of course, it isn't quite as straightforward as it seems.
How do you mean?
Well, if I were the committee, I'd make a rule that every man who marries a sighted girl must take 2 blind girls as well.
What?
Well, that's about how the numbers work out.
You don't mean that.
I do. Oh, and so do they. Didn't you think it was implied in that speech?
Well, it may have been, but I don't see that they can hold anyone to that. I mean, it's completely unnatural.
No, it isn't. Listen, Bill, this isn't easy for me either, but we owe a sort of debt for being alive and able to see. Well, one of the ways of paying it is to help these girls to have as full a life as they can.
Well, that's a weird way of looking at it.
But it's right. I know it is.
Okay, if that's the way you think it ought to be.
Now, don't worry. I shall pick 2 nice, sensible girls for you.
Will you?
Yes, I will.
Good. Shall we dance?
Yes.
Left her in hospital. We need nurses. Look after us. Got to look after ourselves. All the same. Who's smoking there?
Fire! Quick, come on! Downstairs, everyone! And how about the blinds? They're on the ground floor. Quick as you can, but mind the stairs. All right, Bill?
Going down now. Where's your cellar?
She's down. Hurry up! Now, the smoke's thickening.
Here comes another. Who's that?
He's out. Now get him away. Here's another.
Wakey, wakey. Rise and shine. That's right. I thought I could hear you.
My head.
You had an accident, mate. That's what you had.
My hands. What the hell's tied them up?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Now, tell me where I am. Why am I tied up?
Well, you see, you know there was a bit of a shindig up at the university yesterday morning.
Yes, I saw that.
Well, after we'd scarpered, that bloke Coker that was doing all the talking, got real nasty. He said you'd have to take what was coming to you.
What?
Well, we met up with a couple of other fellas. They could see, and they fixed it all up between them.
Fixed what?
The fire. He's a lad, that Coker is. You can't help laughing.
Do you mean the fire was faked?
Well, of course it was. They rigged up a tripwire, see, lit a lot of paper and stuff in the hall, and started in ding-donging the bell. Well, as soon as you come downstairs, over you went, bang went Coker with a cosh, and we put you on the lorry. It was dead easy.
Where are we?
Oh, we're in an hotel, the Talisman. It's a posh one, too. It's got a palm tree in the hall. I know that because I walked into it. You can't help laughing, can you?
I can.
Oh, you don't want to take it like that, mate.
And how many of us did you get?
Well, a couple of dozen, but 6 of them was blind.
And what are you going to do with us, eh?
Get organised, I suppose. Oh, hello, is this Coker?
Yes, it's Coker.
Good morning, Captain. All correct.
Come on in, Mac. Now, stand there.
Right.
What's your name?
Mason.
All right, Mason. Now, let's have your hands, and don't try anything when they're untied.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'll tell you in a minute. If you won't help other people, you've got to be made to. Mac?
Hello?
Handcuffs.
That's all right.
Shut up. That'll give you a bit more freedom.
A bit?
All you'll need. Now, let's have the chain, Mac.
Here, I'll put the strap round my right wrist.
Good. Now, get just this side of him. That's it. Now, the chain through his arm. Like that. Mm-hmm. Hold still. Al,
I've got
Al, yes, come on. On this side, and the strap round your wrist. There.
It's like a sort of shotgun wedding, isn't it?
Now, Mason, I want you to look at this street plan. You're going to take these 2 and 50 others, and you're going to go by truck to your area. Once there, you will find them accommodation and lead them to supplies. There'll be others working to right and left of you, so stay in your boundaries.
And how am I supposed to help anyone tied up like this?
You'll manage. Now, look, here's your area. Maida Vale to Fitzjohn's Avenue. It's no farther in than Swiss Cottage, but you can go as far out as you like. Oh, and I shouldn't let them get hungry if I were you. Some of them are tough.
Aye, and some of them have knives, mister. Like me.
I'll be out to check up on where you are. But otherwise, you'll be on your own till someone turns up to straighten out all this mess.
If they come.
They'll come. You'll probably get a medal for your noble work.
Yeah.
All right?
One thing.
Yes?
Did you get a girl called Josella Playton in your raid?
I think so.
Where have you sent her?
Westminster.
That lot won't find much grub, will they? Not in the Houses of Parliament, will they?
Well, don't try wandering off to find her.
He'll know.
I believe you. Lead them down to the street. There's trucks waiting.
And the best of luck to us.
All right. 6 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. Now, we'd better go in first and have a look round on our own.
Wait where you are, the lot of you.
Wait there, all of you.
One more step into the hall.
Yeah. There. Hotel, is it?
Yeah.
Ah, any palm trees?
No, it's a step down from that.
Oh.
Seems empty.
Well, what's the drill then?
Bring them in 4 at a time, hands on shoulders, and then find them somewhere to sleep.
Right. The first 4 of you, come on.
Come on, the first 4.
6 steps, remember.
Yeah.
1, 2,
2,
3, 4.
1, 2, 3, and turn. There. Ah, it's funny. I never thought what it'd be like kipping down all strung together.
There's a lot of things you never thought of.
Oh, shut up.
No, he's right, mate. It's going to be difficult.
Aye, and it'll be more difficult if your man here shoves off and leaves us in our tour.
Oh.
I never said I'd do that.
But you would if you could.
And I don't blame you, mate, either.
But I'll carve you if you try.
I'm not much used to your dead.
Oh, you'll not be dead, mate. Just carved.
Oh, look, come on, let's change the subject, eh? What are we going to do tomorrow?
Forage for food.
Ah, and the next day?
Eat it. And then we can sit back cosy. Fair laughing it up, eh?
So we run out?
Oh, something will turn up, don't you worry.
Is anyone there?
Who's that?
Oh, it sounds like the little kid they call Lucy. What do you want, darling?
The man who can see.
I'm here.
Can you come up, please? There's something wrong.
What is it?
Some of the people are ill. They're very hot, and they've got dreadful pains. I think they've got something bad.
Yes, all right, I'll come.
Oh, something will turn up. Don't you worry, Mac. It has.
That was the 3rd episode of Giles Cooper's dramatisation of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatised by Giles Cooper.
Who's that?
It sounds like the kid they call Lucy. What do you want, darling?
The man who can see.
I'm here.
Can you come up, please? There's something wrong.
What is it?
Well, some of the people are ill. They're hot and they've got dreadful pains. I think they've got something bad.
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 4, Dead End.
By next morning, the 2 men who'd been taken sick in the night were dead. 3 more of the group were ill. I made them as comfortable as I could, and we set out to find food. I led the party, still chained to Mac and Alf, who were blind, and the rest followed us, their hands on each other's shoulders.
Right, left. Pick 'em up, come on. Where are we, Guff?
In a side street running downhill. There should be shops at the bottom.
Well, one of them are built like lost souls.
What do you expect? If you'd let me loose, I could drive round till I found a good place. Pick you all up in a truck, bring you along to do the loading. This way's bound to be slow.
Well, he's got something there, you know.
Aye, an easy getaway.
Well, I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Look, suppose I give you my word.
There's no man's word worth tuppence. We're in the jungle now.
Come on, pick up the step. Look on. Left, right, left.
We're coming to a corner. Get ready to turn left.
Right, when you say.
Stop!
Stop! Oh, come on, give us a bit of warning.
Shut up! There's a group loading a truck about 100 yards away.
Yeah, who said they here?
No, they aren't our lot. The man in charge is carrying a rifle. He's seen us. Down, everyone! Down on the ground! Get down, Mac!
What is it? What's happened?
Mac's been hit. He's had it.
The rest of you turn back and go up the hill.
What's happening?
He's coming towards us.
Well, come on, let's run for it.
No, wait a minute. I've got to get rid of Mac.
Well,
there. Now, this way. Come on. In here.
Where are we?
It's a garden.
Oh.
Now, keep down.
He'll shoot us.
No, he won't. He only wants me. Where's the key to these handcuffs?
In my pocket.
Let's have it.
No, come on.
I'd crack your skull with this chain.
All right, here you are.
Good. Now keep quiet.
What's happening?
He took a look at Mac lying in the middle of the road. Probably thinks Mac was the one I could see. Now he's following the others up the hill. Come on.
What?
Take my arm, we'll follow him.
Well, he's serious.
If he thinks we're blind, he won't take any notice. Come on.
Oh, all right, you're the boss. But keep telling me what's up, eh? I am blind, remember?
All right. Up. The bushes.
Yeah.
Steady. Right, we're in the street. He's about 50 yards ahead of us. The others are 50 yards in front of him, on both sides of the road, creeping along. He's not overtaking them. Wants to see where they're going.
So as he can pinch our supplies, I suppose.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, hello.
What is it?
One of our chaps is ill.
Who?
Well, he's staggering, holding his stomach. He's fallen. Come on, keep going.
Right.
The chap with the rifle stopped. He's looking at him.
He's shooting at us again.
No, it's not at us. He shot the sick man. Now he's coming back.
Yeah.
Just keep going. He's gone past. Now, come on, we've got to get back to the hotel before the others get split up.
You mean to tell me you're not going to leave us?
Oh, come on.
Follow him on. That's right. Now the next one. That's it. Oh, is that the lot then?
Yep, that's it. Tailboard up.
Right. There. Oh, I'm getting quite handy at this. Nothing like practice, is there?
Come on.
No, let me see if I can get back to the cab on my own, eh? That's the rear wheel. Petrol tank. Step. That's it. I'm there. How many have we got with us today?
15.
And 12 women left behind, that's 27. Plus 4 sick makes 31.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we was 53 4 days ago.
It seems longer than that.
Bill, what do you reckon it is they're all getting then?
I don't know. It's come on too quickly for typhoid. Could be plague. I don't know.
Looks like solving most of our problems, anyway.
You're a real optimist, Alf.
I've got to keep cheerful, haven't I? What are we going to try for today?
Tin milk, biscuits, candles and paraffin.
Paraffin? We got 40 gallons of that yesterday.
We need more, much more.
Why?
No time to dig.
Oh, that, yeah. Not that it makes much difference what you do. It's more of a taste than a smell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, start her up. I'm getting morbid. Where are we going, anyway?
Up towards the heath. I haven't tried that yet.
There's not much improvement up here, is there?
No.
are even more dead. More than in most places.
Oh?
Come on down.
Right.
Where are we?
There we are.
Right.
Okay.
Mind the curb.
Yeah.
That's it.
Is the shop okay?
Well, seems to be. Hang on there in the back and I'll open up. Right. Someone's been in here before, but they haven't taken much.
Yeah.
Steady.
Whew, the ham's gone off anyway.
Yeah. You're by the cold meat counter.
Oh.
Stay there, I'll see what's in the bag.
All right. Bill? Bill? Bill?
Triffids attacking the truck.
Triffids? Oh.
Run, Papa, run for it! Come on, quick! Towards my boys!
Quick, over here!
Into the shop!
This way!
Find the window!
Gurney, Bradshaw, Williams.
Yep.
Foster, Barlow.
Yep.
Travers, Kendicott, Dean, Forbes, Smith.
Yeah.
That's the lot.
You didn't call my name.
Sorry, Lucy. Are there any more women upstairs?
Not now.
Down to 7 of us, isn't it?
It's my fault.
Well, how'd you make that out?
I should have known there'd be Triffids on the heath. I ought to have taken a gun up with me.
You can't think of everything, mate. Anyway, the Triffids only got 8 of us. You know what's taken the others.
Yes, I know. Does anyone want anything? Otherwise, I'll go to bed.
No, we're okay.
That's funny. The clocks still go on.
Oh. Well, the ones that's worked by clockwork will, wouldn't they? Till they all run down, of course.
Hello? Anyone there?
Huh? Oh, hello, Bill. You woke up then?
What was that just struck?
I don't know. Must be about 8 o'clock.
Where's everyone?
I cleared off.
What?
Well, that little girl took ill in the night, you know, Lucy, and the others panicked a bit. They said the place was unhealthy and pushed off to find somewhere else.
How's she now?
Oh, she died about 2 o'clock.
Why didn't you wake me up?
We tried to, but you was out for the count, weren't you? There wasn't anything you could have done anyway.
All the same, I hate to think of her being alone.
Well, I was there.
Why were you?
Because I hadn't gone.
I know, but why not? I mean, it's unhealthy here.
Well, I think everywhere's unhealthy, didn't you? Anyway, didn't seem right to push off without saying. So, what do we do now?
We'll have some breakfast and then make for Westminster.
And there we're going to try and find your girlfriend, right?
Dead right.
You don't have a funny way of putting things sometimes. Where are we now?
Vauxhall Bridge Road, outside a cinema.
They used to have buses here.
Used to have people, too.
All empty, is it?
Oh, I wonder what she'd have done. Same as us, I dare say. Found a hotel to use as a base.
Well, I remember there's a big one by the station, isn't there?
Yeah, that's right. Let's try that first.
Are there all buses still in front of the station?
Yeah. I'm just passing the entrance.
The train standing at platform 9 is the 0900 for Paris and the Constance.
Here's the hotel. There's a woman outside.
Oh, is it your girlfriend?
No, it's an old woman.
Oh.
I'll go and talk to her. You stay here.
All right.
Keep away. These tins are my tins. These tins are my tins. These tins are my tins.
Yeah, I shouldn't bother with that one, love. It's coffee. Here, have some baked beans. Wait a minute, I'll open them for you.
Give me the tin. Give it.
Were you with a party?
Give me the tin.
Yeah, tell me first. Were you with a party?
Yes.
Led by a girl?
Give me the tin.
In a moment. Was there a girl who could see?
Yes.
Well, what happened to her?
They all got ill and died, and then she went away.
Yeah?
She wanted to take me, but I wouldn't go. What's the point?
When did this happen?
Yesterday. Give me the tin.
Is that all you know?
Yes, the tin.
Here you are. I've opened it. What's the matter?
Oh, Bess, go away, go away. Oh, and I was hungry. Now, I don't want anything. That girl was a good girl. She stayed with us. Now, go, go, go.
Well, this is where we came in, the university.
Anyone about?
Not by the look of it. There's only one truck left.
Well, may be the ones we didn't catch pushed off.
Yeah, looks like it. Just a moment, there's something written on the main door. I can't see it from here.
Hey, watch out for the Triffids.
Yeah, I'll take the Triffid gun. No, I won't, though. Take the revolver. There's someone coming.
What?
Stay there.
Well, don't go too far.
Stand still. Put your hands up. Oh, it's Mr. Coker.
Yes, it's me. Don't worry, I'm not armed.
And what are you after, another little party?
No, I've had enough. They all died.
So did mine.
Still, we tried.
Yeah, the wrong way.
Yes, but it seemed right, to me at any rate. I didn't realize then that the whole world must be like this. Oh, think of New York.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Oh, go after the others and eat humble pie, I suppose. Have you seen the address they left behind?
No, I was on my way to look at it.
There's Tynesham Manor, Tynesham, near Devizes.
Devizes? We won't get there tonight.
No. I was going to bed down here and move in the morning.
OK, if you take that truck, I'll take the car.
Well, couldn't we take the truck alone?
No, I've got a passenger.
Alf? Alf? Here's your old friend Coker.
Alf? He's gone to sleep. Oh. Wake up, Alf.
I'm not asleep.
What is it?
Keep away from me, though. Where's Bill?
Here.
I've gone and got it now.
Oh, come on, now.
Don't try and move me. Just keep clear, eh? I'll be dead by the morning, won't I? Oh, it's a good thing, too. After all that trouble to stay alive, eh? Can I have a drink of water?
I'll get it.
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah?
Thanks, mate, for all you done. I hope you find your girlfriend all right.
Yeah, thanks. OK, we'll take one truck. We'll start at dawn.
We're just about there. We made good time, considering.
Yeah.
It should be on the other side of this wall. Oh, it's a stately home by the look of it.
I'll turn in here.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this, a hold-up?
Stay where you are.
Is this Tynesham Manor?
Where do you come from and how many of you are there?
Just the two of us. We've come from London.
What's in the truck?
Supplies.
All right, go on. You'd better report to Miss Durrant. She's in the dining hall.
Where's Michael Beadley?
I don't know. Miss Durrant's in charge. Report to her.
Right.
Miss Durrant?
Who's she?
Think I remember her.
Huh?
She's a bit grim. Something's wrong if she's running things. Miss Durrant?
Yes?
I'm Bill Mason. We've just come from London. Can we have a word with you?
One moment.
Make the helpings larger. We don't want any left over.
Now, what is it?
Mr. Coker and I, we've just
Mr.
arrived.
Coker?
Yes.
Aren't you the man who led the raid on the university building?
Yes, I was.
Then I'd better tell you once and for all that we have no use for brutal methods in this community and no intention of tolerating them.
Where's Michael Beadley and all the others?
They decided to move on.
Oh, why?
Because we made it perfectly clear that some of us at any rate wish to preserve our moral standards.
Yes, but why should they move and not you? Surely you were the splinter group, they were the main body.
From a practical point of view, it was more suitable for them to move.
Oh, why?
Oh, I really haven't got time to answer all these questions. If you wish to stay and help us, you can. If not, please go as soon as possible.
Well, who are all these people here? They didn't come from London, did they?
They're locals.
Are they all blind?
Yes.
How many can see?
There are 7 of us.
What about Miss Playton?
Who?
Josella Playton, is she here?
No, I don't think so. Well, there's Peggy down at the gate, 3 on duty here, 2 others on patrol, and that's all the ones who can see. But nobody called Josella.
Are they all girls here?
All the sighted ones, yes.
You mean all the men went with Beadley?
Naturally. With the lorries to be driven and the loading to be done, it was obviously right that they should be the ones to go.
Which is why you won't last 3 months.
I beg your pardon.
If that. You haven't got a clue. You're running this place on good intentions and hoping for the best. How are you going to feed all these people for a start?
We shall send parties into devices to collect supplies.
And the plague. You've got to keep away from the town.
There are plenty of village stores in the neighbourhood.
Enough to last you for a year?
Perhaps.
And the year after that? And the next year? What'll you do then? How'll you live in 10 years' time, even if the Triffids don't get you first?
We shall trust to Providence.
You do a damn sight better to start building some sort of flour mill. Now. The wheat will be ready for harvesting in a few weeks.
Well, I really...
Look, for heaven's sake, can't you see that you've got to change your whole way of thinking or go under?
I can assure you that we propose to think as we have always thought.
Fatal.
If you disagree with our ideas, you're welcome to go and join Mr. Beadley and his friends.
Yes, but where are they?
Do you wish to go too?
I wish to find Miss Playton.
Well, I don't remember seeing her with that
Look,
party.
for God's sake, where did they go?
I really couldn't say.
Oh, surely they left an address.
Well, if they did, I don't remember it.
Now, look, Miss
I
Dillon,
have an idea that it was in Dorset they were heading for, somewhere in the Beaminster direction. Now, if you will excuse me, there is a great deal to be done.
Well, thank you very much.
Shut the plates, please. Then some of the train girls can get busy washing them.
Well?
How far is Beaminster?
Where are we?
Steeple Honey.
Where's that?
In Somerset.
We've come 50 miles now without seeing a living creature except a few sheep.
And a hell of a lot of Triffids.
Yeah, well, there are more and more of them.
You noticed too?
Why is it?
I've been wondering. I don't know.
Hi!
Hello.
Hi there!
Someone's here. Where is he? Can you see?
Yeah, look, over there in the pub. The upstairs window. Can you get down?
Coming down!
If he's alive, why aren't the others?
I know. Let's see if he can give us a drink.
Are you there?
Look out! Get back inside!
No, Coker, don't go near him. Leave him alone. Back to the truck.
Do you think he's dead?
Yes, he walked right into it.
Well, here come 2 more. Let's get out of here.
Good idea.
Almost as though it was waiting for him.
Yeah, almost.
But it couldn't have been, could it? I mean, they've got no intelligence. They're plants.
A friend of mine knew a lot about them, wasn't so sure. He thought they'd talk to each other.
Huh. Do you think so?
I don't know. He also said that sight was the only advantage mankind had over Triffids.
Yeah, but what would be the idea of killing people? They can't eat flesh.
If they wait long enough, they can drink it. Just like any other plant. Beaminster welcomes careful drivers.
Well, let's hope somebody else does, too. Hell, what was that?
That character over there.
Stay where you are. Don't move.
What's the idea?
How many of you are there?
Only us 2. We're harmless.
All right, you can get down.
Come on.
Come on, you others. All right.
Who
Who are you, and where do you come from?
I'm Bill Mason. This is Jack Coker. We're from London.
Uh-huh. Well, my name's Stephen Brennell. I'm supposed to be a stockbroker. This is Vera Paul, girlfriend of mine.
Hello.
And, Sid Farrer.
Hello. How come you can see?
We were in a car smash and taken to the cottage hospital. When we came round next morning, we could see, but everyone else was blind.
You were lucky.
Yes. What brings you to these parts?
We're looking for a group led by a man called Michael Beadley. Have you seen them?
Afraid not a sign.
And we've been all round 15 or 20 miles.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we've had it.
That bitch, Miss Durrant.
Yeah, sent us on a wild goose chase.
Look, why don't you come back to the manor with us? Then we can all put each other into our respective pictures.
That's a good idea. Thanks very much.
Then, you see, I've sighted a machine gun so that it fires from this window, covering the drive, and a mortar to deal with anybody beyond the shrubbery, where we can't see them. Mm-hmm. And that takes care of this side of the house.
What's it all for?
Well, there's bound to be trouble sooner or later when stocks run low in the cities.
We've been expecting gangs out every day.
You haven't seen the cities. They're emptier than the countryside.
Do you mean nobody in them?
Yes, darling, that's what he means. What the hell do we do about it?
Can't we just stay here and wait?
No, we can't.
But all the same, if we don't stay here, where can we go?
My suggestion is Tynesham, where we've just come from.
God, why go back there?
Oh, I know, Bill. You've got that girl you're looking for, but for the rest of us, there's no point in staying here until our supplies run out.
Well, it'll be a long time before they do.
Yeah, but by then, we must be self-supporting.
There's some good farmland round these parts.
But there aren't enough of us to farm it.
Oh, we might make a go.
Look, it's not enough just to make a go. You've got to realize that this will last forever. That you've got to make entirely new lives.
I don't
Look,
quite
one
follow.
of the things that man must have if he is to progress is leisure. Time to learn, to study, to think, to experiment. Now, look, there are 6 of us here. We may get 1 or 2 more in, but that won't give us enough. It means that every single person will have to work all day just to keep himself alive.
Well, there's bags of machinery lying around.
But in a few years' time, there won't be any petrol or oil, and we'll have to find horses and breed from them and learn how to shoe them. And then later we'll have to learn how to smelt iron and make the horseshoes. When the candles give out, we will have to live in the dark unless we've discovered how to make fresh ones out of tallow.
Oh, candles are made of wax. I do know that.
And wax is made of paraffin. Now, look, we've got a chance to live on capital for a few years, and if we don't take the opportunity it gives us to learn, we shall become peasants. Our children will be savages, and theirs will be back in the Stone Age.
But how would it help us to go to Tynesham?
Well, there are more than 60 people there. Most of them are blind, but they can be trained to help. We'll be a society growing and developing itself instead of having nothing to look forward to. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, me too.
Miss Durrant will be delighted.
If she doesn't like it, she can go and trot off with a Triffid.
Have you had much trouble with Triffids here?
We certainly have.
Yes, when we were collecting weapons supply at Bovington, we picked up a couple of flamethrowers. One tickle with them, and they keep well away.
Yeah, just as well. You can shoot at them all day, and they don't mind, not any more than a tree would.
Well, that's what they are.
Well, I know, but you sort of forget it when you see them sitting around waiting to take a smack at you.
There's half a dozen in every farmyard round here. They park themselves on the manure heaps.
Yes, I look forward to putting in a bit of flamethrower practice.
You really hate them, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's funny, isn't it? They used to be my livelihood. Now I'd like to wipe out the lot of them.
Well, there's one thing about Tynesham. It's more open up there. You can see for miles across the downs, and they can't creep up on you. What's the matter, Bill?
South Downs. It's just something Gisela said.
Your girlfriend?
Yeah. When we were in London, talking about places to go, she said something about some friends of hers who lived on the Sussex Downs, near Pulborough. I bet that's where she is.
Unless...
Yes?
Oh, nothing.
I know. Unless she's caught the plague. Unless she's dead.
That was the 4th episode of Giles Cooper's dramatisation of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper. The Day of the Triffids, Episode 5, World Narrowing.
The day after the others decided to go to Tynesham, I set out for Sussex to look for Josella. That morning the weather broke and it was pouring with rain when I said goodbye to Coker and climbed into the lorry. The towns were drenched and deserted. The only life I saw, besides the occasional Triffid, were 2 blind ponies in the New Forest. After Rumsey, the sun came out, but it did nothing to cheer me up. The utter loneliness was beginning to get on my nerves. I even thought of turning round and going back to the others. But as I passed through a village north of Southampton, a little girl suddenly bounded out of one of the garden gates and came running up the road towards me, waving her arms.
Hello? Who are you?
I'm Susan. Will you come and help me, please?
Of course.
Hello.
Hello.
You alone?
Well, there's Tommy, but something's happened to him.
Yeah?
One of those things hit him. He's lying in the garden. Look. And the thing's still there.
Yes. Put your fingers in your ears.
Yes.
I'm going to shoot the top off it.
Is it dead now?
Yes.
Horrible thing.
Was Tommy your little brother?
Yes. He's only 6. He went out to play.
I'm afraid he's dead.
Poor Tommy.
Are your mother and father anywhere?
They've gone. There was one morning and they couldn't see. And Dad went out for help. Then Mummy went to find him and didn't come back.
Oh, no, now, Susan, it's all right. Come on, love. You've been so brave.
I've been lonely. I thought nobody was coming. I was frightened.
I know. I've been frightened too and lonely. Now I'm not. Neither are you, eh? I'm going to look after you. You can come with me. Would you like that?
Oh, yes. Yes, please.
Good. Better?
Yes. Can we bury Tommy first, like the puppies?
Yes, of course.
I'll go and pick some flowers. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to find a farm near Pulborough.
What for?
I'm looking for a lady.
What sort of lady? Is she pretty?
Oh, yes.
Good. Here are the flowers.
Good.
Oh, dear.
Look, you don't want to worry too much about these things.
I wasn't. I said, oh, dear, because it's going to rain again.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we better hurry up then.
Yes.
Come on. This is Pulborough.
Where are the downs?
Over there.
Miles away.
Yes, I'd forgotten they were so far.
What should we do?
Well, the farmhouse she talked about was on the north side of the downs, so we should see it from here. Maybe smoke or something.
It's hard to see anything much in this rain.
I know, and it's getting dark.
Then we won't see anything at all.
A light, that's what we need. Come on.
Yes.
I'll put your Mac on. We'll see if we can bring up a really good spotlight. That's it. Down you go. Keep watching on the left and I'll swivel it over to the right.
Yes.
How's that, Susan?
It's like a searchlight.
Yeah. Now off.
Yes.
See if we get an answer. Just one single gleam of light. That'll tell me all I want to know. Now again. The left. Cross to the right. Back again. And right.
There!
What?
Switch it off! Switch it off! I saw something!
Where?
Right over on the left. There it is again, look!
Yes, you're right, Susan. You're right. Come on, back inside the truck.
Yes.
Up you go. Good girl.
Is it her?
It's got to be. Can you still see it?
Through the trees, just. You want to turn left somewhere?
I can't see a thing.
There, a signpost.
Yeah.
And the lights right ahead. There's someone standing by it. Is it her?
Yes, it is. Gisela!
Hello, Bill. You've been a long time.
Oh, Gisela, darling.
I never gave up hope.
You are getting wet, you silly. Why don't you kiss her indoors?
The farm at Pulborough belonged to a young couple, Dennis and Mary Brent, who were old friends of Gisela's. Mary's sister, Joyce, had been staying with them when it happened. All three were blind, and Gisela their only lifeline. That night we sat together in the farm kitchen over supper, and Gisela told me her story. Her group had all died too. She'd looked for me in Hampstead, and then at the university.
I didn't stay long when I saw that man Coker prowling about.
Well, Coker's
I
all
came
right.
straight down here.
He wouldn't have harmed you.
I didn't know that then.
Thank goodness you didn't. If you hadn't come quickly, it would have been the end of us.
Yes, we were all blind. Mary was having her baby, and the house is surrounded by Triffids.
How is the baby?
Fine.
Boy or girl?
A girl.
And it isn't blind.
So we've got 4 pairs of eyes. 2 grown-ups, 1 baby and me.
And 3 blind encumbrances.
Dennis.
No, Dennis. You're not encumbrances. You can't afford to be.
All right, but what happens next?
Exactly.
Well, next I shall go to bed. Tomorrow we'll sort out what needs doing. Still raining.
We needed it.
What for?
The vegetables.
Goodness. Ah, this is a comfortable bed.
Dennis and Mary were quite well off. They aren't now.
Better off than some.
Oh, yes. Is it terrible everywhere?
Everywhere except here.
Oh, Bill. Thank God you found me.
I was terrified you wouldn't be here.
And I was afraid you caught the plague and died. But you didn't. You haven't.
It's funny to think we're just at the beginning of our troubles.
Thank you. That's a charming thing for a girl to be told on her wedding night.
Darling, where are you going?
It's past milking time.
Huh? You've been doing all the milking?
So far. I'm trying to teach Joyce, but it's tricky. Hello?
It's only me. Isn't it a lovely day? Can I go out?
Yes, I suppose
Oh,
so.
no, wait. Let's see how many Triffids there are sitting around. They tend to move nearer during the night. Yes. Look, there's one by the gate.
2 by the cowshed. Beastly things.
How'd you like to do something about them, Susan?
I'd love to.
Now, darling, she's too young to handle a shotgun.
What you needn't. We've got all that anti-Triffid gear. Masks, gauntlets and guns. Come on, Susan. The Triffid season is open.
Two, 3, 4, 5 cups. How's that, Joe?
Fine, except one's right on the edge. Not anymore.
Hell, I can't even do that properly.
Oh, now, Joyce.
One step up and you're in the house. All right, you can let go now. I know my way round in here.
Hello, darling. How's it going, Bill?
All right, I suppose.
I sliced the tops off 40 Triffids today.
Dead eye, Susie.
There won't be many left soon.
They'll last for a bit, Mary. Tea ready?
Nearly, but we'll have to hurry. There's the cows to get in, milk, hens to round up, baby to bath.
I can do that.
Not yet, Susan.
Then there's the butter to make.
But that's something I can do.
The water to draw and 10 other things to do.
The tractor's bust.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Well, it doesn't go.
Well, they've got 2 across at Wright's farm, but it may mean getting diesel instead of petrol.
Yeah.
Pass some bread round, Susan.
Yes.
Is this the new batch?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you've used more soda.
Yes.
Jolly good.
Jolly sight nicer than what we used to have in the old days.
The old days? You mean 2 months ago, Susan?
Oh, it seemed like the old days. Do you know, with the 40 Triffids I bagged today, that makes my total 217.
Does it? And still they come. I don't know.
What's the matter, Bill?
Just thinking.
I'll come with you tomorrow if you want tractor fuel.
No, I'm going on another trip tomorrow.
Coal?
I'm going over to Tynesham
Why?
to fetch back 2 trucks and their drivers.
What for?
To get us all out of here.
You mean you want us all to go over there?
That's right.
Oh, but I don't want to go away. I like it here.
So do I.
Besides, we've been making a pretty good go of it here.
We haven't, Joyce.
We have.
Look, we've been working our guts out to keep the place clear of Triffids and producing about 1/16 of what we eat. We're storing nothing. We've stocked no firewood for winter. We're getting nowhere. Look at Tynesham. It's a large community. We should do better. Besides, there's another reason. Joe.
It's a bit early to announce it. But I'm going to have a baby.
Joyce, how can you tell when it's turned to butter without being able to see?
I can feel it change.
You're all getting awfully good at things.
We learn. The sun's set, hasn't it?
Really? When will Uncle Bill be back?
Susan, for the 15th time, we don't know.
I only wonder.
And do try not to ask Giselle. It worries her.
It's all right, Joyce. I'm here. I was bringing in the eggs.
Sorry, there's some things I'm not good at yet.
Well, of course, he may decide to stay the night.
I dare say he will.
After all, it's a long way, and he won't want to travel in the dark.
Hey, listen.
What is it?
It's a car.
It's him!
Oh.
Look! Hooray!
I don't see the lorries. Go and open the gate, Susan.
Righto!
I see.
Come on.
What have you been doing? Shooting Triffids all day?
Bill, darling. That's good you made it before dark.
Yeah. Hello, Dennis.
Hi, Bill. Good trip?
Well, I got along pretty fast.
What's wrong?
We won't be going to Tynesham after all. It's finished.
Finished?
They caught the plague by the look of it.
Oh, no.
Some must have got away because they took the trucks. Anyhow, there was nothing alive in sight except a few Triffids.
And what do we do?
We stay here. We learn to support ourselves and go on supporting ourselves. For the rest of time, if necessary.
What are you writing, darling?
My diary?
Oh, are you going to be the Anglo-Saxon chronicler of our age?
Not likely. But we've got to keep a record of what we do and how we do it. Otherwise we won't learn from our mistakes. And my goodness, we're going to make some.
Depressed?
Oh, not really, but I've been trying to read up a bit about farming and animal management. The trouble is none of the writers seem to think anyone can be as ignorant as I am. They all start halfway through.
I know. It's the same with cooking and gardening. Still, I suppose we'll learn. How much ground are you going to fence off?
Well, about 100 acres, with an inner fence to keep us out of stinging range of the Triffids.
Oh, that's going to take you a bit of time.
Yes, time is what we have a great deal of. All the time in the world. September the 24th. We've now completed the fences and all Triffids are now outside where they can stay. This means that Susan can now spend more time on farm work rather than in destroying Triffids. We've harvested 20 sacks of corn, which we've winnowed in a rather primitive manner. I must now find out how to grind flour, perhaps a windmill. I saw a covey of partridges today flying over the stubble, but had no gun.
The 12th of December. I am writing this because Bill was injured while trying to catch a horse. He's not badly hurt, but it will be several days before he is up and about. It's a nasty reminder of what might happen if one of us became seriously ill. We live on the edge of disaster, but I must say I feel very well, in spite of my ever-increasing size. Food stocks are as follows.
The 2nd of March. At 2 o'clock this morning, I delivered Josella's baby. She was wonderfully brave. None of the books were any good at all, but luckily it seemed fairly obvious what was supposed to happen at each stage. We've called him David, and he weighs 6.5 pounds on the kitchen scales. Dennis and I leave for Brighton in the morning. We need nappies, a flamethrower, and sweets for Susan.
Feels like a good road.
It is. Do you remember it? Through the Downs, straight into Brighton. We just passed the turning to Lewis.
Today's a Saturday, isn't it, Bill?
I think so.
Think of the traffic there'd have been a year ago.
My goodness, yes. Now not a thing in sight. Hello. Yes, there is.
What's wrong?
About 50 yards ahead, there's a roadblock. Somebody's painted "Keep Out" in large letters right across it.
They've no right to do that. Are they firing at us?
Yes. Well, they weren't trying to hit us, or they'd have succeeded. All the same, we'll take their advice. Come on.
Where shall we go?
London.
You said it wasn't safe.
Safer than here. Well, we've got to get Susan's sweets.
That gramophone was a find. It's going to make all the difference to them.
Do you think they're very unhappy?
Mary and Joyce are all right. They can keep themselves busy in the house. Dennis chafes a bit.
Yeah. He'll be better now. He's learnt quite a bit of Braille already. He's brought back a stack of books.
Oh, he's not the type to spend his time reading when everyone else is working.
Well, that'll be his work. I want him to read all the medieval stuff. I want to know exactly what villages did in the days when they were closed communities. What they used for soap and sugar, buttons, needles, cough mixture.
Are we really going back to that?
If we can't, darling, it's going to be a poor lookout.
Well, it all seems so hopeless. Work and struggle and starve. It's dreadful.
No, darling, don't cry. It'll be all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Self-pity. It must be the gin.
And the music.
After all, we've survived a year, and we're better off than we were when we started.
Better off by David, at any rate.
Oh, and thousands of things. There's the mill and the animals, and the garden's really beginning to get organised.
Mm-hmm.
Bill.
Yeah?
We really are lucky.
Yes, we are. As long as we stay together, I don't see how things can help getting better.
No. What do we drink for breakfast when there's no more tea or coffee?
Oh, beer.
Jolly good, Shez.
You, my girl, will go on drinking milk.
Whiz. How will we make the beer?
Brew it from barley.
What's the lower field looking like now, Bill?
Pretty healthy. I've been thinking of pushing out the fence to extend it. By the way, who said there were more Triffids about?
Me.
You were right, Susan. I've never seen so many.
What are they doing?
Just rooted there, being Triffids. But more every day.
I wonder why.
Why? Do you think there's a special reason?
Of course there is. He brings them.
What?
Susan, don't point.
Why should I bring them? Do you think I whistle to them in my sleep?
No.
But you make most of the noises around the place, sawing and hammering, and they hear you.
Oh, nonsense, Susan. They're plants. They can't hear.
Look, Uncle Bill.
Well?
Do you see that Triffid crossing the field across the valley?
Yes.
Fire your revolver out of the window.
What?
Just fire it in the air.
All right. Anything to oblige the young.
Now, tell them what you see.
Well, the Triffid stopped moving. It's swiveling on its roots.
What?
It's coming this way.
And it will come on for about 10 minutes, then it will stop and listen. If it can hear the others by the fence clattering, it will keep coming on. But if it can't, it will turn off and go wherever it was going.
You've been watching them very closely.
I always watch them. I hate them.
She's right, you know, Bill.
Oh, look, they're plants they can't hear.
They do something so damn like it that only a biologist could tell the difference. Don't you remember how they broke loose and began crowding round the house the moment we all went blind?
Yes, they often did that in tropical countries.
But not here. Here they were under control and they never even tried to make trouble until things went wrong. But then they took advantage of it at once. Why?
I can remember them breaking out of their enclosures before.
But not all together.
Bill,
What?
how do they break out? You told me once.
Well, they just crowd up against a portion of the fence until the pressure breaks it down.
Their fence? Or ours?
July the 1st. At last we found what we were looking for. An RAOC depot containing flamethrowers and fuel. I brought back 4 today, and with Josella's help we destroyed about 500 Triffids. August the 10th. Busy harvesting. I've learned how to make a horseshoe, which the horse apparently considers wearable. Notes opposite. We set fire to several hundred Triffids on the Northern Wire in an early morning drive.
I am doing the diary because W. Mason Esquire and D. Brent Esquire have gone to London to fetch sulphuric acid from a chemical works in Romford and will not be back tonight. We are getting short of fuel for the flamethrowers and are going to try something else. It is October the 17th and my 11th birthday. Mary gave me a rug sheet knitting.
Where are we?
Top end of Leicester Square. Hold tight! What is it? What's happening? I've got to go flat out. You must tell me. Hold on, Max. What is it? What the devil was it? A sign that we can't come here anymore. Farnham House crashed into the street behind us.
It was the vibration of the truck, I suppose.
Yes, and it'll happen again if we're not careful. This is our last visit to Piccadilly.
What does it look like now?
Better. As though it belonged to another race. Nothing to do with us. There's a sycamore growing out of a shop window. All the pavements are covered with green moss. You can't see the fountain for Willow Herb and Rocket. Let's leave it to the historians, Dennis, and go home.
Milking time already. Hello, darling. What time did you get back?
About midnight.
Did you get the stuff?
Mm-hmm, most of it. No.
It's only me. I'm going down to start milking.
Oh, how does she do it?
I'll be with you in a moment. Do you know that before I married a farmer, I never got up before 9 o'clock?
I used to stay in bed all morning before I married a farmer's wife.
Susan!
What's the matter?
Susan! Susan, what is it? What's Oh, I can see. I thought I could.
Oh, darling, of course you can see.
Bill?
You're all right.
Bill, why is it dark downstairs?
Are the curtains drawn?
Well, yes, Mary. I drew them back before we went to bed. Bill, what is it?
I'll go and look.
How can it be dark on one floor and light on another?
Be careful, darling. Bill?
You can come down, Joe.
Stay here, everyone.
I'm coming too.
Oh, all right, come on.
Look at the windows.
Leaves.
Trifid leaves. Right up against them.
They've broken through the fence during the night.
They're all round the house.
They must want us very badly.
That was the 5th episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. From London, we present The Day of the Triffids, John Wyndham's famous science fiction story, dramatized by Giles Cooper.
Look at the windows.
Leaves.
Trifid leaves.
They've broken through the fence during the night.
They're all round the house.
They must want us very badly.
The Day of the Triffids, Episode 6, Strategic Withdrawal.
I'll have to get through there to get a flamethrower from the garage.
Yes. Here's your mask.
Thanks, darling.
Gauntlets?
Yeah.
Here.
Now look, keep everyone upstairs and shut the windows.
Left hand.
Right. Okay?
Yes. Come on, Susan. Yes.
Good. Here goes then.
Shut the window! Oh! Bill, are you hurt?
Bit of poison on the goggles, that's all. I've got the flamethrower.
Look out! Some of them are turning back. Coming towards you.
Let them come. Here we go. Come on.
May the 20th. We've now been here for 4 years. There was a Triffid breakthrough this morning, the first since January, when we began spraying the perimeter with an arsenical solution. Either they've adapted themselves, or the recent heavy rain has diluted it. Dennis suggests we should electrify the fence at certain periods to stop them pressing up against it. We now have 5 beehives, and are hoping to make some mead for the winter evenings.
Ah, good. Thank you, darling.
All right.
Here are the logs, Joyce. Can you manage?
Yes. All right, I've got them.
Help us, Susan.
Okay.
Sit down, Bill. I'll bring you something to drink.
Thanks, Joe.
You didn't run the generator for long this evening, Bill.
Long enough. They all cleared off.
They don't go as far now as they used to. They know that when it's not working, they're safe.
Perhaps we ought to run it more often.
Yeah? What on?
You short of petrol?
Yes, yes.
There used to be a place over by Henfield. Have you tried there?
Not yet, Dennis, no.
It was only an idea.
You don't seem to realise that soon there won't be any petrol to run the generator.
Here you are.
Thanks, darling.
I've been thinking about that. It should be possible to build a stockade of telegraph poles strong enough to keep anything out.
Yes, possible for who?
Well, if you could get hold of a light crane, it would help.
Yes, if I had 10 arms, it'd help even more.
Bill!
I'd get fed up with everybody having brilliant ideas which only need me to sweat my guts out to put them into practice. Just now and again, I like to sit back and think for a change.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
What?
A change.
How do you mean?
Well, tomorrow we'll take the small truck and have a picnic by the sea.
Oh, look, I've got 1,000 things to do tomorrow.
Nothing more important than this. Susan can look after everything perfectly well.
Yes, of course I can.
You see?
All right. There are so many more birds.
And the sea must be full of fish. Nobody fishes anymore.
God, the south coast in August, think of it.
I think I prefer it like this.
I'm sorry about Dennis.
Yes. But he understood.
What, the worker's resentment of the intellectual?
More or less.
I never realized it was so easy to slip into. Too much hard work makes one stupid.
Stupid? Oh, we all depend on you.
And you, darling.
Here we are lying in the sun. We might be a lot worse off.
Yeah. You know, the last 5 years have been the happiest in my life.
Listen. What's that?
You're not...
No, listen.
It's a plane. Well, it can't be.
Wait. There it is. Look, there.
A helicopter.
Oh,
well, wave something at all.
Yes,
Quick.
Hey! Hey!
Hello!
Hello!
A source!
It was silly shouting, really. He couldn't have heard.
Gone inland.
Where can he have come from?
I don't know, he seemed to be flying along the coast.
It may be someone from a family group like ours.
If they can service and fly a helicopter after all these years, they must be fairly well organised.
Well, it's no good assuming they would have helped us, even if they had seen us.
Yeah, but all the same, I mean, they might have put down here for a minute.
Darling, I know.
Come on, let's pack up and start for home. Nearly home, darling.
Yes. Bill, look, the farm.
What's the matter?
Well, there's a huge cloud of smoke.
Good God! The place is on fire.
And only Susan's there to fight it.
I told you we shouldn't have gone.
Hurry, hurry.
It's the woodpile. Why should the woodpile be on fire?
Susan, what's happened?
Joe, Bill, look over on the lawn. Look.
What?
It's a helicopter.
Yes.
Oh.
I lit the wood pile with a flamethrower as a signal.
Good girl.
Where's the pilot, Susan?
Here he is.
Hello. Mr. and Mrs. Mason, I presume.
Oh. That's right. Your name's... Ivan something.
Yes, Ivan Simpson.
Oh, yes, of course, the university. You brought in a helicopter that first day.
Yes, that's right.
Are you still with Michael Beadley's lot?
Yes, I've been telling your friends about it.
Oh, great. Let's go in and celebrate while you tell us too.
Look at it.
How's that then? Makes a change from the old mead.
Looks marvellous.
Years since I've had some of this. Thank you.
Thank you, darling.
Oh, go on. Well, first of all, Michael told me that I was to be sure to start off with his apologies.
What, to me?
Well, you were the only one who saw any danger in the Triffids, and he didn't believe you.
Oh, yes. Look, how did you know we were here?
Oh, we found out the rough location a few days ago from a man called Coker.
Coker? I thought he died from the plague at Tynesham.
No. No, he got away with some survivors.
Thank you,
They'd been down in Cornwall.
And you?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To the Isle of Wight.
Is that where you've come from today?
Yes, we
Wiped out all the Triffids on the island.
Good show.
Took a bit of time, of course, but the whole island's clear now, except for seeds blown over from the mainland. And we deal with those each spring. We're about 300 strong now, with our headquarters in a country house near God's Hill.
It sounds a pretty busy life.
It is. There's plenty of room for helpers. You could be very useful.
Oh, I've learned to do a good many things in the last few years.
No, I don't mean farming. No, that's all looked after. But you're a biochemist, aren't you?
Well, a biologist with a little biochemistry.
That's too fine a distinction for me. No, the point is that Michael's tried to get some research going into a method of knocking off Triffids scientifically.
What, a selective killer?
Oh, something like that. And if we're ever going to extend, we've got to find one.
That's right.
Trouble is that the only people to work on it are a few who've forgotten even the biology they learnt at school. So what about it? Would you like to turn professor?
Bill. You know, there's nothing I'd like better.
Look, does this mean that you're inviting us all to your island haven?
On mutual approval.
What does that mean?
Look, the best thing is for you to come along and find out for yourselves how it all works.
Fair enough.
Bill, where are you?
Out here.
Oh. What are you doing?
Looking at the view. It's a lovely evening.
You've escaped quite an argument.
Yeah?
They've been hard at it ever since Ivan left.
What have they decided?
They'll come, but they don't want to.
Oh, surely they can see.
No, Bill, they can't. Quite literally, I mean. They can't see the Triffids in a thick hedge all round. And beyond that, the country's sinking back to marsh and forest.
No.
They still think of a tidy countryside with farms and lanes and fields and cottages. Besides, they know their way round the house. Must be awful having to move when you're blind.
Yes. Well, it's our home, too.
I know. Well, perhaps we could stay here a year or two longer. What do you think?
No. No point. And think of the children.
That's what made the others decide to leave.
You know, all the time I've been haunted by something Coker said years ago. The first-generation peasants. The next savages. That's what'll happen unless we admit defeat and go.
Well, not defeat, exactly.
Well, all right. Strategic withdrawal.
Yes.
How soon?
Well, let's see the summer out. We can live off stores and have a sort of holiday.
Right. Then in September we'll pack up, we'll drive down to Portsmouth, we'll flash a signal to the island and wait for a boat to pick us up.
You know, the last few years haven't been very easy. But I know I shall cry when we have to leave here.
Darling.
That's 20 sacks.
1 ton. Put up the tailboard.
Right. I'm sorry about this.
Why?
Well, if I hadn't burnt the wood pile yesterday, you wouldn't have had to come and get coal today.
Oh, it's all in a good cause. Anyway, I shan't have to do it again.
No. Shall I like it in the Isle of Wight?
Oh, you'll love it.
Joe said I'd be going to school.
I hope so.
But I know everything now. I can milk and drive a tractor and harness a horse and shoot Triffids.
There are other things worth learning, Susan.
Oh, all right, if you say so. But I won't have to leave you, will I?
Oh, of course not, darling. You'll always stay with us. Now, come on. Let's get home and start our holiday.
Yes. I'll open the gate when we get there.
Yes, put your mask on.
Right. It'll be marvellous never having to wear these things when we get to the Isle of Wight, won't it?
Yes.
Look!
What's that?
We've got more visitors.
So we have.
What a funny car. What on earth is it? The top part looks like a sort of caravan.
There's no doubt about the bottom part. It's a tank. Well, we'll soon see who owns it.
This is my husband and Susan, our adopted daughter. Bill, this is a Mr. Torrance. He says he's some kind of an official from Brighton. These other gentlemen are with him.
How do you do, Mr. Mason?
Just a minute, haven't we met before?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yes, we have, years ago. On the second day of the disaster, you tried to shoot me.
Oh, did I? Those were bad days. Shoot first and ask question afterwards, eh?
As times have improved, perhaps your friends would like to park their Sten guns outside.
They're all right here.
It's a man's best friend, you know, as they used to say in the army. The boys get attached to them. Check, boys?
Check.
Why did you want to see me?
Do you mind if I sit down?
No.
I understand, you're in charge here.
The place belongs to Mr. Brent, then.
But you're the organizer.
Oh, yes.
Good. I'm Commander Southeast Region.
What the hell is that?
It means that I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Emergency Council for Southeast Britain.
Never heard of it.
That's not surprising. We didn't know about you. We saw your fire yesterday.
Well, now that you do know, what about it?
When a group like yours is discovered, it's my job to investigate and assess it.
Assess it? Why?
In case adjustments have to be made. So you can take it, I'm here officially.
On behalf of an official council?
What else?
Or a self-elected one?
There has to be law and order. Well, here's my warrant, if you'd like to see it.
I'm blind.
I know. Right, Mr. Mason. This is a well-found place you have here.
That Mr. Brent has here.
Mr. Brent's only here because you made it possible for him to stay.
Yes, but it's his property.
It was.
Meaning what?
The state of society which gave sanction to his ownership no longer exists. All titles to property have ceased to be valid. Besides, Mr. Brent is blind and is therefore not competent to hold authority.
So shut your mouth, Blindy, and keep it shut.
Dennis,
All right. Now, your wife says there are 8 of you here. 5 adults, this girl, and 2 small children. All of you are sighted except those 3 there. Check?
Correct.
And I have to alter that.
What?
It's disproportionate.
It happens to be the way we like it.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it is. But we've got to be realistic these days.
I don't quite see what we have to be realistic about.
Oh, I'll put you in the picture. Regional HQ, as you know, is in Brighton.
Oh, yes. We paid you a visit once and got a shot across our bows.
Oh. I dare say. We've had to discourage outsiders because of supplies. We've been living on the stocks we found there, plus what we've run in from other towns. But all that's falling out now. Roads are getting too bad. Petrol's running low. So we're beginning to disperse and live off the land.
Or, in other words, having used up all your own supplies, you're starting to pinch other people.
Now, shut up, Dennis.
Well, it's barefaced robbery. They've no authority over us.
Shut up.
Bill.
Let me handle this. Now, tell me your plan, Mr. Torrance.
Certainly. Now, you've got a good place here. Fully capable of supporting 2 units.
A unit being what?
1 sighted person to 10 blind plus any children. We shall allocate to you a further 17 blind persons, making 20 with the 3 you already have, and of course children.
Oh, 20 people can't live off this land. It's impossible.
It can be done. Of course, you'll command the double unit.
Supposing I don't want to?
Well, then we put someone else in. We can't afford waste in these times.
All the same, I still say the land can't do it.
It will. Mind you, you'll have to lower your standards. We'll all have to tighten our belts for a few years, but in the end, you get the payoff.
What do you mean?
Well, in 6 or 7 years' time, the children will have grown up a bit, and you'll have labor to expand with. Then you can relax. Just supervise. You'll be the head of a clan that's working for you. You'll have an inheritance to hand on to your sons.
Wait a minute. What you're really offering is a kind of feudal seigneury.
Yes, that's it. It's just the word. And with all the rights, if you know what I mean. It's the only practical way to work under present conditions.
Look, just what's the position of you and your council in all this?
Well, just what the monarch would be in a feudal system. We rule and control the armed forces.
Armed forces?
Well, they're raised as and when necessary by levies on the seigneuries.
I see.
As you call them. In return, you have the right to call on the council if you're attacked or if you have trouble from the workers.
I'd have thought a small police force was all you needed.
Yes, but we've got to think ahead. After all, every country in the world is in the same state.
Well,
one of them's going to be the first to get back on its feet. And that country will dominate all the others. Now, it's our duty to be that country. That's why we need an army.
Oh, no! We've lived through all this agony, and now the man proposes to start a war.
Look, we're getting a bit tired of you. You talk too much for a blindy.
I never said anything about a war. It'll simply be a question of pacifying and administering tribes that have reverted to lawlessness.
Unless they think of it first.
Which is why we've got to be prepared. Is it all clear, Mr. Mason?
Yes, I think so. You expect the three of us here to be responsible for 20 blind people and a number of children?
2, not 3. Yourself and your wife.
What
Susan? About Susan?
Sorry. The allocation is 10 per unit and we can't make exceptions. We shall find work for her at headquarters. So she's old enough to run a unit on her own.
Or with some chap.
But my wife and I regard her as our own
Sorry.
daughter.
We've got to stick to regulations.
Yes, of course.
What?
I'm sorry, Susan, but orders are orders.
Besides, you'll do all right at HQ. It's in the pavilion.
Bill, you promised.
Of course, we'd expect certain guarantees with regard to her education and so on.
Naturally.
There's a good deal to think about.
Of course.
You know, it'd be quite a relief in a way, not to be entirely on our own.
Yes, sure.
Well, I dare say you'd like to see round the place.
Yes.
We're rather proud of our anti-Triffid fence. Then we'll have a drink or two on the deal. How's that?
Fine, but we can't stay too late.
Oh, no, of course. Well, I'd better have a wash first. I'm covered with coals. Susan, start showing Mr. Torrance and his friends round the estate.
Me?
Yes.
No, I can't.
Do as I say.
All right. Come on.
Of course. We'll follow you. Come on, chap. Right. Put your safety cases on.
All right.
I'll join you in a moment.
Yes, of course.
Bill, what should you?
Quiet. Let them get well away from the door.
We can't do what they suggest.
Of course we can't.
Then why are you agreeing with them?
We're not in a position to give a flat no to a proposition put up by 4 armed men.
Surely we don't have to give them a hearty yes.
For the moment we must.
Why?
Now listen. When they leave tonight, they'll probably try to take Susan with them as a hostage. Now, this is what I want you to do.
Who's got an empty glass, Bill?
Mr. Torrance.
Was it mead or whiskey?
Give him both.
Oh, I see. Right.
Here you are, Mr. Torrance.
There you are. Oh, my God, what's that?
Never you mind. You can't have too much of a good thing, can you, Commander?
No. I said I'm not driving tonight.
Cheers.
Cheers. You know, you're all right. You got a bit of sense, Bill. Some of these people don't have any.
You know what? Some places we go that don't want us. They tell us to go away. It's true to you, mate. Remember, Lewis, is what I mean. They told us to push off, and Lewis had told us.
Now, what did you do?
Lined them up against the cowship and shot the rotten lot.
Yeah, well, you gotta be fair.
Come on, any more empty glasses?
Yeah, you gotta show them who the masters are. Put another record on, Blindly.
Can't leave it all down. Come
Everyone there? Already?
Yes. Are they asleep?
Flat out. Down you come.
Now, careful with the door. Let me do it, Joe. Okay.
The truck's in the garage. I left the doors open. Mary, Dennis, Joyce and Susan, get in the back.
Yes.
You've got the children.
Yes, Jean's asleep.
I'll keep her that way.
Shall I bring David in front?
Yes. Go on, I'll follow.
Mummy!
Shh, David, darling. Come on. Up you go. Oh, is this the room?
Yes, stow it behind you. All right, in the back. Yes. Well, hold on tight. I'll have to crash the gate. Here we go. Oh, come on. The engine's cold.
Come on, you brute. Now!
We're through the gate.
Keep well down. Don't take any chances.
And we're past the Triffids.
Yes.
Oh,
What's the matter, Bill?
why have we stopped? Go on, go on.
It's all right. I want to see if they follow us.
Of course they'll follow us.
I don't think so. They're out of the house, climbing into the truck.
Oh, Bill, let's go.
No, wait. They've switched on the headlamps. Hello.
For heaven's sake, let's get away.
Listen.
What the hell's wrong?
That's better.
What's happened?
There's 10 pounds of honey in the petrol tank. It'll never start.
Oh, look. The Triffids are swarming in.
Yes.
Oh.
Come on, let's get out of here. How's David?
Fine, Daddy.
And are you crying, Joe?
Crying?
Because we're leaving.
Oh. No, I've nothing to cry about. I've got all I want here.
Anyway, someday we'll come back.
We arrived at Portsmouth early in the morning, and by midday we were over here on the island. As you know, after the trial period, we decided to stay. And here we are. Michael Beadley soon had me set up in a makeshift laboratory, and at last I was able to start work on trying to develop a selective chemical killer which will really effectively wipe out the Triffids. And that's about it. Anyway, that's all from me. Gisela?
I've nothing to add, Bill.
Oh, bless you both. That was splendid.
Right.
Bill, you said that you'd go back.
We will, when we've beaten the Triffids.
There must be hundreds of thousands on the mainland by now.
And more every year.
Mm-hmm.
Torrance's seigneuries have had it already. The other communities won't last long.
So is there any hope at all?
I think so, yes.
Meaning you're really onto something?
We might be in a few years' time.
As long as that?
Oh, yes. There are lots of problems. But we're on the right road, I'm sure of that. And someday we'll go back across the water. Or our children will. Or their children. And the Triffids will have had their day.
That was the final episode of Giles Cooper's dramatization of The Day of the Triffids by John Wyndham. Gary Watson played Bill Mason and Barbara Shelley Gisela in John Powell's production of The Day of the Triffids. Special sound was by David Kane of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop.
Clockwork Orange by Anthony Burgess, starring Jason Hughes as Alex.
There was me, that is Alex, and my three droogs, that is Pete, Georgi, and Dim. Dim being really Dim. And we sat in the Korova milk bar making up our sudoks what to do with the evening. A flip, dark, chill winter bastard though dry. What's it going to be then? Eh? What's it going to be then? Eh? What's
What's it going to be then? A. Tall chucking, tratsing, and kicks in the yard blockers. Thumps on the galliver, fists in the plot. Grunky great shoes to the gratified Millicent. Biddy the curry, pour out of his rot. Petitas and Ginas and sorry babushkas, a Kraken, the Kishkas, real horror show hot. Give it them, whether they want it or not.
The Korova Milk Bar was a Milk Plus Mesto, and what they sold there was milk plus something else. You could peat it with Valicet, or Synthamesk, or Drencrom, which would give you a nice, quiet horror show 15 minutes.
Aristotle wishy-washy works out in cyclamen get forficulate smartish. And a shine. Oh, anti-penultimate, you gross bladder-rag follicles.
In the land, in orbit, stoned into a balloon, alone with Bog and all his holy angels and saints. Oh, yes, very nice, but very, cowardly. You were not put on this earth just to get into touch with Bog. That sort of thing can sap all the strength and goodness out of a Malchik.
No, I'm afraid not. In unfrolicated arbuckles. No, the neck renovated urchins. Frolicking in left, right, front, back ilfracoons. Work! Garnish, celibate! Off out!
Or you could peat milk with knives in it, as we used to say. And that was what we were peating this evening. I'm starting off the story with.
What's it going to be then? Hey! Dare me in our Arcanum, so no need for casting and making the dolly bird cough up its guts. Roll shots and 20 to 1 in an alleyway. Rookers for fisting and rippers for cuts. What's it going to be then? Eh? As one door closes, another one shuts. Governor's horror show, but me no buts. Well, if it isn't fat, stinking Billy Goat Billy Boy in Poison! How art thou, thou globby bottle of cheap grassy chip oil? Come and get one in the yarbles if you had any yarbles, you eunuch jelly thou!
Dim had a real horror show length of Uzi or chain round his waist, twice wound round, and he unwound this and began to swing it beautiful in the eyes or glazzies. Pete and Georgi had good sharp nudges, but I, for my own part, had a fine, starry horror show cutthroat Britva.
Pity yourself, oh Dim. Your platty's a grasny mess and red crovy on your lid, so that I like not.
Well, thou likest, I care not, brat. Profound tunes of lip music to thee and thine.
Goverite not thus wise, O Dim, to him that is your rightful leader.
Yarbles! Balsy great yarblocos!
Hey! What's this of a leader? You Alexander the Bolshy, then? We goverated not before of a leader. Yeah. It was all for one before and all droogs together, right? Righty right?
Oh, very much righty right. Wrong, Pete. Wrong, Georg. There's got to be someone in charge. Who do you see? Him? Dim the Dim, or me? Alex the Large. There's those that come, right for the job. Some are like scum. You won't do. Pete Stump, Georgie's a slob. Don't cover it the slow, bro. You and you Not one shoe from your rot. You pony, that is Pravda. Pravda, true, isn't it? Not? There's some get born, horned like a ram. Who blows the horn? Me. Me. Not he, or thou, or thee. You little shorn lamb. I am the bullshit, big, bold. I am.
Come along, my dear.
Do hurry! A real dobby evening to thee and thine, O brother and sister. Ah, real horror show, Ochkin.
My glasses!
Never fear thou hast in thy heart, O brother. Pray banish it forthwith. What is this? What is it? A book! It's a book what you have written of. I have ever had the most bazoomy admiration for them as can write books, brother. And the name is Alexander, the same as mine. There's a coincidence. A Clockwork Orange. A fair gloopy title. Whoever heard of a Clockwork Orange? The attempt to impose upon man a creature of growth and capable of sweetness, to ooze juicily at the last round the bearded lips of God, to attempt to impose, I say, laws and conditions appropriate only to a mechanical creation. Against this I raise my sword. Like rowers in a boat race, in and out until the final shout. You know soon what it's not. We're going to give you God. Fagged and shagged and fashed and bashed. What is going?
Hearts on fire, aroused and raptured, to thy sacred shrine we come. Customs bond no more can sever those by thy sure magic tide. All mankind are loving brothers where thy sacred wings abide.
Joy, thou glorious spark of heaven.
Off with that cow, Dim. This is like real music. Filthy, drooling, mannerless bust.
Little Alex, yes? Sick this morning, so no school. Sick tomorrow morning too, so the same, yes? But very fit and well in the night, yes?
Mr. Deltoid, sir. I am surprised to see you in a mesto of this, depravity.
Depravity, eh? To me it looks very much like a harmless milk bar. But I hear that the white milk can be a harmless wrapper for certain drugs, such as Drencrom, Velocet and the like, yes?
Terrible, sir. Drugs, sir, can sap all the strength and goodness out of a malchick. Them I touch not. Oh, no, verily not.
Oh, yes. Have to keep up our strength and badness to indulge in crimes of the night, don't we? I and my friends create. We are here to quench our wholesome thirst after an evening's music. But you destroy, don't you? Destroy, yes. Break, steal, commit mayhem, slash. Soon you will kill, yes?
Never, sir. Never not. Life is like sacred, Mr. Deltoid, sir.
This I say to you, little Alex. The next time it will not be the corrective school. Next time it will be the Barry hole. All my work ruined. My prospect of promotion frustrated. Remember that, yes? And I will not speak up for you. Oh, no. I will say that you are villainy incarnate. I will say that you are original sin prowling the town. I will sing loud and clear. What gets into you all? Theological evil. The devil stalking the street. The weevil in the flower of life. I repeat, what gets into you all?
Nobody's got nothing on me, sir. I've been out of the rookers of the Millicents for a long time now.
That's just what worries me. A bit too long of a time to be healthy. You're about due now, by my reckoning. That's why I'm warning you, little Alex, to keep your handsome young proboscis out of the dirt, yes? Do I make myself clear?
As an unmuddied lake, sir. Clear as an azure sky of deepest summer.
What gets into you all?
What gets into us all?
Theological evil?
Theological evil?
The devil stalking the street?
The devil stalking the street?
The weevil in the flower of life?
The weevil in the flower of life?
I repeat, don't repeat.
What gets into us all? Let me explain to you, oh my brothers, as for him and the others, it's no good saying a word to them. It's never occurred to them that energy's something built into a boy. But neither the church nor the state has taught us how to create. So we've got to use energy to destroy. Destructions are ode to joy. Are ode to joy.
What gets into you all? Is it biological drivel? It's unambivalent sin. It's the devil grinning within. God help us all. God help us all.
No, Mr. Deltoid, sir. Yes, Mr. Deltoid, sir. Alex the not so large.
You shouldn't have done what you've done to me, brat. That tall talk in the Kiskas. Not having that nut.
And I felt the Britva go just deep enough in the meat of old Dim's wrist, and he dropped his shaking Uzi, yelping like a little child.
Anybody else interested in a bit of filling? Hey? No. Good. Dobby. Righty right. We proceed, under the leadership of your little droog Alex, to the next vestige of the notchy. Right, Dim? Right, Georgi? Righty right, oh Peter of my heart? Right.
There you are, my dears. I know what you want. Milky. What is it? Who is it?
An accident, madam. My friend has just been knocked down by a bus. Oh, please let me in to telephone for an ambulance. Please. Please. He's like dying.
I know your tricks, boy. Smelly little bedbugs. Coming to make trouble for real people. Be off with you, or I'll ring for the police.
No phoning tonight, missus. I have taken the inestimable and detestable trouble of cutting the phone off. See? With my little Britva.
Out of here! I've had too much of it. First one war, and then another war with the bombs dropping. I won't have you as well. I die peaceful.
Die in your own good time, you Grozny starry forella. All I desire is share and share alike like. Me and my droogs have a malenky dollop of Nichivo. Jobless? Ah, yes. Not one lumptick of dang in our empty commons. You and yours have built the Grozny world we like living, so now you pay. Yes, yes, pay. And then I saw the loveliest malenky veshtch any malchik fond of music like myself could ever hope to viddy with his own two glazies. For it was like the Gulliver and Plechos of Ludwig van himself, what they call a bust. Ah! Ludwig van, that I love. Lovely, lovely, and all for me. With that I start.
No, you don't.
Ah. Not having that, we're not. Ah, no. So I upped with the statue and cracked her a fine, fair tolchok on the Gulliver, and that shut her up a real horror show.
Right, what you did, little bratty. Just time to make like our Indian off. The Rosses are on their way. Huh?
Dim? And then I viddied that he had his Uzi out, and he chained me gentle and artistic-like on the glass lids, me just closing them up in time. Mr. Deltoid, sir! Help me! You're my friend, sir! Mr. Deltoid!
Well, well. If it isn't little Alex, all to our own selves.
I did nothing. It was my treacherous droogs. They framed me, brothers. Knocked out this old forella, and then me. The pain in my glasses is killing.
A real pleasure, this is. Not often we has the like privilege.
I'm blind, bog bust and bleed you, you Grozny bastards.
Language.
Bog murder you, you funny stinking bratsnies. Where are the others? Where are my stinking traitorous droogs? It was all their idea, brothers. They forced me to do it. I'm innocent, bog butcher you.
I think she's had it. Can't be sure, need the doctor. Phone from the car. Right. Evening, Mr. Deltoid. He must be a big disappointment to you.
Evening, yes. So, it's happened, Alex boy, yes. Just as I thought it would. Dear, yes. So now he gets out of my soft probationary gloves into the calloused paws of the law. Yes, well, this is the end of the line for me, yes. I suppose I'll have to be in court tomorrow.
It wasn't me, sir, brother. Speak up for me, sir, for I'm not so bad. I was led on by the treachery of the others, sir.
Sings like a linnet. Sings the roof off lovely, he does that.
I'll speak. I'll be there tomorrow, yes. Fear not.
If you'd like to give him a bash in the chops, sir, don't mind me.
Here's the doctor now. Evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. That was real horror show. Did my hurt glazies a lot of, good, sir. Like the spit of the bearded Vec that they hung on the cross on the halt and the leg. All right! Tonight! right, you can have it all! A signed confession, right. I'm not gonna crawl around no more, you Mersky gets. You can have it all. Dratzing and filling and toll-chucking and the old in-out, the lot.
It looks like you can add a new one to that list.
Stuffed it, is she, Doc? Well, real horror show.
Horror show is right.
Me only just gone 14.
Stop talking there, bastards! I'm watching you, 9205773. One on the turnip coming up for you, filth.
Just you wait, 49222. Louder, damn you! Sing up! What's it going to be then, eh? Is it going to be in and out of penal institutions? Though more in than out for most of you. Or are you going to attend to the divine word and realise the punishments that await the unrepentant sinner in the next world as well as in this? A lot of blasted idiots you are. Selling your birthright for a saucer of cold porridge. The thrill of theft, of violence, the urge to live easy. Is it worth it when we have proof, undeniable proof, incontrovertible evidence that hell exists? I know, my friends. I have been informed in visions that there is a place darker than any prison, hotter than any flame of human fire, where souls of unrepentant sinners like yourselves don't leer at me, damn you! Don't laugh! Like yourselves, I say. They scream in endless and intolerable agony. Their noses choked with the stink of filth. Their mouths crammed with burning ordure. Their skin rotting and peeling. A fireball spinning in their screaming guts. Yes, I know. Remember. Now go. And may the Holy Trinity keep you always and make you good. Amen. Thank you, as always, little 66555321. The music you chose was, as always, admirable. Taste is a great thing. It leads one to the beautiful. And beauty with truth and goodness is one of the attributes of God.
Music is heaven, sir, I see that. Beyond this horrible world of evil. I do so want goodness too, and that's the truth.
The truth is in that holy book you handle, little 66555321. I am overjoyed that you read it. There is a text I would in particular ask you to ponder on. I see you read the Old Testament more than the New. But it's in the New that the word of the Lord most scintillantly shines.
Too much gover-eating and preachifying, sir.
What's that, boy?
I love the preachifying, sir.
I see you made notes here. What does this say? Page 368. Yehudis tall-chocking each other, a real horror show, and then wiping off the red crovy and spatting with their, like, handmaidens and peating the old vino. What's all this blasphemy about?
That was already in it when I got it, sir. Terrible. Wish I, understood it.
I would like to be dressed in the height of, Roman fashion and tall-chock the bearded Nagoi Vec all the way to his crucifixion. Corruption. I must give you another copy. There are plenty around.
Sir, I've tried to be good, haven't I, sir? I've done my best, isn't that so? All of the 2 years I've been in, sir.
Go on as you are, little 66555321, and you will probably earn your remission.
But, sir, how about this new thing they're all talking about? How about this new, treatment that gets you out in no time at all and makes sure that you never get back in again?
Where did you hear this? Who's been telling you these things?
Bit of old newspaper gets blown in on the wind, or two warders talk, as it might be. It's called the something or other, what's it, sir?
A lot of eco-technique. Yes, of course, it's only in the experimental stage at the moment. It's very simple, but very drastic.
But it's being used here, isn't it, sir? Those new, white buildings by the south wall. We watched those being built while we were doing our, exercise. Sir, that is.
It's not being used yet. Not in this prison 66555321. Himself, the governor, that is, he has grave doubts about it, and I must confess I share those doubts. The question is whether such a technique can make a man good. Now, goodness comes from within 66555321. Goodness is something chosen. When a man cannot choose, he ceases to be a man.
Halt! Detail for chapel cleaning, all present and correct, sir.
Very well. Think on these things, little 66555321.
Right, you lot, get down to it. You, 920573. You're new here. I want to see work. This is only the chapel, but I want to see it as clean as if it was the governor's toilet, right?
Right, you see, but I want rights. Done more parties than any of this lot, and I know what's what. It's 4 to a cell, that's regulations, and it's 6 in ours. I have to sleep on a bleeding floor. When that kid there has a bunk to himself, I demand my sodding rights.
Oh, rights, is it? All the prisons is the same, and it's you criminal bastards as is responsible.
Criminals? There's no one proper sodding criminal among a lot of them. That kid there, and he's a pox doctor, and this one's on the con. I'm not having it. I demand my bleeding rights.
Oh, he wants his rights, lads. I'm just having a drag in that bog there. I think 5 minutes ought to do it.
Right.
Discipline. Let's have discipline. Give him a haircut and shave. Courtesy, deference. That's with reference to the foul way you behave. The names you call us quite appall us. We're going to knock you into shame. You're going to suffer. Duffer. You gibbering, Discipline. Real life discipline. Like what you get in a war. When we've got through with you, what can they do with you? Use you for swabbing the floor. You're going to college to get some knowledge on how to behave and how. So here comes discipline. Here comes discipline now.
You shouldn't have gone for him like that, Alex, my boy. It was most ill-advised. I could see from the colour of his lips that he had an heart condition.
Me? I hardly touched the bratchney. You went backward in putting it in, Doc. Were you all videoing me like that for?
Alex, you were too impetuous. That last kick was a very, very nasty one.
Nobody will deny having a little kick at the man to teach him a salutary lesson, so to speak, but it's apparent that you, my dear boy, with the forcefulness and shall I say, heedlessness of youth, dealt him the coup de grace. It's a great pity.
Traitors! Traitors and liars!
Is the whole world full of nothing but liars and treacherous, brutal Vex that call themselves droogs? Bug blast you, I'll have the lot of you. Where's that bleeding Tasso as a, witness? Get lined up with them brooms! It's the governor and some big bugger coming. Special inspection and not one word of bleeding warning, Jesus! Hey, you! Get up! He can't. He's like snuffed it. These Braxneys here told-chocked him real brutal and nasty.
Dear, 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 Alex, the truth and youth do not go well together, do they?
Prop him up, quick! Son!
What's the matter with that man? Asleep on his feet, sir. He has no bunk. A common complaint in this prison, if I may say so. Overcrowding is an endemic problem.
You shut your hole when the governor speaks to you.
Well, that's the horse's mouth. The situation is appalling. As he says, an endemic problem. Overcrowding. Common criminals are preempting the space we may soon require for political offenders. Well, Gibson, you know the solution.
I have my doubts, Minister. The technique is hardly sufficiently advanced to justify the use of this prison as
a trailblazer. But there are certain urgencies, political urgencies to be candid, and I have every confidence in Dr. Brodsky. Common criminals like this unsavory crowd can best be dealt with on a purely curative basis. Kill the criminal reflex. No more than that. Full implementation in a year's time. That's the government's policy. Punishment means nothing to them. You can see that. They enjoy their so-called punishment. They start murdering each other.
Too right.
Yes, well, exactly.
With respect, sir, I object very strongly to what you governated just then. I am not a common criminal, sir, and I am not unsavory. The others may be unsavory, but I am not.
You shut your bleeding hole, you. This is the Minister of the Inferior.
Interior. All right, you can start with him. Yes, he's young, bold, vicious. Brodsky will deal with him. Gibson, you can sit in and watch. That works all right, don't worry about that. This vicious young hoodlum will be transformed out of all recognition. Tell him about it, would you? Procure the requisite documentation. You may as well start now. Right, I think these creatures can go back to their cells. And this one, of course, may be delivered to the morgue. If there's room. Come, Geoffrey. Cyril.
Knock at the chaplain's door on the way and tell him to come here.
Sir. Right. Off you lot.
You, boy, are to be reformed. What's your name?
6655321, sir.
Well, 6655321, you are to go to the famous Dr. Brodsky. It is believed that you will be able to leave state custody in a little over 2 weeks. You'll be free again. No longer a number. Does that prospect please you?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I've done my best here, really, I have. I'm very grateful to all concerned.
Don't be. This is not a reward. This is far from being a reward. Chaplain. He's to be given the Lodovico technique. Orders of the Minister of the Interior.
God help us. So, you are to be made into a good boy, little 6655321. Never again will you have the desire to commit acts of violence or offend in any way whatsoever against the state's peace. I hope you take all that in. I hope you're absolutely clear in your own mind about that.
Oh, it would be so nice to be good, sir.
It may not be nice to be good, 6655321. It may be horrible to be good. I know I shall have many sleepless nights about this. What does God want? Does God want goodness or the choice of goodness? Is a man who chooses the bad perhaps in some way better than a man who has the good imposed upon him? You're passing now to a region where you will be beyond the power